Chapter 1. The enigmatic landscape of shadow and emotion. Darkness and silence seem capable of consuming everything. Eyes, unaccustomed to the gloom, can only perceive vague shapes through the faint green light of an emergency exit. Amidst the stillness, a whisper of sound emerges, low yet strikingly incongruous. After the hushed sound, the surroundings return to their initial, profound silence. Suddenly, a green light illuminates the forefront, followed by a dazzling flash of golden light from the emblem of the electric examination dragon, accompanied by a resonant back glow. UND score that reverberates through the very core, casting the entire screening room in a kaleidoscope of rapidly shifting images. Time flows like water, and the years weave like a shuttle, yet those monumental moments in history are eternally etched in the hearts of the people. A resounding proclamation fills the theater, as the screen displays a series of poignant numbers, capturing the developmental milestones of the past 5 years in a tapestry of vivid imagery. The duration of the film is brief. From the departure of the school to the conclusion of the viewing, it scarcely exceeds 3 hours. The fervor stirred by the film soon succumbs to the bitter reflections that linger thereafter. Sure, Xin nods affirmatively. No problem, I can do it anytime. Not everyone has the luxury of time like you to watch it all in one go. Our teacher assigned this task over the winter break, and I've only managed to watch 1 episode so far. Zin's academic performance is not particularly stellar. Despite enrolling in numerous extracurricular classes, she still finds herself lingering in the lower tier of her class. Sheng and Ning feels a touch of awkwardness, uncertain how to continue the conversation. Let us set this aside at present. I am grappling with the reflections on what I have just watched. Anning, could you assist me with this? Sheng, possessing a sharper acumen in social dealings than Sheng Anning, promptly sought to provide her an escape. As anticipated, the mention of reflections sparked Anning's enthusiasm. She eloquently began, consider where you might begin, perhaps with poignant quotes, or the shifts in data, or even the impressive technological achievements represented by the C919 series. One might draw connections from the past to the present, intertwining our identities as contemporary youth, while expressing our lofty aspirations. Anning, could you perhaps enlighten me on how to approach this? I find myself a loss for words. Anning, would you be able to compose a piece for me? I shall treat you to bubble tea. Li Baoying and Wang Shanxian chimed in from behind. Before Anning could fully comprehend the situation, Shishing furrowed her brow. Oh, the bubble tea is unnecessary. I will send you what I write for your review, and if it doesn't suffice. Before Anning could complete her thought, Hebo interjected with a scoff. Always relying on others to write for you, and your tone is so affected. Hebo fell silent. Fine, do as you wish. Chapter 2. Who listens to Jing spring opera as spring deepens and the lingering chill retreats? A gentle breeze accompanies the faint morning light, caressing the skin without a hint of coldness. The island's icy orb begins its ascent, heralding the early rise of the jade rabbit. From an indeterminate bicycle, the melodious strains of Jing opera emerge, harmonizing with the crisp calls of birds. A refreshing breeze tousles the hair, bringing clarity to the mind. The aroma of freshly made pancakes, buns, and soy milk fills the air. The sounds of sharpening knives and clanging utensils punctuate the morning. The shouts of vendors drown out the opera emanating from the radio, thoroughly awakening the slumbering city of BJ. At the entrance of the school, a fast food establishment bustles with a continuous flow of patrons. Buses and private cars are ensnared at the intersection, their horns blaring deafeningly, causing the glass doors of the fast food joint to tremble. How absurd. It's evident that the destination is closer than mine, yet I am tasked with carrying breakfast. With one hand clutching 2 takeout bags and the other grasping 3 cups of coffee, Hebo balances a bulging backpack on his back. He places one foot on his skateboard and pushes off, gliding forward. Suddenly, he comes to an abrupt stop, startling Sheng and Ning. Hey, do pay attention to the road. Am I not watching the road? He raises the 2 bags of breakfast, and Hebo notices the culprit nearby. Why don't you ask Kong Chunjun why he hasn't gone to pick it up himself? Despite the cacophony surrounding them, their conversation remains distinctly audible, just as I prepare to make a call to inform them of my own situation. Before Kong Chunjun can finish his sentence, the green light illuminates. Hebo sighs, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Let us just move along. You can take care of your own things. The sunlight cascades upon the national flag, as the flagpole and the 5 stars intertwine into a radiant golden hue. The clash of the red flag against the azure sky resembles the vibrant colors of youth. Following the flag-raising ceremony on Monday, the first-year students surged into the small theater on the top floor of the southern building opposite the teaching block. The crackling sounds of the sound system mingled with the occasional notes of the Jinghu and Sheng. The curtains in the waiting area fluttered in the gentle spring breeze, revealing glimpses of the red collars of the performance costumes. After the head of the grade delivered a speech, the performance commenced. Good morning, teachers and students. Today, we are fortunate to have a renowned Peking opera troupe here to present the Red Detachment of Women. Hua Qian's opening remarks subdued the restless demeanor of the students, who promptly straightened their posture. The tale of the Red Detachment of Women is likely familiar to all, depicting a group of courageous young women who engaged in a land revolution amidst the coconut groves and azure seas of Hainan Island, valiantly fighting to defend their ideals. Xia Tianyu narrated the story of the Red Detachment of Women with a soothing voice, weaving the narrative beautifully. This story has also been adapted into films, musicals, and various literary and artistic works, including modern Peking operas. Before the curtain rose, the sound of the jinghu filled the air with a surge of electric energy. The curtain slowly parted, transporting the audience across nearly a century to that refreshing island, where the waves caressed the shores and the fragrant breezes of coconuts swept through. Where is Shixing? I just saw her during the flag raising. This is truly frustrating. If she can't manage her studies, at least she shouldn't cause such worries with her antics. Teacher Qiu Pingxiao remarked, furrowing her brows as she glanced at Hua Qian. Why don't you ask the other girls if anyone knows where Shixing is? Perhaps I shall inquire with Sheng Yanning, for she has consistently engaged in play with Xian. Could it be that they have been preoccupied with some matter? Before Hua Qian could express her thoughts, Wang Shanxian, who had overheard the conversation between the homeroom teacher and Hua Qian, interjected. Teacher, let us not speak ill of Xian. Perhaps she is assisting Sheng Yanning with something. After all, Sheng Yanning has yet to arrive. Go take a look. Sheng Yanning is quite the troublemaker. Qiu Pingxia scoffed. What good is being studious if one is always embroiled in peculiar matters? Hua Qian was about to speak, but was interrupted by Qiu Pingxia. Hua Qian, do not move. Were you so anxious that you failed to memorize your lines? You and Xia Tianyu ought to rehearse here. I suggested Wang Shanxian come, but the grade leader insisted you were fine. Qiu Pingxiao muttered under her breath as she turned away. Chapter 3. Who listens to Jingchun Peking Opera? Part 2. Xin. Are you feeling any better? Sheng Yanning, who had just prepared some brown sugar water for Xian, stood nearby, her expression laced with concern. Such matters are well known among girls. It is not a question of being overly delicate. Xian experiences discomfort during her menstrual period and had intended to participate in morning exercises like her peers. However, when Qiu Pingxia remarked, in our day, we were not as pampered as you youngsters, it dissuaded her. We have arrived. Even before their figures were visible, Sheng Yanning's voice rang out from near the door, striking a perfect balance, loud enough to be heard without disrupting the front, yet just audible enough for Qiu Pingxia to catch her words. The two individuals rushed breathlessly into the small theater. Sheng Yanning muttered, "Oh dear, I'm already sweating. Why did you arrive so late? Didn't T. Wang Shanxian come to fetch you? Why are you only showing up now? What do you mean? Are you not aware this is a group activity? I know, that's why I accompanied." You accompanied Shixi? Does she really need your company at her age? What purpose does your presence serve? Qiu Pingxiao's barrage of questions left Sheng Yanning utterly bewildered. No, teacher. It was I who asked Yanning to assist me. Is there not a single task you could handle alone? Must it involve two people? Qiu Pingxiao's displeasure grew. Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu, standing nearby, refrained from interjecting, aware that their attempts at assistance might only complicate matters further. Moreover, Hua Qian was acutely aware of Qiu Pingxiao's reputation, given that her mother taught history at the school. Demonstrating her cleverness, Hua Qian conferred with Xia Tianyu and discreetly approached the grade leader at the side of the stage. Sheng Yanning was locked in a silent stare-off with Qiu Pingxia, both refraining from uttering a word, while the atmosphere around them remained palpably tense, leaving even Shixi without a chance to interject. Qiu Pingxia, ever one to instigate trouble, found herself at a loss for words. Sheng Yanning had long anticipated today as Peking opera performance and was unwilling to squander time squabbling with the homeroom teacher. Had it not been for her concern for Shixi, she would not have arrived so late, eagerly wishing to liberate herself from the predicament. Despite Sheng Yanning's commendable academic performance, consistently ranking among the top in her class, and even excelling in Chinese, teacher Qiu Pingxia harbors a palpable disdain for her. Aware that her mother and Qiu Pingxia were once colleagues, Sheng Yanning tolerates the teacher's ire, understanding that escalating the situation would be unwise. It is indeed a coincidence that Qiu Pingxia has transferred to this school and now finds herself instructing Sheng Yanning. Sheng Yanning's mother, recognizing her daughter's temperament, emphasizes the importance of showing respect to commendable teachers while also being assertive with those who may not meet her expectations. She frequently reminds Shang Anning to maintain decorum, especially considering their prior acquaintance, to avoid causing embarrassment for either party. Shang Anning, what are you doing? I am speaking to you. Yet you seem more interested in the performance. Xiao Pingxia reprimands, her tone sharp. I. Shang Anning furrows her brow, feeling increasingly vexed. What do you mean I? Do you comprehend the concept of a grade meeting? Xiao Pingxia threatens, your mother has no classes on Monday, correct? Should I summon her now to discuss your behavior? We are both educators and former colleagues. There's no need to be overly protective, Shang Anning thinks, reluctant to create trouble for her mother. Xiao Pingxia seizes this opportunity to intimidate her. Shang Anning presses her lips together, her previously steady breathing now becoming somewhat labored. Teacher Ho is looking for you regarding a matter. Hua Qian timely intervenes, bringing the grade leader to the rescue, signaling to Shang Anning to remain calm. What a surprise to see you here. Upon spotting the head of the grade level approaching, Xiao Pingxia immediately stood up. Please, do take a seat and rest for a moment. However, Teacher Ho, the head of the grade, simply waved his hand with a gentle smile, nodding slightly at Teacher Qiao, without initiating any conversation. I was just discussing this child. Such a wonderful opportunity, and yet she fails to appreciate it, arriving so late. Xiao Pingxia, taking the initiative to voice her grievances, was met with the silent understanding of those present, who were not oblivious to the underlying truth. And yet, there is no joy in this, being so obstinate, truly infuriating. Just moments ago, Hua Qian had mentioned this matter to me. Do not be too harsh. At that time, Cher Xin was unwell, and Ning had just informed me of her arrival. The head of the grade also taught Chinese, and cherished Xing and Ning's adeptness in the subject. I was merely considering that Xing and Ning often loses track of time, arriving just as the clock strikes. Such a significant event could easily be delayed. We must extend our gratitude to your class for having Ning accompany Cher Xin, if Cher Xin continues to feel unwell. How will the interaction proceed later? Teacher Ho's words resonated perfectly, leaving Xiao Pingxia speechless. All right, Ning, you should quickly return to your class. The performance has already commenced for 5 minutes. Teacher Ho turned to Sheng and Ning, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Hurry along, it's not a long wait. And opportunities such as this are quite rare. I will take care of Cher Xin. After all, Hua Qian is here too. Sheng and Ning nodded, swiftly making her way back to her seat in the classroom. Behind her, Xiao Pingxia cast a reluctant glance at Ning's retreating figure, feeling a profound sense of failure. To speak candidly, many teachers at Rinsui School are truly commendable, exhibiting high teaching standards and clarity of understanding. However, while Xiao Pingxia possesses exceptional teaching skills, her ability to discern character and her demeanor leave much to be desired. Shirshi, are you feeling more comfortable now? Xiao Pingxia has been left on the sidelines until arrangements were made on both ends, and only then did the grade leader, Teacher Ho, begin to converse with her. Teacher Qiao, today's children are vastly different from us in our youth. The pressures they face have multiplied immensely. In cases like Shirshi's, should something go awry due to your approach today, we cannot overlook the potential consequences. If the child's health were to suffer, it could jeopardize their entire future, an irreparable loss that we cannot compensate for. In ancient times, Hua Mulan took her father's place in the army, and today, women soldiers bear arms for the people. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Whether one comprehended the performance or not, politeness and respect must always prevail. Shirshi, you were being overly modest. Just the other day, and Ning remarked to me how impressive your Peking opera skills are, excelling in all aspects of singing, recitation, and performance. Hua Qian smiled gently, furrowing her brows slightly in contemplation. And Ning mentioned that the spins and flips in martial arts are foundational to your Peking opera training. That is indeed true. Shirshi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled. When I first trained, my flexibility was lacking, and all I could do was crying with all my might in that room. As the conversation between the two paused, Xia Tianyu greeted them and proceeded towards the stage, saying, I will go ahead and host. You can accompany Shirshi while waiting. Then let us also make our way there. Hua Qian spoke as she led Cher Xin to follow Xia Tianyu forward. They encountered their grade leader, who had come to assist the three of them. A silent exchange of understanding passed between them, directing their attention to Shang Anning, who was casting a concerned glance towards Cher Xin at that moment. All right. Don't draw Teacher Qiao's attention, or else your mother might be summoned again, Kong Chunjun remarked with a furrowed brow, shaking his head. Just bear with it for now. Next year, with the subject selection and class division, it will all be better. Exactly. Why bother with her at all? She constantly picks on me, like last semester. He began, but his voice grew slightly louder in indignation, prompting Kong Chunjun to signal him to lower his volume, and he ceased speaking. Now, let us invite classmate Shi Xin to the stage. Chapter 5. Who listens to Jingchun Peking Opera? Part 4. On this journey, we rely on the party to guide our path. In this world, only communism is true. As the performers on stage led the way, Shi Xin followed suit, reciting the lines of Wu Qinghua from the script. Classmate Shi is truly remarkable. Did she study at a primary school? The actors on stage were astonished by Shi Xin's profound singing skills, surprised to discover such talent in an ordinary school. Ah, yes. Although Shi Xin maintained her composure while singing Peking opera on stage, she felt a touch of bashfulness upon receiving praise from professional actors. As she returned the A4 paper to the actor portraying Wu Qinghua, both the onstage and offstage performers nodded silently, their gazes filled with a mix of anticipation and encouragement directed at Shi Xin. From this moment on, strive harder, raise your consciousness, and cultivate a passionate heart, forever cherishing this youthful spirit of struggle. Though not dressed in performance attire, every gesture she made radiated the essence of Peking opera. With a heart full of confidence and eyes that gleam like torches, the actor portraying Wu Qinghua offered a few remarks, primarily extolling Shi Xin, a student whose remarkable proficiency in Peking opera is unexpected, especially considering he is not from an art school. We are grateful to Shi Xin for the splendid interaction he provided. As Hua Qian stepped onto the stage, our performers prepared to visit each class, imparting knowledge of Peking opera and teaching some fundamental postures and steps, allowing everyone to personally experience the cultural allure of this art form. As the two hosts announced the conclusion of the performance, the audience erupted into the most fervent applause heard since the event began. Suddenly, from somewhere in the crowd, an enthusiastic cheer broke out. Most of the students, who had been practicing for over 6 months, fixated their attention on Wang Jinyu's location. The grade leader, Teacher Ho, furrowed his brow and shot a disapproving glance at Wang Jinyu. Have you truly considered dedicating yourself to studying Peking opera? The actress portraying Wu Qinghua engaged in an animated conversation with Shi Xin. Nowadays, there are few children who appreciate Peking opera. It is rare to find someone as talented and passionate as you. Her words illuminated Shi Xin's vision for the future. I agree with your sentiments. However, if you are genuinely interested in pursuing a path in the arts, feel free to reach out to me anytime. I can assist you in finding excellent teachers. She then procured a piece of paper, inscribed her phone number, and handed it to Shi Xin. Thank you so much. Upon reaching the entrance of the small theater, the grade leader was sternly admonishing Wang Jinyu. At your age, you must learn to respect others, even if you are unwilling to watch. Do you truly believe that your manner of applauding like a street ruffian is appropriate? Teacher, it said that a good performance deserves applause, even if it's from the audience? Wang Jinyu retorted. You are a middle school student. Do you intend to lounge with your legs crossed, munching on seeds, while expecting me to serve you tea? The grade leader had long since reached the limits of his patience with Wang Jinyu's behavior. We will discuss this matter with your parents regarding family education. As Shi Xin emerged, the grade leader finally revealed a hint of a smile from the depths of his heart. Shi Xin, do your best. It's not just about excelling in Peking opera. We must also strive for excellence in our studies. Shi Xin descended the stairs alongside the female Peking opera performer, while the grade leader's voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness, echoed from above. Chapter 6. The Martial Spirit. No need to discuss victory or defeat. Part 1. Wang Jinyu's actions fundamentally stemmed from a desire to showcase himself. Youth is the most resplendent moment. Everyone aspires to be the brightest star. Even if the radiance is tainted, it still seems to have once flourished. Martial arts neither strengthen the body nor defend the homeland. Indeed, what is the use of practicing it? During a break in the school's elective class, a sudden and jarring sound pierced through the crowd, reaching Sheng Anning's ears. With a clang, Sheng Anning hurled the sword he was holding to the ground. The flexible tip of the sword struck the earth, causing the blade to sway momentarily, followed by the hilt crashing onto the floor. Who is speaking nonsense again? Ignore them. They simply refuse to learn. Kong Chunjun hurriedly restrained Sheng Anning from the side. Shi Sun quickly followed suit, urging, Anning, don't pay them any mind. This isn't the first time. It was likely Wang Jinyu again. Let go of me. If it's him, I won't say anything more. Sheng Anning shook off their grasp, attempting to free herself. There were multiple voices, one of which was a girl, whose tones sounded rather familiar. Taking advantage of the fact that the entire grade was on break, Teacher Lu was currently instructing Yu Jing, a member of the martial arts team, in sparring techniques. Sheng Anning, Shi Sun, and Kong Chunjun, all members of the team, were diligently practicing their routines for the upcoming weekend's primary and secondary school martial arts competition. Consequently, the teacher was preoccupied, leaving Sheng Anning, with her quick temper, reliant on her two friends for restraint. Who was spreading rumors? Unable to escape her friend's hold, Sheng Anning shouted toward the crowd, "Step forward so we can clarify this matter. Has martial arts provoked you? Is it appropriate to speak so recklessly about our Chinese culture?" To her surprise, no one from the opposing side had the courage to step forward. After a brief commotion, it was the teacher who arrived first, asking, "What is going on?" "Teacher, Sheng Anning is threatening us. She's scaring us with a sword." Before the girl could finish, Wang Jinyu interjected, stirring up trouble. Seemingly eager to escalate the situation, Wang Jinyu feigned reluctance, while surrounding students erupted in laughter. Practicing martial arts was exhausting. Even with only 2 hours of specialized classes each month, few were genuinely enthusiastic about it. In other words, Wang Jinyu and his ilk were eager to stir up trouble, allowing themselves a moment of idleness. Wang Jinyu's words left Sheng Anning utterly bewildered. "My sword is still on the ground. Do I possess a third hand to threaten you?" After all, the training duration for the school team exceeded that of the specialized classes by a considerable margin. Teacher Lu, well aware of Sheng Anning's character, naturally could not accept Wang Jinyu's baseless accusations. He gently shook his head at Sheng Anning and whispered, "Let's refrain from further discussion for now. Student Wang, please listen carefully and point out any discrepancies you notice." "Understood." Wang Jinyu responded with a sense of satisfaction. Kong Chunjun recounted the events that had transpired, albeit in a rather verbose manner, which caused Sheng Anning to grow increasingly impatient. "Anning, allow him to speak at his own pace." Shijin perceived Sheng Anning's frustration, reasoning that verbosity did not detract from clarity. "I merely feel that our after-class assistance in Chinese has been in vain." Upon hearing Kong Chunjun's exasperating words, Teacher Lu's expression soured momentarily before returning to its usual composure. "Is there a problem?" After Kong Chunjun concluded his narrative, the teacher glanced at Wang Jinyu and inquired. Wang Jinyu remained silent for a while, as Sheng Anning, emboldened by her training, sought to assert herself. "You are over 20 centimeters taller than me and a male. Do you truly have the audacity to say that? Furthermore, Shijun and the others were indeed holding on to me." Sheng Anning's ire ignited upon hearing this. Usually, they would mock her for her height, yet now, silence prevailed. "If you weren't holding on to me, wouldn't you be bullying us?" Wang Jinyu was also invigorated, accusing, "You bully the weak. You lack martial virtue." Chapter 7. The essence of martial arts does not rely on winning or losing. Part 2. Upon hearing this, Sheng Anning retorted, "Isn't this moral coercion? Did I physically confront you? Besides, don't you claim that martial arts can strengthen the body? How is it that my practice has become an act of bullying the weak?" Lu, the teacher, advised Anning, "Do not engage with him further." After hearing his friend's words, Sheng Anning sighed and fell silent. All right, class is about to end." Lu smiled, attempting to ease the tension. "We need not discuss defending our homeland. The benefits of martial arts for physical health are indisputable." As the bell rang, the students dispersed. "Anning, if he doesn't understand, there's no need to explain further," Lu said earnestly. "Martial arts do not require everyone to inherit its legacy. If they do not comprehend it, why engage in a contest that only leads to frustration?" "Exactly. We should focus on our own paths," added Xinxing. "Thank you, teacher, and thank you, Xinxing. I understand the reasoning. It's just." Sigh. Kong Chunjun patted Sheng Anning on the shoulder. "Enough. There's no use in being upset. That's just who he is. By the way, where's Yu Jing? You have a competition on Saturday, she's on Sunday, both at Daitan. I just spoke with her about picking up her competition certificate after class. Have you seen her?" Lu glanced around, unable to spot Yu Jing. "Have any of you seen her?" The three individuals shook their heads, unaware that at this very moment, Yu Jing was engulfed in her own troubles. "Did we say anything wrong? Moreover, you practice Sanda, not traditional martial arts." "Sanda is, indeed, a form of martial arts." Hai Xingping choked on his words. "It is the same. Furthermore, even if you practice Sanda, you cannot compete with Taekwondo. The purpose of martial arts is not merely about winning or losing. That's simply unacceptable. Even if you claim to practice Sanda for physical fitness, it does not imply that you cannot defend your homeland. Practicing martial arts is not solely for the purpose of fighting. Well, it's not that we don't fight, but it's not about being unable to. Aren't you all advocating for martial ethics? If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. Martial arts are for self-defense, for safeguarding the nation, not for invading others' territories. Can you defeat me? Hai Xingping asked provocatively, eager for a challenge. Yu Jing shot him a glance, rolling her eyes. Why would I fight you? You might only stand a chance against ordinary people, you know? Let me inform you that I am a red belt in Taekwondo. Are you intimidated now? We even have black belts above us, and they are the real masters. Otherwise, let me tell you, in our city's youth palace, the least accomplished student in the class holds a black belt. They simply do not wish to spend money or participate in competitions, hence they have no interest in your trivial matters. What? As Hai Xingping was preparing to catch up with Yu Jing for a detailed inquiry, Yu Jing had already walked away, leaving behind a remark. We practice martial arts not to compete for victory or defeat. Those masters who arrange battles online are merely for show. Chapter 8. The Dappled Light of Time, Part 1. With a jubilant silhouette, ethereal laughter, and a carefree yet somewhat despondent run, the effortful yet limited leaps, and the deliberate stroll along the track, with each step purposefully placed on the white line. Each frame captures youth in all its splendor. As spring gives way to summer, and the rain clears, the ginkgo trees, poplars, and some unknown foliage sway gently, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, enchanting and elusive. All right. In Ning, your Chinese scores are the highest in the grade. Let go of my math grades already. Hua Qian pouted while pulling up Xing and Ning's Chinese test paper. I never see you memorizing those ancient texts. When did you even learn this? How did you manage to answer so thoroughly on the Chinese exam? I just read it while we were studying, and then read it again. I basically memorized it. With such passion and emotion. As for the abundance of words, it hardly matters. The voices of the two girls overshadowed Sheng and Ning's words. Oh dear, I knew it. I failed this time. Me too. I really can't score above 90 this time. The two of them. Sheng and Ning glanced with irritation towards the two girls. Fifth, sixth. All right. Just look at Xia Tianyu. His mathematical prowess is truly exceptional, scoring 137. Goodness, that's nearly a 20-point lead over me. Sheng Anning, taken aback, cautiously inquired. Is he the top of the grade? Not quite. Let me guess. It's Chen Han again. ISNT it? Always causing trouble during class and slacking off afterward. Observing the exasperated expression on Hua Qian's face, Sheng Anning took a deep breath and, raising his voice, stormed out of the classroom. Oh my! With a huff. Sheng Anning felt utterly defeated. It was indeed him again. Fine. I refuse to believe it. I shall diligently study mathematics from now on. What are you shouting about this time, Sheng Anning? At that moment, Xiao Pingxia entered. Earlier, in the corridor, she had been basking in the praise from the grade leader regarding Sheng Anning's performance, feeling a swell of pride. Suddenly, amidst the commotion, Sheng Anning's exclamation pierced through, causing her expression to immediately sour. The grade leader's remark left Xiao Pingxia unable to express her frustration, prompting her to hurriedly bid farewell and enter Class 5. Leading to the earlier scene. Xiao Pingxia's questioning left Sheng Anning momentarily bewildered. Who would have anticipated that a simple exclamation could provoke such a reaction? What do you mean? Don't think that just because you topped the grade, you can get carried away. Let me remind you. There were 4 mistakes in the dictation, one by Wang Jinyu, one by Shixin, one by Hebo, and the last one was you. Those who associate with the virtuous become virtuous, while those who consort with the wicked become wicked. If you continue to engage with them, do not expect to reap good fruits. No, this is unrelated to them. Sheng Anning was truly bewildered by Xiao Pingxia's tactics. I mistakenly repeated the word wudong, and the lonely wutong locks the clear autumn as wu. What does that have to do with my friend? You made an error. And now you think you have a right to complain? Xiao Pingxia's voice echoed once more. Go, summon Hebo and Sure Xin to my office. Chapter 9. The Fragmented Light and Shadow of Sunny Years, Part 2. You say that Teacher Qiu is once again nitpicking them. What should we do? Hua Qian rubbed her temples. You have always been at the top of the class. Teacher Qiu is counting on you to definitely enter Tsinghua or Peking University. To be honest, if my mother did not work at our school and frequently encountered Teacher Qiu, I suspect I would be in the same predicament as Sheng Anning. After speaking, Hua Qian let out a sigh. Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu have been classmates since kindergarten, and their bond has remained strong over the years. You should drink some water first. Xia Tianyu had just poured some warm water for Hua Qian and handed her the kettle. Try not to overthink it. Things will settle once the class divisions happen. After taking a couple of sips, Hua Qian overheard Gui Ruifan sharing a mischievous conversation with Wang Shanshin behind her. After a brief moment, Wang Shanxian turned her head to the last row where Wang Jinyu sat, cradling a glass of water in her hands. They exchanged some light-hearted banter, followed by unrestrained laughter. "No, I want to attend Chinese class." Wang Shanxian chimed in from behind. "I know you both enjoy Chinese, and the teacher is more than willing to teach you, but you must also improve your English, as the college entrance examination is worth 150 points. This is what one might call, after the academic remarks." Xia Tianyu playfully patted Hua Qian's shoulder, casually joking. As Qiu Pingxia stepped out of the classroom, Hua Qian disdainfully remarked to Xia Tianyu, "Look, it's all your fault, isn't it?" Xia Tianyu smiled wryly, neither confirming nor denying it. With the advent of summer, the nights in Beijing City grew increasingly prolonged, and the blue skies and white clouds imbued a sense of tranquility, dispelling the fatigue of the day. Just before school ended, Qiu Pingxia, who was not particularly favored by the majority of normal students, brought with her a piece of welcome news. "Hua Qian, please distribute these 2 notices." "Shall I help you with that?" Xia Tianyu whispered, unaware that Qiu Pingxia overheard him. "Help her with what?" Qiu Pingxia frowned, tapping the other notice against the metal cabinet of the podium, producing a resonant clang. "You think it's just about distributing? You don't need to hold on to it for her, do you?" While it was indeed about distribution, one could not simply hold on to it, as the other notice would inevitably occupy a space on the students' desks, not only disturbing others, but also reducing efficiency in distribution. Do not dwell on trivial matters daily. Instead, focus on your studies. If you wish to disseminate notices, I have a stack here for you to distribute. The announcements were entirely circulated, and the promotional flyers showcasing the stark beauty of Suzhou Gardens radiated under the gentle sunlight, the glossy paper shimmering with brilliance. Chapter 10. The renowned landscape. As time flows and landscapes shift, I find myself seated on the smooth and swiftly gliding Fuxing bullet train, journeying towards the mist-laden and historically rich Jiangnan. In just 5.5 hours, we shall arrive. I recall my childhood visits to Suzhou, where it felt as though, even after a brief nap, I had lingered on the train for an eternity. After a prolonged period of writing, Sheng Anning looked up and began conversing with Shi Xinyu. "Have you completed our research manual?" Upon boarding, Sheng Anning promptly lowered the small table in front of her and commenced jotting down notes in the research manual. Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, their conversation sparked to life. Sheng Anning is quite loquacious, yet when engaged in tasks, she is deeply focused, unable to divert her attention midway. No, some details will only become clear once we arrive and listen to the presentations. As she spoke, Sheng Anning produced her phone, mentioning, "Just now, Teacher Ho indicated in the grade group chat that we might be utilizing an online system for this trip, specifically the one for our payments." She pointed out various items and activities listed on her phone to Shi Xinyu, yet before she could elaborate further, Qiu Pingxia stood up and shot a glare in Sheng Anning's direction. "Engage in something productive on the train. Refrain from merely playing on your phone. Why can't you learn from Wang Shanxian? Look at how she and Guo Ruifan conduct themselves." "All right, let us make our way to the restroom," murmured Sheng Anning, pursing her lips as she whispered to Shi Xian. "Let us walk to the door, out of sight, out of mind." "Very well." The 2 rose and strolled towards the front of the carriage, passing by Qiu Pingxia, feeling a prickling sensation along their backs. They sidestepped to allow the attendant selling beverages and Agendas to pass, hand in hand, hastening onward. In the narrow space between the door and the restroom, Sheng Anning overheard Li Baoying's clumsy exclamations of yes, 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 laced with an air of forced enthusiasm. Hadn't Li Baoying memorized her English lines? Anning had assisted her before the May Day holiday. Teacher Wang, unwilling to let his students squander the 5+ hours of travel time, was diligently urging those who had not yet recited their texts to do so. Sheng Anning, quick to memorize, had helped several classmates, Li Baoying among them. And that old Mr. He had prodded him for ages, yet he stubbornly dragged his feet. Now he is reaping what he sowed. Never mind them, just watch. The teacher will certainly go after He Bo soon, Shi Xian chuckled, referring to He Bo's jovial antics. Let us continue our conversation. Ah, indeed. Sheng Anning nodded, leaning against the wall. Look at this. From the adjoining carriage, a few foreign voices intermittently drifted through, filled with laughter. How could this happen? I was once informed that the trains in your nation were so sluggish that. So, this is what China is truly like. Might you elaborate further on this magnificent country? Li Baoying naturally comprehended, though she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It is widely recognized that if listening skills are merely replicated and group interactions devolve into casual chit-chat, And if post-class compositions merely mimic predecessors, then English undoubtedly becomes a form of mute expression. Well, could you assist me by discussing our high-speed rail and other aspects of our nation? You are aware that my spoken English is lacking, yet I feel, despite Li Baoying's apparent focus on personal gain and her adeptness at leveraging others in matters such as this, she sincerely hopes to enlighten foreign friends about the authentic China. All right, I have gathered some insights over there. Allow me to share. Sheng Anning nodded in agreement. And then I will mention that you have been feeling unwell these past few days. Thank you for your assistance. Greetings. I apologize for the interruption. My friend mentioned that you were interested in learning more about this train and its connection to China. Is that correct? Indeed. I would be delighted to share. Is that your friend who is experiencing discomfort? Indeed, she has been suffering from a sore throat lately. I sincerely hope for her swift recovery. Now, regarding this train, it is the high-speed rail service adhering to Chinese standards, with a design speed of 350 kilometers per hour. It is named Fu Xing Hao, which embodies the Chinese dream, signifying our aspiration for rapid national development. Following this, Sheng Anning continued to speak extensively, discussing topics from Beijing to Suzhou, from high-speed rail to the Olympics, and from the Olympics to the recently successful bid for the Winter Olympics. Welcome to China. However, I believe that during your next visit, it would be beneficial for you to acquire a more comprehensive understanding of the Chinese language, rather than merely mastering a handful of basic phrases. In my opinion, Chinese is the most exquisite language in the world, rich with invaluable cultural elements. Chapter 11, the soft language of Wu in Kunshan Kunku, originating from Kunshan, is also referred to as the Kunshan dialect. Today, Kunku stands as a world-class intangible cultural heritage, boasting a history of nearly 700 years. What is the matter with you? Surely, you are not genuinely intimidated by the great leader? She is not even present. Just look at how Qiu Pingxiao manages things. Wang Shanxian spoke softly, without restraint. Regardless of Qiu Pingxiao's actions, it is not as if I have ever been afraid of her. Wang Jinyu clearly remained unconcerned, remarking, as for her, Qiu Pingxiao, she merely seeks trouble where none exists. Just recall the parent-teacher meeting. Did my father care about what she had to say? Wang Jinyu rolled her eyes, casually propping her leg up. So, are you truly frightened by the grade leader's words? Surely not. It's merely idle talk. What could they possibly do to you? Wang Shanchuan's smile carried a hint of mischief. Every day, they talk about giving punishments. Yet has anyone truly followed through? You may say that. But my father is apprehensive about such matters. Wang Jinyu scoffed, recalling the homeroom teacher's warning that if he continued to cause trouble, he would face suspension. Isn't that enough to frighten my father? He keeps advising me to behave. Well, you truly. As Wang Jinyu's words trailed off, he instinctively leaned back, attempting to rock his chair, only to remember that the bench he sat on lacked a backrest. With a loud crash, he and the bench tumbled to the floor, causing a stir among his classmates. What happened? What's going on? Goodness, Wang Jinyu, are you out of your mind? This is never-ending. Among the cacophony of onlookers, He Bo's voice dripped with exasperation. Are you trying to give your father a heart attack? And who do you think you are to lecture my father, you brat? Wang Jinyu retorted defiantly. Well, your father certainly doesn't claim you. It would be an embarrassment to admit it. A wave of commotion erupted from the back row, prompting nearby teachers to quickly converge. It's all right. It's all right. Continue with your listening. It seems to be yet another disturbance caused by Wang Jinyu. Xia Tianyu waved dismissively. It's not as if he knocked something over again and broke it. Meanwhile, the performance on stage continued smoothly, with students in the front rows attentively watching, engrossed in the subtitled dialogue, savoring the charm of the Wu dialect. The host spoke of the illustrious past of Ping An, recounting how, in those days, one would pay several $100s to have a Pingtan master carried in a sedan chair to their home. Given that we spent only a few thousand on our study abroad, isn't that quite a bargain? Li Baoying's eyes sparkled, and he straightened up to listen intently. Meanwhile, Guo Ruifan sat nearby, engrossed in a Chinese literature text, not once glancing at the stage, muttering and reading to himself, seemingly unaware of whether any of it registered in his mind. What was there to enjoy? It was incomprehensible. Yu Jing focused on the subtitles on the screen, absorbing each word, while Hai Xingping beside her made sarcastic remarks. If you don't want to listen, then don't. No one is forcing you. I would rather not be here either. It's just a few houses. What is so captivating? Hai Xingping, heavily influenced by foreign culture, knew little of his own nation's heritage, dismissing the manual's mention of mortise and tenon joints, claiming they could not possibly be sturdier than reinforced concrete. His parents feared that Hai Shiping might be brainwashed by certain aberrant cultures, completely oblivious to the correct ideology that every Chinese person ought to possess. Mortise and tenon joints are indeed sturdier than reinforced concrete. If one is unwilling to come, they need not. Yu Jing patiently remarked, feeling quite helpless regarding Hai Shiping. I would prefer not to come. How could I possibly not? If I were abroad, I could manage, but here, there are expectations to remember this and that. Hai Shiping grew increasingly indignant, lamenting the emphasis on comprehensive evaluations and insisting that personal capability was sufficient, dismissing the need for collective activities. Is there anything wrong with individual heroism? Why is it that those with talent falter, resorting to a multitude to share the burden? Your personal matters are of no interest to me. The performance of traditional storytelling unfolds vibrantly on stage, intertwining the ancient culture of the Wu region with the gentle breezes and fine rains of the Jiangnan, a continuous thread of heritage that remains unbroken. While the stage is alive with action, the audience too partakes in the drama. A student has fallen, and naturally, the event organizer rushes to inquire about the situation. Wang Zhenyu was primarily startled, but otherwise unharmed. He bow, while others are in distress. You stand by observing with indifference, seeking trouble for no reason? Xiao Pingxia immediately called out to He Bo, pointing to Wang Shanxian, who promptly summoned a teacher to clarify the matter. Why do you linger there, merely chattering? He Bo soon realized the folly of his words. Why provoke Xiao Pingxia for a moment's amusement? As one segment concludes, the focus shifts, and the grade leader hastens from another location of study abroad. Chapter 12. The garden yearly unfolds its poetic courtyard here. One finds the delicate beauty of Huizhou architecture with its pink walls and black tiles, alongside the picturesque waterways of Jiangnan, surrounded by mountains and water. The Suzhou Gardens epitomize a confluence of artistic excellence, embodying a refined aesthetic. When leisurely scholars and elegant guests converge in the tranquil Suzhou Gardens amidst the clamor of bustling tourists, one may witness the playful antics of mandarin ducks swimming. And the subtle beauty of the scene can be appreciated. As the sun sets, casting dappled shadows, one can also revel in the serene joy of stillness. A lively group of students, either exploring the rocky heights in search of hidden curiosities or gazing through the blue glass windows of the Qing dynasty, are enveloped in the early summer's splendor, tinged with the remnants of winter's snow. The ever-changing window frames and walls cast another springtime hue, while the fragrant green bamboo beckons one to seek its source. The stone-paved path, reminiscent of a bat, symbolizes the ancestors' yearning for a beautiful life. As the guide narrates, over 100 students languidly follow behind, their shadows stretching across the garden. Occasionally, they sway and frolic, laughing and playing. Yet they understand the importance of attentive listening and diligently taking notes. Hu Qian, how much have you written down? She glanced at her board, where a piece of paper held the notes recorded by Xia Tianyu on this day. The last 2 lines of notes were filled with numerous blanks, clearly indicating that she had not captured everything. Hu Qian stole a glance at Xia Tianyu's notes and shook her head. I didn't get it all either. It was a bit far, and I couldn't hear clearly. At that moment, Wang Shanxian and Guo Ruifan were clustered around the guide, chattering with eager inquiries. Didn't the teacher just mention that? On the side, He Bo intended to drift back a bit, but Wang Shanxian began to pose a series of scattered questions. Oh, no, our dear guide. He Bo began, only to rephrase. Didn't the guide's sister already explain? You're standing so close. Even closer than I am. Why ask again? All right, don't engage with her any further. Sheng Anning shot He Bo a disapproving look. I can lend you my notes later. Since the beginning of the second semester, Wang Shanxian had increasingly become demanding, much to the irritation of Sheng Anning. Moreover, recalling the voice he had heard during the martial arts class, Sheng Anning found it strikingly familiar. After some contemplation, he deduced it likely belonged to Wang Shanxian, especially since she and Wang Zhenyu were often seen together. Despite his numerous attempts to caution Wang Shanxian against being deceived by Wang Zhenyu, his efforts had proven futile. Oh, thank you. Anyone with discerning ears could detect the hint of insincerity in Sheng Anning's words today. Yet Wang Shanxian seemed entirely unfazed. Truly a bother, Anning. Wang Shanchuan's manner of speaking made Sheng Anning feel a touch embarrassed. Had his attitude been excessively dismissive? Observe the plaque of this pavilion, which is inscribed with the name Jinsu Pavilion. However, this plaque did not originally appear as such. The tale behind it is intertwined with Emperor Qianlong's journey to the south during the 7th year of his reign. It is said that the owner of Lion Grove fearing he might not host adequately, invited the esteemed scholar Huang Shi from the Qing dynasty. The tour guide recounted the story with great fervor, pacing his words just right to ensure clarity while allowing ample time for note-taking. At that time, the owner of Lion Grove requested Emperor Qianlong to inscribe a piece of calligraphy. The emperor casually pinned the characters Jin Yu Chu truly interesting. Yet, despite his spontaneous nature, this inscription fell short of the imperial standard. In a moment of inspiration, Huang Shi cleverly requested the character Yu be removed, thus preserving the emperor's dignity and bestowing upon the pavilion the name Jinxiu. 3 days later, Emperor Qianlong further honored this pavilion by gifting it to Huang Shi. Following the tour guide, Hebo could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Huang Shi is truly astute. What an incredible gain. He must be clever, otherwise he wouldn't have survived." Sheng Anning retorted to Hebo, "Xin, don't you think so?" The tour guide, observing the three of them laughing and joking, found it rather amusing and smiled faintly. After walking a few steps, Guoruifan spoke up, What did you say the name of this pavilion was? Are you all crowding so close that you can't hear? If that's the case, you truly are quite interesting." Guoruifan dismissed Hebo's words with indifference, glaring at him with a disdainful roll of her eyes, as if a multitude of adjectives describing her emotions, contempt, arrogance, disdain, aversion, hung in the air. Just as this oppressive and somewhat bizarre atmosphere was about to solidify, the tour guide spoke. Although the guide's tone was gentle, it clearly indicated his stance. After speaking for quite a while without receiving any serious attention from the group, and with them occupying a prime position that hindered others from listening, the guide felt somewhat helpless. Upon hearing the name of the pavilion, Guoruifan realized that Hebo's earlier nonsensical remark was a jab at her lack of knowledge. Truly amusing, indeed. Sensing Guoruifan's gaze, Hebo turned the phrase truly amusing into a playful tune, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from Shang Anning and Shi Xin. Chapter 13. The youthful elegance of early summer. Not peaceful. Are you all there? A plump Xin. Here. Boa. Not here. Fr Ling. Perhaps here. Boa. What are you talking about? Yud Anning. Have you noticed that teacher Chio seems to be absent tonight? Boa. Who cares if she is or isn't? Fr Ling. It does seem like she hasn't been seen. However, a chubby Xing. Isn't it rather good that she's not here? Otherwise, it would truly be unsettling. A chubby Xing. Speaking of which, did we not lose sight of her right after the performance? Boa. It seems to be related to Wang Jinyu. Boa. She probably got called in for a talking to by the grade leader. Yud Anning. I don't think that's the case. After all, Wang Jinyu is no longer just a class issue. Fr Ling. Yud Anning. Isn't that so? Fr Ling. Yes. Yud Anning. Hey, where's Yu Jing? She hasn't been online for quite some time. A WeChat message appears at the top of the phone screen. Sheng Anning sees it's from Yu Jing. Shan Qiu Qingzheng. Sorry, just saw it. Shan Qiu Qingzheng. I heard that teacher Qiu took Wang Jinyu to a nearby hospital for a checkup, as the grade leader was worried about Wang Jinyu getting injured. Yud Anning. How do you know this? I thought we were quite close. Boa, exactly. How could Qiu Pingxia possibly accompany a student to the hospital without any reason? Shan Qiu Qingzheng. It's what Hai Xingping said. Yud Anning. Oh, I see. Fr Ling. Oh, I see. A chubby Xing. Oh, I see. Boa. Ah, I see. Shan Qiu Qingzheng. While leisure and merriment have their place, the public is well aware of the recent revelations concerning the harmonious atmosphere at Hai Xingping's gathering. The fact that Qiu Pingxia selflessly dedicated her time to accompany Wang Jinyu for an inspection has left many astounded. One commendable act cannot outweigh a multitude of misdeeds. It can only be said that Qiu Pingxia's inability to discern character, coupled with her sense of professional ethics, is indeed a rare quality. The hotel selected by the school is rather upscale, featuring bathtubs, remote-controlled curtains, and intelligent toilets as standard amenities, commensurate with a 5-star establishment. A group of spirited students spent an entire day engaging in various activities, leaving little time to explore these luxurious facilities. After a quick freshen up and charging their phones, they completed their assignments and retired to their beds for a restful night. Following a night of restorative sleep, the next day commenced with a flurry of excursions to various attractions. The educational trip offers more resources than a typical outing. The students first ventured to Suzhou University to attend a lecture and subsequently explored the exhibition hall. They learned about the concept of mortise and tenon joints, their historical significance, and the principles they embody. Armed with wooden blocks, the students eagerly began constructing. After a busy morning, their efforts bore fruit. transforming the rigid knowledge from textbooks into a tangible experience. The lesson on mortise and tinted joints seamlessly transitioned into an impromptu physics class. At noon, the school provided a sampling of local Suzhou delicacies, serving dishes such as squirrel-shaped fish, cherry meat, fresh water plant soup, and meat dumplings, offering a comprehensive culinary experience. In the afternoon, the bus transported the group to the ancient town of Mudu, in contrast to the once bustling and vibrant ancient town of Mudu. As recounted by the tour guide, the present-day Mudu exudes an air of antiquity interwoven with a modern flair, captivating a group of intrigued students. "Glorious China!" exclaimed Shanghai. Startling, Hebo momentarily. Caught off guard, Hebo muttered absent-mindedly about the splendor of that particular episode, focusing on the new residents of Mudu, which highlighted how the town is now a hub for cutting-edge high-tech industries, including specialized metal for chip manufacturing. Sheng Anning blurted this out in a rush. "What are you talking about? Can't you just walk properly?" Guo Ruifan shot a disdainful glance at Sheng Anning, her tone unmistakably critical. Ignoring Guo Ruifan's remark, Sheng Anning raised his voice deliberately. "Hey, do you all remember?" "Of course, we remember," they echoed. Hebo truly recalled. While Sher Xian and Kong Chenjun readily supported Sheng Anning's enthusiasm, the title of the first town in Wuzhong is not merely a relic of the past. Present-day Muda still retains its former luster. However, the students were more preoccupied with the allure of food, eagerly anticipating their evening excursion to Shan'ang Street. Finally, the night arrived, and the vibrant nightscape of Shan'ang Street dazzled with a myriad of colors. The shops along the street sparkled with lights, and the merchants' calls filled the air. Shan'ang Street thrived with life. Yet most of the souvenirs sold were merely mass-produced trinkets, while the few authentic Su embroidery pieces commanded exorbitant prices. As they passed through an archway at the end of Chili Shantung, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. I have heard tell that this is where the locals truly dine, while the other side caters merely to tourists. Accompanied by her confidant and companions, Sheng Anning traversed the underpass, arriving at a restaurant on the opposite side. A series of wooden plaques adorned the window frames outside the kitchen, boldly proclaiming offerings such as osmanthus cake, fresh pork wontons, shepherd's purse wontons, and glutinous rice cakes. "Anning, you've arrived as well." As Sheng Anning and her party queued, they noticed Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu already seated and indulging in their meal. A tad greasy, but quite delectable. Assuredly more authentic than the fare on the other side. Buy with confidence. "Were it not for you, Jing, I would never partake in such oily fare." Hai Xingping's voice chimed in, ill-timed. "If one were to consume this, and then..." Mid-sentence, Yu Jing silenced Hai Xingping with her hand. Chapter 14. An autumn scene depicted in Wu silk strings. Wu silk and Sichuan Polonia resonate in the high autumn air, as clouds congeal in the desolate mountains. Listless and still. In truth, not only Li Ping's harp but also this guqin is crafted from Wu silk and Sichuan Polonia. Sheng Anning, Sher Xian, and Hebo conversed freely, trailing behind the queue, observing the furnishings within the establishment. At the center of the table rested a 7-string guqin. The building was new, as was the instrument, its construction merely a restoration of the old style, yet it possessed a lingering, ancient charm amidst the hazy drizzle. "Silk strings for playing the qin?" "You jest," Hai Shiping interjected from the side. "What are we even waiting for?" Yu Jing glared at Hai Shiping, who shrank his neck and promptly fell silent. "Our Suzhou silk threads are renowned for their embroidery. This afternoon, your school has arranged for you to experience the art of Suzhou embroidery." The students meandered aimlessly, and before long, the guide from Class 5 found himself amidst the throng. With other guides leading the way, the students were assured of not losing their bearings. Nowadays, machine embroidery is swift, precise, and virtually infallible. Hai Xingping spoke up once more. Even with hand embroidery, one can utilize individual templates. However, a slight error would lead to wastage. The craftsmanship of Su embroidery masters is honed over many years, and mistakes are seldom made. Even when using threads as fine as a cow's hair, precision is maintained. Have you heard that some Su embroidery artisans can divide a single thread into 64 strands, creating works with distinct layers and a three-dimensional quality? What purpose does that serve, if not mere decoration? Moreover, as technology advances, machines are increasingly capable of taking over this craft. The guide, feeling somewhat helpless, attempted to explain, but Hebo interjected, "You needn't bother. No matter what you say, he will argue back and won't listen." "Who is arguing?" came the retort. "I'm not arguing. I am presenting reason." "Enough." Yu Jing sighed after her rebuke. The guide chuckled and ceased to speak. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Anning engaged the guide in conversation, acquiring a wealth of additional knowledge. Shixing diligently took notes beside them. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived, and the students, clutching their unfinished Su embroidery projects, made their way towards the next stop, the old site of the Kunku Opera Research Institute. Sheng Anning was attempting to toss a lengthy piece of chiffon fabric into her bag when, unexpectedly, the plastic embroidered support rolled onto the floor. In a flurry of activity, Sheng Anning was quite overwhelmed, while he Bo stood nearby, jesting with laughter that nearly caused him to double over. Anning, surely you jest? You seem to be perpetually forgetful. Misplacing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds, as if the contents of your pocket have migrated to your bag. Kong Chunjun also chimed in with playful banter. Honestly, the more anxious you become, the more time you squander. Can't you take a moment to organize properly, placing one item at a time? Seeing Sheng Anning's predicament, Shirsun couldn't help but chuckle rather unkindly. After a brief pause filled with stopping and starting, it was Kong Chunjun who proposed a clever solution. Why not hand me that plastic piece first? You can tidy everything else up, and I'll return it to you later. Its weight should keep it from rolling out, effectively anchoring the fabric and threads beneath it. Ah, fine, that's quite the bother. Just as Sheng Anning was managing the chaos with the assistance of her friends, Yu Jing was busy guiding a blind individual. You navigate yourself, you can sew later. It's not that I'm indifferent. I've already sewn halfway and would rather not waste this thread. But don't you dislike it? Why continue sewing? You could have left it there just now. Despite Yu Jing's disdain, Hai Shiping remained obstinate. Look, I've already sewn half of this flower. It would be a shame to discard it. Hai Xingping diligently stitched the flower in his hands, the first one appearing somewhat crooked, while the second was clearly taking a more definite shape. Chapter 15. The illuminating reflection of Shikumen in Beijing. You have Tiananmen. In Shanghai, we boast of Shikumen. The tour guide, standing at the forefront of the group, animatedly recounted. If Tiananmen is the emblem of the founding of New China, then Shikumen symbolizes the establishment of the party. Not wanting to reveal his ignorance, Sheng Ping from Zhujiang hesitated to speak. The journey from Suzhou to Shanghai took merely half an hour, and the students were brimming with energy, eagerly engaging with their surroundings. Shikumen represents a novel architectural style that marries Eastern and Western influences. It showcases distinctive features of traditional Shanghai residences while incorporating the simplicity of Western sculptural design. Absent are the elaborate beams and painted columns, as well as the beautifully symbolic window grills found in the gardens of Suzhou that we previously visited. Thus, the seasoned tour guide seamlessly wove together each piece of commentary, connecting various disciplines. Observe the courtyard and surrounding walls, the guide continued. These are characteristic features of the Shikumen style, allowing for ventilation and sunlight to permeate the courtyard, enhancing illumination, a commonality found in regions with courtyards. Unlike the walls of Beijing's Sihiyuan, which primarily serve to shield against wind and retain warmth, the walls of Shikumen also embody social significance. Can anyone guess the reason behind this? Upon hearing the question, the students paused momentarily, drawn from their myriad distractions, their attention fixed on the guide. The group that answers correctly will be rewarded with 200 yuan. The initially vacant gaze suddenly brightened. Fixating intently on the tour guide as if attempting to extract answers from the guide's expression, not even a blink betraying the intensity of focus. Sheng Anning recalled the historical context of the Shikumen architecture observed along the way, which seemed to have originated during the Taiping Rebellion. The Taiping Rebellion was a patriotic peasant uprising aimed at national rejuvenation and the prosperity of the state. The more Sheng Anning pondered, the further her thoughts wandered, intertwining the knowledge from textbooks without yielding any clarity. Consider the history of social development in Shanghai, the guide suggested, mentioning the Taiping Rebellion and the French Concession era. The guide began to release smoke screens, confounding the students' thoughts. Like the Great Wall, does it serve a protective function against foreign invasion? Hua Qian ventured to guess. Not quite. This relates more to military matters. Why not contemplate the issues of social livelihood? The guide gently urged, yet the group remained silent, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence with no answers forthcoming, the guide continued to offer hints, hoping to elicit a response from the students. What do you think Shanghai represents now? Beijing is a cultural hub, an international exchange center. Shanghai is an economic center. I remember that distinctly. I initially mistook it for Beijing, Kong Chunjun chuckled, revealing his own oversight. No sooner had Kong Chunjun spoken than he both suddenly interjected, exclaiming whether the noise was bothersome. The guide paused, and amidst the astonishment of the classmates, nodded with a smile, congratulating the student. At that time, Shanghai was a bustling metropolis, teeming with people and thriving commerce. Thus, in the heart of the city, Seeking a serene corner naturally required imposing high walls. However, such towering barriers could not contain the revolutionary and innovative ideas, which ultimately gave rise to the new China we know today. Chapter 16. The gentle waves of Nanhu inspire poetry with a balance of clear skies and shimmering waves. We drifted leisurely towards a small island in the heart of the lake, where we beheld willows casting their shade by the banks of the Lue Pool. And the majestic red boat stood outside the misty rain pavilion. Beside the red boat, a sign bore the gilded characters stating Memorial Ship of the First National Congress of the Communist Party of China. Earlier that morning, a student from our group had mentioned the pleasure boats of Nanhu, Jiaxing, Zhujiang, indicating a familiarity with the historical content. Today, we also discussed the reasons for the relocation of the meeting. So, does that student have the courage to share with us the story that unfolded aboard this red boat? The tour guide turned his gaze towards Hai Shiping, whose eyes darted away, attempting to hide behind Yu Jing. However, Yu Jing did not grant him such leniency. With a slight smile in her eyes, she stepped forward decisively, remaining silent. It appeared that our classmate felt somewhat embarrassed. Are there any other students who have heard of this and would like to share? As the tour guide spoke, laughter erupted within the group, with the most exuberant laughter coming from Wang Jinyu, who appeared to be completely unfazed. Hai Shiping opened his mouth but did not dare to express his irritation. Instead, Yu Jing came to the rescue, saying, "If you know, then speak. If not, just listen. Are you aware? Wang Jinyu's affliction returns whenever he refrains from stirring up trouble. And as you know, I wish to find amusement. The teacher addressed this in class, so of course I am aware." Yu Jing spoke calmly, embodying a typical persona that is fierce yet sparing in words. Upon concluding the tale, the tour guide nodded affirmatively and proceeded to introduce the red boat before us. I wonder if the students have heard of it. This red vessel is, in fact, a replica meticulously reconstructed after the founding of the nation, based on the recollections of those who participated in the original meeting. It is this very boat that has witnessed the unwavering original aspiration of the Communist Party of China since the early 1920s. The red boat reflects our original intent, its surface shimmering like ripples, as our illustrious party embarked here, steering towards a luminous future. Next, let us meander about the island at the lake's heart and ascend the misty rain tower to appreciate the scenic beauty of the South Lake. The guide led the group forward. The weather was splendid, the sky clear, and sunlight danced upon the lake's surface. From the heights of the misty rain tower, one could gaze far and wide, a breathtaking view. At the tower, Sheng Anning leaned against the railing, and as a devoted liberal arts student, he suddenly grasped the essence of ancient scholars expressing their sentiments from lofty heights. After a series of clattering sounds, he finally retrieved paper and pen, opened his phone to search for the lyrical form of youthful wanderings, and commenced composing verses, knowing the guide would linger for half an hour, ample time to spare. "What are you up to now?" Hebo leaned in nearby. "Are you going to draw?" "Shoo." Sure, Xian gestured for Hebo to be quiet, though it was evidently ineffective. "No, asking her to draw this is." Hebo finally fell silent under Sheng Anning's disdainful gaze. After a mere half-minute, Sheng Anning handed the paper in her hand to Hebo, saying, "I don't know why I can't look at my own drawing. You, sir, have been restless over there." Hebo took the paper she offered and saw inscribed upon it, "Young Travels. The rhododendron dies, the rhododendron stains the mountains crimson in the misty rain. The small pavilion looms. Gentle waves on the southern lake, resounding stones in the storied past, a once familiar place now blooms anew. A beauty, once vibrant, now fades. Her countless deeds for the people remain. With a wan visage and silver hair, the youthful spirit, unchanged, still braves." The tour guide's voice broke through, and just as Hebo was about to speak, he was interrupted, hastily slipping the paper into Sheng Anning's bag as the three of them hurried to catch up with the group. They boarded the ferry, the gentle ripples dancing beneath them, as the sunset cast a rosy glow, setting sail on a journey of 1,000 miles. After days of travel, the landscape shifted, time flowed like water. Yet the essence of youth returned, and the vigor of youth was still palpable. Chapter 17. Embarking on a cultural quest in the blink of an eye, summer vacation arrived. And the first year of high school passed amidst trivialities and adjustments. At this moment, the playground is adorned with vibrant greenery, reflecting the cheerful faces. Among the 18 students, nearly half hailed from Class 5, accompanied by the videography teacher and the English teacher, who led them to the summer campsite. They traveled by bus from the school, journeying to the distant Wangfu School in Choping District, in the vicinity of the Third Ring Road of Beijing. Property prices have surged nearly 15-fold over the past 2 decades since the early 21st century. Moreover, in earlier years, the population of Beijing was less than a tenth of what it is now, and the school grounds are mostly not expansive. Before them stood a rather magnificent edifice, prompting a group of students to blink in astonishment. Their camera-wielding instructor was the first to speak, laughter ringing out. "Haha, this is certainly larger than our school." Yet, despite its modest size, their school exuded warmth, allowing everyone to meet daily, which was rather delightful. Indeed, if our school were to expand, it would hardly suffice to contain your exuberance. The English teacher chuckled as well, observing the lively group of students. "You young ones are brimming with energy. Now, let us proceed inside. You shall tire yourselves out over these next few days, and come evening, I shall check on you. Do ensure you retire early, or your health may suffer." The students, a bustling mass, squeezed into the dormitory building. The arrangement of floors was rather peculiar, with the boys on the first level and the girls on the second. "Hua Qian, shall I assist you with your luggage?" Shang Anning and Shi Xian had already transported their belongings up the stairs, when suddenly, Shang Anning bounced back down. As they conversed, Hai Shiping attempted to showcase his strength, busily assisting female classmates with their suitcases. However, in his eagerness, he nearly tripped himself. Yu Jing cast a resigned glance at Hai Shiping, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain for his showboating. "You might as well take it," she said, as she swiftly grabbed the luggage and bounded up the stairs. "Come up, I'll help you carry it." It was only when Xia Tianyu spoke that they realized he had been observing all along and was currently halfway up the stairs with Hua Qian's belongings. "Ah well, thank you. For what, you may ask? You girls are truly impressive, effortlessly lifting such heavy suitcases with ease. While they manage it, I find myself unable to do the same. But fear not, for we have the boys to assist. Look at them, helping the girls from other classes with their belongings. It is indeed our duty." After a considerable effort, the group of students finally settled their things, only to be met with a barrage of meetings. Beyond promoting Chinese culture, showcasing our nation to the world, expanding our international perspective, and understanding cultural differences, there is one more aspiration I hope you can achieve during these 10 days: happiness. You need not mold yourselves to fit the expectations of your hosts. This is a cultural exchange, where you represent Chinese students, and specifically those from Beijing, showcasing your country, your city, and your pride. Therefore, I hope that by the end of these 10 days, you will have forged friendships that are uniquely yours and found your own joy. Although our summer camp revolves around the 3 core themes of perspective, understanding, and happiness, I encourage you to embrace joy to the fullest while respecting the cultural differences that exist between nations. A gentle breeze caressed the air outside the conference room, dispelling the oppressive heat of mid-July. In the forthcoming 10 days, youthful exuberance was destined to flourish, promising joy. Chapter 18. A fortuitous meeting foretelling a lengthy tomorrow. The day passed swiftly amidst a flurry of activities, and the following morning dawned with a somewhat somber hue. The clouds on the horizon appeared to be gathering for a refreshing rain, likely from the mountainous regions. Students from various nations gradually arrived at the camp, creating a vibrant tapestry of languages within the confined space. Assigned to host different countries, peers found an abundance of topics to discuss, and a simple subject would spark lively conversations. "Hi, welcome to China. Have you noticed the China days in our guidebook?" Shang Anning eagerly engaged a girl from the group of Pakistani friends assigned to her school. "Our school has prepared 2 lessons for that occasion, one focusing on traditional Chinese culture, and the other on robotic technologies." Shang Anning enthusiastically promoted her school's distinctive courses arranged for China Days, encouraging several Pakistani students to participate. "Wow, that's quite remarkable. Regrettably, I had not found the opportunity to peruse it earlier. I intended to read it in my dormitory. I shall contemplate it, as it appears exceedingly intriguing. I have always harbored a desire to learn more about your culture." Shang Anning was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow and blinking repeatedly. Casting a bewildered glance towards Hua Qian, her eyes brimming with confusion. Hua Qian, feeling helpless, shook her head, indicating that she too had not comprehended clearly. "Perhaps you could inquire if she might repeat herself?" In truth, the speaker had not been particularly fast. It was merely a matter of differing accents, akin to the dialect spoken at either end of a village, making comprehension rather challenging. "Could you please say it again?" "My friend and I have not." Shang Anning's sentence remained unfinished as the individual opposite grew somewhat impatient. "What? You cannot understand me?" The words were laced with a mixture of mockery, confusion, reproach, and disdain. Shang Anning and Hua Qian stood there, enveloped in an air of awkwardness. It's quite understandable to find certain accents challenging to decipher, given the unique phonetics of each nation. Observing the unfolding situation, Sher Xian promptly intervened, gently guiding Shang Anning, urging her to remain composed. Sher Xian suggested enlisting Hua Qian's assistance in communicating, expressing concern that his own articulation might be unclear and potentially exacerbate the situation. He also worried that Anning's anxiety might lead to an unintentionally harsh tone, possibly escalating into a conflict. Shang Anning voiced her bewilderment at the assumption of their inadequate English proficiency, rhetorically questioning whether individuals with subpar language skills would be entrusted with organizing international events of such magnitude. Sher Xian conceded that the presumption was not entirely unfounded, noting that many Chinese citizens traveling abroad primarily engage in shopping, and that, apart from institutions like the Confucius Institute, there is comparatively limited cultural promotion directed outward. Shang Anning, however, brushed aside the matter, expressing her determination to showcase the authentic essence of China and Beijing during the remaining days of the event. Witnessing Shang Anning's regained composure, Sher Xian playfully patted her shoulder, remarking that she was once again the Anning he knew. Following a series of exchanges, the other party finally grasped the misunderstanding and offered profuse apologies, assuring their participation in the courses prepared by Shang Anning's school. Shang Anning, not one to harbor grudges, promptly let go of the incident, especially considering it was a mere misunderstanding. She enthusiastically proceeded to elaborate on the specific details of the various activities. An exclamation of wow, Kung Fu, followed, with an expression of a long-held desire to learn the martial art, deeming it exceptionally captivating. I shall inform my friend of this, for I believe they shall partake as well. The two parties engaged in a courteous conversation for quite some time, as Shang Anning and the others gradually steered the topic towards the attractions they would be visiting in the coming days. The other party was incessantly expressing their astonishment. Evidently, their understanding of Chinese culture is rather limited. However, through the ongoing discourse, it became apparent that they possess a burgeoning curiosity about it. As the days unfold, it is essential to impart to them the profound cultural heritage of our beloved Beijing, allowing them to witness the richness of Chinese culture and its development. After an extended discussion, Shang Anning felt invigorated, eager for them to see what the ordinary students of China comprehend. Chapter 19. The Complexity of Literature, Martial Arts, and Wisdom. Xia Tianyu, is your connection established? Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu were diligently engaged in stabilizing the robot's adjustments and transferring the prepared PowerPoint presentation onto the classroom computer. Could you assist me in figuring out how to operate this computer? It is quite different from what we have at our school. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately. Xia Tianyu responded affirmatively. I will tidy up the cables here. Please see if someone from Class 6 can assist with this matter. What of Bo? Xia Tianyu inquired casually without lifting his gaze. After hauling the equipment over, he went to play basketball, claiming he would distribute some flyers in the process. Let me handle this for now. I will go find Shang Anning and see if they can assist, Hua Qian remarked as she stepped outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, she suddenly recalled that Shang Anning and the others were at Confucius Square, without a fixed location. Following the path etched in her memory, Hua Qian made her way to Confucius Square. As evening approached, the rain had yet to fall, yet the air grew increasingly oppressive. Stepping out from the air-conditioned room, Hua Qian felt as though she had entered a steamer. After just a few paces, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Anning. Spotting Shang Anning in the distance, Hua Qian called out, and with some effort, she hurried to join her. Upon reaching her side, she noticed that Shang Anning was intently studying a promotional sign across the way. Not wishing to interrupt, Hua Qian remained silent until, 5 seconds later, Kong Chunjun, unable to bear the tension, gently tapped Shang Anning on the shoulder. Startled, Shang Anning turned and exclaimed, "Ah, Hua Qian, you're here. Look at this. We seem to have a rival from our school. I wonder if the opposing team is formidable. If they are, good grief, by the way. Did you come to see me for a specific reason?" Realizing the purpose of her visit, Shang Anning continued, "You came all this way. First, have some water. And then you can tell me what's on your mind. It's nothing urgent, really. I was just wondering if you could help with the PPT on the computer. I noticed you were outside. Should I ask someone else instead? Once I finish looking over this promotional sign, I'll head upstairs to assist you." Shang Anning sighed and remarked, "Well, let's head upstairs together. At least the esteemed guest will witness the essence of Chinese martial arts. Ideally, it would be even better if we had prominent figures among us, but alas, we are mere amateurs. How embarrassing it would be." After much preparation, Shang Anning gathered Shishing and the others to practice their movements. They were set to perform the accessible martial arts routine, the Chinese fan, which is relatively easy to learn. However, the four, accustomed to different forms, had to learn this on the spot, diligently rehearsing to avoid any blunders. In the sweltering heat, sweat poured down their necks. Yet they persevered, repeatedly familiarizing themselves with the movements and explaining them in English. As Shang Anning put it, we may be lacking, and if we falter during performances, so be it. However, we now represent the youth of our nation, the youth of Beijing, and we cannot bring shame to our homeland or our hometown. Chapter 20. A display of vast landscapes. After 2 days of intense preparation, both the people and the weather were ready. A sudden light rain grazed the summer city of Beijing, saturating the path between the bus and the new Tsinghua Academy. A group of domestic and international students hurried along. Their expressions a blend of anxiety and urgency, splashing through the puddles that formed in the low-lying areas, drenching their pant legs. Accompanying teachers and student translators organized the students on the bus, ensuring they had raincoats and umbrellas, as they methodically made their way to the venue. Hurry, hurry. Be careful not to get soaked. Let us get inside quickly. The English teacher beckoned, urging us to hasten inside to avoid the misfortune of catching a cold later. Should any of you find your clothes dampened, I have 2 dry ones prepared, so do remember to come and ask me for them. The videographer, undeterred by the light drizzle that dampened his phone, diligently captured moments for the students. Ah, teacher, don't take unflattering photos, joked Kong Chunjun. The videographer responded swiftly, too late. They've already been sent to the group. Ah, teacher, Kong Chunjun paused, momentarily bewildered. Realizing that the videographer had been busy taking pictures and had no time to share them with the parents' group. Upon entering the venue, we found ourselves before the official start of the opening ceremony. A promotional video with English subtitles played on the large screen, flanked by flags from various nations. From high-speed trains to the Yangtze River Bridge, from breathtaking natural landscapes to cutting-edge technology, the video showcased the pinnacle of Chinese achievements. A number of foreign students, with curiosity evident in their expressions, attentively observed the footage. Although the event had yet to commence, the atmosphere was somewhat noisy, as the languages of dozens of countries intertwined. Shang Anning and the others were at a loss regarding the discussions taking place around them. However, judging by the expressions of most students, it was apparent they were captivated by China's culture and development, likely engaging in conversations about the differences compared to their own countries. To be honest, despite our daily encounters with these sentiments in books, videos, and films, Shang Anning softly spoke up, expressing that every time she witnesses such moments, she feels as though tears are imminent. It's just that feeling, she added. I feel the same way, Hua Qian nodded in agreement. This emotion is often difficult to articulate. Yet even after numerous viewings, it continues to resonate deeply. You two are simply too sentimental. I find this quite normal, Yibo interjected, only to be met with the piercing gazes of the 3 girls nearby. Hai Xingping, evidently oblivious to the current atmosphere, chimed in, exactly. I think so too. Such experiences are not absent in foreign cultures. It was only when all 4 individuals directed their glares at Hai Xingping that he realized the awkwardness of the situation. Yibo quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. I was merely pointing out that our country is evolving rapidly. Innovations and new infrastructure emerge almost daily. So, isn't this quite normal? Our motherland is flourishing, and tomorrow will undoubtedly be even better. The group nodded in agreement, signifying their approval. The 2018 International Student BJ Summer Camp opening ceremony is now commencing. The ceremony of the 2018 International Student Summer Camp in Beijing is now underway. Chapter 21. The Spring Breeze and the Rain, Prosperity for All. Upon hearing the host's words, Shang Anning could not help but exclaim, the Master of National Arts is indeed remarkable. Their martial arts prowess is exceptional, but how is it that their acrobatics are equally impressive? The intricate movements were executed with grace and precision, resembling a blue butterfly dancing in the air, akin to tranquil waters that exude a fragrant aura, narrating the dreams of a fantastical China. The acrobats were truly masters, showcasing both strength and flexibility, while effortlessly finding the balance of physics. They were nothing short of omnipotent. Every individual in the audience raised their phones to capture the moment, and Shang Anning was no exception, diligently filming while not neglecting her responsibilities. A captivating performance unfolded, with melodies flowing like a gentle breeze, as ethereal dancers appeared amidst the lotus blossoms, standing gracefully. The spectators' gaze transitioned from a dreamlike reverie to the enchanting realm of classical Chinese dance, characterized by its tender yet audacious spirit. The movements were lively and elegant, displaying a unique order, as the arrangement echoed elements of traditional Chinese paintings. The spring breeze caressed softly, rippling like the delicate edges of young lotus leaves, creating waves that ebbed and flowed. As the performance concluded, applause erupted. Chinese martial arts have a rich and profound heritage, with Tai Chi being one of the intangible cultural heritages embodying the harmony of strength and softness. Next, we invite you to witness a martial arts performance presented by the Shanghai Martial Arts School. After the English host provided a translation, the invigorating and resounding background music began to play. The dragon leaps, and the flowing clouds drift by. At times, it seems as though a whirlwind dances amidst the clouds, while at other moments, it resembles a soaring serpent transforming into a dragon, a harmonious blend of softness and strength. The cloud hands glide gently, and after executing a soaring kick, one lands gracefully. Xin, do you not find that the aerial kick in Tai Chi is, in fact, more challenging than that in long fist? Sheng Anning softly remarked, patting Shi Xian's shoulder. Each time I witness the Tai Chi masters perform their aerial kicks or the lotus stance, I feel utterly inadequate. I concur, another chimed in. In long fist, or even in our Peking opera, we can harness that energy, but Tai Chi relies on that final moment of explosive power. If I were to attempt it, I would truly fail. Hearing this, Kong Chunjun expressed his discontent. You too should refrain from such talk. I can barely manage a proper aerial kick myself. If you consider yourselves inadequate, then what hope is there for me? Zai Yan you, did you notice? A group of masters here comparing their shortcomings. They all laughed. And the videographer chimed in, Anning and Kong Chunjun, you both are doing quite well. Considering how long we've trained compared to them, your progress is commendable. Indeed, another added. We were just saying that once the children are a bit older, we would love for them to join you in martial arts training, not for anything else, but simply to strengthen their bodies. The English teacher joined the conversation as well. All right, let us discuss this further after the opening ceremony on our way. As everyone turned their attention back to the performance on stage, they soon heard Hai Shiping muttering to himself, what use is it? It's all just for show. Why not engage in something that truly strengthens the body? What is the significance of studying this? Eugene cast a sidelong glance at Hai Shiping, remarking that no one is forcing him to learn. If he chooses not to, he should remain silent and not disturb others who wish to enjoy the performance. It's rather pointless. What am I supposed to watch? He retorted. Foreigners are able to appreciate the allure of our nation's culture. If you do not feel the same, perhaps you should reflect on your own issues. In an effort to retain the only person willing to engage with him, Hai Shiping fell silent. If you do not respect your own culture, how can you expect foreigners to regard it differently? Why should they? I merely acknowledge our shortcomings objectively. There are many areas where they fall short as well, so on what grounds do they look down upon us? The crowd detests Hai Shiping, yet they do not entirely disregard him, precisely because of his consistent stance when it comes to external matters. While he may often express disdain and a penchant for foreign cultures, he absolutely will not permit others to belittle his own country. Thus, despite his shortcomings, he has not reached a point of no return. Yu Jing grew weary of engaging with Hai Shiping, allowing him to mutter a few more phrases before he finally quieted down. The performance on stage concluded, and representatives from various countries gathered for a photograph. Hua Qian stood in the center, adorned in a graceful qipao, holding the Chinese flag with a smile that radiated poise and charm. Chapter 22. The red star of the bird's nest soars together. The rain continued unabated, the sky shrouded in clouds, while the sun endeavored to pierce through the thick blanket of gray. As the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the iron ladder ascending to the bird's nest, thousands of students and their accompanying teachers created a unique melody, harmonizing with the gentle patter of raindrops, shattering the stillness while establishing a new equilibrium. Oh goodness! It's freezing! Hebo exclaimed, tightening his raincoat around him. Just a couple of days ago, it felt like a steamer. How could it be so cold today? Serves you right. You should have worn proper clothing. Mocked Sheng Anning and Kong Chunjun in succession, while Hai Shiping could not suppress his amusement from the sidelines. Who didn't dress appropriately? Hebo retorted, it was sweltering just days ago, and I thought shorts would suffice. Clearly displeased with his friend's criticism, he continued, besides, we were all given the same uniforms. I didn't anticipate that you would all wear skin-tight apparel and hoodies. He rolled his eyes in exasperation, implying, am I to blame for this? Who could have predicted the weather forecast would be accurate today? After a few steps, Sheng Anning let out a sneeze, exhaling softly. Who knows why it suddenly turned so cold? Upon reaching the stands of the bird's nest, students from various countries chattered excitedly. many of them pulling out their phones to check their notifications. "Hey, teacher, why did you post in the group?" "Oh no, my mom will see." Shang Anning panicked upon realizing that a photo of him looking at his phone had been captured by the teacher and included among the many photos sent to the summer camp parents group. Upon witnessing the commotion, Hua Qian became flustered. "Indeed, teacher, please remove that picture. It seems we are all preoccupied with our phones." "Not me. Neither do I." Kong Chenjun and Xia Tianyu, reveling in the chaos, chimed in. "Teacher, perhaps you could delete the others and retain just that one." Shang Anning subtly gestured to Hebo, indicating that even he had been captured in the frame. "It's of no consequence to me. My father hardly pays attention to this. Deleting it would be futile. Your parents have likely already viewed it." The camera operator remained unyielding. The English teacher joined in the jest. "No worries, even if it's deleted. I can always speak to Teacher Fong," claiming that Hua Qian was disobedient and secretly using her phone. "All right, when the time comes, if you cannot clarify, we shall testify for you in the group. For now, cease your distractions. It's time to attend to serious matters." This tumultuous chatter persisted for a brief moment until the flag-raising squad, bearing the national flag, appeared at the side of the track. As the national anthem resonated, even the foreign students stood in solemnity. Even those like Hai Xingping understood the importance of hastily removing their caps and gazing at the flag as it ascended gracefully. Once the anthem concluded, the flag reached the pinnacle of the flagpole, fluttering majestically above the bird's nest. The eager students were then ushered onto the track, and with the crack of the starting pistol, they surged forward in a fervent race. Ultimately, they succeeded in securing a commendable position, even assisting someone along the way, which was rather satisfactory. Chapter 23. Seeking roots at the Shaolin Red Theater in our youth palace, we once organized an event. Upon spotting the mention of a kung fu performance in the brochure, Shang Anning made a keen guess. As the bus approached its destination, the tour guide naturally began the introduction, and indeed, it was as expected. When discussing martial arts in Beijing, one cannot overlook the prestigious sports universities like Beijing Sport University, nor the youth palaces, or even the various parks bustling with amateur practitioners. However, merely mentioning the Shanghai Sports School is enough to evoke recognition both domestically and internationally. It is no wonder that it was showcased as a focal point during the opening ceremony. When it comes to Beijing's renowned kung fu performances, they undoubtedly take place in this very Red Theater. The dazzling display of blades and the fluidity of movement may elude foreign audiences in terms of understanding the narratives presented, and they might ponder how Buddhism, which originated from India, could intertwine with the ancient martial arts of China to give rise to the legendary Shaolin. Yet, there is no denying that they are captivated by the sheer prowess exhibited. "Wow, cool." The foreign students and accompanying teachers could only utter exclamations, devoid of any ornate language, which instead highlighted the profound impact of the performance. The integration of lighting and stagecraft was indeed commendable. The practice of Xingyi, a form of martial arts, has become increasingly rare among the masters. Shang Anning offered continuous commentary, her words flowing freely, as the tour guide found himself beside her, eager to absorb her insights. "To be honest, I believe the so-called Qigong is quite unnecessary." Shang Anning suddenly wore a look of disdain, remarking that a quick online search reveals the performance's Qigong steel plates shatter upon impact. "Isn't this undermining the solid foundation established earlier?" A colleague of mine expressed a desire to enroll his daughter in Taekwondo, but upon reflection, it seems that martial arts is indeed quite commendable. Noticing that Shang Anning and her companions possessed considerable knowledge in this area, the tour guide inquired, "Which one do you think is better to learn?" "Personally, I recommended that he study our own Chinese martial arts." Yu Jing nodded in agreement, and I further suggested martial arts, especially since it will now be included in the high school entrance examination. "Are you not going to join them in their interaction?" the tour guide asked, observing that Shang Anning and her companions remained still. "If we go up there and it doesn't go well, it might disrupt the performance. It could be seen as us competing for their opportunity." Shang Anning chuckled, adding, "If something goes awry, it would be rather awkward for us. Besides, there isn't enough space. Why should we interfere?" As she glanced around, she noticed that another group at the China Day event, which was preparing a Tai Chi session, also had no one stepping onto the stage. "You see, they aren't going up either. This is the palm, and this is the fist. As you can observe, this is known as the palm and fist salute." The young performers from the Shaolin Temple demonstrated related martial arts movements, while the host took on the role of translator. A group of international students diligently followed their instructors in a display of martial arts, attempting various basic stances and techniques, from the fundamental leg movements to the intricate footwork. One cannot help but admire the performers on stage, who stood resolute and composed, while the participants below appeared more chaotic and disheveled. Many struggled to maintain balance while executing kicks or transitioning into stances, resulting in a comical scene of wobbling and stumbling. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage. Our group, having only practiced sporadically over the past few months, certainly felt the weight of this truth, especially when compared to the seasoned masters around us. Upon hearing Shang Anning's remarks, Kang Chuanjuan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Pondering the inevitable comments from foreign friends after witnessing their performance. See, we told you, Chinese people are all skilled in martial arts. Chapter 24. The Great Wall's resounding call to the heavens. The morning's rigorous training left the students thoroughly exhausted, particularly those who had participated on stage. With many foreign students lamenting about their aching backs and legs, yet exclaiming, "Chinese Kung Fu is so cool." The itinerary arranged by the organizers was tightly packed. After spending the morning in the city, the group headed to the Great Wall in the afternoon. As one of our founding leaders once poetically stated, "He who has not been to the Great Wall is not a true hero." The students were granted some time for independent exploration of this iconic landmark, albeit limited due to traffic delays. The accompanying student translator relayed the tour guide's words into Urdu, the language spoken by our Pakistani companions, eliciting yet another round of astonished reactions. In light of recent experiences, it has become customary for us to observe with amusement what may seem ordinary to us, yet evokes astonishment in our foreign friends. Indeed, the Great Wall, regardless of how many times one visits, continues to reveal its unique beauty. With our time idly spent, why not engage in a friendly competition to see who can ascend first? Shang Anning proposed a little contest, starting from this platform, and we would climb upward, regardless of the destination. The one among us who climbs the slowest shall bear the responsibility of carrying the belongings on China Day. Hebo readily accepted, saying, "All right. I'm not part of your group. Just because you're not part of our group, do you think you can escape? You must finish your task before leaving." "I'm exhausted. I can hardly catch my breath after these past few days," Kang Chunjun declared, resolutely sitting down on a nearby section of the wall. "If you wish to go, then by all means, I shall remain here. Besides, it won't take long." "Are you planning to ascend only to descend shortly after?" "Furthermore, it is said that he who has not reached the Great Wall is not a true hero. We are already here. So let us rest, heroes." "Oh dear, surely you jest? We are all fine, so why?" "Never mind. We shall enjoy ourselves without you," Anning remarked. "You may ascend, but please be mindful of the time," Huaqian cautioned. "It is easy to climb up, but descending can be perilous. Allocate ample time to avoid a hasty return that could lead to injury. Let us proceed in this manner. Huqian, Kang Chunjun, and I will await you on the platform. And as the time approaches, we shall give you a call." After Xia Tianyu spoke, he turned to Huqian, asking for her thoughts. Huqian nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let it be so. I also possess a Ning's contact." Not long after Shang Anning and his party ascended, Kang Chunjun hurriedly caught up from behind. "Did you not declare that you would refrain from climbing any further? What compels your return?" he inquired. "Indeed," Hebo chimed in, adding to the jest. Kang Chunjun, however, remained unfazed. "You all run swiftly, leaving me behind. I am merely disinclined to move, not incapable of doing so." The group continued their upward journey when they heard Hai Shengping lamenting from above. "What is the allure of climbing the Great Wall? How does it differ from a conventional mountain path? It is merely constructed along the ridge, while, if you do not wish to ascend, then refrain from voicing your complaints." After a few more steps, the group paused to gaze upon the undulating mountains in the distant Great Wall. Each beacon tower, having endured the passage of millennia, stood silently, voicing the tales of time and history without uttering a word. The peaks stretched endlessly, silver serpents coiling with the mountains, painting a picture of antiquity and serenity amidst the distant winds and the lushness of the nearby hills. Standing still, Shang Anning recalled the historical accounts of the Great Wall's significance. It served as a military barrier between the north and south, as well as a crucial juncture for trade. Once bustling with activity, it had witnessed the flight of arrows and the roar of gunfire, and had borne witness to the valor of our nation. "Hello, China. Greetings, China. China, we salute you." Chapter 25. Wandering along the Central Axis, Part 1. Come, let us all stand together for a commemorative photograph. Beneath the monument to the heroes of the anti-Japanese war, in Tiananmen Square, students from various nations gathered joyfully, capturing the essence of China within the confines of their cameras. From this side of Tiananmen Square, if one proceeds northward, passing through the Tiananmen Gate, the faint outline of the Meridian Gate of the Forbidden City comes into view. Oh, help. I should have brought water with me, sighed Sheng Anning. During my primary school visit and again in my first year of high school, each trip to the Forbidden City left me feeling utterly exhausted from the heat. Indeed, last time we sat in the shade and still ran out of several bottles of water, Kong Chunjun chimed in, standing in agreement with Sheng Anning. Not to worry. He continued, we can stroll along the central axis. The corridors provide a gentle breeze, so it won't be excessively hot. As they entered through the Meridian Gate, the shallow grass and moss between the cracks of the stone tiles, the blurred carvings on the golden water bridge, and the sundial marking the passage of time all unfolded before them. The mottled red walls and the uneven yellow glazed tiles contrasted beautifully against the azure sky, where a few wispy clouds drifted leisurely. The clash of colors imprinted itself upon their eyes in an instant. The sounds of cameras clicking resonated around them as the photography instructor sought various angles, pulling a dizzy Sheng Anning and her companions into the frame for a keepsake. Sunlight gleamed upon the yellow glazed tiles, casting rippling golden reflections. Though the Forbidden City is steeped in history, the beauty of its architecture remains eternally captivating. The clearly visible dugong brackets and the imposing beams and columns, which several individuals may struggle to embrace, though somewhat dimmed, still allow one to discern the former splendor of the intricately carved pillars and beams. Sheng Anning, feeling the heat, cannot resist pausing to admire the beauty of ancient Chinese architecture. The vastness of the Forbidden City cannot be comprehensively appreciated within just a couple of visits. Moreover, as the mountains change with the seasons, every aspect of the Forbidden City showcases a different hue each day. Once outside the gate, we must hurry. Sheng Anning peeks out from the shadow, gazing at the surrounding structures, and touches her hair, thinking it might be hot enough to fry an egg. Kong Chunjun responds affirmatively and begins the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. They dash from the west gate of the Hall of Central Harmony towards the west gate of the Hall of Preserving Harmony. The group finally stops to catch their breath. Panting heavily as they search for the breeziest and coolest spot, drenched in sweat, they face the wind, unperturbed by the thought of catching a cold. Aren't you afraid of getting sick later? The camera instructor inquires. When the mind is at peace, one feels cool. It's all about focusing on the heat, he adds. Despite his words, beads of sweat still trickle down from his temples. Teacher, can we move a bit faster? Sheng Anning lifts her head with an expression of despair, persistently finding the Forbidden City beautiful, yet each visit in the sweltering heat is unbearable. Just as her complaint escapes her lips, He Bo retorts, well, who told you not to come in winter? Our school takes us here in spring, and on Children's Day, it's free. Now, we are in summer. Sheng Anning sighs with resignation. I too wish to visit in winter. I am quite daunted by the Forbidden City. The guide leisurely approached from behind, while a group of foreign students insisted on visiting the treasure gallery. As we entered the captivating space, the guide chuckled, remarking on our choice of refuge, just as he was about to mention how it provided a welcome respite from the heat. Before long, the foreign students gathered excitedly, chattering among themselves, and our group proceeded northward, soon exiting through the Shinzhou Gate at the back of the Forbidden City. Personally, I believe that gazing down upon the vast expanse of the Forbidden City from the summit of Jingshan Hill, particularly from the Wanshan Pavilion, reveals a truly magnificent panorama. Upon leaving the Forbidden City, a sense of anticipation revived Sheng Anning's spirits. The guide nodded in agreement, acknowledging the splendor of the sight, yet lamenting our time constraints that prevented us from giving them a more profound experience. Turning back, the imposing grandeur of the Forbidden City was before us, an awe-inspiring testament to the wisdom and craftsmanship of ancient peoples. Chapter 26, Wandering Along the Central Axis, Part 2, Outside the Bus. Even the two wispy clouds from the morning had vanished. After a morning spent at Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City, the group of students appeared somewhat drained. I fear I may be suffering from heat stroke. Sheng Anning kept gulping down water, exclaiming, I don't want to get off the bus. Anning, come on. We just had lunch. We should stretch our legs, Hua Qian urged, standing nearby with a handheld fan in her hand. Bring your fan along and drink plenty of water. Sheng Anning shook her head and leaned inward, expressing her reluctance to go. I truly do not wish to venture out. I feel as though I am suffering from heat stroke. I can hardly muster the energy to move. Xin, are you going? If you decide to descend, I shall follow suit. Sure, Xin, uncertain herself, gazed at Sheng Anning's weary demeanor. If you are unwell, then let us forego the descent. At that moment, Kong Chunjun, reveling in the unfolding drama, continued to fiddle with his phone while interjecting, "Didn't you, sir, just express discontent about my inactivity yesterday? I say, Thibaut, have you lost your senses? What are you preoccupied with? Today, it appears you cannot be bothered to move either. But have you made any effort? You, sir, remain quite still as well." Shang Anning observed Kong Chunjun, engrossed in his game without lifting his head. "Today, I am indeed feeling a bit overheated, while you, sir, simply lack the desire to move yesterday. Anning, I and Xia Tian you shall descend first. Should you decide to join us later, do give us a call." Hua Qian discerned that Shang Anning was unlikely to exit the vehicle and relayed her message before departing with Yu Jing and the others. Within the car, the remaining individuals engaged in a continuous stream of chatter, yet none possessed the courage to disembark from the air-conditioned haven, not far from where Hua Qian had stepped out. She drained the last of her half-empty bottle of water. "Hua Qian, I brought 2 bottles with me." Xia Tianyu observed Hua Qian's predicament and unscrewed a bottle, offering it to her. "It's from our vehicle. I noticed you were too engrossed in conversation with Shang Anning to remember to bring any. Here, I've opened it for you." Observing your struggle with the bottle cap in the vehicle was quite a sight. Turning to glance at Yu Jing and Hai Xingping, I discovered the situation had entirely reversed. Hai Xingping was laboriously attempting to twist off the cap, yet despite his efforts, it remained stubbornly sealed. He switched hands, clutching the water bottle, and fervently blew on his reddened hand. Yu Jing, noticing his plight, swiftly intervened. "Hey, what are you doing?" Hai Xingping's words trailed off as Yu Jing effortlessly twisted the cap open with a decisive pop, causing a few droplets of water to splash onto the ground. "Here, take it. You can't even open a bottle." A chorus of astonished reactions followed. "Wow, that's incredible. I can't believe it. Oh my goodness, this is simply stunning." Meanwhile, one of the foreign students proudly displayed a popsicle acquired at the Forbidden City, saying, "Look at this." A group of international students animatedly shared the photographs they had taken that day, discovering perspectives they had previously overlooked through each other's phones. The atmosphere was lively as they engaged in spirited conversation. What once seemed commonplace to Hua Qian and her peers now appeared as a testament to the pervasive beauty of Chinese culture, which flourishes in every corner and is woven into every narrative. "Hey, Hai Xingping, when eating, leave some for the girls. Do you really need to consume it all?" The camera teacher, unable to bear the sight any longer, began to intervene with Hai Xingping. "Teacher, I simply adore meat and have no desire for vegetables. Regardless of your preferences, it is impolite to monopolize a single dish when dining with others," the teacher admonished. As he spoke, Hai Xingping lifted the plate, indulging in a generous serving of sweet and sour pork, leaving little for anyone else. This behavior was not due to his parents' lack of guidance, rather, he had minimal exposure to shared dining customs during his time abroad and, even when taught, failed to retain the lessons. Similar to Wang Jianyu, Hai Xingping found a certain charm in his antics, becoming increasingly obstinate when presented with reason. Ming Anning observed from the side, feeling irritated yet choosing to ignore Hai Xingping, focusing instead on savoring her mung bean cake. She thought to herself, "This establishment truly excels. The sweetness is just right." After relishing a bean roll, she nodded subtly in appreciation. Meanwhile, a group of boys laughed heartily, indifferent to the situation. For them, these days were merely about eating, drinking, and leisurely enjoyment. As long as they were not starving, they compared themselves to the girls, noting that they did not approach meals with the same vigor. It is one thing to share. It is entirely another to seize every piece of meat the moment a dish is served. Although it is customary to refrain from speaking while eating, the camera teacher could no longer remain silent. "When the time comes for you to accompany foreign students to experience mobile payment, will you continue to eat in such a manner? That would be an embarrassment not just for you, but for our school and our country. Our classmates are indifferent to this matter, yet you cannot indulge such a habit. I have observed your dining manners. If you continue in this manner, I shall prevent you from attending classes with our videography instructor." The English teacher articulated her points with reason and clarity, and as the English class representative, Hai Xingping, despite his playful demeanor, felt compelled to restrain himself. As the meal neared its end, some remnants remained on the table. The two teachers organized the students to share what was left, emphasizing that as long as one could consume it, there should be no waste left on the table. When we departed, every plate and bowl was cleared, with not a single morsel left over. Numerous foreign students had already taken pictures at the Chinese Cuisine Museum outside. Some even rented traditional garments to pose on replica dragon thrones, appearing utterly unconcerned about the waste of food. Sigh. Perhaps next time, we should inquire when the dishes are served, and if they cannot finish, we could assist. The videography teacher sighed in resignation, remarking how Hai Xingping still yearned for more while they were willing to waste food. Upon reaching the entrance, it was easy to spot the couplets flanking the sign of the restaurant, proclaiming the familiar phrase, "Who knows the toil behind each grain of rice?" Gazing upon this phrase, everyone felt a wave of emotion. The grand restaurant, resplendent and opulent, with its exquisite culinary offerings, embodies a facet of Chinese dietary culture that is not grasped overnight. It is a deeply ingrained aspect of the Chinese people, something that cannot be comprehended by outsiders in just a few days. Chapter 28, The Wisdom of Chinese Literature, Part 1. In Ning, rise and shine. The alarm on the mobile phone had already rung. Yet Xing and Ning remained stubbornly ensconced in bed. Today is China Day, so hurry and get up. Sure Xin urged Xing and Ning, if you don't rise now, how will you have time for breakfast later? We have to practice with them until noon, and if you skip breakfast, you won't even have snacks to tide you over until then. Upon hearing the mention of food, Sheng and Ning immediately shook off her drowsiness and sprang out of bed. She swiftly donned her martial arts uniform and threw on her school jacket, becoming presentable in less than half a minute. Shishi, let us hurry. Sure Xin couldn't help but chuckle at Sheng and Ning's eagerness. You're quite speedy. The thought of food makes you ready for anything. Once downstairs, Xing and Ning rapidly gathered various items and devoured her breakfast with remarkable speed. Wiping her mouth, she exclaimed, "Shishi, we must go? Otherwise, we'll be late." At that moment, Sure Xin had only just finished half of her meal and blinked at Sheng and Ning. "You keep eating, I'll go tidy up our things." As Sheng and Ning spoke, she had already taken her empty plate to the disposal area. As was often the case, many foreign students had wasted a significant amount of food, which left Xing and Ning feeling a bit exasperated. With a sense of resignation, she dashed out of the dining hall and into the prepared classroom. Since the rain had finally ceased yesterday, today's weather had turned muggy and cloudy. Running from the dining hall to the classroom, she could feel the sweat accumulating in her hair. Upon entering the classroom, the air conditioning swiftly cooled her down, causing her to shiver, prompting her to adjust the temperature slightly higher. The empty fan was taken out, and the character Wu was inscribed upon it with a permanent marker. I approached. At that moment, Hai Xingping had already staggered through the door, inquiring if there was anything I required assistance with. If not, I would simply remain idle. Sheng Anning could hardly tolerate Hai Xingping's demeanor. "What are you waiting for? Go fetch a pen and inscribe the character Wu as I have shown. Be careful not to make a mistake, as errors cannot be rectified." After issuing his instructions, Sheng Anning continued to familiarize himself with the PowerPoint presentation, muttering to himself, "You know, I wrote this myself, yet I often forget it in an instant." It's like a case of youthful amnesia. While reviewing the presentation, Sheng Anning managed to write on 4 or 5 fans, simultaneously correcting minor errors within the PowerPoint. Hai Xingping stood up, tapping Sheng Anning's arm with the fan, startling him. "So what do you think? If it looks good, we can proceed. If there's anything else that needs writing, just bring it to me." Upon inspecting the fan, Sheng Anning was about to respond affirmatively, suggesting that Hai Xingping handle it himself, when he noticed an unwelcome stroke above the character Wu. "Wait a moment. Didn't I just tell you not to make any mistakes? Why is there an extra stroke?" Let me see, where is it?" Hai Xingping replied nonchalantly. Shaking his head, Sheng Anning, weary of further discussion with Hai Xingping, retorted, All right, just stop looking at it and sit down. When Yu Jing arrives, I will have her supervise you." Just as he was preparing, the first foreign student arrived. "I noticed that. Excuse me? Is the Kung Fu class being conducted at this venue?" Chapter 29, The Enchantment of Chinese Wisdom. Yes, indeed. Sheng Anning was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it clearly stated on the promotional board at the entrance? What? Because, our guidebook indicates that Kung Fu lessons are to be held outdoors at Confucius Square. Sheng Anning sighed, contemplating that given the sweltering heat, he feared they might succumb to heat stroke and thus brought them indoors, resulting in this predicament. All right, I understand. Within a mere 2 minutes, everyone had gathered. Yet there were hardly any foreign students present. Just a couple of days ago, they seemed quite enthusiastic during the performance. Do they now feel? Sheng Anning, feeling helpless, decided, "Let me step outside to take a look. You all go ahead and instruct them for now." Outside, only a handful of individuals lingered, evidently deterred by the oppressive heat, as they had already sought refuge in various classrooms. "Very well then, you may begin your instruction." Kong Chunju nodded, indicating that they should proceed as planned, demonstrating the movements. "And what about me? Is it truly resolved then? Regardless, I shall not partake in such endeavors." Hai Shiping spoke with an air of seriousness, as though he possessed the upper hand. Sheng Anning exhaled in exasperation, contemplating an intervention. However, upon hearing Yu Jing's words, Sheng Anning paused, subsequently voicing her concerns. Is that feasible? The crux of the matter is that you all are merely proper nouns, akin to his proficiency. Kang Chunjun promptly concurred, asserting, indeed, besides, I recall most of it by now. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. Did you not instruct me a few times back then? I remember it quite well. When I cannot recollect, I shall simply inquire of you. Your English is no worse than Hai Xingping's, given his demeanor, as if he were indispensable. As an integral aspect of China's remarkable traditional culture, wushu, commonly referred to as kung fu, Chinese xiangshan has garnered widespread acceptance among the populace. Chinese xiangshan is comparatively more accessible to learn, promoting physical fitness and enhancing overall health. Therefore, we warmly invite all to experience the allure of wushu through the practice of Chinese xiangshan. Today, we shall delve into the fundamental aspects of wushu and subsequently explore a few movements of the Chinese xiangshan. Although our desire is to impart more knowledge, time is regrettably limited. Sheng Anning introduces the essence of the Chinese xiangshan, while a group of foreign students listens with rapt attention. We will now present selected segments of it, after which you will engage in group learning. Given the widespread accessibility of the Chinese xiangshan, several individuals, accompanied by the stirring melody of loyalty to the country, transition through their movements, enhancing the collective performance's vigor. With actions such as lifting the knee, stepping forward, locking the leg, striding, and pausing, the rhythm of their footwork causes the fan to open and close, resonating like the booming of bells and drums, akin to the sudden flash of thunder. Each gesture exudes an impressive force, and the energy is palpable. Even Sheng Anning, who moments ago appeared weary, is now fully immersed in the performance. Upon the conclusion of the demonstration, a spontaneous applause erupts from the group of foreign students, regardless of the number of spectators. Those who arrived early to support must not leave without witnessing the spectacle. As Sheng Anning spoke, he withdrew 2 swords from the equipment bag. Xin, catch. He tossed one effortlessly, and Shixing caught it with steady hands. Without any background music, Sheng Anning and Shixing engaged in a fluid practice duel that seemed to be choreographed. With movements resembling clouds, dots, and strokes, they exchanged blows, their sword tips glinting as light danced upon them, the sound of blades slicing through the air, creating a dazzling display of agility. Just as Shixing executed a horizontal cut, Sheng Anning stepped back half a pace with his left foot, arched his back, and with a swift rotation of his wrist, maneuvered his sword in a graceful arc, suddenly rising to deliver a thrust. Swords require a certain finesse, and both Shixing and Sheng Anning, possessing a solid foundation, moved with an effortless grace. Though they could not rival seasoned professionals, their display was nonetheless impressive. A circle of foreign students seated nearby expressed their astonishment. Even before their lessons had begun, they eagerly inquired, "Can I stay here all day? Can you teach me some of this?" Most of these students hailed from non-English speaking countries, and their command of the language was rudimentary at best, leading to some frustration among Anning and the others, as the course was laden with specialized terminology that relied heavily on gestures for comprehension. Chapter 30, The Wisdom of Chinese Literature and Leisurely Exploration, Part 3. We have 3D printed keychains. Would you like some? The head of the neighboring 3D printing course entered the classroom where Sheng Anning and the others were gathered. We'll create a model of your fan, and in exchange, you can let them experience our class too. Sheng Anning was momentarily taken aback, only to hear the other party continue, "Ha ha ha. I merely came to bask in your glory." By this time, it was already afternoon, and the class on the Chinese fan was no longer as sparsely attended as it had been in the morning. The room was nearly filled to capacity. Sheng Anning and her companions even requested an additional room from the organizers. Of course, there's no issue with sharing the spotlight. We are all in this together. Moreover, it turns out that the number of fans we prepared is insufficient, she remarked. After a day filled with trivial matters, during dinner, Sheng Anning encountered Hua, Qian, and others, and they all appeared rather fatigued, barely able to muster the energy to move. Wow, they are truly remarkable. While we are exhausted, they remain unfazed. Regardless of their fatigue, one must not neglect the necessity of sustenance. Sheng Anning quickly finished her meal and addressed Hua Qian across the table, saying, "I genuinely did not anticipate their enthusiasm." With a deep sigh, she continued, "Initially, we applied for 50 fans, but at this rate, I fear we shall not have enough for tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Hua Qian felt somewhat disheartened. "Our side seems rather empty." Perhaps they perceive that China is not at the forefront of robotics. Surely not. It's likely due to your floor being too high. Climbing to the third or fourth floor is quite exhausting, suggested Xia Tianyu, offering words of comfort. Moreover, this afternoon, we encountered 2 Malaysian students who spoke Chinese and had even practiced martial arts. It was astonishing to discover that they could converse in Chinese. Initially, we thought our classmates were merely joking. Hua Qian watched as Shang Anning tidied up her belongings and departed, unable to suppress a chuckle. Anning was truly amusing. So vivacious day after day. Xia Tianyu, to be honest, I sometimes find myself quite envious of Anning. She takes many things seriously at first, yet effortlessly transitions to other endeavors without apparent strain. As Hua Qian spoke, she took a couple of bites from the peach in her hand. Moreover, her carefree demeanor does not stem from a lack of concern. When it comes to significant matters, she is more earnest than anyone else. You see, Anning may appear carefree, yet she never falters on important issues, and it seems she accomplishes everything with ease. Xia Tianyu, sensing Hua Qian's self-deprecating tone, offered some words of comfort. Perhaps it isn't as effortless for us, but your efforts are commendable, and that alone suffices. After all, not everyone possesses such innate talent. We only need to strive our best. Indeed, striving is what matters. Chapter 31. The Wisdom of Chinese Literature Floats Freely, Part 4. I truly cannot bear it any longer. I am utterly exhausted. Shang Anning's blanket was pulled away by Shi Xian, revealing her despondent form sprawled on the bed. I am so tired. I refuse to have breakfast and want to get up. No. Shi Xian grasped Shang Anning's hand, attempting to drag her from the bed. Shang Anning seemed glued to the mattress, shaking her head vigorously, refusing to rise. I want to go. I can't even open my mouth to eat breakfast. You should go downstairs by yourself. I really do not wish to get up. Please, let me sleep a little longer. In regard to Ning's leisurely behavior of lounging in bed, it is evident that Shi Xian finds this quite challenging. Shall I venture downstairs alone? If I do, I might miss the main lecture later, and you can afford to sleep in. Xian. No. Xian. Absolutely not. Seizing the moment while Shang and Ning indulges in her procrastination, Shi Xian swiftly pulls her from the bed. Get up quickly. We stayed up until 10 yesterday. I understand how tiring it is, but you must rise. Xian, stop hurrying me. I'm getting up. Just let me lie here for a few more seconds to gather myself. Once I don my martial arts attire, you must help me sit up. Shi Xian rolls her eyes and pulls Shang and Ning up once more, only to hear her mumble, I haven't slept. I will. Get up now. Shi Xian's call jolts Shang and Ning, who blinks in confusion, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Without granting Shang and Ning a chance to recline again, Shi Xian drags her outside. Having not changed out of her martial arts uniform the previous night and instead sleeping with the quilt, it proves convenient now. The two descend the staircase in a staggered manner. Goodness, Shi Xian, what have you brought? Upon reaching the first floor, Kong Chunjun leaps out to tease Shang and Ning. Hebo also jumps in to add to the mischief, exclaiming, Oh, is this for real? Are you serious? As Shang and Ning strolls along, she sways slightly, one hand clutching a peach and the other wrapped around her quilt. My heavens, why are you all here so early? Upon entering the classroom, I noticed 2 Malaysian classmates who had already arrived. Shang Anning, shivering from the air conditioning, finally awoke. By the way, why don't you head over to our classmates' area and engage with the robots? The recently awakened Shang Anning did not forget to promote the activities. We visited yesterday morning. It was a bit challenging and we didn't quite comprehend it, so we tried our hand at calligraphy and then learned about the Lubon lock. We had previously learned some basic calligraphy, specifically the fundamentals of regular script. Watching them write, their running script reminded me of the sword practice you engaged in yesterday, and the Tai Chi from another group. Indeed. Much of our Chinese culture is interconnected. Shang Anning took a bite of a peach and continued to share insights. As afternoon approached, a torrent of 200 students poured in, and it was evident that the classroom was insufficient to accommodate them all. With the assistance of the 2 Malaysian classmates, a group previously ensnared by the complexities of English was successfully liberated. Consequently, Shang Anning lifted the indoor restrictions and led the group under the blazing sun to practice swordplay, managing a daunting task of guiding over 20 individuals. Shang Anning demonstrated and explained, perspiring profusely, while the foreign students eagerly learned, their orange uniforms soaked with sweat, showing no signs of discomfort. In contrast, the Tai Chi demonstration, perhaps lacking the same grandeur, struggled to capture the interest of the foreign students, remaining largely unattended. Observing the bustling classes at Rinsui School, I willingly stepped in to assist with the Tai Chi presentation, even after the stunning performance at the Shanghai Martial Arts School. A throng of foreign students remained utterly captivated. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? How can we possibly manage? He both sighed, picking up a piece of wire discarded by someone. Watch your step, he shouted, only to remember he needed to speak in English, despite his usual casual demeanor. Hebo's mind was exceptionally quick. The last incident at Shanghai Shikumen was a prime example. Watch out. It's easily damaged. Please be careful. Ah, okay. I'm so sorry, is that alright? Handling robots and such delicate equipment becomes chaotic with a crowd. I will go downstairs and tell Sheng Anning to stop promoting. If this continues, we won't have enough space for everyone. After Hebo spoke, he noticed Hua Qian and her companion nodding in agreement. And he dashed down the stairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he found the calligraphy class completely packed, leaving Hebo unable to squeeze into the classroom. But that was a matter for later. At that moment, the calligraphy class also faced a shortage of materials. The sheets of paper had been entirely used up, and the event organizer had not brought a craft knife for cutting paper, mistakenly believing the supplies would suffice. Excuse me, do you have a paper cutter? The organizer frantically inquired, sweating profusely in the air-conditioned room, struggling to catch his breath. At that moment, the organizer of the Lubon Law course rushed alongside Sheng Anning to the entrance of the Activity Coordination Office. Inside, a meeting was in progress, and neither of them wore the summer camp uniforms, leading to a moment of mutual unawareness regarding each other's nationality. Hello. Due to the profound historical imprints, Sheng Anning's first impression of the Japanese was inevitably colored by the scars of the Sino-Japanese War. Nevertheless, in the spirit of international camaraderie, he cautiously initiated the conversation. Hi. Where are you from? The response from across the way was evidently cautious as well. After all, within the summer camp, individuals with yellow skin and black hair were not limited to just China, but included Malaysia, South Korea, Japan, Thailand, and many others. China, Sheng Anning declared without a hint of hesitation. Then why are we even speaking English? We are both Chinese, after all. The girl was equally forthright. Noticing Sheng Anning's momentary surprise, she pointed to the badge hanging around her neck. They exchanged smiles, ready to continue their conversation, when suddenly the office door swung open, and someone emerged from within. After stating their purpose, the organizers assured them that they would do their utmost, although with only half a day remaining. Reallocating resources might prove challenging. Chapter 33, The Lotus Fragrance of the Summer Palace. A sea of green waves surged, as the lotus leaves sheltered the blossoms beneath their protective embrace, shielding them from the summer's sweltering heat. The loss is mitigated by the presence of a nearby lake. Were it not for Kunming Lake, we might have succumbed to the sweltering heat akin to that of the Forbidden City. Sheng Anning sat upon a stone by Kunming Lake, observing a group of foreign students swinging their legs and capturing selfies with their selfie sticks. Yet, with such an abundance of trees and mountains, one cannot claim it to be overly hot. Surely, the English name Summer Palace was not bestowed without reason, he thought with an eye roll. Sheng Anning, contemplative, nodded thoughtfully and, buoyed by the moment, sprang to his feet, suggesting they stroll forward. As they meandered onward, Sheng Anning's thoughts seemed to linger on the earlier conversation. Indeed, the Summer Palace was once a retreat for Empress Dowager Cixi, designed to provide a serene environment, largely imitative of the characteristics of Jiang'an, and thus ought to be moist and comfortable. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of contentment for their current circumstances. What else could it be? Chimed in Kong Chunjun and Hebo in unison. Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu found a nearby bench to rest, while Hai Xingping, for reasons unknown, engaged in a dispute with Yu Jing. Meanwhile, the two teachers and the tour guide strolled leisurely, leaving 4 individuals to forge ahead. The foreign students, clad in bright orange uniforms, filled the entirety of the Summer Palace, their vibrant presence resembling flickering flames under the golden sun. The devastation of the 3 mountains and 5 gardens has transformed into splashes of orange-red, the same hues, yet from different eras, yielding distinct outcomes. Xinshin, reflect upon our history lessons. It truly exemplifies the notion that being backward invites aggression. Look at the present. They now envy our culture and architecture of the Summer Palace, whereas in the past, burning, killing, and plundering. To be honest, I often find myself profoundly grateful that the resurgence of China over the past century has spared us from the ravages of war. As a genuine lover of the humanities, Sheng Anning cannot help but feel emotional. Perhaps he can maintain a rational demeanor when confronted with other matters, but in such moments, he truly struggles to contain his feelings. Indeed, Many invaluable cultural relics were taken from us in those tumultuous times. Shishing nodded, acknowledging that we cannot fathom the hardships endured by our ancestors. The land, once shattered, has been reassembled, painting a new blueprint for our prosperous era. It is truly indescribable. A gentle breeze caresses the face, carrying the delicate fragrance of lotus flowers, infusing the air with a subtle green and refreshing essence. Speaking of which, the southern charm of the summer palace is rare. Yet in today's world, it seems as if one can experience it overnight. Kong Chunjun nodded in agreement. Recalling his visit to a comic exhibition in Shanghai during the winter break, it was merely an overnight journey, and he had barely caught enough sleep before arriving. The group meandered in a circle, their eyes falling upon foreign students clad in vibrant orange-red uniforms, each wielding selfie sticks and phones, playfully capturing moments with laughter and merriment. In contrast, the numerous students from Beijing, frequent visitors to the summer palace, seemed less inclined to join the excitement. After all, who hasn't been brought here by their parents at a young age? With so many people around, they naturally chose to retreat into a serene green space nestled between the lotus leaves and pines. In the summer, Xia Tianyu and Hua Qian engaged in a nostalgia conversation. Sharing tales from their childhood, Hua Qian reminisced about riding a bronze bull for photographs, while Xia Tianyu recounted how his sister, Xia Tianin, coaxed their grandparents into taking them boating. Chapter 34. A roast duck wrapped in a pancake today. I haven't seen you eat, remarked the camera instructor, casting a glance at Hai Xingping. Now that's more like it. You should be mindful, for we must not bring shame to ourselves in the eyes of foreigners. Hai Xingping merely scoffed, wiping his mouth, glistening with duck grease. They wouldn't even eat this. Why should they concern themselves with us? The camera instructor intended to add, it's not that they care or not. It's about how you eat. You're tarnishing our Chinese culture. The English teacher succinctly addressed the issue, striking a chord. Hai Xingping pouted, that's not what I meant, teacher. I'm just questioning their right to judge us. After expressing his indignation, Hai Xingping turned back, subdued. I'll be more careful in the future. Very well then. Just remember, it's not about rights or qualifications. Our culture is not for them to assess or learn from, but rather something we must uphold ourselves. Hai Xingping indeed took this to heart. During the latter part of the meal, he diligently consumed his food, no longer fussy or selective, turning over the dishes on his plate. Anyone observing would discern that Hai Xingping was not ignorant of proper etiquette. Your method of eating is rather unconventional. Wrapping duck in a pancake. Don't you find it excessive? Have you noticed the cucumber strips? No sauce, no scallions? Indeed, he replied. Shang Anning, with a tone of unyielding conviction, continued to pick up other dishes with her chopsticks. This little interlude became a source of amusement during the meal, and everyone was enjoying themselves. As the meal neared its conclusion, Shang Anning began a post-dinner monologue, mentioning that she had heard their other group visited by Anyafeng. With one being a closed oven and the other a hanging oven, shouldn't they experience both? After all, the flavors are distinctly different, are they not? The two most renowned establishments for Beijing roast duck are Quanjude and Anyafeng. Their techniques differ, and each possesses its own unique flavor profile. It is difficult to ascertain which is superior, yet the various chains certainly exhibit a hierarchy among them. Enough of that. One might say, a single meal suffices, but to indulge in two would surely lead to saturation. Indeed, it appears that you have overindulged, leading to the perception of monotony. As there remains an untouched plate, the tone of the videography instructor carried a hint of disdain. Look at others, they have already cleared their plates. The instructor continued, all right. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum and finish eating. The gleaming skin of the roast duck, glistening with a garnet hue, was perfectly crisp on the outside yet tender within, with a delightful balance of fat and lean meat, already sliced to perfection. Wrapping it in a pancake and taking a bite, one first savored the rich flavor of the roast duck sauce, followed by the sharpness of the scallions. And then the eruption of luscious fat, which was immediately complemented by the refreshing crispness of cucumber strips. Upon hearing this, the English teacher sighed, take a break, you too. Once back in the dormitory, you'll be worried about the smell. If you wish to indulge, we can always ride over to buy some once our summer camp concludes. Why join the fray now? Shang Anning suddenly realized. Ah, teacher, truly. I never anticipated that I would often find it difficult to purchase things, making it more convenient. Chapter 35. Tales of Chang'an Street. As the evening lights began to glow, numerous vehicles carried away the passage of time. A dozen buses filled with international students traversed Chang'an Street, gazing out from within the windows. Wang Fujing remained brilliantly illuminated. with the streetlights along both sides shining alongside the tireless workers in the skyscrapers, illuminating the night of Beijing. After a hearty lunch, a group of international students was escorted to Xiaoshui Street. Although Xiaoshui Street appeared somewhat worn compared to its surroundings, it once thrived like the current Wangfujing commercial area. A myriad of goods adorned the shops, which stood in close succession. The guide would take them from here, laden with clothing, and walk along the road until reaching the Beijing station, where they would board the K3 train, crossing the Second Eurasian Land Bridge, and directly arriving in Mongolia. Trading within Russian territory. Just 2 years prior, Shang Anning had taken this very train to Moscow and subsequently traveled by various trains to Austria for skiing. Moreover, with her father working in the railway industry, she was well acquainted with this history. She had heard tales from her cousin and her cousin's husband. Listening to Shang Anning's eloquent recounting, Hua Qian felt a sense of amazement, as she herself could scarcely recall the details, yet here was Shang Anning, able to remember so vividly. Hua Qian's cousin, her cousin's husband, and even her uncle were all railway workers, deeply rooted in Beijing. Thus, they were intimately familiar with these matters, and Hua Qian had naturally absorbed some knowledge from them. Alas, is it not my father who incessantly murmurs such things? He often reminisces about his days of peddling at the zoo, lamenting that had my mother not intervened, he would have amassed wealth by now. His ramblings are difficult to forget. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Shang Anning expressed a hint of exasperation. Hua Qian nodded in agreement, noting that her father frequently insists that being an artist is far less burdensome than being a teacher, acknowledging her mother's toil. Yet he has never begrudged her for advising him to pursue painting instead. Her father merely speaks in jest, fully aware that with his temperament, if he were to persist in selling goods, he would inevitably clash with someone one day. As they sat on the bus, a group of children exchanged stories of their parents' generation while gazing at the tranquil and serene landscapes outside, feeling remarkably at ease. After a while, the conversation waned. Shang Anning and Shi Xian leaned against their seats and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, a group of boys in the back row unabashedly engaged in their games, while Hai Xingping suddenly lost connection mid-play. "Get up. You're leaning on me," the innocent Yu Jing remarked, frowning as she found herself the unwitting recipient of Hai Xingping's slumber. With no response from him, she sighed in resignation, remaining still while slightly turning her neck. Propping her chin on one hand and gazing out at the passing scenery, lost in contemplation. Anning is truly remarkable. She can fall asleep at the drop of a hat, she observed. Turning her head, Hua Qian began conversing with Xia Tianyu, which made me feel somewhat drowsy as well. "Indeed, but if you find yourself weary, I have a pillow here. Would you like to use it?" Xia Tianyu offered, gesturing toward the luggage rack above. "If you need it, I can help you take it down." "Oh, no need." Hua Qian felt somewhat embarrassed. I was merely speaking casually, not truly tired. Chapter 36. Singing Beneath the Starlit Night. Teacher, I have come to accompany you for photographs. Shang Anning approached the photography teacher, smartphone in hand. Over the course of 4 years, from middle school to high school, within the same institution, the photography teacher and Shang Anning had grown quite familiar with one another. "You are quite intriguing. You simply have no interest in dancing. Look at Kong Chunjun and Hebo. Haven't they gone to play football with those 2 classmates from Malaysia?" "Indeed, one should pursue what captivates their interest," the photography teacher nodded. "Then, you may join me over here to capture some shots. We'll snap a couple candid pictures of them." Shang Anning and the photography teacher exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Approaching 40, the photography teacher retained a youthful spirit, engaging playfully with the group of students, effortlessly connecting with them. "Teacher, I'll send you the photos privately later." The melodies resonated, echoing across the entire playground. Students from various backgrounds gathered, waving glow sticks in their hands. "Hey, teacher, what do you think of this angle? The lighting is poor, and the pixels are lacking. My photography skills are quite subpar. How about this one? This is not a poorly taken shot. Teacher, you are truly remarkable." Shang Anning was genuinely praising the photography teacher. The angle of this photograph was impeccable, with the interplay of light and color harmonizing beautifully. Despite being candid, the outlines remained distinct. "What is so impressive? It's all due to the quality of the camera." The camera teacher, demonstrating remarkable humility, waved his hand and said, "Come on, let us continue taking a few more shots. And Ning, let's proceed a bit. This is for you. I fear you may not be accustomed to it, as I fetched it directly from your dormitory. Did I not mention it to you when we got off the bus?" The English teacher remarked, handing the mosquito repellent to Cheng and Ning. "Thank you, teacher. What is there to thank for?" Just enjoy yourselves, the English teacher replied. I sent you messages on WeChat for quite a while in the car, but no one paid me any mind. Upon disembarking, I realized you all had fallen asleep. After finishing his statement, the English teacher picked up his phone and began searching for students around the school with the camera, hastily rushing over to anyone he spotted, liberally spraying them with mosquito repellent. Oh, I just saw Hai Shiping. Where has he disappeared to now? Naturally, in a bustling event. The absence of a student like Wang Jinyu was felt, making Hai Shiping a source of considerable concern for both teachers and classmates alike. The moment he turned his back, he was nowhere to be found, having forgotten to bring the mosquito repellent with him. Despite his complaints, the English teacher remained vigilant, scanning the crowd in search of Hai Xingping's presence. Ah, there he is. At last, the English teacher located Hai Xingping, who stood in the center of the crowd, waving a glow stick while serenely singing an English song. Well then, I shall wait a moment before approaching him. I must not disrupt his performance. This lad certainly possesses some talent. He truly deserves the title of my class representative. Chapter 37. A visit to the museum in Ning. In Ning, don't doze off. If you do, you'll miss everything. Sure, Xian gently patted Sheng and Ning's shoulder. Once we have some free time, let's find a chair for you to rest. All right. I spent all night working on that. You know, that thing, the beautiful article. Sheng and Ning mumbled, her thoughts muddled and unclear. I was responsible for that the day before yesterday, and now I've only completed half of it on the way here. The students from 2 schools had already finished taking their photographs, and it was now the turn of Renchui's students alongside the Pakistani students to pose for a group picture beneath the archway in the Capital Museum's Grand Hall. The archway bore the inscription Jingda Street in bold characters. After the photo was taken, the foreign students continued to wield their selfie sticks, searching for various angles and pulling friends in for shots, with some even engaging the tour guide to inquire about the meaning of the archway. Xian. Let us find a place to sit for a while. While Sheng and Ning and Sure Xian took a break, Yu Jing and a group of boys formed a team to play games. Hey, Hebo, what are you doing? Where's your head? Is that your task over there? Hurry up. I'm nearly out of health. Come on. Didn't you just mention wanting to see an exhibition? Xia Tianyu remarked with a smile directed at Hua Qian. I remember the last time our school organized that 1/10,000 project, we didn't get to fully explore the Bronze Museum. How about we go check it out? Hua Qian shook her head in response. The exhibition I wanted to see seems to have concluded a couple of days ago. Let us proceed to the Bronze Museum. I recall that during our last visit, we explored either the 3rd or 4th floor. Before Xia Tianyu could express his thoughts, Hua Qian interjected, suggesting that we take the elevator and ascend from the 1st floor. Indeed, I remember you mentioned your intention to browse the museum for cultural and creative items to serve as gifts for exchange. Last time we visited the Forbidden City, we scarcely had time for that, but perhaps you can procure a few items at the Capital Museum today. Hua Qian paused momentarily, surprised that he remembered her offhand comment. I had nearly forgotten about it. Otherwise, we would have nothing to exchange, which would convey a sense of indifference on our part. No worries. You have had quite a bit on your plate lately. During our school activities, it has been you coordinating with the organizers, which is surely exhausting. It is entirely reasonable to forget. Xia Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. Shall we first acquire those items? After all, we have over an hour. It makes sense to complete our purchases before exploring further. Agreed. As they spoke, they followed the directional signs to the cultural merchandise sales shop. This seems to be a prized possession of the Capital Museum. It would make a splendid gift. Xia Tianyu pointed at a refrigerator magnet shaped like a Beaujolais, remarking on its intricate design and reasonable price. Hua Qian shook her head, while the magnet appeared visually appealing. Its practical value was minimal and it could easily deteriorate over time. Nearby, a wooden rack displayed several small folding fans, and Xia Tianyu was currently pointing to one of them to show Hua Qian. Let us continue our exploration, selecting a few more items to ensure that Hai Xinping and his companions are adequately prepared. Chapter 38. The gathering of technological accounts ever since emerging from the Capital Museum. The sky outside has been shrouded in a gloomy overcast, foretelling the impending rain. At this moment, fine droplets cascade against the windows of the bus, leaving intricate trails in their wake. The headlights, blurred by the incessant rain on the highway, cast beams of light that flicker and transform, displaying hues of red and white, softly illuminating the scenery on either side of the road. Inquire with the Pakistani students seated with you about any allergies they may have or foods they cannot consume. On the journey, the tour guide meticulously outlined all arrangements. Shortly, I shall transfer money to your WeChat. We are currently calculating 50 yuan per person. allowing you to teach them the experience of mobile payment. Having learned from past experiences, Sheng Anning opted for a different mode of communication with his Pakistani classmates. What if you can type it for me? Perhaps it would facilitate our conversation, he suggested, encouraging them to express their thoughts in text on their phones. Okay. Sheng Anning nodded, relieved to have found a way to avoid any misunderstandings due to accents. Sheng Anning, allergy, Pakistani student Jonati. Milk. The two boys on my side are also in agreement. It is indeed rare for a place like Daxing to possess a San Yuan Mei garden. Sheng Anning sighed helplessly. While there are numerous options in the east and west cities, Daxing is quite uncommon, and ultimately, they could not enjoy their meal. Our double-skin milk and almond tofu are quite delightful. Regardless of taste, alas. Pakistani student Jonati. What? Anything wrong? Sheng Anning. It's okay. It's okay. Sheng Anning. Is it spicy? Pakistani student Jonati. Yes. Sheng Anning. All right. Sheng Anning. Thank you. Let us take them to this Amei restaurant. Sheng Anning pointed to a Sichuan restaurant she found on her phone. Initially, I assumed a restaurant would be a modest eatery, but upon seeing the images, it was clearly labeled as Jiyue Huishintang, which undoubtedly ensures cleanliness. Jiyue Huishintang? Our usual favorites, such as the snacks at Hubwa Temple and Yinji cold noodles, all belong to this chain. Sheng Anning once again revealed her foodie nature. After all, cleanliness and reliability are what truly matter. I will make a call shortly to confirm that they serve halal food. They follow a faith that prohibits the consumption of pork, do they not? During our Camp S orientation, we emphasized the importance of respecting their religious beliefs, hence we must inquire in advance. Upon arrival, after dining, a few Pakistani girls clamored to go shopping for clothes and shoes. Are you aware of any brands priced under 100 yuan? I wish to purchase a t-shirt and a pair of pants. Upon hearing yuan, it was clear to both Sheng Anning and Sher Xin that the other party intended to make a purchase. $100? 100 kwai? Anning instinctively assumed the individual was referring to US dollars or euros, for after all, 100 kwai would scarcely suffice to buy a single piece of clothing in a large department store. The rent alone would not be recouped. No, 100 yuan. 100 kwai, isn't it? No, if you only have 100 kwai, you would still need to wait for the delivery. Not only Hebo, but Sheng Anning also spoke out in Chinese without hesitation. After considerable effort, Anning and Sher Xin finally conveyed the current price levels in China to the other party, while also imparting the correct method for mobile payment, thus enabling them to go shopping. Chapter 39. The Young Man at the Carnival Huaqian. Do you need me to help you carry water over? Xia Tianyu was distributing small bookmarks prepared by the school. Observing Huaqian and several classmates from other schools responsible for the Chinese booth, who were fervently fanning themselves with hand fans. Why don't you ask them? I'm quite busy at the moment. Anning and Sher Xin were about to take the stage, while the remaining classmates were engaged in exchanging small gifts at the foreign booths. Huaqian was thoughtful, considering all her classmates' needs. At this moment, Sheng Anning was preparing, stretching her legs and warming up in the heated gymnasium, while assisting Shixin with her makeup by holding a mirror. Shixin, aren't you feeling hot in that outfit? It seems you are much warmer than us. Your remark is akin to asking if it's cold wearing a martial arts uniform in winter. After all, we have a foundation in martial arts. It doesn't tire us. But look at you. You still have to sing. With my off-key singing, I fear my rendition of Peking opera would frighten everyone away, so I simply refrained from learning. Upon hearing this, Sheng Anning's words made Shixin burst into laughter. I'm in the middle of doing my makeup, and you keep making me laugh. Are you doing this on purpose? Let us not dwell on that. Look over there. Heishinping is absolutely hilarious, Sheng Anning said, pointing with the stick in her hand towards Heishinping's direction. Just look at him, devouring those German gummies. He looks as if he has insects crawling in his mouth. When did you switch to that? Just turning your face. Enough already. That's too exaggerated. Isn't it? Exaggerated? When we first practiced the cloud staff and flower dance, it truly resembled what our youth palace instructor said. What did your instructor say? The practice of this staff has one major advantage. If you make a mistake, you don't need me to point it out. You will punish yourself. Just like that one person who never takes things seriously. Keep it up, and let's see who ends up punishing themselves. Sheng Anning mimicked the instructor's tone, leaving Shixin in fits of laughter. And Ning, do you remember that you were essentially the grand finale? The subsequent performance is the collective BJ welcoming you. Hu Qian called from a distance. In a while, Xia Tianyu will accompany the BJ welcoming tune, along with another school's gushing. Hu Qian waved the bookmark in her hand. And Sher Xin must take the stage soon. Come over and assist me in distributing the bookmarks. The wind whistles, the mist envelopes, the starlight is dim. Voices rise. The sound of the hujia reverberates, mountains echo, valleys resonate, and the clamor of battle fills the air. Chapter 40. The bright moon bids farewell to the four seas. Do not eat too much. We must depart soon. Sheng and Ning bit into a peach, cradling another in her hands as she walked and munched. Exine, do not rush me. I am merely enjoying these two peaches, so be patient. I am not rushing you. But look, our bus will arrive shortly. How will you manage your luggage? Sure, Exine pointed at Sheng and Ning's suitcase, from which a gear bag dangled. Let it be clear, I have my own belongings. I shall not assist you. Finish the one in your mouth and stow away the other peach first. Indeed, you ought to prioritize your own consumption, chimed in beside her. It is nothing. It is not too heavy, Sheng and Ning said, taking another bite of her peach, speaking with her mouth full. No need to rush. Our bus will not arrive until the afternoon. Their English teacher approached, carrying a meal. Make sure to eat well. Where do you plan to go tonight? The teachers wish to treat you to a meal. It has been quite arduous these past 10 days. Ah, teacher, that is unnecessary. Sheng and Ning, the closest to her, was the first to respond. You must still take care of us. You are even more fatigued than we are. It should be us inviting you, after all. Kang Chunjun also chimed in. Before he could finish speaking, Hai Shiping approached with a plate of food, saying, Teacher, please don't. You see, I told you. Teacher, shall we dine at Hadaleo? Hebo interjected. No, let us split the bill at KFC, McDonald's, or Daiko's would suffice. As soon as he finished speaking, Hebo raised an eyebrow at Kang Chunjun, suggesting that after the meal, they could all. Enough, you're so inexperienced. Who are you calling inexperienced? Today, I shall show you. All right, let us see who fears whom. The loser will be the grandson. Just wait until then, you'll be calling me dad. The playful banter between Kang Chunjun and Hebo unfolded, and the two teachers watched the lively group of students, unable to suppress their smiles. The exuberance of youth, which had long since faded, seemed to rejuvenate them during these 10 days. All right, let us settle this in a game today, father and son. No problem, my dear son. Just wait to call me dad. With only a day or two of splendid sunshine in the past 10 days, it was unexpected that one of those days would be tinged with the sadness of parting. The sunlight dispelled the reluctance of farewell, leaving behind a yearning and aspiration for the future. Sheng Anning and the Malaysian students exchanged WeChat contacts, welcoming them to return to China. If you ever visit Malaysia, feel free to reach out. We can take you to savor our most authentic local delicacies. Our vehicle will be here shortly. It will be evening soon. And then we shall head to the airport. The bowing gesture and embrace encapsulated the distinct cultural etiquettes of the two nations. As Sheng Anning and her companions boarded the bus, they waved farewell through the vehicle's windows. No one had anticipated that such profound international friendships could be forged so effortlessly. It seemed that these relationships, rooted in the innocence of youthful exuberance, would one day foster goodwill among nations. Embracing diversity while respecting differences, they basked in the golden sunlight, gazing towards the delectable evening glow, smiling and remaining silent, welcoming a harmonious world under the illuminating moon, where kindred spirits converge. Chapter 41. Uncertain of the present. Temporarily wandering, restless. Today, we must change classes. Restless, Xin, you mentioned that our choices differ, which surely means we won't be in the same class. I only know that Hu Qian has chosen literature in our class. A chubby Xin, we're all on the same floor, so we can see each other anytime. Besides, we can chat during school team practice. For Ling, our pure science group is larger. Perhaps you should switch subjects. Restless. It's too late for that. Qiushan Qingzheng, pure science 1, Qiushan Qingzheng P.S. Even the harmonious C is pure science. Bohai, history and politics, not backing down. Restless. If teacher Qiu teaches your class, do you truly believe there is no backing down? Bohai. For Ling, a chubby Xin. Restless, interrupting. Serenity eludes me. Where to begin? Let me count the unfinished winter vacation assignments. This afternoon marks the commencement of the new term, and who among us plans to tackle this miracle with but a solitary pen? Indeed. Let me count myself among the unprepared, for I still owe several reflections. Aside from the recent tasks assigned, I have scarcely made any progress. I find myself struggling with physics. After all, we must prepare for the academic examinations. The mere sight of physics sends a throbbing pain to my head. As for English, my summer camp experience left my proficiency thoroughly exhausted. Yet, there is still time. Let us gather this evening. How could you both possibly claim to have completed everything? Surely, that is inconceivable. I cannot bring myself to believe it. As Sheng Anning gazed at the screen, she couldn't help but chuckle, for, as expected, neither had made much headway. Time waits for no one. Besides, one must manage their luggage. I recall mentioning that today we would receive our class allocations and textbooks, correct? Very well, I shall not compete with her. It is she who challenges me. The two of them hurriedly made their way out the door, engaged in lively conversation. The autumn air was crisp, the heat of summer lingering stubbornly in the breeze, clinging to the skin and inciting a sense of restlessness. Father, Tianyin and I are both in the high school division now. We can go together. There's no need for you to worry. Xia Tianyou's father had just completed a novel and was now contemplating the ideas for his next work. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to accompany his son and daughter to school. I will take you both on the bus, he offered. At that moment, Xia Tianyou carried his own backpack while holding onto his sister Xia Tianyin's bag with the other hand. Dad, it's really unnecessary. We can ride our bicycles, he replied. Dad, I'm already in the 3rd year of junior high. I can take care of myself. You should stay home, Xia Tianyin chimed in, taking the bag from her brother and softly adding, Thank you, brother. Brother, let's go. Don't mind, Dad, she said, already bouncing ahead with her bag. Slow down. Be careful not to fall, Xia Tianyou cautioned, following behind her with great care. Once they mounted their bicycles, the siblings rode side by side into the morning light. The shadows of trees dancing upon their faces, a patchwork that seemed to echo the passage of time. Ride safely, and let me know what you'd like to eat. I'll prepare it for you, he assured her. Chapter 42, Genuine Emotions in Writing. The results of our entrance exams have been released. Students, take a look at your compositions. Reflect on the reasons behind your scores. Despite the reorganization of classes based on elective choices, the teaching roster from classes 1 to 6 remained largely unchanged. The only exception was the school's decision to accommodate teachers with children preparing for the college entrance examination, leading to the reassignment of a junior high teacher to the comparatively lighter workload of grade 13. While a new Chinese language teacher was brought in to take charge of class 5's instruction, the sole alteration involves Qiu Pingxia, who has been assigned to the junior high school to teach the 1st year. Her teaching capabilities are undoubtedly commendable, and the need for personnel in the junior high school is quite normal. It is disheartening to see a preoccupation with writing overly formatted pieces, as if one were crafting a parallel prose while the substance is lacking. When it comes to composing a narrative, the inability to do so is perplexing. Similarly, in writing an argumentative essay, one ought to provide examples rather than merely reciting the pros and cons. Why not articulate your own viewpoints? Hua Qian, I must say, despite any shortcomings, I am aware that Teacher Qiu excels in teaching Chinese, correct? Yes, Teacher Qiu indeed teaches Chinese well. And Ning, what is your opinion? Ah, yes. That is indeed true. I am referring to both of you, Wang Jinyu and Wang Shanqian, since you have chosen the liberal arts. It is rather unacceptable to doze off in class right at the beginning of the term. Teacher, I was not asleep. What is wrong with my essay? Is it not well reasoned? Wang Jinyu's remark evidently vexed the Chinese teacher. You may have a point, but did you truly engage with the material? The prompt was about, and an explanation was provided to you. Yet, what did you submit? The teacher sighed and said, if you believe that receiving a score of 10 is unjust, perhaps you should read aloud what you have written. Wang Jinyu, seemingly unfazed, began to read hesitantly, means, what is this nonsense? In that brief moment, Wang Jinyu found himself unable to recognize his own writing. Teacher Ho, visibly flustered, appeared as though steam might erupt from his head, while a group of students erupted in laughter after hearing just the beginning. Oh, I recognize it now. Shindu signifies caution, a reminder to avoid solitude. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, which teaches us that we should not dwell alone, but rather learn the importance of unity and cooperation. Many hands make light work. To walk alone is evidently. What is there to find amusing? Wang Jinyu remarked, chuckling as he continued to read. Teacher Ho gestured towards the PowerPoint presentation, urging, come, look here. This outlines the question formulation provided by our examiners. Take a moment to peruse it. The term Shindu originates from the book Zhongyong. Without consulting the PowerPoint, he began to expound. The original phrase reads, nothing is seen in secrecy, nothing is revealed in subtlety. Thus, a gentleman is cautious in his solitude. We have also provided specific examples on the paper. Make sure you do not misremember the essence of Shindu, which conveys the idea of being consistent in one's demeanor, whether alone or in the presence of others. In simpler terms, it refers to self-discipline. In Chapter 43, Understanding Poetry in Dream of the Red Chamber, as Teacher Ho discussed the examination topics, he noticed Wang Shanxian soundly asleep while cradling a glass. Wang Shanxian, awaken. It is time to review the paper. Choosing pure literature often results in such a scenario, 1/3 genuine interest and 2/3 sheer indifference. Teacher, what? I choose C. Let us continue our discussion. Where did we leave off? What was the purpose behind the construction of the Grandview Garden? Does anyone remember? The visit of the Yuan Fei. From different corners of the classroom, scattered voices emerged. Teacher, this beauty. Wang Jinyu's words interrupted abruptly. Which question? Ah, that one. You know, the one about fixed imagery we discussed in class. Before Wang Jinyu could finish, Shang Anning spoke up with an expression of disbelief. Huh? Hua Qian added without lifting her head, with fragrant oars and orchid paddles. Striking the clear void and tracing the flowing light. In my heart's vastness, I gaze at the beauty, who is far away in the heavens. What does that mean? Wang Jinyu seemed either genuinely perplexed or mischievous, lamenting that the poet prevents us from indulging in early romance. Teacher Ho set aside the examination paper, exhaling deeply. The fragrant beauty symbolizes loyalty to the ruler and love for the country. Beauty also refers to lofty ideals. Please save such inquiries for after class, as it can easily consume our time. Given that we are on this topic, I wonder if you all recall that in modern literature, there exists a poet who utilized beauty to convey his noble aspirations. A girl, like lilac, bound by sorrow. Shang Anning instinctively blurted out, Dai Wangshu's Rain Lane. Indeed. In Rain Lane, Dai Wangshu likens his ideals to a lilac-like maiden. That still reflects a lack of resolve. I have yet to hear of others feeling lost. Wang Jinyu suddenly interjected again. Could you either pay attention to the lesson or remain silent? Anning, please refrain from speaking. Hua Qian shook her head at Shang Anning, realizing he was overly reliant on others for validation. After class, the teacher stood at the door, calling out to Wang Jinyu, who was hurrying towards the restroom with his head down. Wang Jinyu, come here. Haven't I told you to stop causing trouble? This isn't a collective activity. Chapter 44. The ginkgo's autumn whispers. A slight chill pierced through the air, mingling with the comforting sense of earth and sunlight. Blinking, I raised my head. Immersed in the clear, crisp autumn, clutching the essential collection of 49 ancient poems and prose for high school, I suddenly grasped the essence of ancient scholars' tranquil sighs. The vast desert in autumn, the grass withers, a solitary city at sunset, the soldiers are few. Without the presence of Shi Xian in the class, Hua Qian became busy, leaving Shang Anning to circle aimlessly. What is wrong with you, old sir? Came the teasing voice of Kong Chunjun, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of a basketball against the ground. Then, I heard Xia Tianyu call out from this direction, tossing the ball over. All right, I'm off. You can take your time memorizing. Didn't the teacher say the test is next week? Science students like you should stick to your logic. Are you planning to neglect your language scores? Does everyone else have to be like you and Hebo? That brain of yours. Just memorize it once and you'll get it. Kong Chenjun sighed. If it weren't for Qiuping Xia, Hebo's language scores would surely be among the top in the grade. That's true, he is competitive enough. As long as he studies well, what does it matter how Qiu Laosher feels? Anning, it's time for the 800-meter run. Hua Qian approached to call Shang Anning over. Upon seeing Hua Qian, Xia Tianyu and Kong Chunjun both greeted her warmly. Upon catching sight of the ancient poetry book that Shang Anning still held in her hands, I had just taken mine down as well. Let us recite together after we finish our run. Hand it to me first. I shall place it together with mine to save you the trouble of searching for it later, Hua Qian said, accepting the book from Shang Anning. Hurry along. We can chat later. With perfect scores in sit-ups and the potential for bonus points, as well as full marks in the seated forward bend and a standing long jump of 95. Now, regarding the running. An 800-meter time of 75 and a 50-meter time of 70 had significantly lowered the overall scores. As they approached the final lap, Anning found herself in the middle of the pack when she heard Teacher Liu, the physical education instructor, calling out from the basketball court. Anning, your speed is lacking. You're running too slowly. After much effort, she completed the run, noting a slight improvement in her time compared to previous attempts. Just as Shang Anning was about to recite poetry with Hua Qian, she was called away by Teacher Liu. You need to practice your running. Although the current academic assessment is merely pass or fail, you don't want to hinder your performance in other events, do you? Teacher Liu remarked to Shang Anning. As the videographer stealthily approached, having already captured images of her running and now sifting through the footage. Ah, is that Hua Qian? The videographer suddenly inquired of Teacher Liu and Shang Anning. Keep your voices down. This angle is just right. capturing the youthful exuberance and the harmonious sounds of reading. Xing Anning and teacher Lu observed the videographer's display screen, where in this small universe, Hua Qian and the autumn day seemed to merge seamlessly. Gentle sunlight, faint sounds of reading, the hues of youth. Anning, you once read alongside Hua Qian. I shall take a photograph shortly. Xing Anning has reluctantly become a mere prop for the shoot. Just as she intended to approach, she noticed Zidian seated on the bench where Hua Qian was, cradling a basketball. The two exchanged a few words. Well, Anning, there is no need for you to go over now. The filming instructor satisfactorily captured a photograph and pointed it out to the physical education teacher and Xing Anning, saying, Look, a blend of literature and athletics. This photo will be posted on the school's official account tonight. Chapter 45. A geographical exploration of vast landscapes. The northern region, the southern region, the northwest region, and the Qinghai-Tibet region constitute the four major topographical divisions of our Great China. The line formed by the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River serves as the demarcation between the northern and southern regions. The Greater Xing'an Range, Yishan Mountains, and Helan Mountains delineate the boundary between the northern and northwest regions. When mentioning the Qinling-Huai River line, does anyone recall the several geographical boundaries associated with it? The 800mm isohyet, the January 0-degree isotherm, the subtropical and warm-temperate zones, the north-south boundary, paddy fields, dry land, rice, wheat, sugarcane, and beets. The architectural characteristics of a region are often closely tied to its geographical features. Next, I will present a few examples for you to guess which of the four major regions these buildings belong to. The second image showcases the sacred Potala Palace, while the third depicts a quintessential old Beijing Sihiyuan. In the fourth image, the house boasts a flat roof, sturdy walls, and diminutive windows, resembling a fortress, with no more than 2 windows on a single wall. The first location is undoubtedly in the southern region. Despite his confidence, Shixing hesitates momentarily as he speaks. The second location should be the Tibetan Plateau, while the third is the northern region. After a brief pause, upon viewing the fourth image, Shixing's initial instinct is to identify it as the Lus Plateau, without having the time to recall his recently acquired knowledge. The final location is in the northwest region. None of your answers are incorrect. Why are you so anxious? The geography teacher, after listening to Shixing's responses, proceeded to advance the PowerPoint presentation while complimenting him. I initially thought you seemed quite downcast, your head bowed, and I feared you had lost focus. There is no need to fear making mistakes. Simply speak boldly. We have just begun studying this material, so whether your answers are right or wrong is of no consequence. If there are uncertainties, I will continue to teach. Ah, yes. Thank you. Teacher, I understand. All right, let us proceed with the lesson. Shixing, please come here for a moment. I would like to speak with you. Immediately following class, the geography teacher beckoned Shixing over. Upon arriving at the entrance of class 4, Anning observed the teacher conversing with Shixing and hesitated to enter. Standing to one side. Anning, please come in. Hello, teacher. Anning peered in from the side and stepped into the classroom. Shixing. Anning. Indeed, Xinxin, you see. I can make mistakes too. It is simply a part of life. Xing Anning remarked, glancing at the still displayed PPT on the large screen. Ah, you have just reached this point. Chapter 46. Years have not altered the youthful zeal. The photograph on the PPT was a yellowed cover page of the New Youth magazine. The New Youth was a monthly publication that commenced its journey on September 15, 1915, in Shanghai. Ms. Fang, Hu Chen's mother, was lecturing from the podium, while Chen Han dozed off in the audience. Renchui School housed only 6 classes, yet the combinations available for students to choose from numbered over a dozen. Thus students opting for history, politics, and culture, as well as history, politics, and science, were all placed in class 3. Today, it was rather fortuitous that Yibo was adorned in a cultural creative t-shirt. When called upon by Ms. Fang, Yibo was momentarily taken aback, letting out a few chuckles. May you possess innovative thoughts and a progressive spirit akin to that of its founder. Humph. Chen Han, having risen from his desk at some point, began to oppose Yibo. Ms. Fang turned her gaze to Chen Han and remarked, "We are in class. If you are awake, then pay attention." "Teacher, I am not asleep." Chen Han, taking advantage of Qiu Pingxia's past favoritism, had yet to amend his disruptive habits. "If you are awake, then focus on the lesson. Do not cause disruptions during class." Chen Han remained silent, while it was Yibo who spoke up. "Teacher, he is not paying attention in class. He is looking at his phone." Ms. Fang leaned forward, peering towards Chen Han's desk, but instead of spotting a phone, she found a novel. "Enough of this. Pay attention to the lesson." Teacher Fang did not express any grievances towards Yibo, for everyone was well aware of Chun Han's true nature. Listening to Teacher Fang's words, Chun Han cast a triumphant glance at Yibo, brimming with self-satisfaction. The establishment of New Youth marked the rise of the New Culture movement. In early 1917, the editorial office of New Youth relocated to Beijing, contributing significantly to the May 4th movement. The publication extensively introduced Marxist-Leninist works and the experiences of the international proletarian revolutionary movement. Simultaneously, it advocated for democracy, science, and new culture. New Youth ceased publication in July 1922, but in June 1923, it was transformed into a quarterly, becoming the official theoretical publication of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. It resumed irregular publication from April 1925, producing a total of 5 issues before its final cessation in July 1926. Now, let us turn our attention to the PowerPoint presentation and attempt a few questions to see if you can resonate with the progressive thoughts of youth from a century ago. After Teacher Fang concluded, he pointed to the questions on the PowerPoint and began to ask, "Chun Han, why don't you answer this one?" Chun Han lifted his head, glancing at the question, which seemed exceedingly simple. He had encountered it before and confidently chose option A. Teacher Fang nodded in approval, signaling for Chun Han to take his seat. "Next question, Yibo." "Indeed, we just discussed the original sentence," Teacher Fang acknowledged, commending the response before instructing Yibo to sit down. As the history class concluded, Teacher Fang exited the classroom holding the textbooks, while Chun Han remained slumped over his desk. How amusing. He could simply watch, yet he had created a hole in the desk and still refused to acknowledge it. Truly uninteresting. Yibo spoke as he exited the classroom, raising his voice as if afraid the others on the floor could not hear him. Chapter 47. Willing to be a pillar for the nation. It's truly absurd. I've heard that karate is actually entering the Olympics, yet our martial arts cannot. It's utterly frustrating. Sheng Anning, ever the hothead, exclaimed, Xin, can you believe this? It's simply unreasonable, all right, don't dwell on it too much. Sure Xin patted Anning's shoulder, guiding her down the hallway to admire the orchids on the windowsill and the potholes on the cabinet. What difference does it make if it's in the Olympics? If it were truly valuable, how could it not qualify? Hai Xingping's voice, predictable as always, chimed in. You folks just practice those forms. Do they possess any practical application? Sheng Anning rolled her eyes vehemently, ready to retort without hesitation. The forms of martial arts were developed in response to the demands of the post-World War II era. Moreover, what does the Olympic motto of faster, higher, stronger have to do with practical combat? And as for karate, do you know anything about its origins? Are you aware that Chinese martial arts are the source of karate? Have you ever heard that karate was originally called Tanghand? Did you know that Taekwondo has connections to Chinese martial arts as well? So what? Came the dismissive reply. In the text, it states, blue is derived from indigo, yet is bluer than indigo. Ice is made from water, yet is colder than water. Haven't you heard this? Anning continued, it's unfortunate that your language teacher praised your skills in our class. But now, it seems what does this have to do with the teacher? Upon hearing Sheng Anning's remarks directed at Hai Shiping, he ceased to engage in further debate. What does our discussion have to do with language arts? Sheng Anning's sudden shift left Hai Shiping momentarily taken aback. What did I just say? Why am I discussing the teacher? All right, since you choose not to mention the teacher, let us return to the matter at hand. Sheng Anning spoke fervently, yet Hai Shiping merely shook his head, clearly disregarding her words. So what if it lacks international recognition? Not everything requires such acknowledgement. Yu Jing appeared seemingly out of nowhere, perhaps drawn by the penetrating nature of Sheng Anning's discourse. Does international recognition matter to you, Hai Shiping? It's abnormal if it doesn't. Hai Shiping faltered but remained obstinate. There was a time when China's development of its nuclear weapons and satellite faced international scorn. How many voices were there that doubted us? Following Yu Jing's lead, Sheng Anning adeptly provided examples, asserting, in the end, didn't the pioneers of our nuclear program succeed in launching them into the sky? Is that dependent on international approval? Moreover, did you not observe the interest foreigners showed in martial arts during the summer camp? Is that a matter of international acknowledgement? Enough already. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking further, Sheng Anning retorted, disinterested in continuing the argument with Hai Shiping. We ought to focus on how to gain global recognition for our culture rather than incessantly lamenting what is deemed acceptable or not. You possess a scholarly disposition. Yet one must ponder what scientific endeavors the future may hold. After all, those who pen novels can indeed transform science fiction into a precursor of technology. Merely criticizing our own culture hardly constitutes a remarkable achievement. Chapter 48. The Rise of the Dragon Nation and the Strength of Youth. Greetings, senior sisters. After being addressed as seniors for over a year, Ning and Xin have grown indifferent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Bo dribbled a basketball from the academic building to the playground, where a group of 13th grade students welcomed him warmly. Hello, senior. The two of them then engaged in playful banter as they raced to the goal, testing their wit and agility. Anning, despite being 2 years younger than Shang Anning, Xia Tianyin is no shorter in stature. Anning, here I come. Xin is here too. Greetings, Xin. In contrast to her older brother, Xia Tianyu, Xia Tianyin's personality is considerably more vivacious. With her brother's protection, she cannot be deemed particularly composed. Anning, Xin, you learned the dragon dance with the teacher last year. Do you recall what we discussed? We've only just begun learning, which is quite normal. Xia Tianyin winked at Xing Anning, acknowledging that many were not particularly interested and found it burdensome to memorize. Xin, can you demonstrate? Of course. Without hesitation. Xin picked up a dragon ball carelessly left on the ground. Anning, shall we run in circles? Absolutely. This side position, the teacher indicated, is to shield the face's height so that it remains unseen from the outside. Wait a moment, Anning. I recall there were specific requirements for that. What were they? Without leaving a trace behind, what about the dragon's body? Stretch it out. Shin Anning sighed helplessly, asking if there were any further inquiries. Go ahead and ask everything at once. I can hardly keep track of how much you remember. Oh, all right. No more questions. Please continue, they urged. Here. This is the diagonal plate. The teacher indicated that this side is the lowest point, while the opposite side is the highest. Shang Anning pointed to where Shishing was spinning. Continuing, isn't this the reference point the teacher mentioned we should find during practice? The teacher clearly stated to follow this edge around the circle, noting that this side of the basketball court represents the lowest point, while the other represents the highest. The lateral undulation is not significantly different from the side elevation. By the way, doesn't your class just need to remember the dragon beats? After that, it's mostly about recalling the sequence and following along. Shang Anning was so engrossed in speaking that she momentarily forgot what Xia Tianyin was doing. It wasn't like they were teaching about dragon boats, dragons departing from palaces, 5 stars, or threading the dragon. If it were about the 8-character dragon dance, wouldn't it also involve the dragon's head? Oh, understood. Xia Tianyin nodded vigorously, affirming. All right, I comprehend. In truth, everyone will certainly grasp it well, but first, you must memorize the dragon beads, right? Yes indeed. Xia Tianyin replied as she walked ahead. Not having ventured far, Xia Tianyin listened to the footsteps, turned her head, and cautiously remarked, by the way, Anning, I am the dragon pearl from our class. Chapter 49. A melody that shakes the mountains and rivers. Having just learned a new move, the crowd was filled with fervor, and starting from the dragon pearl, they ran faster and faster, as if in a wild frenzy. Unbeknownst to them, the music from an unknown source intertwined with the rhythm of their dragon dance, creating a resonant harmony in their ears. As the vibrant music came to a halt, a group of students, panting from their exertions, finally came to a stop. Oh dear. I'm utterly exhausted, Xia Tianyin exclaimed, thrusting the bamboo pole of the dragon pearl into the ground. One hand pressed against her chest while the other used the pole for support, her legs trembling beneath her. I initially just wanted to run faster. Why were you all urging me on? Irritated, Xia Tianyin rolled her eyes and stomped her foot towards a nearby basketball hoop, leaning the dragon pearl against it. Shang Anning and Xin, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Shang Anning, unperturbed by whether Xia Tianyin wished to hear her or not, chimed in. Weren't you the one who started running with them in the first place? Who can you blame? Their teacher repeatedly urged them to slow down, noting, from our perspective, watching you makes us feel exhausted too. It's not like you ran all that distance effortlessly. As the two continued their playful banter, they listened to the still continuing music and began to search for its source. Since it was indeed their break time, Shang Anning and Xia Tianyin decided to head towards the music classroom door to listen and investigate, somewhat out of idle curiosity. It must be my brother and the others. Aren't they part of the folk music ensemble? As Xia Tianyin spoke, she remarked that her brother often played around at home, though she herself could not partake in such activities. Nevertheless, they could certainly go and listen, for it was indeed delightful. Xin, will you join us? No. I must take a break. Being the dragon head is not as effortless as your dragon ball. Wei Xing shook her head and settled onto a nearby bench. stating that she could hear just fine from there, encouraging them to go if they wished. Sheng Anning and Xia Tianyin were not ones for pretense. They nodded in agreement and bounced eagerly to the entrance of the music classroom. A piece titled Flowing Water resonated, at times reminiscent of a gentle stream, and at others, akin to a waterfall crashing upon rocks, alternating between the heights of mountains and the expanses of plains. The flute was played by her brother, and she inquired about his recent practice at home, discovering he was preparing for a duet. Is the other instrument the guzheng? She mused, finding it quite melodious. Despite Xia Tianyu's proficiency with the flute, Xia Tianyin admitted her limited understanding of musical instruments. It is the guzheng, Sheng Anning pointed through the door gap. Did you see? The guzheng has 7 strings, while the guzheng boasts 21. The guzheng. I feel it has a lighter, more ethereal quality compared to the guzheng, which seems more profound. She pondered aloud. The guzheng feels more connected to mountains, earth, and rivers, while the guzheng embodies the essence of wind and clouds. Look over there. That is the yanqing. Following Sheng Anning's, Xia Tianyin indeed spotted the instrument resting on its stand, being delicately struck by tiny mallets. And she nodded in a semblance of understanding. In the past 2 years, during the graduation of their cohort, 2 remarkable individuals emerged, whose mastery of the guzheng was truly exceptional. The harmonious melodies produced by the ensemble of traditional musicians resonated beautifully, drifting through the air like whispers across still waters, traversing mountains and rivers, merging into the vast ocean, lingering with a poignant grace that left echoes in the ears. Chapter 50, Who Can Stand in the Green Field, Part 1. Anning, Shixin, hurry up, urged Xia Tianyin, who was holding 2 meticulously tailored dragon dance costumes. After your school team finishes their performance, there's a dance in between, and then it's our turn for the dragon dance. You both need to hurry. We want to have time otherwise. Xia Tianyin was already dressed in her costume, perspiring profusely as she fanned herself. The sound of her costume's zipper scraping against the door echoed incessantly. Ah, we'll be there soon. Don't fret, Shixin exclaimed, busily adjusting her outfit, only to accidentally bump into something, letting out a small gasp. Ouch. Tianyin, why don't you go ahead first? Anning, also feeling the pressure, caused quite a commotion in her haste. Just hurry up. I'm not anxious. They can manage on their own without me. Xia Tianyin paced back and forth, imploring. You both really need to hurry. With a resigned sigh, Anning replied, just give us the costumes. There's a place to hang them here. But then you'll have to make room for the costumes, which complicates things even more. It's already cramped. All right, just hand us the costumes. We'll come out shortly. After finally tidying up the area, the 3 of them hurriedly made their way to the playground. Before they could catch their breath, the host on stage had already begun the introductions. Next, we invite the students from the Dragon Dance elective to present their performance. After Huaqian finished speaking, she cast an encouraging glance towards Sheng Anning. Anning took a moment to steady her breath before nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Xia Tianyin seized the opportunity to roll her eyes at her brother, remarking on how those 2 were merely friends, yet they knew to offer encouragement. As an older brother, shouldn't you be cheering me on a bit? Xia Tianyu observed his sister's somewhat silly demeanor, unable to suppress a smile, though he refrained from laughing out loud on stage. Instead, he gently clenched his fist and placed it over his heart, smiling at Xia Tianyin. A series of soaring, twisting movements ensued as the dragon, guided by the performing students, danced vividly through the air. With the performances from all grade levels concluded, the morning's biting cold wind dissipated, and the formal competition commenced under the autumn breeze and soft sunlight. Prior to the long jump event, Huaqian called Sheng Anning over to the steps of the podium. Leaning in closer, Anning, I noticed that all your events are scheduled for the morning. After the competitions, could you help me organize some encouraging phrases for them? Huaqian began, pausing briefly to gather her thoughts before continuing. If they can't come up with anything, they can search online and copy it. But it's best if they write their own. All right, I understand, Anning replied. Sheng Anning nodded, resting her legs on the steps of the podium, bending down to stretch. If they don't write it, I can compose dozens of pieces for you. Huaqian chuckled softly as the host. I have no time to write while reading the script. Yet you seem to have plenty of energy, with 2 projects and 2 performances, and still the strength to write. All right, it's settled then. Hurry to the competition. And good luck, Sheng Anning replied, turning to head towards the registration area, clearly unfazed by the challenges ahead. The high school students preparing for the standing long jump were gathered at the competition venue. Habitually, Sheng Anning scanned the surroundings, observing her fellow competitors. Goodness, She realized she was at least 20 centimeters shorter than the average participant. Chapter 51. Who Can Stand in the Green Field? Part 2, 2613. Class 6 of the second year. Sheng Anning. First jump. 208. Wow, Sheng Anning, how did you jump so far? Wang Shanxian, who was not competing, chimed in from the sidelines. Indeed, you outperformed me. For high school girls, a standing long jump of 205 is already considered a perfect score. Finding even 2 or 3 students who could exceed that in an ordinary school year is rare. Listening to Wang Shanxian, Sheng Anning felt a twinge of discomfort. She was striving for her Class S glory, yet here was someone comparing heights. Ah, I can't compete with you. Just wait and see. Wang Shanxian and another fellow competitor merely offered a few words of flattery. Sheng Anning had not finished speaking when several individuals turned away, disappearing from sight. 2308. Class 23 of the second year. First jump. 183. 2204. Class 22 of the second year. First jump. 186. 2515. Class 25 of the second year. Yujing. First jump. 236. Unlike the focus cheers that accompany running events, the long jump receives scant attention, save for the moment when the results are announced from the podium. Ah. Height does have its limitations, doesn't it, Anning? Wang Shanxian suddenly reappeared at this moment. Indeed, but Yujing is. That's right. If you were a bit taller, there would be no issue. You could surely jump farther than Yujing. That is not the case. Yujing possesses remarkable jumping ability and is quite the specialist in her field. Anning, isn't it your turn? Sheng Anning was still pondering this quandary when Yujing had already approached her, encouraging her. 2613, Class 26 of the second year. Sheng Anning, second jump. 213. Each class had 2 participants, 6 classes in total, with each individual jumping 3 times to record their highest score. In a mere 20 minutes. The long jump competition for the second-year girls concluded with remarkable efficiency. The volunteer students responsible for recording the results continued to organize the competitions for athletes from other grades according to the established schedule. Sheng Anning and Yujing strolled toward classes 5 and 6, engaged in conversation. So, are you really considering pursuing athletics? Well, my current grades are average. I aim to enter the Beijing Sport University through athletics. By the way, what do you think Sure Xin is planning? Ah, are we not at a summer camp? During the latter half of the vacation, Xinxin made a decision that perplexed her. She intends to pursue the arts. She anticipates that she will likely need to attend a specialized training institution, which may render her absent during her final year of high school. Sheng Anning remarked. Shifting the conversation, in any case, I firmly believe that academics should take precedence. After all, whether one aims for a prestigious institution through artistic or athletic talents, one cannot disregard academic performance. Do you think everyone else is like you, who can simply learn and excel? Yujing chuckled softly, picking up the school uniform that had fallen to the ground, as it seemed even walking could dislodge it. We may study all night and retain little, so we can only strive to do our best. With no interference from teacher Qiu Pingxia, Sheng Anning and Yujing conversed with ease, basking in the golden autumn sunlight, enriching their memories. Chapter 52. Who Stands on the Green Field? Part 3. The clouds drift gracefully, and beams of sunlight filter through, transforming the entire playground into a stage beneath the limelight. The podium is sheltered by a transparent glass awning, which, in contrast to the playground, has become a mere supporting character in this autumnal scene, or perhaps it has always played a secondary role to the vibrant life of the playground. Sheng Anning from Class 6 of the second year contributes, amidst the verdant haze and vibrant disturbances, where do we yearn to go? With a few arrows released. Let us observe how the youth meanders. In the second year, Class 6. A submission from student Sheng Anning. A submission from student Sheng Anning of Class 6 of the second year in the vibrant autumn, on the verdant field, The sprinters are like arrows released from the bow. Charge forth, athletic champions, for victory belongs to you. Class 6's Hua Qian, momentarily taken aback, gestured for Xia Tianyu to read another piece. Sensing the cue, Xia Tianyu promptly rose and began reading a manuscript just handed over by a first-year student, Class 3. Keep pushing. Sprint and relay, you are the best. As I spoke with them, the effort proved taxing, prompting me to write a bit more. You need not read all of mine. It would be too awkward. Just pick any name or simply read from our class. Now, let us announce the results for the high jump event in the girls category for the second year. Holding the freshly delivered results sheet, Hua Qian glanced at it and began to read. First place, Class 5, Yujing, with a leap of 2 meters and 45 centimeters. Second place, Class 6, Sheng Anning. With a jump of 2 meters and 13 centimeters. Look at Sheng Anning. What use is her martial arts if she jumps 10 centimeters shorter than me? He Shenping, seated to the left of Yu Jing, began to murmur. Yu Jing shot him a glare, too fatigued to respond. I'm just stating the obvious. I know you girls jump higher than us. As I struggled to explain myself, Yu Jing ignored me. He Shenping pouted, reluctantly grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and began to write encouraging words. After a brief moment, Yu Jing rose, casually draping her garment over the chair before stepping over the neatly arranged barrier, making her way purposefully towards the registration area. It's quite absurd, isn't it? I suppose. Never mind, I shall not quarrel with the girls. After all, I am a gentleman. Who would engage in conflict with a woman? Hai Xingping inadvertently locked eyes with Yu Jing, and he began to avert his gaze, bending down to feign picking something up. As Yu Jing bent down, Hai Xingping lowered his eyes. She extended her hand, and he bowed his head further. Yu Jing lifted her clothing, while Hai Xingping widened his eyes in surprise. It seemed that Yu Jing was oblivious to Hai Xingping's reaction. She donned her garment and turned away, jogging a few steps towards the registration area. Remaining rooted in place, Hai Xingping patted his chest, relieved to have escaped an awkward moment, and took a couple of gulps of cold water. In the girls' division of the second-year high school, the 800-meter race was about to commence, and the athletes took their positions. With the sound of the starting gun, the competitors surged forward from the starting line, each relying on their own speed. After 2 laps, Yu Jing, who had been positioned in the middle, gradually advanced, surpassing the leading competitor by a quarter of a lap by the 3rd lap. As she crossed the finish line, the second-place runner was still half a lap behind. She certainly possesses some remarkable talent. Chapter 53, Anxious Vigil Through the Night, Part 1. Fr. Ling. Is anyone there? Fr. Ling. Civil life? And I shall know it all. Uneasy, huh? Uneasy. Not here. Fr. Ling. A plump star. What's the matter? Restless. What brings you here at this late hour, sir? Spring. Major topics. Spring. Weren't you supposed to discuss the major topics with us? Boa. There's no need for us. You, dear child, must manage on your own. Boa. Father is engrossed in a game. You should study independently. Spring. Can we refrain from causing a commotion at this hour? Restless. I doubt that's possible. Boa. Indeed, it isn't. A plump star. 1. Restless. All right. Let us discuss serious matters. Which problem is it? I can memorize the formula by noon tomorrow just as well. Restless. After all, I am the one who crams at the last minute. A plump star. Then I too have a question. Restless. Fine. Restless. You all are quite something. Only remembering to ask me right before the exam. What on earth did you do during the long holiday? Boa. And you have the audacity to criticize others? Restless? Boa. Aren't you aware of your own actions? Restless? Boa. It's not as if someone didn't mention something in the group this afternoon. Restless. Ha. Restless. Those who do not review, please leave. Boa. See, that hit a nerve. Chiao Shanking Zhang. 99 Chiao Shanking Zhang. I'm just reviewing. Restless. All right. We should start asking questions. No more fooling around. The exam is tomorrow. Boa. So you think we can just stop joking around on command? Sheng Anning rolled her eyes. And so did he, Bo. It was evident that their quarrel had ceased, yet their lips remained unyielding, revealing their grievances. If it had been others, they would have inevitably clashed. After a bout of commotion, Sheng Anning spread her Chinese language workbook across the table. Speak, she urged, as dark clouds obscured the moonlight. Yet this did not diminish the glow of the street lamp sketching the window's frame. Through the glass, she gazed at the neighboring house. Despite the heavy curtains, one could still sense the warmth within, likely filled with comfort. Quietly now, it's time to rest. Sleeping too late is detrimental to your health. Came the voice of Yu Jing's mother from the doorway. Mom, you needn't worry about me. I understand the importance of rest. Well then, drink the warm milk before heading to bed. There's no need to fret about your grades. I'm still young enough to provide for both of us. Turning around, Yu Jing's mother gently settled onto the edge of the bed, careful not to disturb her daughter. Observing her child's diligent silhouette, Yu Jing's mother pressed her lips together, her eyes misty with emotion. She was acutely aware that Yu Jing lacked a natural aptitude for academics, yet she witnessed her daughter's relentless dedication day after day. Beneath the radiant lights of BJ City, not all was well. This city harbored its own share of joys and sorrows, yet each individual quietly carried on, fulfilling their role as a minute cog in the grand machinery of life. Thus, they gazed at the stars below and the moon above, listened to the roars of tigers in the streets and the calls of gibbons at home, all while following their own paths. Chapter 54. A Night of Anxiety Before the Monthly Exam, Part 2. Oh dear, it's over. I failed. I too share in this sentiment, truly. It appears that I shall not achieve a score of 100 this time, for I have not engaged in any revision. I have utterly neglected to memorize anything. Just as Shang Anning entered the classroom, casually swinging a transparent pencil case, she overheard the customary remarks of Wang Shanxian and Guo Ruifan. With a nonchalant toss, she flung the pencil case onto the desk, stifled a yawn, and rested her head upon the table, succumbing to slumber. As the examination bell chimed, Wang Shanxian and Guo Ruifan perused their materials while making their way out of the examination room. In contrast, Shang Anning uniquely stretched her back, lazily adjusted her pencil case, and sat up. The formula must be cosine, cosine, sine, sine. Taking her seat, Wang Shanxian continued to mutter softly, "Are you referring to cos?" At this moment, the examination had commenced, prompting the admonishment, "No whispering during the exam." It was only then that Wang Shanxian noticed the English teacher standing at the front. Even the grade-level leader, Teacher Ho, had been summoned, casting a disapproving glance at her and Guo Ruifan. "Is there anything you failed to memorize prior to the exam? The papers are about to be distributed, and you are still engaged in idle chatter. Will you behave in such a manner during the college entrance examination?" After delivering her reprimand, the English teacher turned her attention to the blackboard, methodically filling in the subjects and times for the examination. Teacher Ho also redirected her focus away from Wang Shanxian and Guo Ruifan, scanning the room and inspecting each student's desk. "Wang Shanxian, where did all these tissues in your desk come from?" Observing the abundance of tissues in Wang Shanxian's pocket, the head of the grade, Teacher Ho, could not help but furrow her brow. "If your nose is bothering you, prepare a plastic bag to hang nearby." Before Wang Shanxian could offer excuses about allergic rhinitis or a cold, the head teacher promptly identified the crux of the issue. It is normal to experience nasal discomfort during seasonal changes, but do not let it affect your classmates. Regardless of discomfort, one must maintain a semblance of cleanliness in shared spaces. The incessant writing and the languor in speech often transformed into the impetus for the pen during examinations. As students navigated the examination hall, some succumbed to despair and fell asleep, rendering the proctor's frustrated sighs largely ineffective. The environment may dictate that students who struggle with learning will ultimately fill their exam papers with the questions they can answer, leaving the rest blank in a haze of confusion. In the transparent classroom, youth manifested in varied forms and brilliance. Gazing at the essay prompt, they pondered what middle school students ought to learn, embodying the essence of an ordinary student. Chapter 55, The Anxiety and Rush of the Monthly Exam, Part 3, as scores were gradually revealed on the mobile app. The classroom and hallways buzzed incessantly with chatter among students. "Oh, I never expected to perform so well. By the way, did you hear? Chen Han didn't even make it into the top 10 this time." Navigating through the somewhat exasperating barrier of voices from Wang Shanxian and Guo Ruifan, and stepping past Chen Han, who was disheartened after failing to guess the right direction in his tutoring sessions, a sense of tranquility began to emerge. "How did you manage to solve this problem?" The teacher had previously discussed a similar topic in class. "I recall it, yet I failed to grasp the concept. Allow me to articulate my thoughts." Observe, everyone is engaged in discourse regarding the subject, while Shang Anning stands out once more. Alas, the consequence of checking grades on one's phone is receiving persistent reminders from one's mother the night before. Shang Anning shook her head, her expression one of utter despondency. "Surely, it cannot be that severe. Is your grade truly that concerning?" Kang Chunjun shrugged nonchalantly. "If I received a score like yours, my family would treat us to a grand feast. Do you know what it feels like to be cold when your mother thinks you are cold?" Before Shang Anning could respond, Sher Xin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Ah, I understand. This is akin to your mother believing your grades are inadequate." Shang Anning and Sher Xin chimed in unison, startling Kang Chunjun. "Very well, the realm of academic excellence is beyond my comprehension." As their conversation progressed, Kang Chunjun and Sher Xin found common ground, leaving Shang Anning behind. Wide-eyed and blinking in astonishment. "Me, an academic prodigy? I am merely inadequate, you know. True scholars achieve their success effortlessly. As if gaining admission to a prestigious university like 985 is a mere formality." Shang Anning earnestly refuted the label. "Have you even studied?" Kang Chunjun interjected, clearly unimpressed by Shang Anning's defense. As she began to speak, under the scrutiny of the two before her, Shang Anning abruptly altered her statement. "Fine, even if I haven't studied. Does your annual ranking based on previous year's results suffice for 985? Sher Xin promptly followed suit, pressing for answers. Kong Chunjun cast a disdainful glance. As if to say enough is enough. What is there to deny? Even if I have not studied, it is still sufficient. Shang Anning wished to continue her defensive journey, but feeling the sincere gaze of her friend, she instinctively retracted her neck and fell silent. Knowing is enough. Others would be eager to be top scholars, yet here you are, reluctant to admit it. After sending Kong Chunjun, who was preparing for an exam, away, Xin and Shang Anning strolled arm in arm towards the self-study classroom. Anning, what should we do about the English scores that haven't been released yet? Isn't it a good thing that the scores aren't out yet? I've made a mess of my math calculations, and my Chinese performance was subpar. At least there is a chance for a turnaround. Indeed, the sorrows of the world differ. Isn't this infuriating? You're so tall, what is there to worry about? What tallness? My Chinese score isn't even as high as last time. Shang Anning and Xin bantered as they walked down the corridor. Before the results are out, everyone feels apprehensive. Chapter 56. The millennial stone carvings of Mount Hung. In every profession, there are outstanding individuals. The tour guide passionately narrated while pointing to the magnificent stone carvings before them, illustrating that just as there are exceptional scholars in academia, the same holds true for sculptors. These carvings represent the pinnacle of craftsmanship from that era. Even after thousands of years, weathered and eroded, we can still faintly discern the exquisite beauty of the carvings from long ago. They are a testament to the wisdom of the ancient laborers. The tour guide spoke with great enthusiasm, and the line of students stretched long, each peering curiously about, somewhat sluggish in their movements. What was there to behold, after all? None of them shared this religious belief. Hai Xingping, unable to find anything to discuss, felt as though he were invisible. Was not atheism meant to render such relics irrelevant? At this moment, Yu Jing had likely gone to seek out Shang Anning, who, at the departure from school, had been engaged in a heated debate with her parents over her recently concluded exam results. In the absence of authority, Hai Xingping indulged in his whims as freely as a monkey claiming dominion in a jungle devoid of tigers. The Yungang Grottos, established during the reign of Emperor Wenqing of the Northern Wei, have long since been inscribed on the World Heritage List. We can observe that many areas within the caves have remarkably preserved their colors. The guide directed the students into the cave's interior, and they followed the motion of my hand towards a bright window that allowed sunlight to illuminate the stone carvings. Stepping outside, we could also glimpse the upper portions of the carved Buddha statues through this luminous opening. As the students traversed the path, they too felt the steady incline of the mountain, did they not? Indeed, yet what of it? Hai Xingping paid little mind to how Wang Jinyu had slipped from Class 6 to join them in Class 5, joining in the chant alongside him. Surely, students recall from their history texts the relocation of the Northern Wei capital from Pingqing to Luoyang. The rise and fall of the Yungang Grottos undoubtedly serves as a testament to the relocation of the Northern Wei capital. From its early to mid and late periods, the grottos vividly showcase a profound fusion and transformation of historical cultures, reflecting the changes before and after the Sinicization reforms of the Northern Wei era. While the tour guide spoke, the students merely absorbed the information, observing the differences in the sculptures with preconceived notions, often only skimming the surface. After a morning's exploration, the group hurriedly boarded a bus to the Hanging Temple of Hengshan. I recall my mother discussing the Hanging Temple when preparing her lessons during my childhood, describing it as a harmonious blend of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, suspended amidst the mountains. Shang Anning had yet to adjust her emotions, and coincidentally, classes 5 and 6 mingled together, with Hua Qian engaging in conversation with Xia Tianyu. From hearing about it to witnessing it firsthand now, Hua Qian sighed, expressing her disbelief that, without cranes or the multitude of machinery we have today, such a grand structure, accessible for human passage, could have been constructed solely by human effort on such lofty heights. Upon reaching the Hanging Temple, the wind stirred the eaves bells, and the mist brushed past, evoking a sense of transcendence that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Chapter 57. The Ancient Pagoda of Yincian. A dance of sparrows. The sky was shrouded in clouds, and as they parted, the sun graciously illuminated the wooden pagoda, causing a flurry of birds to take flight. When a flock of sparrows captured the attention of the students, it was a rare sight compared to the crows that usually sat in rows on the power lines outside the school during winter. The tour guide has started to arrange the upcoming activities. This scenic area is not extensive. The students can freely explore for a while, and we shall reconvene here in half an hour. With such a large group, there is no need for the teachers and the guide to worry. Even if some students do not pay close attention to the instructions, given the current advancements in technology, it is quite easy to locate anyone through various means. Let us see if we can climb that tower. If we can, the view from up there would be breathtaking, suggested Not at Peace. Are you feeling well, sir? It has been quite a calm morning, inquired Boao. Just look at my smile. Not at Peace retorted. Suddenly, while engrossed in texting, Sheng Anning was startled by a tap on her shoulder. She instinctively tightened her grip on her phone, bracing for the unexpected visitor. As she turned around, countless strategies raced through her mind. Should the individual? No, the voice sounded familiar, and the sensation of the tap felt feminine. It resembled Kong Chunjun. Sure enough, her close friend and companion stood behind her, leaving Sheng Anning exasperated. Kong Chunjun, do you not realize how frightening that is? Gazing off into the distance, she noticed Hebo, who was tenderly cradling his phone while limping slightly. After a few steps, he began to hop on one foot, massaging his left calf. Ah, is this karma for his past misdeeds? Kong Chunjun, ever sharp-tongued, remarked, if you disregard your father's advice, the consequences are evident. Even while gaming, you should find a stable place to sit. Son, your father is not gaming. He is merely conversing with Sheng Anning, Hebo replied nonchalantly. Do you think your father is handsome? Even a fall would render me more handsome than you. As Shirxing gazed at the two kindergarten children before her, an overwhelming sense of weariness washed over her. With a roll of her eyes, she exchanged a glance with Sheng Anning, choosing to disregard the pair. Anning, let us depart. Did you not wish to see if we could ascend the tower? Shirxing remarked, providing Sheng Anning with a forewarning. I must inform you, while we may wish to observe, do not harbor disappointment. I read online that it is no longer accessible. It was possible before, but now, due to the heavy foot traffic, the preservation of the cultural relics is paramount. I understand. The view from above would offer a sweeping vista, unclouded by fleeting clouds. If we cannot ascend, let us admire the mural instead. I have heard that the paintings on the first floor are quite splendid. With that, Sheng Anning and Shirxing left the two foolish kindergarten children behind. By the way, are you two not concerned about Yujing? Kong Chunjun shouted from behind. You are both too preoccupied. The autumn sun bathed the ancient tower in its golden glow, bestowing a profound sense of antiquity that enveloped the atmosphere, while the circling birds inadvertently contributed a touch of desolation. The vibrant hues of the mural lay in repose behind a protective glass wall, and the sudden laughter, as sunlight streamed through, stirred the dust of ages. Chapter 58. Reflections on the Yinmen Pass. The Yinmen Pass. The Yinmen Pass. I am familiar with it. What was it called? The spring breeze does not traverse the Yinmen Pass. As Wang Jinyu sat on the tour bus, upon hearing the guide mention the Yinmen Pass, his mouth began to chatter incessantly. No sooner had he spoken than laughter erupted around him. Whose Yinmen Pass does not see the spring breeze? The spring breeze does not reach the Yinmen Pass. The Yinmen Pass is in Dunhuang, is it not? Sheng Anning could hardly tolerate Wang Jinyu's ignorance and, joining the group, interjected, don't assume that having a cave or a pass equates to a singular location. You traverse Sichuan and encounter the Jinmen Pass, not to mention Chongqing's Dazu. Do you really believe spring breezes do not reach Jinmen Pass? Laughter erupted in the vehicle, leaving Wang Jinyu feeling quite embarrassed. Oh dear. It's merely a misquoted line of poetry, he retorted, as if he had never misspelled a word in his life. Wang Shanchuan's words bore significance. This exam wasn't merely about who made errors in dictation. Hua Qian, seated beside Sheng Anning, noticed her friend's silence and was about to offer some words of comfort when Sheng Anning spoke up. Being wrong is still better than some people. It's far more meaningful to speak plainly than to resort to veiled insults. Observing Sheng Anning's rising temper, the atmosphere in the bus grew quiet, with no one daring to provoke her further, save for the incessant murmurs of Wang Jinyu at the front. As the journey continued, the northern mountains of Shanxi displayed a touch of autumn's desolation. A thin veil of mist lingered in the mountainous region, and through the window, a chill permeated the air. The bus traveled steadily along the smooth road, its rhythmic sway inducing a drowsy atmosphere among the passengers. Resting her chin on her hand, Sheng Anning propped her elbow on the small ledge by the window, gazing at the scenery. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy, and she dozed off, her head drooping. Anning, make sure to wear your jacket. You'll catch a chill otherwise. The bus was equipped with air conditioning, providing a warm environment. Yet Sheng Anning's proximity to the window made her susceptible to the cold, especially as she slept. Hua Qian felt as though she were becoming a motherly figure to her friend, constantly fretting over her well-being. Amidst the misty mountains, vehicles glimmer in the distance, racing towards their respective destinations. A convoy of 6 cars stands out, flanked by a myriad of landscapes that twist and turn, each exuding a harmonious beauty. The undulating mountains and the verdant flora intertwine, creating a seamless tapestry where the natural world and human architecture coexist, neither appearing jarringly out of place. You have journeyed from Beijing to study the mountains, where renowned attractions such as the Ling and Muxianyu sections of the Great Wall await. Similarly, the Yinmen Pass in Shanghai is a vital part of the Great Wall, proudly bearing the title of the first pass of China. As you approach your destination, the surrounding amenities come into view, and the tour guide begins to share insights even before disembarking. Hua Qian intends to rouse Sheng Anning from her slumber to listen, only to be playfully swatted away by Shang Anning, who stretches lazily. "Ah, Hua Qian, I hope I didn't hurt you," she exclaims. Just as the bus makes its turn, Sheng Anning wakes from her dreams, groggily absorbing the guide's introductory remarks. The sun rises high, casting a vivid blue hue across the sky, illuminating the Yinmen Pass with striking clarity. The ancient adage of a clear sky and gentle breezes rings true in this moment. Clusters of wild grass imbue the solid Yinmen Pass with a touch of chaotic vitality, while splashes of bright red and white hues adorn the solemn Great Wall, resembling vibrant ribbons. A sense of playful grandeur envelopes the scene, yet the slightly dust-laden exterior of the Yinmen Pass remains impervious to the joyful ambience. It is said that this place once thrived with trade, for the Great Wall has never merely served as a military barrier. Sheng Anning pointed to the introduction of the Yinmen Pass attractions displayed on her phone, expressing that, to be honest, it seems that the essence of Yinmen Pass has somewhat diminished in contemporary times. With the classes being distanced from one another, Hua Qian and Sheng Anning naturally found themselves conversing together. Indeed, but Anning, if you reflect on it, the Great Wall, despite its historical significance, has always represented a chasm in communication between nations. Yet today, it stands as a beloved destination for countless visitors, having acquired a new spirit, has it not? Sheng Anning nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hua Qian's insightful perspective. I was trapped in the historical significance of its trade role, failing to recognize that the unification of nations itself embodies the new soul of Yinmen Pass. As Sheng Anning gazed at the once distinct realms of inside and outside the pass, she could not help but concur. Ultimately, the exchange of cultural heritage among nations leads to unity and integration. The ancients, when ascending high platforms and standing in historical locales, often felt inspired by their surroundings. Whether contemplating the brevity of life or the cycles of rise and fall, it is common for them to reflect on the past to shed light on the present. Today, two high school students, with a mere superficial understanding of historical literature, ascend to these heights, devoid of any sense of admonition or reflections on prosperity and decline. The ancients penned poetry often to critique the present by evoking the past, yet rarely lamented that bygone days were superior to the current. Sheng Anning furrowed her brow, gazing towards the direction beyond Yinmen Pass, and reflected, thinking back, when we traveled from Datong, if this were ancient times, it would have been a desolate, uninhabited expanse, as described in the poet's verses. However, now, we see that the high-speed train from Beijing to Datong takes merely over 2 hours. Before I could even rest soundly, we had already arrived at our destination. Gazing eastward, the mountains stretch endlessly, reminiscent of the Great Wall of Beijing merging with the Yinmen Pass at the horizon. Sheng Anning, perplexed, turned to Hu Qian, pondering why so many ancient poets fixated solely on past glories, neglecting the revival of their nation. What purpose does lamentation serve in such emptiness? The two fell silent for a moment, lost in contemplation. Thus, we often speak of learning from history, yet lament the folly of idle talk that leads to national misfortune. Hebo suddenly appeared out of nowhere, proclaiming that only through diligent action can a nation thrive. Consider the modern literati, Lu Sun, Ba Jin, who were all pragmatists. Sheng Anning nodded thoughtfully, unperturbed by Hebo's startling entrance. Indeed, your words hold wisdom. Wait, how did you overhear our conversation? Were you listening to us? Hebo scoffed. Your startled exclamations could be heard from 5 meters away. How could I not hear? Oh, right here. Hebo pulled a bottle of yogurt from seemingly thin air. Hu Qian was momentarily taken aback, momentarily stunned. Why did you bring this for me? That's someone. Hebo stammered, struggling to recall. That Xia Tian you asked me to give it to you. He said he texted you on WeChat, but you didn't respond. When he saw me, he insisted I take it to you. Thank you. Hu Qian accepted the yogurt with a hint of skepticism. Checking her phone to discover that Xia Tianyu had indeed sent her a message during breakfast, the reason for her oversight unknown to her. As Tian Yozhong expressed concern for Hu Qian's discomfort, he thoughtfully purchased a bottle of yogurt for her, reminding her to drink it. observing the ancient city wall nearby. Hu captured a photograph of the yogurt and sent it to Xia Tianyu. Meanwhile, Bo and Sheng Anning engaged in a lively discussion nearby, exchanging opinions about Yan Mingwen. Debating historical facts one moment and critiquing poets the next. Their musings on the fleeting nature of prosperity seemed almost ironic, considering they were amidst a flourishing era. Chapter 59. The journey to the Eastern Lake Vinegar Garden. In this age of high-speed trains, the weariness of travel has nearly vanished. However, a group of high school students, brimming with youthful energy, found themselves utterly exhausted from their exuberant escapades. After a hearty lunch, they boarded the train to Taiyuan, where many succumbed to slumber on the bus. Are we really heading to a vinegar garden? The grade leader, Teacher Ho, conversed quietly with the tour guide aboard the bus. When we initially planned this trip, we noted it was recognized as a national and tangible cultural heritage, yet it seemed rather obscure in everyday discourse. It appears not widely available in the market. Typically, we consume Longmen rice vinegar, with only occasional mentions of Hengshuan vinegar. Throughout this educational journey, Teacher Ho aimed to provide a comprehensive experience for the students, emphasizing that Shanghai is renowned for its vinegar production, thus presenting an opportunity for the students to broaden their horizons. In Shanghai, there are indeed numerous vinegar factories, many of which are recognized as provincial and tangible cultural heritage projects. The Donghu Vinegar Factory is particularly representative. Our recent visit was to a dedicated educational base at this factory, which features the handcrafted vinegar-making process and chronicles the historical evolution of Donghu vinegar in response to changing times. It was quite impressive when I initially considered this choice. I wondered if it would hold any significance, yet the person in charge assured me that this site was well worth visiting. Teacher Ho, the grade leader, nodded in agreement, affirming its value. As the capital of Shanghai, Taiyuan's transportation accessibility is not significantly inferior to that of Beijing. Before long, our bus arrived at a parking area near the Donghu Vinegar Garden, where it came to a halt. However, many students remained lost in slumber, engaged in their dreams. Children, it's time to wake up and disembark. We are going to visit the Vinegar Garden, announced Teacher Ho, rising from her seat even before the bus had fully stopped. Come on, kids, rise and shine. It's time to get off. Once the bus was steady, Teacher Ho made her way down the aisle, gently tapping the shoulders of a few drowsy students, urging them to awaken. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 organized the students below, while the tour guide was the last to alight. As she exited the bus, she smiled at Teacher Ho, commenting on the challenges of leading students on an educational excursion, likening it to caring for a group of children. I too share in the concern, knowing that if a child were to get hurt or fall ill, I would have no way to explain the situation to their parents. The grade leader, Teacher Ho, sighed as he spoke. In their generation, the prevalence of only children was significant. Each one was cherished as if they were fragile treasures, protected from harm and fear. As parents themselves, they could empathize with this sentiment. Teacher Ho's gaze swept over the lined-up students, filled with the hope that this group of children would grow up securely and contribute meaningfully to the nation. While his own generation had essentially solidified their paths, these children still possessed boundless potential. A subtle smile graced Teacher Ho's lips as he remarked, "My current mission is to impart all that I know to them." He then shifted his tone, saying, "I have heard that the explanations at the Donghu Vinegar Garden are complimentary. At that time, if you could facilitate communication, anything that does not pertain to your proprietary formula could be shared with these children, allowing them to broaden their knowledge and appreciate the intricacies involved in creating the essential condiments they often take for granted. That will certainly not be an issue." The tour guide responded, "The government now emphasizes the importance of inheriting intangible cultural heritage. Being in this position, we must take practical actions to ensure the public is informed." Reassured, Teacher Ho continued along with the group into the exhibition hall, where upon entering, he spotted Kong Chunjun engaged in a lively discussion with the videographer about the content displayed on the panels. I inquired about the national intangible cultural heritage referred to as Meijijing online, while our study tour booklet mentions Donghu. It turns out that in 1956, several vinegar factories amalgamated in response to the trend of public-private partnerships. Although Kong Chunjun did not choose to take history, he still possesses a fundamental understanding of these historical contexts. Have you noticed those large vinegar jars outside? They are all from last year, sealed tight, and the scent of vinegar wafts through the air. The videography instructor remarked as he sniffed his sleeve, which I too found reeking of vinegar. Kong Chunjun followed suit, but he detected no scent, though there was indeed a hint of it. After visiting one exhibition room, The vinegar factory guide led a group of students through a winding path to another display hall. The group leader's gaze made Wang Jinyu uneasy. By the time they finished tidying up, the other students had already explored the vinegar factory's workshop, witnessing the entire process from fermentation to distillation. Emerging with the pungent aroma of vinegar and coughing lightly. It was quite warm inside. Kang Chunjun, while sniffing, conversed with the videography teacher, expressing that he felt as if his skin was being scorched. One can only imagine the staff enduring the high temperatures while handling the large vats, working long hours in such an environment, a true testament to their arduous labor. Indeed, I never realized how challenging it is to brew vinegar. Today, I learned that much of the vinegar we consume daily is not even brewed in the traditional sense. Chapter 60. The Old House and Its Novelty. The luminous glow of lights filters through the eaves. The Ming Hall stone lions cast mottled shadows. Just a wall away stand towering skyscrapers. And the adjacent street is bustling with hurried passers-by. Yet, in this secluded corner, an air of independence prevails, where grandeur and opulence seamlessly meld ancient charm with contemporary flair. Our school, where we reside, is indeed an ancient structure. Observing the inscription on the stone tablet at the entrance that reads the former site of the Shanghai tribute hall from the Ming and Qing dynasties, Kang Chunjun casually captured it in a photograph. While it may not rival the ornate pillars and intricate beams of the Forbidden City, this scene possesses a unique allure. The lights sketch the contours, and the subtly blurred edges add a touch of enigmatic mystery, inviting speculation and imagination about the passage of time. A plump and radiant individual remarked, "This is indeed the first time I've encountered a hotel with such a long-standing history." Another responded, "I have previously seen hotels that share a birthday with the Republic." A third voice chimed in, "Indeed, such hotels are truly rare." The conversation continued. "Our pamphlet merely mentions that many distinguished guests have stayed here since the founding of the nation, hosting various foreign dignitaries." One added, "But have you seen the inscription at the Shanghai Hotel?" Another noted, "That too is from the post-foundation era, while before that, it was inscribed by Kang Yue." Thus, it was concluded that this hotel essentially encapsulates over a century of transformation in Shanghai. An individual interjected, "So this hotel has witnessed the societal and historical changes of the past century." In the same room, Hua Qian observed Sheng Yanning, who was diligently typing away on her phone with remarkable speed, seemingly without pause. Amused, she propped herself up in bed and cleared her throat twice to capture Sheng Yanning's attention. Sheng Yanning turned, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Hua Qian replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Could you perhaps leave us a little breathing room and write a tad less?" Sheng Yanning, taken aback, responded, "Huh?" Hua Qian continued, "Well, you see. Last time everyone wrote just a little, but you produced several lengthy pieces, which made things a bit awkward for everyone, you know?" "Oh, you mean that? I haven't written anything. I'm just chatting," Sheng Yanning replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I didn't mean to get carried away. It just flows when I start writing." While she was speaking, her phone buzzed several times. "Hu Qian, could you hold on for a moment? Let me check my phone." "Effer Ling. Ji. Boa. Please be quiet, Chunwen Sheng. One fat Xingxing. Although I feel a bit awkward, I won. Qiu Shanqing Zhang 1. 0086. Budao and Ning. Fine. I won't mention my issue anymore." Sheng Yanning pouted and tossed her phone onto the bed, turning to Hu Qian. "I'm done on my end. I'll do my best. It's just that sometimes, if I don't write, it's fine, but once I start, I can't stop. Especially with cultural topics. You know I'm particularly interested in them." Hu Qian chuckled. "Well, keep writing. Remember to rest early. We'll be relocating again after breakfast tomorrow." "Oh, I know. These past few days have really been exhausting," Sheng Yanning sighed, flopping onto the bed. "I can barely muster the energy to organize today as content." After lying down for a short while, she felt drowsy, but her phone chimed again with notifications. "Goodness. At this late hour, can it not?" she murmured as she opened her phone, only to find the group chat flooded with dozens of messages. "Effer Ling, Sheng Yanning, I trust you are not still asleep. Effer Ling, have you forgotten that we plan to descend with the teacher to photograph the hotel architecture?" A chubby Xingxing. "I seem to remember that." "Ibo, I recall that our grade leader, Teacher Ho, will also be joining us not at peace." "Effer Ling, where is everyone?" "Effer Ling, not at peace." "Effer Ling, a chubby Xingxing, not at peace." Upon seeing the messages, Sheng Yanning sprang from her bed in a flurry, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I have almost forgotten?" Her mind, indeed, felt utterly befuddled and increasingly forgetful of late. As she mumbled to herself, she hastily grabbed her school uniform jacket, kicked off her slippers, and slipped into her sneakers without a care for proper attire. Rushing out the door, "Anning, where are you off to?" Hua Qian had yet to comprehend the situation when Sheng Anning dashed to the entrance, struggling momentarily with the door lock. With a decisive click, she disengaged the security chain. "I'm heading out. We agreed to capture the hotel's night scenery." Once inside the elevator, Sheng Anning crouched in a corner to adjust her shoelaces. As she tied them, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if she were the focus of scrutiny from a group. The feeling of being watched intensified, prompting her to abruptly glance up, only to find the familiar faces of the two who often took pleasure in her misfortune. "Do you not keep track of time?" one of them remarked. "Really? Tying your shoelaces in the elevator? Aren't you worried about being trampled? Are you not concerned that there might be individuals from outside our school in the elevator who could potentially steal or rob you?" Yibo and Kong Chunjun, while appearing to jest, are essentially cautioning Sheng Anning, whose carefree nature might overlook safety. Rolling her eyes, Sheng Anning feigned indifference, pursing her lips. "All right, I understand. I'm not that naive." As they conversed, the elevator reached the ground floor, and the trio ceased their banter as they stepped out and made their way outside. "I just inquired with the photography teacher. He mentioned he would come down in 5 minutes, currently busy with directing the photos," Kong Chunjun explained. To his surprise, Yibo, with keen eyes, spotted a photo in the chat history between Kong Chunjun and the photography teacher. Unsurprisingly, it was yet another unflattering picture of Kong Chunjun, captured mid-leap over a speed bump at the restaurant entrance, his posture awkward, with a distorted expression. Yibo, relentless, held up 3 fingers. "That's settled then, 1 meal. And you're all set." Kong Chunjun, deliberately misinterpreting, declared, "No backing out. Whoever reneges is a fool. Good day, teachers." As Sheng Anning chuckled heartily, she noticed the 2 teachers had already descended the stairs. Teacher Ho observed the 2 foolish children frolicking and smiled with a hint of affection, sighing softly. Youth is indeed wonderful. With good health, they can indulge in such antics. Indeed, I must capture this moment. The spirit of the photography teacher's unflattering captures ignited fervently as he picked up his camera and deliberately raised his voice to a level just audible enough for the playful duo to hear. Making a pointed reminder, the photograph freezes a moment where even the surrounding lights illuminate the restaurant like daylight. Yet they pale in comparison to the radiant glow of the 2 figures in the center, their heads turned in a rigid manner. Chapter 61, The Lacquerware of Ancient Pingyao. The vibrant colors are striking without appearing frivolous, and the rich base tones are neither dull nor monotonous. From the smallest combs and jewelry boxes to grand screens and beds, lacquerware transcends mere ornamental value. It has permeated every facet of daily life. Observing the lifelike cat before her, cat enthusiast Hua Qian's eyes sparkle with delight. "Our kitty loves to sit just like that. This one resembles our Mimi. It truly does." This screen was crafted by a nationally recognized master artisan, undoubtedly showcasing exceptional skill. The guide, touching the screen as they explain, remarks, "This student has a discerning eye." Familiar with such expressions, the guide smiles and clarifies, "This lacquerware is meant to be touched, and it will become increasingly lustrous with each caress. Students need not worry, as long as you don't knock it over. Feel free to touch it. Much like jade, this lacquerware improves with contact. Leaving it untouched allows dust to settle, diminishing its beauty. Hence, students can confidently and boldly explore it without fear. Shortly, we will take you to observe a portion of the production process, where you will witness many of the techniques we have discussed. The polishing lacquerware technique of Pingyao is also one of our nation's intangible cultural heritage projects. The guides, all locals, speak of the polished lacquerware with a sense of pride. The art of lacquer painting can be traced back to the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, and even further back to the Neolithic Age. The polished lacquerware from Pingyao can be traced back to the Tang Dynasty's Kaiyuan era. Upon hearing this, a group of students nodded in enlightened agreement. As they entered the ancient city of Pingyao, they had already learned from their guide about the deep-rooted connections between Pingyao and Jin merchant culture. Now, they realized that the city of Pingyao encompasses much more than merely the wisdom of commerce on the surface. The students observed the use of the layered drum lacquer technique, which imparts a 3-dimensional quality to the lacquerware. The guide indicated the area just discussed, encouraging the students to touch and personally experience it. They then noticed the inlaid shells, a feature not exclusive to Pingyao's polished lacquerware, as the finest examples are actually crafted in Yangzhou. Should the students be interested, they could certainly visit in the future. Chinese culture is marked by mutual borrowing and integration, each region excelling in its own way. The guide did not shy away from discussing the varying levels of craftsmanship, emphasizing that they all belong to the same cultural heritage and need not be divided. The guide led the group of students on a comprehensive tour, showcasing nearly everything worthy of their attention: the striking red carved furniture, the gold-embellished eight-sided medicine cabinet, and the ancient deity figures primarily adorned with gold leaf. Even the famous bird-shaped vessel from Shanghai was replicated in lacquerware at a 1-to-1 scale. Indeed, on that day, while trying to capture the perfect angle for a photograph, you remarked on the challenge, as a nearby child playfully waved at your camera. Classes 5 and 6 walked together, with Sheng Anning absent from their side. It was Xia Tianyu who picked up on Hua Qian's words. "You didn't team mention it yesterday. Has your stomach improved?" After taking a few steps forward, Xia Tianyu suddenly inquired, "You keep eating cold and spicy food, just like my sister. You really ought to take better care of yourself, otherwise you'll end up feeling worse in the future." Hua Qian pouted slightly and nodded. "The yogurt you gave me made me even hungrier." I ended up grabbing a pack of spicy duck neck on the bus. It was unclear whether Hua Qian intended it, but her words seemed to intentionally irritate Xia Tianyu. As they chatted, they followed the group to the entrance. Just as Hua Qian was about to say something, the guide began to speak, leaning against a lacquer cabinet. "China has 6 nine-dragon walls. The most famous one is in your hometown, Beijing. We also have a 9-dragon wall here in Pingyao, located near our grand stage." The guide continued, introducing the 9-dragon wall displayed on the wall. "This one is a lacquerwork replica created by our master, inspired by Pingyao's 9-dragon wall." After finishing the introduction, the guide led the group outside, stating, "Thus concludes our visit to the China Lacquer Art Museum. Next, we shall observe how our masters operate in the workshop. Following that, we will experience firsthand the allure of our polished lacquerware." The guide escorted the group of students downstairs to the workshop. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Qian resumed her earlier conversation. "While we're here studying, does your father take good care of your sister?" No matter how they conversed, they were childhood friends, well acquainted with each other's familial circumstances. In their youth, their parents often found time to engage in casual conversations. Thus, they were somewhat informed about one another's home lives. "My sister should start to mature. She will soon be off to university, and I can no longer look after her." Xia Tianyu sighed helplessly. "I believe my sister is more likely to have a significant influence over our father. After all, he is capable of caring for her. It is already commendable that he can manage himself. As for our study abroad, who knows if he might accompany the Writers' Association on a field trip. Are you truly at ease leaving your sister alone?" While they spoke, the guide led the group into the workshop. Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu found themselves towards the middle and rear of the procession. The artisans at work in the workshop were evidently unfazed by the visitors, diligently mixing lacquer, applying gold leaf, and polishing with a steady rhythm, each engrossed in their respective tasks. This is truly the mark of master craftsmen. If we were to have an examination, with a crowd entering and asking questions, I would find it difficult to concentrate. Hua Qian's temperament was composed, her demeanor gentle, yet she still lacked the confidence to remain undistracted like those industrious artisans. "Students, observe carefully. This master is currently engaged in the process of applying hemp and ash. Next, we can see the sign indicating this is the drying room. After the master scrapes the ash from the lacquerware, it must be left to dry in the shade. This step is repeated 5 or 6 times before proceeding to the next stage, which illustrates why creating a piece of handcrafted lacquerware is such a time-consuming endeavor. Next, the students may explore freely, and any inquiries can be directed towards our esteemed instructors without hesitation." Once the guide concluded, he stepped aside, while Shang Anning lingered nearby, poised to pose several intricate questions. Her meticulous nature was such that one could almost envision her wielding a tape recorder, ready to replay the discourse for further contemplation. Chapter 62, Crimson Stains of Bygone Days. Amidst the incessant hustle and bustle, one might ponder whether a day of respite could be afforded before embarking on another journey. The ancient city, a sanctuary of history, held her captive for but a fleeting moment, only to be whisked away to Zan before dawn broke anew. Hai Xingping had developed the habit of surveying his surroundings for Yu Jing before he spoke, and upon spotting her, he would promptly close his mouth. Perhaps it was best to experience the arduous 25,000-mile-long march in person to truly grasp the essence of it. Are you really going to experience the long march while seated on a high-speed train? Yu Jing shot Hai Xingping a look of disdain, advising silence if he had nothing of substance to contribute. With a subtle grimace, Hai Xingping hesitated, swallowed his words, and chose to remain silent. Casting a glance at Yu Jing, ultimately refraining from further meaningless chatter. The school had displayed commendable foresight, arranging for the students to travel to Xi'an by high-speed rail the previous afternoon, allowing them to fall asleep amidst the ancient charm of this city, akin to Beijing, that had withstood the test of time. The following day, well-rested and nourished, they would journey onward to the sacred revolutionary site of Yan'an. Hai Xingping's penchant for contrarianism was not uncommon, as exemplified by Wang Jinyu, who had been touched by the dedication of their grade leader, Teacher Ho. Last night, she had lamented in the class group chat, "It's not as if we are walking there," expressing a sentiment that elicited a sense of helplessness among her peers. It is said that the teacher had a heartfelt conversation with Wang Jinyu yesterday, engaging in a thorough examination of matters, appealing to reason and emotion alike. In the class group chat, someone initiated a monologue, recounting yesterday's experiences in the hotel corridor. The teacher remarked, "Without the sacrifices of our forebears, how could you today travel by high-speed train to witness these historical relics?" Before long, the bus arrived at its destination. The student who had been so eloquent in the group chat rushed out, clutching their stomach and sighing deeply for quite some time. Sheng Anning and Hua Qian began to murmur, then opened their phones to search for information. Perhaps it was the allure of the Chinese language that drew them in. Indeed, the latter lines of the poem likened this land to a mother, gazing at the pagoda atop Baoda Mountain. It bore little difference in structure from the pagoda at the Shuangdi Temple in Shanghai, both being octagonal. However, the pagoda on Baoda Mountain is 9 stories tall, notably shorter than the 13-story twin towers of Shuangdi Temple by over 10 meters. Approaching closer, one could see the cliffside inscriptions. The poetry of Fan Zhongyan etched alongside Fan Gong Well and inscriptions. The ancient city wall and beacon tower did not overshadow the brilliance of the star-picking tower. For Sheng Anning, the study tour served merely as an introduction, while it could not be described as a superficial glance. The brief time spent would not suffice for complete understanding. Seizing the opportunity of the study tour, researching online offered a clear direction, preventing aimless wandering, while also allowing for a profound connection with nature and culture, a rare treasure indeed. The cave dwellings, built into the mountainside, rose in several tiers. And when these distinctive traditional residences of Shanxi were truly presented before the students, they finally grasped that the seemingly extravagant phrases in their geography textbooks could not fully encapsulate the wisdom of the laboring people over countless generations. Respecting nature, understanding nature, and utilizing nature, Sheng Anning suddenly comprehended the concept of harmonious coexistence between humanity and the natural world that has been emphasized over the years. Once, she believed this ideology to be a creation of the new era. However, traversing the vast landscapes of her motherland revealed it to be a legacy, an innovation intertwined with the demands of contemporary times. As she ascended the mountain, every trace recorded the passage of time. The cave dwellings, embodying wisdom, provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, yet could not escape the deep-rooted chill of the earth. Even with the ideal of defending the nation, it ultimately remains a mere dream, offering spiritual fulfillment that cannot satiate physical needs. Anning often pondered how, even when transitioning from home to hotel, one feels a sense of unsteadiness in a new environment. Hua Qian, gazing at the cave dwelling before her, began to articulate her thoughts slowly. During the long march, they traveled day and night, from southeast to northwest. During the anti-Japanese war, they ambushed the enemy, moving from plains to forests. How did they persevere? Their bodies truly. Most scholars are driven by emotion, and Hua Qian, with her gentle disposition, found herself on the verge of tears as she spoke. Sheng Anning remained silent for a long while, struggling to express her thoughts. "I believe it is because they desired the life we now lead." "What do you mean?" Hua Qian asked, momentarily taken aback, wiping her nose gently. "They yearn for the life we have today, yet with the land shattered, they could not enjoy it themselves. Thus, they hoped that future generations would benefit from it. They anticipated a life of abundance, longing for the rejuvenation of the mountains and rivers under the stewardship of the Chinese nation. Perhaps their affection for this land is not merely maternal, but also paternal, a hope for its flourishing growth." Sheng Anning offered an awkward smile, clarifying that it was not that simple. "Indeed, at times, these thoughts evoke an indescribable emotion within me. Thus, I often find myself hesitant to visit museums, particularly those red historical sites, fearing that my indignation may overwhelm me." Reflecting on our previous summer camp activities, I understand that the aggression was not the fault of the people, yet the burden is difficult to bear. Noticing Anning's earnestness, Hua Qian furrowed her brow and gently encouraged. "Anning, consider this. We just observed that the Japanese Workers' and Peasants' Academy was taught by members of the Japanese Communist Party. as long as the ideology is sound. One need not define a group by nationality. Hua Qian continued, drawing a parallel to the citizens and people in our political texts, asserting that thought and peace transcend borders. Sheng Anning blinked, pursed her lips, and nodded, exhaling deeply. Shortly thereafter, Shi Xian approached to join Sheng Anning, and the trio continued their ascent up Bouda Mountain, where they gazed down upon the bustling streets of modern-day Yan'an. Buses and private cars flowed like a river, and the skyline revealed a blend of old and new edifices. Indeed, this is the life they yearned for. Through their arduous years, they have forged a prosperous era for our generation, one that embodies their lifelong aspirations. Chapter 63. The Qin Mountains. Impassable ridges. Teacher Ho. Tomorrow we shall venture to the alpine meadows of the Qinling Mountains to experience biodiversity and learn how to protect the natural ecology of the Qinling region. Teacher Ho, the subjects we are benchmarking against are biology and geography. As we will conduct several experiments, we will adhere to the predetermined groupings and cross between classes. Teacher Ho, the accommodation environment in the Qinling Mountains is not as splendid as those hotels we encountered previously. Students are reminded to bring mosquito repellent and similar medications in advance, to change into suitable attire, and to dress warmly, as it can be quite chilly in the mountains. Teacher Ho, children, please pay attention to your safety and follow instructions. Wang Shanqian typically neglects physical education classes, cunningly sneaking off to the side to catch up on assignments. However, after only a few steps up the mountain, she finds herself out of breath. Just before departure, Wang Shanqian insists on forming a group with Sheng Anning and a few others. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Sheng Anning reluctantly agrees. As it turns out, Sheng Anning and the others have left their suitcases at the hotel in Xi'an, carrying only the essentials for the ascent, while Wang Shanqian insists on dragging her suitcase to the mountain lodge. The 6 classes have merged into 30 groups, competing against one another, with rankings determined by the time taken to reach the alpine meadow, calculating overall scores. Wang Shanqian, lagging behind with her suitcase, causes the entire group to wait for her. Consequently, no matter how fast the others run, they must remain at the back. The wild grasses exude a fragrant aroma, and the plants lining the path are of countless varieties, many of which are nameless to us. As the altitude increases, the woodland transitions from the evergreen broadleaf forest of the southern Qinling foothills to the deciduous broadleaf forest commonly found in Beijing. The temperature has noticeably dropped. Enveloped by clouds rolling across the mountains, Sheng Anning and a few others continue their ascent. The mountains, exquisite and dreamlike, seem to transport one into a realm of fantasy. Gradually, the group hastened their pace, eager to discuss the magnificent and peculiar sights that lay ahead. Wait for me. Sheng Anning. You all, please, hold on for a moment. Wang Shanqian exclaimed, yet showed no intention of chasing after them. Instead, she casually found a nearby stone to sit upon, flung open her suitcase, and took a few hearty gulps from a bottle of mineral water. With a leisurely demeanor, she continued, I can't go on. You must wait for me. I need to rest for a while. Don't leave just yet. Not everyone is like you all, practicing martial arts, skiing, and playing football. The 4 of Sheng Anning turned to glance at Wang Shanqian. Hebo, looking down from his height, shot her a sidelong glance and muttered under his breath, with that demeanor, you shouldn't be carrying so much. Many researchers in Qinling are university students who work in such environments year-round, and yet they manage just fine. All right, let us refrain from excessive chatter. It's not like we lack personnel, interjected Kong Chunchun, who took a more relaxed view on the matter. The mountain wind howled, even on the southern slopes of Qinling, carrying the damp chill of the highlands that brushed against their faces, akin to the prickly caress of grass, evoking a sensation both itchy and painful. It scattered He Bo and Kong Chuanjuan's words, ensuring Wang Shanqian remained oblivious and thus preventing any further conflict. All right then. It's my responsibility. I'll carry it for her. Sheng Anning sighed, skipping down the mountain a few steps. Wait for me a moment. I shall carry her luggage. Before Sheng Anning could finish her sentence, she had already reached Wang Shanquan's side, deftly closing the suitcase and lifting it to head back up the mountain. Hey, you. Due to the delays earlier, half of the group had already assembled, leaving Sheng Anning and her companions positioned in the middle. At this moment, another team was advancing at a snail's pace on the mountainside. Shenhan, surely you're not this slow. You're quite tall. You can't possibly be slower than my father. Wang Zhenyu remarked, with Guo Ruifan lagging behind. It's no wonder that our sports education in China is falling short. Don't be deceived by Hai Xingping's struggle with the bottle cap. He must have exercised at least a little. Just look at how Yu Jing can keep up with me. Your physical fitness is severely lacking. What does our inadequacy have to do with Chinese sports? At a critical moment, Wang Jinyu's perspective was quite sound. Hai Xingping, tell me, what connection do we have with Chinese education? They acknowledged their shortcomings in physical education, asserting that this had nothing to do with the country. Feel free to criticize directly. Don't drag our ancestors into this. Hai Xingping, momentarily perplexed by the generational reference, was met with a giggle from Yu Jing beside him. Furrowing his brow, Hai Xingping looked at Yu Jing in confusion. Wait, how do we get to grandfather? Children of Huaxia. Yu Jing turned her head away, stifling laughter to the point of discomfort, and it was evident that those around her had also caught on. Hai Xingping's brow furrowed deeper as he intercepted Wang Jinyu, inquiring with a hint of disbelief. What do you mean by that? Wang Jinyu raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly brushing aside Hai Xingping's hand, and continued his ascent, casually stating, nothing of importance. The obedient son should make way. Father intends to continue climbing, so don't obstruct the path. Lost in his thoughts, Hai Xingping was not in the mood to dwell on Wang Jinyu's choice of address. After walking a considerable distance, he let out a frustrated yowl akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This outburst disrupted the mountain's serene ambience, and as the mist gathered once more, it seemed to carry an air of discontent, enveloping Hai Xingping in a swirl of confusion. You claim to be my father, grandson. Halt right there. After a considerable commotion, they finally reached the summit's alpine meadow, where the assembled teams had commenced their experiments, setting up 1 square meter wooden frames prepared by their instructor upon the grass. Each group meticulously calculated the data within their designated plots, determining the population size under the guidance of the researchers, and Yu Jing and her companions promptly joined in. Several close friends exchanged information across groups, sharing data and conducting mutual checks. After several hours of climbing, the day transitioned from midday to the deepening twilight, as the long gung star prepared to take over from the sun, painting the horizon with a blend of orange, red, and blue-purple hues. Let us return to the dormitory for a lecture. Rest early, for tomorrow we shall continue our experiments. Teacher Ho, the grade leader, instructed the class teachers to begin organizing their groups. In order to ensure the safety of a group of students, some teachers rose early and arrived ahead of time. They stood guard alongside researchers, stationed several hundred meters apart, and by the end of the day, they were utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Chapter 64. Whose home tonight accompanies the stars returning. The star of Chang'e pulls down the night curtain, and the heavens are adorned with a myriad of stars. At the junction of earth and sky, the twinkling lights symbolize the vibrant life of a prosperous world. From the night sky, the stars descend. The electricity on the Qinling Mountains is, after all, less stable than in the plains. The flashlights on mobile phones flicker like fireflies, illuminating the night of this alpine meadow. The relentless hustle of the day draws to a close with the rise and fall of the sun, as the bright night of the capital opens its embrace to the students returning from afar. Just as Xia Tianyu opened the door, he saw Xia Tianyin standing at the entrance, her face alight with anticipation. The room was brightly lit, with every light on from the living room to the bedroom. Yet it felt conspicuously devoid of warmth. Where's Dad? Xia Tianyu glanced around, placing the groceries he was holding on the floor by the kitchen door. Has he gone out again? Well, he just gave me a few hundred yuan. Xia Tianyin pouted and ran to her brother's side. I've been eating takeout these past few days, and nothing compares to your cooking. At your age, still acting spoiled. Xia Tianyu ruffled Xia Tianyin's hair. You're growing taller, and yet can't seem to catch up with your brother. Brother? Xia Tianyin's eyes widened. Is there really no need to curse me like that? Xia Tianyu was apprehensive about his sister causing a ruckus, fearing that an accident might occur in the kitchen, which could prove perilous. He quickly conceded defeat. The siblings engaged in playful banter until the steaming dishes were served at the table, only to be interrupted by the doorbell's chime. Conversations were sparse during the meal, but after dining, their grandfather summoned them to the room for a chat, where the bond between grandparent and grandchildren seemed to foster an endless exchange of words. Should you be resting, I shall not intrude. If you require anything, simply inform me tomorrow, Xia Tianyu thought. He promptly silenced his phone and set an alarm before pressing the power button to darken the screen. He picked up the nearby charging cable to power his device before finally extinguishing the lights and retiring for the night. The moonlight struggled against the street lamps flanking either side, casting a warm yellow glow through the window, which blended with the somewhat cold and solemn moonlight, adding a touch of soft illumination. At that very moment, Sheng Anning was engrossed in a flurry of activity between the WeChat group and a WPS document. Anning, are you truly not going to take a break? One message read, "And with all the images and text you've provided us, what are you using for yourself?" Another inquired, "Could you all speak less? I'm in the midst of a ranked game." A third voice chimed in, "Those gaming should be silent. Enable do not disturb." A different participant remarked, "Rest assured, I have ample resources. Once I finish conveying my thoughts, inspiration shall strike once more." Sheng Anning responded, "Make sure you get some sleep. Your father is working the night shift. Fortunately, tomorrow is Saturday. Otherwise, you'll be complaining of fatigue if I take you in the morning." Sheng Anning's mother urged from the side, "Can I not complete this little task? Must it be done tomorrow? Didn't you say we only need to submit it this week? Shall I sleep first? You kept me up until dawn again. Do you not care for your health? Mother, please allow me to finish this task. I cannot rest easy until it is complete." Sheng Anning sprang from her chair, grasping her mother's hand. "I promise I will be quick. It is nearly done." "Very well, since you are almost finished, I shall keep you company," her mother sighed. Realizing that sleep would elude them that night, after a few minutes of urging turned into half an hour, the other members of the WeChat group had fallen silent, leaving Sheng Anning alone, laboring under the dim light. "What time is it? Do you not want to grow taller?" her mother mused, glancing at her phone, now past midnight. "This is detrimental to your health." "What do you mean by that?" Sheng Anning stretched her limbs, rotating her neck. She had been engrossed in an audio recording from the Lacquerware Museum, filtering out pertinent information, and had not absorbed a single word her mother had said. "Enough. Hurry up and finish your work, then go to bed." Sheng Anning's mother was resolute, her tone leaving no room for argument. Her patience, when speaking kindly to her daughter, was far more abundant than when addressing her students. I understand. I will be quick," Sheng Anning replied, her hands still moving with practiced ease. A clear indication that this had become habitual. "By the way, doesn't your school team have practice tomorrow? The competition is just around the corner next week. You cannot afford to fall behind. I do not expect you to secure a ranking, but let us not dwell on that. If you do not prepare earnestly, can you truly face your teacher, Lu? Moreover, I recall you and Hebo had plans to find a place to skateboard tomorrow morning. Are you still awake now? Will you be able to rise from your bed in the morning? Even if you manage to wake up, what of your health? Do you not wish to grow taller?" Once her mother starts speaking, she hardly pauses, and Sheng Anning must respond while hastening her work. As night deepens, the moon replaces the bustling lights of traffic, and tranquility disperses the cacophony that once echoed. Sheng Anning's mother furrows her brow, occasionally widening her eyes in a fierce gaze, remaining vigilantly at her daughter's side. Finally, everything is complete. With a clap, Sheng Anning closes her notebook, rises, and declares, "Let us go. It's time for bed." "Has everything been submitted?" "Yes, it has." "Is everything packed?" Is there nothing amiss?" "Let us not have any issues tomorrow. Everything is fine, truly. Now let us sleep." The two soon succumbed to slumber, the moon casting a silvery glow throughout the bedroom. To prevent any inquiries from her mother, Sheng Anning had set her phone to silent. Neither she nor her mother, already deep in sleep, noticed the screen illuminating repeatedly. The moonlight spilling into the bedroom has grown more luminous, casting a faint, ethereal blue hue. It shifts from one side to the other, while the horizon remains shrouded in darkness, yet the number of cars on the driveway gradually increases. Chapter 65. Autumn-esque twilight, yet heart's content quietly now. "You must be quite fatigued these past few days, am I right?" "Mother, we are well enough. The accommodations provided by the school are quite satisfactory, and I have not felt overly tired these days." Yujing shook her head, smiling as she turned to glance at her mother. "Next Sunday, you shall compete. I wish you success." Yujing's martial arts sparring competition often occurs a day after Sheng Anning and her companion's martial arts routine competition. This time, it seems fortuitous. At least it falls after the midterm examinations. Balancing the two has proven to be quite a challenge. Mother, do you think I have a chance?" Despite her considerable skill, Yujing feels a twinge of anxiety, as her academic performance and specialization lingers slightly behind. Now that the first half of the second year has nearly passed, a sense of worry lingers in her heart. "My dear, you must understand, regardless of the outcome, you will always be my precious child." Yujing's mother paused, turning to face her daughter. "When you were born, you were premature, and your health was fragile. Over the years, your father has not been a source of support, and I have cared for you alone, which has undoubtedly posed its challenges. I am already immensely grateful for your accomplishments and have always taken pride in you. Moreover, do not bear too heavy a burden. If you do not gain admission to Beijing Sport University, we can consider other options, even local sports universities. Yujing's mother gazed into her daughter's eyes and solemnly said, "You must remember, as long as you remain safe and do not stray down the wrong path, nothing else is demanded of you." The two continued their walk, hand in hand, enveloped in a silence that spoke volumes. In the nearly deserted square, Shang Anning and Hebo were attempting to navigate the chaos of skateboarding practice. "You're doing it all wrong. Your ollie isn't even getting off the ground," Hebo remarked disdainfully, eyeing Shang Anning. "You're really willing to practice tricks on that $1,000 board. Please, Mr. Know-It-All, your fancy board costs $2,500, so you've assembled quite the collection of $250. After retorting to Hebo, Shang Anning resumed her struggle with the skateboard beneath her feet. "It's bizarre. I can easily perform an ollie on my snowboard, but on this skateboard, it's just one T-lift. Hey, look who is coming," Hebo suddenly exclaimed. Shang Anning rolled her eyes dramatically. "Oh, please. Can you refrain from joking at a moment like this?" "No. Look up, it's Yujing." Hebo smirked, adding, "Besides, is that how you speak to your teacher? Wasn't it I who introduced you to skateboarding? Just spare me, Mr. Know-It-All. How did you teach me? You bought a skateboard, told me to stand on it. And voil done. Isn't standing on it the same as knowing how to do it?" After a long moment of bickering, Shang Anning finally remembered to look up, and at that moment, Yujing stood before her. "Ah, Yujing, it really is you. How did you come out? Let us head to school together. It's just a leisurely stroll of about 10 minutes. Before Yujing could utter a word, Shang Anning had already unleashed a torrent of chatter. Yujing smiled subtly. "All right, but aren't you going to continue practicing your moves?" "I don't believe that practicing moves is essential," Shang Anning replied, just as his friend's taunts reached their ears. TCH. After a brief moment, Shang Anning disregarded his friends entirely and took Yujing's hand, leading her towards the school. Upon arriving at the school gate, after a considerable wait, Shang Anning decided to inquire about Sher Xian's situation, only to discover that Sher Xian had already taken a leave of absence in the group chat. "Sher Xian, teacher, I have some matters at home today and cannot attend training. I apologize. I assure you I won't let the competition next week be affected." "Teacher Lu, all right, take care of your family matters first. Don't worry about training or the competition. We are not solely focused on rankings." Shang Anning and Yujing exchanged glances and sighed in resignation. "What is going on with you two?" Hua Qian's mother, Teacher Fong, happened to walk out of the school gate and immediately spotted Shang Anning and Yujing. "Martial arts training, I see. Oh, that explains it," Teacher Fong said, scrutinizing the two children and nodding. "The weather is getting cooler, so remember to put on your clothes after practice. Otherwise, catching a chill from sweating could be troublesome. By the way, Anning, your history grades seem to have slipped a bit. You used to be in the top 3, but now you've fallen to 10th. Don't let your desire to have fun distract you from your studies." At this moment, Yujing had already entered the school gate, waiting for Shang Anning. Teacher Fong glanced at them and urged, "Hurry up and go inside. Yujing is waiting for you. Daughter, come here and take a look at the peony your father has painted. How does it feel? Your last impression was quite delightful." Through the thick load-bearing wall, Hua Qian's father called out to his daughter, "You can paint later." Teacher Fong tossed her bag onto the sofa and turned to call for Hua Qian again. "Sweetheart, haven't you eaten yet? Shall our family of 3 go out for a meal? I want to go. You two can go together. I'm only halfway through my painting." Although she understood that her husband sought a particular sentiment in his art, Teacher Fong couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. "But you can't sustain yourself solely through painting, can you? Fine, my daughter and I will go eat. And you can stay home and starve while you paint. Are you coming or not? If you don't, we truly want to take you with us." Teacher Fong called out once more as they prepared to leave. Without a word, Hua Qian's father set down his brush, donned his coat, and playfully followed behind the two women. The family walked side by side down the street, the autumn breeze whispering softly and fallen leaves gently returning to the earth, imbued with sentiment and tranquility. Chapter 66. The Youthful Spirit Breeds Friendship, Part 1. The wind tugged at the hems of their clothes, a slight chill in the air. The traffic along Chang'an Street was incessant, and from the overpass, one could see red and yellow-white headlights lining the road, merging into a shimmering tapestry of light, igniting the cold dawn of Beijing's autumn. Round and chubby. "I'm running a bit late. You needn't worry about waiting for me." Round and chubby, and Ning. "Our first project is the 3rd venue, right?" The sun had fully ascended, and the temperature followed suit. As Shang Anning made her way from the subway station to the Daitan Sports Center, beads of perspiration began to form on her brow, prompting her to unzip her down jacket and hang her martial arts uniform out to air. "Once you've donned your attire, do not dawdle. her mother admonished, turning to grasp Shang Anning and pulling the zipper up high, urging her onward with a brisk pace. Kang Chunjun had already arrived at the entrance, feigning shivers in the biting cold wind, but upon seeing Shang Anning's parents follow closely behind, he continued to jest. Are you truly concerned about being late? Not at all. Despite numerous occasions, we have never been tardy. I have timed everything accordingly, Shang Anning replied nonchalantly, stretching lazily and nearly causing the equipment bag slung over her left shoulder to tumble to the ground. See, I told you. Waking up early and setting a multitude of alarms was not for anyone else's benefit, her mother sighed. Look at that. Even Kang Chunjun has remarked upon your habits. Shang Anning pouted, catching sight of her friends at the steps, who were laughing at her predicament. The flashes of blades and the clash of weapons were nothing compared to the thunderous sounds of sweeping staffs and whips, which resonated with remarkable vigor. For the luminaries of Gui and Bai School, acrobatic maneuvers such as aerial flips and spins, which appeared dazzling to outsiders, were merely fundamental skills. Xin, oh Xin. Why have you yet to arrive? Rinshui School, number 2, Sure Xian. Rinshui School, is Sure Xian present? The judge at the registration area called out with a megaphone. Sure Xian? Just now, that student. Do you know the situation regarding your schoolmate Sure Xian? The judge at the registration area put down the megaphone and quietly inquired towards Sheng and Ning. Will be on stage shortly after the registration is complete. Has she forfeited? No need to worry just yet. Let us. The judge glanced at the watch and asked the accompanying volunteer about the situation on the field. There should still be 3 to 5 minutes. Since there are few participants in this round, just 8 in total, we'll proceed one by one. If she arrives late, we can adjust the order and let her go last. After checking the order book, the judge at the registration area, based on experience, provided a response, indicating that there would be approximately 10 more minutes. Ning. Oh dear, Sure Xian, this is not like you to miss such things. Number 1. You are on stage. Number 2. Prepare. The voice of the chief judge on the field had already resonated, while Sheng and Ning found herself in a state of disconnection. Number 2 had yet to arrive. The judge responsible for registration walked over to the chief judge of the 4th venue and whispered softly, Number 1 is on stage. Number 3, prepare. Sheng and Ning kept her head down, fixated on her phone, utterly indifferent to the actions of the competitors on stage, which somewhat alleviated her anxiety. Number 3 is on stage. Number 4, prepare. And Ning, the athlete who had just exited the stage, waved a hand in front of Sheng and Ning, asking, And Ning, what is the matter with you? What troubles you? Just a moment ago, as you were walking. By the way, that participant number 2 has not arrived. Is she from your school? Has she forfeited? Oh, do not fret too much. This will not affect your application for the 2nd level in the latter half of the year. At most, it is merely the absence of one accolade. Moreover, with those who have withdrawn, everyone is free to perform as they wish, so there is no need to worry about rankings. This female classmate is merely attempting to console Sheng Anning. Haha. I hope you do not take offense at my remarks regarding your peers. However, you should not be overly anxious. Perhaps she will arrive before the event concludes. While you are preoccupied with her performance, do remember to consider your own as well. Fretting over her situation will bear no fruit. Although we may meet only 2 or 3 times a year, the friendships forged through competition over the past 3 or 4 years are truly of a noble nature. The 2 young ladies possess a considerable understanding of each other's characters. Yet Anning often finds herself excessively preoccupied with others, neglecting her own affairs. Participant number 4 is on stage, while number 5 prepares. The first participant concludes with a score of 864. Anning, it is your turn to prepare. Hand me your phone. I shall hold it for you. And do remember to ask for it after your performance. As Shang Anning acknowledges this, she moves to the edge of the carpet, standing at the yellow line. Once participant number 4 is on stage, Shang Anning positions herself at the corner of the carpet, silently awaiting the judge's signal to perform. The interminable minute stretches on, each second feeling like an eternity, as Shang Anning remains troubled by the absence of Sure Xian, furrowing her brow and lowering her gaze, somewhat lost in thought. Participant number 5 steps up, while number 6 readies themselves, with a mechanical step forward and a salute. Shang Anning's heart already knows that this contest is destined to be less than favorable. Positioned slightly to the right of the arena's center, Shang Anning once again performed a courteous fist salute, commencing a series of movements that had long since become second nature to him. He executed the virtual step of the sword, the T-shaped stance with a thrust, the retreating cloud sword, the knee lift paired with the sword swipe. the bow stance with a horizontal thrust, and the collapsing sword in a kneeling stance. Throughout each movement, his gaze seemed to wander aimlessly. Not only did he fail to focus on the designated direction, but he also intermittently fixated on the entrance, his eyes filled with longing. The single-handed flip of the fork, the spinning motion, the outward lotus sweep, a continuous succession of intricate flower patterns and wrist flourishes revealed a dissonance between Shang Anning's actions and his spirit, ultimately manifesting in the unsteady balance of the yin style. Chapter 67, The Spirit of Youth Fostering Friendship, Part 2, The Unsteady Supporting Leg, the trembling sword following the thrust. At this moment, Shang Anning was no longer concerned with his performance, his thoughts consumed by whether Sure Xin could arrive in time to share the burden of focus. After several missteps, achieving a score of 8, for would be a commendable feat, he executed a virtual step to receive the sword, turned to perform the cloud sword, and concluded with a salute, all the while feeling as if his mind was slipping away. Turning to exit the stage, he heard Sure Xin calling out, Anning, Anning, I'm here. Apologies, apologies. Sure Xin rushed in, still catching her breath. Did you finish? What was your score? Not good. I didn't even keep track of the points, this time. I truly hit rock bottom. The girl from earlier, noticing Shang Anning's bewildered demeanor, quickly advised Sure Xin, you should inform the staff at registration. Then have them relay your situation to the judges, so you can be placed before the last competitor. Shang Anning, a young lady already distinguished as a first-class athlete, has competed in numerous national-level competitions and is well-versed in handling various situations. Those who practice martial arts tend to be straightforward and sincere, expressing their feelings with unembellished honesty, liking what they like and disliking what they do not, without regard for who may win or lose or whether someone is a competitor. Anning is simply concerned for you. She has already discerned that all is well. Earlier, during the competition, her attention was divided. Aware that Shang Anning would never relay these sentiments to Sure Xin, that young lady chose to speak up, unperturbed by the potential of offending anyone. Do your best and strive for an excellent score. Xin, give it your all. With Sure Xin's arrival, Shang Anning felt a wave of relief. The second competitor took the stage while the seventh prepared. The fifth competitor ultimately scored 38 points. Anning had anticipated this score, so it came as no surprise. However, to claim that she felt no disappointment in this biannual competition would be disingenuous. Don't be disheartened. We have 2 newcomers this time. You might have missed it earlier. But one made several errors and failed to achieve the required difficulty level. You surely won't come in last. Shang Anning couldn't help but chuckle at this. It's all right. We still have the traditional 4 events this afternoon. At least I won't falter again. I also have a staff event in the morning. But I'll be in the audience this afternoon. You keep at it. As the two conversed, their eyes remained fixated on Sure Xin. Oh dear, that mistake is rather unfortunate. Today, Sure Xin's demeanor seemed rather off. Shang Anning vaguely speculated the reason but ultimately chose not to inquire. Sure Xin, keep pushing. Kong Chunjun shouted unexpectedly from the second venue, his voice cutting through the air. The sudden outburst startled Shang Anning, causing Sure Xin to momentarily freeze. Shang Anning rolled her eyes in disbelief, while Kong Chunjun, already on the court, felt a chill run down his spine. Anning, have I affected you today? Sure Xin, having just exited the court, approached Shang Anning with an apologetic air, biting her lip, clearly feeling anxious. I truly apologize, Anning. I didn't foresee this. Xin, it's nothing really. It's just a competition, right? We can discuss it next time. Shang Anning replied with a smile, dismissively waving her hand. Being late once or twice is understandable. Just ensure it doesn't hinder your future needs. Sure Xin kept her head bowed slightly. After absorbing Shang Anning's words, she lifted her gaze a little. All right. I'll go find our classmates now. You all should prepare for the upcoming events. Goodbye, and good luck. The girl was called away by her classmates, exchanging a brief farewell with Shang Anning before hurrying off. Xin, let us move. Are you waiting for the results, or shall we head directly to check the rankings? Shang Anning inquired, having stowed her sword in the equipment bag. Let us check the rankings later, Sure Xin replied. Very well, let us head towards that entrance. With the equipment bag in hand and her phone ready, Shang Anning set off with determination, prepared to confront Kong Chunjun. For a moment, Sure Xin was taken aback. Momentarily at a loss. Whoever startled you on the field, we shall settle the score. At that time, Kong Chunjun had just exited the arena and sneezed, sensing impending calamity. The score sheets had just been affixed to the bulletin board, and a throng of competitors, both young and old, along with several team coaches from various schools, surged toward them. The indifferent slipped away from the side, clearing the path, while the concerned captured the moment on their phones for future reference. Sure enough, the champion emerged victorious once again. Shang Anning observed the girl from another school who had just squeezed in beside her. Truly remarkable. What is this? Our school has trained extensively, and your results are commendable. How did you and your classmates fare? Well, we secured a tie for 6th place. After taking a satisfactory photo, Shang Anning extricated herself from the crowd, promptly updating the teacher in their WeChat group. That is not too shabby. Shang Anning finally performed to her potential in the afternoon competition, achieving a respectable score, and all 3 of them returned with accolades. How did you all fare? Did you secure any rankings? Indeed, we all claimed spots in the top 3, and nearly everyone achieved a ranking. Quite splendid indeed. After exchanging a few more words, the girl was called away by her coach, and Shang Anning and her companions stepped out of the grand entrance of the Daitan Gymnasium. As evening fell, the winds grew increasingly fierce, dislodging many brittle branches onto the ground, while the night beckoned. Whether bearing equipment bags or wielding guns and staffs, they all moved with an upright posture, striding confidently like spirited youth. As they walked down the street, many turned their heads to glance at them. The international summer camp has long been a familiar scene for Shang Anning and her companions. Are you all studying dance? Truly, such grace. After taking a few steps on the overpass, Shang Anning and her friends inevitably overheard the common misconceptions. No, we practice martial arts. How many times has she explained this? Oh, martial arts. The girls learn self-defense, while the boys train to protect their families. Quite commendable. At moments like these, Shang Anning can't help but sigh at the current state of martial arts. Fortunately, martial arts will be included as a physical education subject in the high school entrance examination in 2020, which will finally alleviate the misunderstandings and neglect. This year, the number of elementary students participating in competitions has doubled. Are you taking a bus or the subway? Lost in her thoughts, Shang Anning didn't realize she had automatically crossed to the other side of the street. Are you foolish, sir? Is it that you fear the traffic won't move during rush hour? For heaven's sake, where did you steal this rush hour from on a Saturday? Chapter 68. The challenge of being summoned as a teacher. Hey, Yu Jing, what are you doing in our class? Wang Jinyu remarked with a hint of mischief. Aren't you in pure science? How did you switch to pure arts? What brings you here? I have now confirmed my decision to pursue a special admission in sports. We only have to take exams in mathematics, language, English, and politics. Since my physics wasn't great to begin with, I ultimately decided to transfer to your pure arts class. When speaking with Shang Anning, Yu Jing was quite forthcoming, articulating her thoughts clearly. Shang Anning nodded. That sounds wonderful. Let us work hard together when the time comes. Shang Anning did not inquire about Yu Jing's competition on Sunday, but it seemed likely that it went quite well. The school bell rang, echoing through the classroom amidst a countdown, abruptly interrupting the teacher's passionate lecture. All right, you may go for lunch, the English teacher said, placing the textbook on the desk. We shall continue our lesson after noon. As soon as the teacher's words fell, Wang Jinyu, who had long been prepared, darted out, squeezing past Wang Shanxian, who was slowly turning towards the door. He dashed into the hallway. A flurry of activity ensued in the corridor. A throng of students surged towards the cafeteria, all crowding into the small space at the entrance. As more and more students gathered, they gradually formed 2 lines, moving forward in an orderly fashion. The sun had just passed its zenith on this winter afternoon, and as time progressed, the warmest moment of the day was approaching. The shadows cast by the south building engaged in a tug-of-war with the sunlight, momentarily retreating a few steps. Are you going or not? If you're not going, then neither am I, Shang Anning pressed his friends and Sure Xin. Some of them I can't communicate with clearly, especially regarding this collaboration, mainly concerning the class on Friday. Anning, you know my academic situation, Sure Xin said, biting his lip. I didn't perform well on this midterm, although my parents are indifferent. The teacher spoke to me that day. Shang Anning felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he could empathize with Sure Xion's circumstances. All right then, if Hua Qian is going. It's fine if you can't make it. No, it's already Wednesday. We just agreed to participate in the volunteer activity on Friday. Before Shang Anning could finish speaking, Kong Chunjun hastily interjected, questioning whether they had sufficient time to prepare. In truth, with provisions for food, drink, and accommodation taken care of, their teaching endeavor felt more like a leisurely excursion. Unlike Shang Anning, Hebo began to engage in a rational analysis, suggesting that the teachers likely intended for them to experience the challenges inherent in various professions, particularly in relatively impoverished areas. I believe this is akin to a volunteer activity, reminiscent of our participation in volunteer programs. Hold on, Kong Chenjun, did you hear that? This is Hebo speaking, not me, Shang Anning clarified. Amused by Hebo's rare alignment with his perspective, energized by the conversation, Shang Anning pondered whether to participate, noting that there were indeed numerous volunteer opportunities available. Just as Kong Chunjun was about to articulate further thoughts, he was already being nudged upstairs by his two companions, including Shi Xin. Upon seeing Shang Anning apply for the position, the grade leader, Teacher Ho, nodded approvingly after just a couple of questions, reassured by the child's sense of responsibility. The upcoming tasks, even if they required all-nighters, would be accomplished. The following morning, Shang Anning and the others gathered in the lobby of the teaching building, where they noticed the announcement of selected candidates. With merely one day to prepare, a sense of trepidation crept into Shang Anning's mind. After all, having a mother who was a teacher, he was acutely aware of the arduous preparations that teachers undertook, unlike many students who remained oblivious to the challenges involved. From handwritten lesson plans of years past to contemporary electronic lesson plans, PowerPoint presentations, and teaching materials. As the selected students congregated, Shang Anning's group was soon joined by Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu, forming a cohesive unit. Thus, the question arose, what would their theme be? Hebo posed a profound question, prompting Mr. Shang Anning to mention the 4 great classical novels. What does that entail? Are you certain you comprehend them more meticulously than a primary school student? How many years have passed since you last read those works? And how much do you truly recall? Upon hearing this, Shang Anning quickly retreated, noting that it was merely a suggestion. After all, Xia Tianyu had mentioned discussing biology, and he had no objections to that. Wasn't Hua Qian quite adept at biology during her first year of high school? But have you considered the students? Kong Chunjun interjected sharply. Shang Anning slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten that detail? We're not dealing with middle schoolers, but rather primary school children. Hebo continued to press on, eager to ensure his friend felt the weight of his words. Furthermore, there are groups conducting small chemistry experiments. Indeed. And it is rumored that the primary school's distinctive program includes martial arts, which would likely hinder Anning and Kong Chunjun from making any contributions in that area. Hua Qian tentatively spoke up, attempting to avoid further discouragement for Shang Anning. Moreover, given the cold weather, outdoor physical education classes should not be considered. Well, in previous years, we always went to the middle school. With primary school students, we need to keep the classroom lively. Shang Anning rolled his eyes and sighed, reflecting on how challenging it was for our teachers to keep us engaged in class back then. How about an English class? Kong Chunjun suggested the subject he was least proficient in. Yet, upon uttering those words, he recognized their impracticality and quickly redirected the conversation to subjects in which he excelled. If all else fails, mathematics? Shang Anning remained silent for quite some time, puffing her cheeks and rolling her eyes, before suddenly slapping her thigh, startling her friends nearby. Why not merge the courses? She exclaimed. How do we merge them? Hebo was perplexed. You are now at the center. Shang Anning raised her hand for silence. Wait, listen to me and you'll understand. With clarity of purpose, she swiftly took out her phone and created a horizontal document, dividing it into 2 columns. Even though the school had distributed phones to the students participating in the activity during lunch, it was already past 8 in the evening by the time Shang Anning had meticulously organized the document. The biting cold wind compelled her to leave home late at night, heading to the print shop beside the middle school. It's been a while since I last came here. How's business? The print shop owner greeted her warmly as he accepted the USB drive she handed over. Fortunately, Shang Anning smiled. Now everyone has a printer at home, which saves some time. Indeed, there are now many more places where you can print, the owner responded. While they spoke, a thick stack of printed documents was ready, and the owner even provided a bag for her to carry them. On her way back, the streetlights shone brightly, and Shang Anning reminisced about her elementary school days when the school's printer often ran out of service, forcing teachers to pay out of pocket for printing. In less than a decade, it had become effortless for everyone to print at home. With the wind at her back and the lights guiding her, she walked briskly forward. Chapter 69. The relentless winter wind. The windows of the bus were fogged with breath, and Shang Anning clutched the prepared study materials, perusing them repeatedly. After a considerable time, she lifted her head, rubbed her neck, and turned to gaze out the window, where the mist obscured her view, shrouding the scenery in a veil. She took out a wet tissue to wipe away the condensation, as the window emitted a cheerful hissing sound, accompanied by the similar noise from her nearby companions, Hebo and Kong Chunjun. With a roll of her eyes, Shang Anning rapped on the seat in front of her. Have you memorized what you need to present? If you're unprepared, hurry up and learn it. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to stutter when the time comes? I've memorized it, I've memorized it. Could you please stop worrying so much? Hebo retorted with annoyance. The wind stirred a few remaining leaves, seemingly intent on snapping the brittle branches. And even through the bus window, one could faintly hear its howling. The northern winter is most irksome, characterized by a fierce wind that arrives without the accompanying promise of snow, blowing for what feels like an eternity without yielding a clear sky. The bus finally came to a halt, having reached its destination near a primary school in the Beijing area of Xiongnu district. Wow, this place is enormous. It's even larger than our school. No, it's almost on par with the school we attended during summer camp. As soon as she disembarked, Sheng Anning was taken aback by the size of the school before her, questioning, is this truly a school in a poverty-stricken area? I can't help but feel that we are the ones in need. The classmates who followed closely behind her clearly shared the same sentiments. The moral education director of the team appeared beside Sheng Anning at an unknown moment. These buildings were constructed as part of the national initiative to develop Xiongnu area over the past 2 years, with many facilities only recently being fully equipped this semester. When you arrive, you will be able to see this for yourselves. During our inspection of the activity site, these new facilities had just been delivered. Currently, many new desks have yet to be replaced, and some classrooms still utilize the antiquated high desks and chairs, which you might have only encountered in films. The leadership of the elementary school greeted us warmly, and a group of students was welcomed into the school like esteemed guests, which left everyone feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hello, students. Today, our discussion will center around Journey to the West. Young scholars, please take a moment to review the learning materials being distributed by our fellow student, so you can familiarize yourselves with the topics we will cover today. The opening remarks were naturally the responsibility of Hua Qian, while Xia Tianyu showcased his exceptional charm to capture the attention of the young audience. The PowerPoint presentation was prepared by Sheng Anning, who also inputted the learning materials, thus naturally assigning the two companions to assist with distribution, as he carried a heavy bag filled with documents. As Sheng Anning struggled with the PowerPoint, he faced a challenge, having not seen anyone use a projector since the 3rd or 4th grade. After some searching, he managed to pull down the projection screen. However, due to the external lighting, the colors of the PowerPoint were nearly indecipherable. Fortunately, Kang Chenjun and Hebo promptly drew the curtains, while Xia Tianyu switched off the front lights, allowing Sheng Anning to commence his manual performance. After much toil and tumult, a group of individuals busily arranged everything with great care, ensuring that the course was set on the right path, allowing several young instructors to commence their lessons in the planned order. Sheng Anning and Hua Qian took on the task of reading the original text, followed by an analysis conducted by the two. It must be said that the transformations of the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong are equally remarkable, reflecting an intimate understanding of brotherhood. Despite the cleverness of Sun Wukong, who is often regarded as the Monkey King, he was outsmarted by the Bull Demon King, who had just assumed the guise of Zhu Beiji. Upon completing her lecture, Shen Anning let out a long sigh of relief and encouraged Hua Qian to persevere. Indeed, the responsibilities of teachers are formidable. They must maintain discipline among the students while also delivering lessons with passion and eloquence. It is truly a daunting task, observing the young students diligently taking notes. Sheng Anning scanned the room and felt a swell of pride as she noticed the abundance of notes filled by the eager learners. In that moment, she comprehended the rare consolation that teachers derive from witnessing their students' dedication to learning, nurturing the hope that these students would eventually blossom into talented individuals, contributing to society and benefiting the nation, truly a testament to the notion of cultivating future generations. Do you know what sister means, classmates? Yes, it means sister. A group of enthusiastic students raised their hands, eager to answer even before being called upon. So, can anyone guess how to say the term that Sun Wukong used in English? Uncertain murmurs of disheartenment emanated from a group of young students below. Some of them raised their hands high, wide-eyed, and inquired, "What is it?" Sister-in-law Sheng Anning turned to the blackboard, inscribing the word in chalk, then switched to a different color to underline law and wrote the characters for beneath it. The term sister-in-law translates directly to the sister on legal terms, Sheng Anning elucidated while pointing to the English on the board. Just as Sun Wukong recognized the Bull Demon King as his elder brother, the brother's wife is, in legal terms, regarded as an elder sister, thus giving rise to this vocabulary. Consequently, we can likewise learn terms such as brother-in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and so forth. The lessons, meticulously organized by Sheng Anning and her 4 companions, followed a rigorous schedule. After English came biology. where Xia Tianyu successfully dispelled the children's mythological beliefs by revealing that the pan tao was, in fact, a grafted fruit. Yet, he also instilled in them a beautiful vision of the existence of celestial peaches in real life through the concept of grafting. After addressing the students' queries, they distributed creatively crafted merchandise related to Journey to the West and cultural products from the Forbidden City to the most enthusiastic students, before finally exiting the classroom. Outside, the cold wind brushed against them, and upon seeing the moral education director, Shang Anning and her companions felt an overwhelming sense of reverence for all teachers, realizing the unseen hardships associated with their vocation. How is it? I trust your relationships with your classmates are quite harmonious? They are indeed eager to learn, particularly enthusiastic. Are they not? The wind continues to blow, and the snow still brews in Siberia, yet this wind has lost much of its former annoyance. Chapter 70. A melody of yesteryears celebrating a flourishing era. The azure sky, unblemished by a single cloud, whispers secrets with the national flag and the teaching building. A gentle breeze carries the chill of winter, conversing with the barren branches about the impending spring not far off. It is unclear which grade or class is engaged in physical education. A group of students on the basketball court are pitting their wits against each other, their faces oscillating between mirth and seriousness. The bell signaling the end of class rings as abruptly as ever, causing a few withered leaves to tumble from a large-leaved boxwood that occupies a flower bed. The winter in Beijing City bears some resemblance to northern cities, allowing even the boxwood to shed its leaves, in a departure from their usual routine of seeking rare opportunities to cultivate personal interests. The students who had been queuing and playing basketball moments ago now rush towards the south building. Kong Chunjun, you have finally arrived. We've been at this for ages, and we still can't figure out this computer. Hua Qian's furrowed brow finally relaxes as Kong Chunjun's figure appears at the doorway. No problem, no problem. Let me take a look. He examines the setup. Oh, I see. After pressing a few keys and tapping on the screen, the large display soon showcases the PowerPoint presentation prepared by the student council. There, isn't that simple? If all is well, I shall take my leave. Best of luck to you all. Kong Chunjun, with a nonchalant demeanor, leapt off the stage and made his way towards the exit along the central aisle. Wait, you. Kong Chunjun, hold on a moment. Hua Qian was engrossed in her computer, still processing the situation when Kong Chunjun decided to leave. We'll begin in a short while. If something arises and I can't call you, could you please stay here for now? We need to conduct sound checks, run through the PPT, and rehearse the transitions. After much effort to prepare everything, people had started to enter the venue one after another. The 5th Red Song exhibition of Rinsui's school, along with the commemoration of the December 9th movement, is about to commence. Hua Qian's opening remarks were, as always, gracious and composed, her gentle and delicate voice devoid of any sense of pressure, resonating with strength and clarity. There was no hint of despair or lethargy. The vibrancy of youth was never characterized by shyness or pretentiousness. As the prelude began, the familiar melody stirred the air, launching into singing for the motherland. The lyrics swept over mountains and plains, evoking vivid memories of past travels. The landscapes and peaks intertwined in the echoes of memory and song. The 5-starred red flag was visible just above, nestled among the buildings. The curtain had already risen, revealing groups of choir members standing together, while the dancers, clad in red, gracefully waved their long sleeves, shimmering under the spotlight. The heroes of the people have risen. On stage, the choir sang passionately. Below, the hearts of everyone present surged with emotion. A heroic nation is defined by its heroic people. The heroic people forge a heroic nation. Every hero is a part of the people. Every person is a hero. Stand tall, prosper, and grow strong. The development of a nation profoundly affects each and every citizen. And how can any individual not serve as a cornerstone for this national progress? Youth is the most vibrant period in one's life, filled with fervent emotions and passionate ideologies. Such spirited enthusiasm can effortlessly resonate within the hearts of the people. Each individual is a hero, every ordinary person, even students at this tender age, shines like a brilliant star in the vast cosmos of the nation. United as a group of young people, they embrace their fervent love for their homeland, braving the biting winds of winter, casting aside all distractions, leaving only the determination to move forward. In those days, perhaps the city of Beijing was yet to be tinged with the scent of gunpowder and conflict, yet one could still see the barren trees sheltering nests. Even if the birds had long since flown south, there is no retreat. This land belongs solely to its people, to those nurtured by its soil. Sheng Yanning, despite his love for singing, is woefully out of tune. While he may hum random tunes without much care, he would never dare to tarnish the noble spirit of revolutionary songs with his clumsy voice. Xion, you once mentioned that I often ponder whether, had we lived in that era, we could have acted in such a manner. Yet at times, I also feel that in our modern lives, we too can contribute to our people and our nation as contemporary youth. I truly cannot fathom whether, if I had lived in that time, I would have been able to cast everything aside and throw myself into the cause with reckless abandon. In the pauses between two songs, Sheng Anning and Shi Xian share their inner turmoil and reflections. Confronting their own hearts, they admit their fear of death. Sheng Anning spoke, furrowing her brow. Engaging in extreme sports, I exercise utmost caution, too fearful to truly let go and take risks. If we had lived in that era, would we have also become those who merely scrape by? Truly, Xin, at times when I ponder these thoughts, I feel a profound internal conflict and guilt. Sheng Anning lifted her gaze to meet Shi Xian's, clenching her fist against her lips, bowing her head slightly, her brow furrowed. I find myself reflecting on how many of our predecessors must have experienced confusion, yet they sacrificed everything for us to enjoy the lives we lead today. However, when I put myself in their shoes, I realize that many of my intentions are merely words. Translating them into action is exceedingly challenging. It is no wonder that Sheng Anning can effortlessly compose essays. A single contemplation allows her to articulate so much, truly indicative of a thoughtful mind. In fact, Anning, I believe you often impose limitations upon yourself. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly. Shi Xian pointed out the flaws in Sheng Anning's reasoning. Having long resided in tranquility, we naturally cherish this beauty and are reluctant to lose it. Moreover, the sacrifices made by those before us for the sake of our current peace were not feats everyone could achieve. Anning, we must acknowledge that we do not possess such a grand spirit. Yet, we cannot continuously chastise ourselves or dwell in guilt because of this. Shi Anning, if not awakened by external forces, would indeed find herself ensnared in a vicious cycle, unable to extricate herself. With the statement, SHXN has indeed enlightened SHNN inconsiderably. Thus, we must remember our history and cherish all that our predecessors have bestowed upon us. Therefore, it is only by grounding ourselves in the present and fostering the development of our society that we can truly honor their sacrifices. Having come to this realization, SHNN secretly devised a plan to draw nearer to the youth of yesteryears, intending to contribute to this era in her own proficient manner during this peaceful age. Chapter 71. The most prominent east wind heralds the winter solstice. The rhythmic music resonated through the tranquil winter morning, awakening the slumbering playground. Adjacent to it, on the basketball court, two classes of 13th grade students flowed like a dragon, intertwining and mirroring each other as they ran in sync with the beats. Some students swayed their heads and limbs in abandon. A beam of brilliant light flashed through a window on the third floor of the teaching building, revealing a small sun, an instructor with a camera peeking out from the office to capture the moment. The wind began to whisper, and the sunlight was momentarily veiled by thin clouds, dimming the surroundings. Yet, the rhythm of the music remained unchanged. The line of students grew longer, with those at the forefront sprinting vigorously while those behind gasped for breath, striving to catch up. As the sky darkened, even the artificial plastic grass of the soccer field lost its vibrant luster. A group of students ran at varying paces, some already merging into the ranks of other classes. With heads bowed in small, determined steps, they plunged forward, heedless of all else, in pursuit of their own class, while others, with heads held high and a spirited roar, summoned all their strength to chase ahead. There may be disparities in physical abilities, or perhaps a sense of lethargy stemming from bodily discomfort. Yet, children of this age each harbor their own aspirations and yearn for the vastness of the stars and the sea. The synthetic running track lies impeccably laid, a stark contrast to what was once a rugged expanse of land. Sheng Anning shares a bond with her father, who is an alumnus of this school. She recalls her father mentioning that the playground was once leveled by their generation, under the guidance of their teachers, using shovels to fill in the uneven ground. The path ahead is illuminated, as the thorns have long been removed by those who came before. This cohort of children, unencumbered by hesitation, need only to forge ahead, to advance, to run, never relinquishing their pursuit. The sun has taken the place of the students, casting its light over the entire playground, yet it feels somewhat solemn, lacking the brilliance of earlier. Have you awakened? Huaqian inquires with a hint of a smile, observing Sheng Anning, who is diligently writing. It is fortunate that we engaged in physical exercises. After running, I finally feel awake. I experienced the same thing recently. Our student council has been organizing various activities, and we often find ourselves planning late into the night. Huaqian comprehends Sheng Anning's state well. Preparing these activities for our class must surely keep you busy. As they converse, Teacher Ho, the grade leader, begins to speak but is interrupted when the classroom door swings wide open, driven by the wind, which brings with it a chill and moisture that rushes in. Seeing this, Sheng Anning stands to close the door, as the gust has scattered test papers and sheets across the floor. All right, let us continue discussing this problem. We have studied Du Fu's life, the 3 exiles and the 3 departures. Once again, the door bursts open, lifting the heavy army green curtain, and the cold winter wind permeates the classroom anew. Teacher Ho personally took action this time, even going so far as to block the door with a chair from the affluent classroom. All right, for the next question. Let's first glance at the score. There are indeed techniques to answering. One cannot simply respond haphazardly. For a 6-point question, we typically aim to identify 3 or 6 key points. The sound of chairs scraping echoed through the room. Had the chair not been wedged against the door, the noise might have been avoided. Now, as the wind pried the door open, it was persistently pushing against the chair. The winter winds in Beijing seemed to penetrate every crevice with an unstoppable force, as if nothing could hinder them. Everyone, please put on your down jackets. Teacher Ho conceded to the wind's relentless assault, urging his students to prepare. Hurry, I won't close the door. You must dress quickly to avoid catching a chill. Snowfall is not as cold as the thaw. When it snows, the air is not frigid. The transition from clear skies to overcast clouds can occur in a mere half-day. Compared to sunny days, a group of students would much prefer to witness the snow. In recent years, snowfall in Beijing has been sparse, at times. The snow from this year may not be seen until the spring of the following year. It may be just a thin layer that melts into the ground before one even descends the stairs, or it may simply consist of small ice pellets that, upon descent, lack the gentle touch of snow and instead carry a biting chill reminiscent of early spring. This type of weather in Beijing has persisted for several years, resulting in little significant impact on the city, yet it certainly poses challenges for agriculture, even in times of national prosperity and peace. The absence of favorable weather conditions can be quite vexing. The snow has fallen. Startled awake by the ringing of the dismissal bell, Wang Shanxian rushed to the window. Snowflakes danced gracefully from the sky. Though still modest in quantity, they nonetheless cloaked the ground in a delicate veil of pale white. It was acceptable to bring handmade crystal mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but bringing dumplings to school was, after all, unsanitary. To enliven the atmosphere, Sheng Anning boldly printed a 9 days of winter chart for each student. Outside, the snow continued to descend, melting and refreezing, yet leaving no trace upon the earth. Aside from dropping the evening temperature several degrees, it merely left those who traversed the night chilled once more, without leaving any remnant behind. The bus glowed with lights, its warmth lulling the latecomers into a drowsy slumber, leaning against the glass window, oblivious to the biting cold outside. As the night deepened, the snow had long vanished from sight. The wind howled, sweeping through the streets and infiltrating the alleys, yet it could not penetrate every warm abode or high-rise building. The wind continued to blow, scattering the stars from the celestial streets, transforming them into the bright, clean windows adorned with splendid lights. Chapter 72. The Convergence of Ice and Snow, Part 1. The wind lifted the laughing snowflakes, and the snowboards raised a curtain of white, dancing in harmony with nature. The joy of the snowflakes could uplift the human spirit, dissipating the uncertainties of life into nothingness. The journey had been fraught with inconvenience, enduring such a long bus ride. After Yujing changed classes, Hai Xingping seized the opportunity to speak freely. Perhaps out of habit, I did not forget to glance around before opening my mouth. What is the point of the Olympics when the athletes have yet to arrive at the competition venue, already overwhelmed by the journey? Due to the inherent risks of the activities, the repeatedly disruptive Wang Jinyu has been confined to the school under the supervision of a dedicated instructor for self-study, leaving Hai Xingping's remarks to fall flat without anyone to continue the conversation. The coach, accompanied by a group of students, is selecting skiing equipment while explaining the fundamental safety protocols. We are learning this alpine skiing as it is relatively accessible for beginners. A brief practice allows us to glide effortlessly, enabling everyone to swiftly experience the exhilaration that skiing offers. The school has already compiled the students' heights, weights, and shoe sizes. Thus, we have prearranged the ski boards and boots. While the ski boots might feel a bit snug, it is entirely normal, so there is no cause for concern. Once dressed in the vividly colored ski outfits, the group of students gathers to put on their ski boots. Oh dear. Wang Shanxian struggled for quite some time to fit into her ski boots and even tumbled off her chair in the process. Skiing, an extreme sport, may not suit everyone. Dressed in her ski boots, Yujing calmly remarked, "Who hasn't experienced their first time skiing?" At her words, Hai Xingping immediately deflated, standing up in a huff, ready to storm out with a ski board. "Wait a moment, everyone. We must wait until the group is complete before heading out together." Hai Xingping found himself at an impasse, unable to proceed in or out, prompting Yujing to chuckle softly. The abruptness of Hai Xingping's halt nearly sent him sliding away. As he noticed Xing Anning and He Bo approaching, both clad in ski outfits that perfectly matched their style and carrying a snowboard, a fleeting pang of jealousy struck Hai Xingping. It appears that there are indeed individuals skilled in the art of skiing. This is somewhat reassuring, if no one excelled. What purpose would the Winter Olympics serve? If one cannot secure any accolades, it seems the merits are bestowed upon others. Hai Xingping, in truth, is not ill-intentioned. Yet the manner in which he articulates his thoughts leaves much to be desired. What is ostensibly a commendation of the burgeoning ice and snow sports in our nation is, regrettably, perceived as a sentiment steeped in youthful indignation and a troubling admiration for foreign prowess. What do we truly know about skiing? Merely possessing our own equipment does not equate to expertise. Xing Anning, with his forthright temperament, could scarcely tolerate Hai Xingping's remarks and was instantly incensed. After a strenuous effort to temper his ire, he found himself once again ignited with passion upon speaking. If one is discontented here, perhaps venturing abroad would be more fitting. I do not see your family behaving in such a manner. Enjoying the fruits of this land while casting disparagement upon it is utterly disheartening. What is so objectionable about skiing? Have you not observed the seasoned experts in carving, freestyle, and aerial disciplines? Just because one has not witnessed such feats firsthand does not warrant a dismissal of others' capabilities. Let us not presume that everyone is devoid of international experience. While we may concede certain shortcomings, to belittle our own achievements is rather disheartening, is it not? Are you aware that the origins of skiing trace back to Zhalt? Do you comprehend that ice and snow sports flourished during the Sui and Tang dynasties? Xing Anning's frustration escalated. He found the likes of Hai Xingping intolerable, if one is ignorant. It is perhaps best to remain silent. Truth be told, even the skiing instructor, overhearing Hai Xingping's comments, felt discomfort. Xing Anning's rapid-fire rebuttals elicited laughter from the instructor. During my junior high school years, I had the opportunity to travel to Austria and engage in skiing. It is undeniable that skiing in China was quite underdeveloped at that time. If one fails to recognize the progress within our nation and chooses to voice unwarranted criticisms, how can they justify their stance against those who have contributed to this development? As for me, who claimed that I was speaking unfavorably, Hai Xingping was left with no chance to clarify his thoughts, feeling somewhat flushed and embarrassed by the discourse. Do I not acknowledge the advancements made? Is there not still room for further growth? With Hai Xingping's explanation, the wrath of Xing Anning was considerably mitigated. Could you not utter a few kind words? I have already stated that it was you who failed to comprehend. Hai Xingping felt a tad aggrieved, for he had not intended to convey the message that Xing Anning had interpreted. It was merely a matter of expression. The classmates followed their pre-assigned groups, each clutching their group numbers and accompanied by a coach, as we made our way to the ski resort. Wang Shanxian, could you lend me a hand? Oh no. I am about to fall myself. Many students, who were unaccustomed to physical exertion and attempting skiing for the first time, found themselves in a state of delightful chaos, teetering and leaning on one another until we finally reached the slopes. Those proficient in skiing were grouped together and led directly up the mountain by their coach. The novices, however, were allowed to form groups of 10, each accompanied by a coach, and began practicing their movements on the training slopes. Throughout the skiing experience, it was evident that Hai Xingping would not engage in any conflict with Xing Anning. After several rounds, observing the adeptly skilled He Bo and the gracefully executing Xing and Ning performing a 180-degree turn, then glancing over at the nearby park path where seasoned skaters effortlessly launched off a small ollie jump, executing a flawless 360-degree grab before landing smoothly, Hai Xingping smiled with satisfaction. Hua Qian, after all, is more suited for indoor activities, and as she called out excitedly while descending the slope, she fell midway. Xia Tianyu attempted several times, trying to snowplow down the hill, but after only a short glide, he abruptly halted. Yujing was the first to discover her rhythm. After just a couple of runs, she adeptly maneuvered a snowplow turn. The ski instructor, witnessing her progress, lavished her with praise, and soon they were engaged in conversation. Have you practiced roller skating before? Yes, just a bit when I was a child, Yujing reminisced. recalling her father's presence, ever watchful, afraid she might stumble or fall. In a blink of an eye, the years have flown by. And her father has changed as well. I've never seen anyone learn this quickly before. Your classmates are still practicing. Let me teach you the parallel style. Standing on the magic carpet, ascending from the slope, Eugene contemplated the notion that even as the nation progresses, it does not guarantee that every individual can remain true to their original aspirations. Chapter 73, The Gathering of Ice and Snow. A 300 million spectacle, Part 2. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Xing and Ning exclaimed, abruptly flinging open the door, tossing her snowboard onto the floor, and hurriedly dashing towards the suitcase. What is wrong, Ning? Is there something? Seeing Xing and Ning frowning at her phone. Rummaging through the suitcase in a disarray, Hua Qian feared that something serious had occurred. With a swift motion, she plugged in the device and sank down onto the sofa, finally exhaling a breath of relief. Just as Sheng Anning settled comfortably, Hua Qian glanced at the snowboard on the floor and inquired, "Isn't your snowboard supposed to be in the storage locker? If you brought it to the hotel, won't you have to transport it to the snowfield tomorrow?" Remaining immobile on the sofa, Sheng Anning turned around and drew open the curtains. The floor-to-ceiling glass windows offered an unobstructed view of the snow trails in the snowfield. At this hour, the cable cars had ceased operation, caught in the transition between the illuminating lights and the setting sun. The twilight glow reflected in Anning's eyes, casting a starry shimmer upon the snowfield, where it was difficult to discern whether the brilliance emanated from the ice and snow or from the exuberance of youth. Sheng Anning gazed outside, her eyes slightly uplifted. As extreme sports brought forth the utmost joy, the snow mingled with hues of orange red, while the last threads of golden light fell upon countless mirrors, resembling a burst of fireworks. Suddenly, her phone chimed, and with a hint of the earlier mirth still lingering, Sheng Anning leaned closer to her device. Upon opening it, she was greeted with Yibo's disheartening remarks. "You don't understand why? Bo-ao. Haishiping? Bo-ao. Why bother competing with him? He can see it. It's merely a bid for attention. Not at peace. I can't stand his demeanor. To make himself appear superior, he constantly belittles his own country. How shameless can one be? Not at peace. It's truly pointless. Not at peace. Enjoying these conveniences. Relishing these venues, these infrastructures. Not at peace. It infuriates me. I can't even articulate my thoughts clearly. Indulging in these matters only to later voice discontent. Well, express your grievances. Yet what have you accomplished? Boa. Boa, do not let him provoke you. Even in the finest societies, there exist aberrant individuals. Moreover, it seems he has improved significantly over the past 2 years. Acknowledging his mistakes and striving for betterment, which is commendable. Restless, very well. Haishiping is undergoing transformation, evolving from initial disdain and discontent to an ability to recognize the good, yet still fixating on flaws. Now, the inconsistency in his expressions resembles a habitual mode of communication, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to articulate himself normally. People are capable of change, born as blank slates. Their character is influenced by their societal surroundings. Otherwise, why did Meng Mu relocate thrice? Even if the first 13 or 14 years of life molded such a mindset, one can ultimately be guided by their environment toward the right path. In Ning, we are scheduled to visit that exhibition shortly. Please change into your usual attire. We also need to attend a lecture afterward, so I suggest you prepare your notebook and pen. Hua Qian spoke at length, while Sheng and Ning merely nodded in agreement. Her thoughts still lingering on previous reflections, responding with a vague, all right, no problem, I'll be ready. It was evident that Sheng and Ning had only grasped the general essence of Hua Qian's words. They had barely registered in her mind, flowing in one ear and out the other. Or perhaps she had not even realized that Hua Qian was addressing her, as her mind was still immersed in the profound thoughts she had been contemplating, lost in a reverie. And Ning, did you hear what I just said? Hua Qian was well aware that whenever Sheng Anning became lost in thought, her mind often wandered, and the words she had just uttered likely had not registered at all. Otherwise, she would have already leaped up, donned her attire, and hurriedly gathered her belongings. I was just contemplating. My apologies, what did you say? Before Sheng Anning could finish her sentence, she rose to check the time on her phone. Goodness, there were merely 10 minutes left until their assembly. Quickly now. We mustn't be late. When the time comes. Oh, right. Whatever you wanted to discuss, let us talk on the way. In her haste, she rushed out the door, taking nothing with her except her phone. After leaving the corridor and descending in the elevator, Hua Qian remained silent. Hua Qian, weren't you about to tell me something? What is it? Please, do share. I was a bit distracted earlier, my apologies. We shall be quite exhausted later. and there is no guarantee we will sit together at the lecture, so please speak quickly. The exhibition showcased the future development plans for Chongli, emphasizing ecological sustainability, economic growth, and preparations for the Winter Olympics, all meticulously orchestrated. Given the presence of numerous wild animals in the mountains, special conservation areas were established as part of the planning and expansion of the ski resorts. Unlike decades past, when economic pursuits often disregarded ecological concerns, the nation now advocates for a dual approach. The presenter refrained from inundating the students with convoluted data, while the statistics were undoubtedly striking. They were merely figures on a page. What truly mattered was the underlying spirit encapsulated within. I heard your teacher mention that many students have visited Chongli before. The national initiative to engage 300 million individuals in winter sports is not solely aimed at stimulating the economy and promoting the development of industries related to the Winter Olympics. It also seeks to enrich the extracurricular activities of students, providing an additional avenue for physical fitness. In the future, a high-speed train will connect Beijing to Chongli, allowing for a mere hour's travel to this winter wonderland, welcoming students to frequently visit Chongli for skiing. As Shang Anning listened, he nodded vigorously. Currently, although there are direct buses from Beijing to Chongli, the journey remains lengthy, and transporting ski equipment at the beginning and end of the snow season proves to be inconvenient. Chongli boasts the most remarkable annual snowfall days compared to surrounding cities and counties. Upon exiting the exhibition hall, delicate snowflakes began to fall gracefully from the sky. The building's lights cast a warm glow across the expanse above, as the snow danced in the illumination, swirling and eventually kissing the earth in a hushed embrace. Unlike the snow in Beijing, which melts upon contact with clothing, the snow in Chongli possesses a resolute character, clinging to the intricate textures of garments. Each snowflake unabashedly showcases its unique beauty. Shang Anning observed the distinct snowflakes adorning the sleeve of his ski jacket, perceiving them as individuals, each with its own essence. In this regard, the snow in Chongli may indeed embody the spirit of youth more profoundly than that in Beijing. Chapter 74. A gathering of ice and snow for 300 million carefully gliding down the slope. Hua Qian exhaled in relief. At the base of the slope, Xia Tianyu, who had been cheering her on, witnessed her successful descent and paused to celebrate, lowering his ski poles to his left hand while hoisting his snowboard with his right. Look, isn't it wonderful? Hua Qian removed her skis and approached, while Xia Tianyu offered words of encouragement. Even through the snow goggles, one could sense the warmth of a smile in their eyes. Hua Qian nodded, pouting slightly. It doesn't seem too difficult after all. Let me carry your skis. You can hold on to my poles, she suggested. Ascending the slope on the magic carpet, the snow enveloped them in a mesmerizing chill, prompting her to take a deep breath. Merging with the surrounding air. Skiing is an activity where the first experience inevitably leads to countless others. Just moments ago, Hua Qian had been consumed by the tension of successfully descending the hill, and now, standing on the slope, she was eager to try again. Positioning her skis perpendicular to the fall line, she planted her poles into the snow for balance, kicked her toes forward towards the bindings, and pressed her heels down to change direction, gliding downwards in a snowplow stance. The wind brushed against her cheeks, lifting a flurry of snowflakes. The descent from the practice slope to the bottom took merely a minute and a half. The path was flat, and once she mastered her balance, she even needed to poke the snow a couple of times with her poles for added support to glide smoothly. With each run, as she grew more adept, many students became increasingly intrigued by the sport. However, skiing is much like learning. The moment one begins to feel overly confident, believing they can navigate effortlessly, they often find themselves caught off guard, tasting the snow in the most amusing ways. Yeah. With a flurry of excited exclamations, Wang Shanxian found herself unable to control her speed. As Wang Shanxian executed a 60-degree split, her knee twisted and she fell to the ground. The bindings of her skis automatically released, leaving the right ski still attached to her foot, while the left ski boldly sailed down the slope. Wang Shanxian found herself in a predicament, unable to stand or sit comfortably. Attempting to rise, she struggled to maintain her balance on one foot, seated. She could not remain still, feeling the passage of time weigh heavily upon her. Classmate, please hold on a moment and do not move, the ski instructor called from above. Seizing the opportunity, the instructor took a moment to impart some safety knowledge to the group, advising those who had not yet descended to remain still as well. If someone fell below, it was crucial for those above to refrain from moving unless they were certain they could navigate around the situation safely. Suddenly, a sharp stop sent snow flying, and the instructor inquired, "Classmate, are you feeling any discomfort? Perhaps in your arms or legs?" Is there any pain? In her fall, Wang Shanxian had not adhered strictly to the techniques outlined by the instructor. In her moment of panic, she had braced herself with her hands, and it was now evident that her wrist had been injured. I have pain in my wrist. Not particularly active in sports. She had also strained her leg during the fall. In truth, her ligaments felt quite sore. Upon learning of Wang Shanchuan's mishap, the year group leader and the homeroom teacher of Class 6 hurriedly ascended along the edge of the snow-covered slope. The compacted snow was not as yielding as it appeared, making it somewhat difficult for the two teachers, clad in hiking boots, to navigate without slipping. As they made their way, Teacher Ho retrieved a canister of Yunnan Baiyao aerosol spray from her bag. The class teacher, witnessing the situation, extended a hand to assist Teacher Ho as they ascended together. Teachers, please do not rush. Take your time. This student is likely not gravely injured. Observing the two educators navigating the slope with careful steps, the skiing instructor felt a profound sense of gratitude that these students had encountered such wonderful mentors, a blessing that would warm their hearts for a lifetime as they reminisced about this moment in the future. Upon reaching Wang Shanxian, the skiing instructor continued down the slope, lifting Wang's snowboard. Wang Shanxian, could you please recount how you fell? Teacher Ho inquired, seeking specifics about any potential impacts. Does your wrist pain stem from a fracture, or is it merely a sprain? To ensure clarity in Wang's response, Teacher Ho gently held her hand and applied light pressure to her wrist. Does it hurt when I touch your bone? No, it doesn't. You haven't consumed broad beans, have you? Yunnan Baiyao and broad beans should not be combined, as they can leave scars on open wounds, and such a sprain may also have repercussions. Teacher Ho was well aware that Wang Shanxian often carried a box of snacks, as she regularly brought a bag to school, and outings presented no restrictions on treats. No. Who even eats that kind of snack anymore? Wang replied. So, Wang Shanxian, considering your current condition, do you prefer to continue playing or take a moment to rest? The class teacher filled in the only gap in Teacher Ho's considerations, suggesting, we can contact the travel agency to discuss a potential refund for this duration. The teacher is concerned that you might strain your hands again by resting them on the ground, which could lead to further injury. Moreover, if you continue to catch a chill, there is a possibility that you may experience wrist pain on rainy days in the future. In their youth, the teacher neglected such warnings and injured their knee. Now, every time it rains, they feel the discomfort. After much effort, the homeroom teacher helped Wang Shanxian to the resting area surrounding the snow equipment hall and even spent their own money to buy them a cup of hot chocolate to prevent them from getting cold. Remember not to remove your snow goggles and stare at the snow for too long. If you have sunglasses, wear them, lest you suffer from snow blindness. A group of students glided down the slope, eagerly receiving chocolates from their respective homeroom teachers. Hurry and eat them, and once you finish, hand me the wrappers. Do not litter carelessly. The teacher has plenty here. Should you need more, simply ask, and if they run out, the teacher will procure more for you. Any form of exercise expends energy, particularly when one is wholeheartedly engaged. Fatigue can lead to injury. The teachers have truly considered every detail. With the snow accumulating for over 150 days, it is evident that the temperatures in Chongli are not particularly high. Even when dressed warmly, a gust of wind can still bring a chill. During physical activities, one might break a sweat, but upon pausing to rest, hands and feet can quickly become icy. It is essential to retreat to the warmth of the snow equipment hall to survive in the embrace of the air conditioning. With chocolate replenishing energy, taking a break allows for a rare moment to appreciate the beautiful snowy landscape in Beijing. Yet, regardless of who it may be, when faced with the hardships and struggles of life in the future, they will surely remember the warmth brought by their teachers during that winter. Akin to sunlight piercing through the heart, the fervor of youth burns like a blazing fire. Yet it pales in comparison to the warmth of the spring sun during that snowy season. Chapter 75, Spring's Radiance and Festive Conversations, Part 1. Undisturbed. I have arrived. I have arrived. You all seem to be having quite the lively discussion. Boa, it seems our distinguished guest has finally graced us with his presence. Undisturbed. Was I not just outside? Boa. Fr. Ling. It is already the second semester of your second year. Shouldn't you be focusing on your studies? Undisturbed. Undisturbed. Touring renowned mountains and rivers. This is my way of studying geography. Boa. Excuses. Mere excuses. Undisturbed. Are you familiar with Danxiao landforms? Do you recall our discussions on world-class cultural and natural heritage? Undisturbed. Since you know, how is this not a form of learning? In the spirited debate with her friends, Sheng Anning carried a hint of playful jest, her fingers dancing over the keyboard while a smile graced her lips. What was she chuckling about? Just engaging in conversation, right? No. We were merely asserting that my playful declarations were indeed a form of learning, yet Yibo insisted on countering me. Anning's mother chuckled softly, choosing not to curtail her daughter's chatter. Very well, your father and I shall prepare dinner. A group of families had gathered for a day of fun, renting a small courtyard at a hotel, complete with a kitchen for cooking. No smoking. It's acceptable at home, but with so many people around, you still choose to smoke. The distance from the kitchen to where Anning was seated was nearly 10 meters, separated by 2 walls. Yet Anning could hear everything quite clearly. It was evident that Anning's mother possessed a voice with far greater penetration than the capabilities of the Wi-Fi router. The hotel, nestled amidst picturesque mountains and clear waters, is itself designated for a scenic spot. Families, including children and the elderly, have chosen to embark on vacation together, avoiding peak travel times. Additionally, the rising cost of living is evident. The sight of vehicles filling the hotel parking lot speaks volumes. Guests from Jiangxi, Zhejiang, Anhui, and Shanghai are increasingly common, alongside local residents. Not to mention, Anning and her companions have journeyed all the way from Beijing to Jiangxi, in the nearby mountain village. The sound of firecrackers erupts, conveniently drowning out the voice of Anning as she opts for voice input over manual typing. Ling, where is this place? Can they really set off fireworks? So may I ask, what kind of year is this? Ling, hoping and wishing, spring has arrived. Ha 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 ha. Ling, I disapprove of you. Ling, this is an year that awaits fireworks. Fireworks may be beautiful, but they pollute the environment. Child, it's time to eat. Put down your phone. Anning's mother calls out from a distance, reminding them that dinner is served and urging them to capture the moment at their large table. Why is it so cold down here in the south? It defies logic. It's above zero. True to her lineage, Anning's assertive manner of speaking echoes her mother's voice, causing dust to rise from the surroundings. Wear fewer clothes, and you'll freeze to death. Anning's mother rolls her eyes while carrying a plate of dishes, questioning, above zero? Above zero, and it's not cold? This place is still a mountainous region. Do not underestimate our understanding of geography. Hurry and put on your clothes. I, along with your aunt, have prepared dumplings. And Ning, come and eat. Later you can indulge in your phone. And Ning's mother frowned and nudged her arm gently. Do not focus on your phone now. We will chat during the New Year's vigil tonight. At that time, I shall transfer some money to you for red envelopes. Come on, it's time to eat. After the 3rd cup of tea, the delicacies have begun to cool. The stars above whisper softly, while on the other side of the mountain, the moon remains concealed among the bamboo groves. The moon of New Year's Eve, too, returns home to gather with family. The stars shimmer in deep blue, as the small courtyard resembling a traditional Sihiyuan lights up. The ancient and elegant design bathes the courtyard in a warm yellow glow. The soft yellow light spills through the dark purple velvet curtains, and a wild cat meows twice before swiftly darting through the corridor, seeking refuge in the low bushes across the river. Outside the courtyard, a man-made stream is separated from the grass lawn by merely a meter. The fish in the river, illuminated by the starlight and moonlight, create shimmering silver ripples. Serenity pervades this secluded corner, even as the nearby restaurant thrives with bustling activity. Many families have chosen to order their New Year's Eve feast. The faint glow of the dim lights flickers like fireflies, while the wind whispers secrets among the bamboo surrounding the courtyard, where people gather in silence. Not at peace. Xin, are you there? Not at peace. Out with the old, in with the new. Happy old year. Hurry and collect your red envelope. Not at peace. Red envelope. After a quarter of an hour had passed with no sign of Xin accepting the message, Anning grew somewhat anxious. Busying himself with his tasks, and sent another message. Not at peace. Xin, please accept it quickly. There will be New Year's red envelopes soon. Through the window, one can glimpse the distant village, where fireworks ascend and illuminate the night sky. Anning, however, refrained from fixating on his phone. The New Year's Eve in BJ City was enveloped in silence, with only solitary lights flickering. Those returning home and those traveling away created an absence of the usual hustle and bustle. On Chang'an Street, scarcely a vehicle could be seen. A few years ago, the fireworks display would often commence alongside the Spring Festival Gala. Yet now, within the 5th ring, the use of fireworks is prohibited. The vibrant scenes of year remain only in the depths of memory. Xin and her grandfather stayed home, watching the Spring Festival Gala, while the dishes on the table had long since grown cold, and the 4 sets of chopsticks remained untouched. On the doormat at the entrance, A pair of slippers appeared incongruous between two pairs of outdoor shoes, and the nearby cabinet bore clear signs of having been recently rummaged through. Chang'an Street was aglow with lights, while the heating in Shixin's home had rendered the atmosphere sweltering. Chapter 76, The Language of Lanterns and the Spring Festival, Part 2. The affairs of the company were not yet concluded. You should first dine with your grandfather. Seizing the moment while her grandfather went to the restroom, Shixin made a phone call to her father. The voice from across the room, though deliberately subdued, still conveyed an unmistakable sense of weariness and fatigue. If your mother says anything, just ignore her. After a moment of hesitation, the voice continued. Do not take her words to heart. It has been this way for many years now. I know. Shixin has never complained. She understands that I am busy with the company. Just as Shixin hung up the phone, her grandfather's booming voice resonated from the living room. Xin. The Peking opera has begun. Come to the living room. You can call your father later. Shixin's grandfather was an ardent fan, even taking a radio along for a stroll to listen to Peking opera. Accompanying the sounds from the television, he hummed melodiously, embodying the spirit of tradition and the belief that diligence is rewarded. After a while, his throat became parched, and he lifted the teacup from the table, savoring a sip. This high-quality tea indeed has a delightful flavor, he remarked, casting a glance at his granddaughter. My dear granddaughter understands me. She spends her earnings on exquisite teas like Bilyuakun, Westlake Longjing, and Wui Rock de Hong Pao. But doesn't tea she consider my age? I still prefer the familiar taste I've grown accustomed to. Company, he scoffed. Is that money truly earned by oneself? Just how much has one really earned? What a waste. The mentality of the older generation often reflects their past struggles. Having endured significant hardships, they find it difficult to part with their money, particularly disapproving of any perceived squandering. They perpetually contemplate the principle of remaining vigilant in times of tranquility, embracing the notion of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness, while the attitude of indulging in the present moment, as if to say let us drink today, is most disconcerting. The future stretches ahead, awaiting our prowess. Let us ardently dedicate our passion to chronicling the seasons. The Peking opera on the television has concluded, yet the vibrant collection and innovative renditions of Li Yuan Jinxiu have stirred immense enthusiasm in the hearts of both grandfather and grandson. Regrettably, I failed to record it. Grandpa Shixin mused. Perhaps when spring arrives and I stroll with my birds, there will be more to enjoy. Thus, although my son may not always be by my side, my granddaughter is a constant presence at home, and Grandpa Shixin has mastered the fundamental operations of a smartphone. Occasionally, through serendipity, he manages to search for Peking opera videos, yet he remains accustomed to listening to opera via the radio and cassette tapes. Adapting to watching videos on a mobile device still eludes him. The rapid advancement of technology and the relentless march of history will not pause for anyone. Some elderly individuals struggle to keep pace with societal progress and thus rely on familial companionship and societal empathy. Strangely enough, since acquiring this mobile phone, even purchasing snacks has become more convenient. Grandpa Shixin nodded, sipping his tea. Nonetheless, even with the government subsidies for elderly citizens over 80, I still find it challenging to exhaust the vouchers while buying treats from Daxiankin. As the Spring Festival approaches its conclusion and the New Year's bells toll, the absence of the once grand spectacle overshadowed by fireworks and firecrackers leaves everyone feeling somewhat lackluster. The lights outside continue to shine brightly. As the nation's efforts to combat light pollution intensify, the LED billboards that once illuminated half the sky at regular intervals have now been extinguished, leaving the streets devoid of the usual flow of traffic, resulting in an eerie stillness. Yeo, I never caused such a ruckus when I was your age. Observing his younger brother skillfully maneuvering his skateboard around the house, creating a cacophony of noise, Hebo, suppressing his frustration from a recent gaming defeat, began to impart wisdom to his sibling. Their parents, delighted by this interaction, refrained from intervening, allowing the brothers to bond freely. Even at this late hour, how do you think the neighbors feel about your racket? While your skateboarding skills are commendable, must you really be playing at this time of night? It's not just about disturbing me. Aren't you afraid of getting a reprimand from downstairs? If our family were like the Shang Annings, situated directly above the equipment room, it might be a different story. But even then, the noise could still reach others through the walls. Such activities should be reserved for daylight. Hebo set aside his phone, gazing earnestly at his brother, noticing the stark contrast in his son's demeanor compared to his usual carefree self. Hebo's parents felt a sense of pride in his maturity. Son, the school year has only just begun, and you're already approaching your senior year. Have you given any thought to your future? With nothing pressing to attend to, Hebo's father initiated a conversation about future plans. Meanwhile, Hebo launched another game. enlisting the help of several teammates, including Kang Chunjun, as the virtual battle intensified. What future plans could there possibly be? He mused. Isn't it merely a question of where to take the exam? Without even contemplating the matter, how can one plan ahead? Yibo remained engrossed in his phone, his fingers ceaselessly tapping away. Back in my day, I had my plans laid out since the first year of high school. The early spring is crucial for setting annual goals. If you don't plan now, do you intend to figure it out after the exams? Is there such aimless studying? There are those who excel and those who falter. Who can predict the final score? Yibo clearly disagreed with his father's sentiments. Come on, Kang Chunjun. Are you foolish? You must have a target school. Having a goal aids in one's efforts. Do you not possess any area of interest? None. Even if there were. Who knows what I might choose in the end? Yibo continued his game, his mouth never idle. Besides, 2 years ago, I was fond of computer programming. Who has to say I want to be fascinated by archaeology in 2 years? Yibo's father was a reasonable man, deeply respecting his child's autonomy. With his son expressing such thoughts, he felt it inappropriate to interject forcefully. After sitting beside Yibo for a while, he stood up to chat with his wife, leaving Yibo alone to indulge in his game. Finally, he emerged victorious. Yibo exhaled in relief, tossing his phone onto the sofa. His father's words were not without merit, yet by 2 or 3 o'clock, those on night watch were weary, sprawled in exhaustion. In the vast expanse of Beijing, only the streetlights remained illuminated. The early hours of the Lunar New Year's day bore no moon nor stars. One by one, the lights in the towers extinguished, and Beijing descended into profound silence, a rare stillness. Chapter 77. Spring's Lanterns Whisper of the Spring Festival, Part 3. Mama. Wah. Bullying. Wah. Sister. Bullying. Papa. Bullying sister. Observing her chubby younger siblings frolicking in the sand, Hua Qian was utterly captivated. Thus unfolded the scene from the beginning, with Hua Ruoxian wailing for his parents. Seeing her parents, who were settling the bill at the front desk, rush over to help their son up, wearing expressions of helplessness. Hua Qian felt overwhelmed. How could twins be so different? Her father stayed to comfort the little boy, while her mother, Miss Fong, came to console Hua Qian. Your brother is still young. I don't know how you two girls are so sensible, while this child is so disobedient. Ah, the child shows the man. As they say, in a few years, your father and I will probably be driven to despair. Mom, it's okay. After I finish college next year, I'll help you look after him whenever I have time. Hua Qian ended up comforting her mother, who had intended to console her. I just wanted you to have a companion in the future when I'm old. Alas. Finding solace in her own words, Miss Fong added. But look how well-behaved Ruoxi is, just like you were as a child. Watching her younger daughter reach out, her chubby face filled with smiles as she toddled over, Miss Fong felt her heart melt. Many shops were closed before the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, so she was glad this one was still open. Taking the little ones out to play for a while ended up tiring out the older one. Hua Qian's mother then decided the family should go out for a meal. At this moment, the restaurants in Beijing are predominantly large chain establishments or dining venues within renowned hotels. The city of Beijing is neither particularly large nor small. It often presents unexpected encounters, where one may serendipitously meet acquaintances. Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu reside in close proximity, which explains their long-standing connection since childhood. Having attended the same school, the two children grew up together, and their mothers share a similar history, fostering a strong bond between the two families. What's going on here? Asked Feng Laoshi, noticing Xia Tianyu's father. We're going out for a meal, responded Xia Tianyu's father, exchanging pleasantries with Hua Qian's father. While the three children drifted off to converse among themselves. I just received my manuscript payment, so I thought it fitting to treat the children to a meal, he added. Acknowledging the lack of home-cooked meals, Xia Tianyin quietly expressed her discontent. Where's that person from your family again? Such inquiries are often delicate. Prompting Feng Laoshi to deftly shift the conversation. Indeed, not only her, but my father-in-law is also absent from BJ. Ah, the nature of work dictates such circumstances. One cannot change it, he replied. Teaching is a noble profession. I initially encouraged her to pursue teaching, but she steadfastly refused, opting for this path instead. I ceased my persuasion. Xia Tianyu's father sighed. Ultimately, it's not so bad. It allows her to fulfill her childhood dreams. Each person has their own aspirations. Teaching has its merits, and pursuing one's passion also brings its own rewards. The two sets of parents engaged in lively conversation, while the three children accompanied them, sharing laughter and banter. Xia Tianyin and Sheng Anning were akin to one another, with Xia Tianyin being even more mischievous than Sheng Anning. Naturally brimming with words. As they strolled along, Xia Tianyin began to vent about the daily antics of her writer father, subsequently shifting to the overwhelming mountain of school assignments. Your brother excels in his studies. You could always consult him for help, Hua Qian suggested to Xia Tianyin. Him? He is perpetually occupied. My dad, you see, either hibernates at home writing novels or ventures out for inspiration. Xia Tianyin resumed her fresh round of complaints about her unreliable father. If you ask him to make a simple tomato and scrambled eggs, he would somehow concoct a sweet version instead. Hua Qian chuckled at this remark, prompting Xia Tianyin to continue her humorous tirade. Just the other day, he mistakenly used vinegar instead of soy sauce. The entire pot of tiger skin peppers turned out sour. With laughter echoing along their path, the two families decided to dine together at a restaurant. As they walked, Xia Tianyin animatedly recounted her tales, often using exaggerated gestures that left Hua Qian in fits of laughter. Observing Xia Tianyin's spirited demeanor, Hua Qian jested, if only Shang Anning were here. You two could perform a delightful comedic duet. Not to worry, I can manage a solo performance just fine, Xia Tianyin replied, her mind teeming with thoughts. At times, her ideas mirrored those of Shang Anning in an uncanny manner, and she added, you know, the solo performances by Fang Qingping are truly remarkable. Throughout the journey, Xia Tianyin's chatter never ceased, capturing Hua Qian's full attention. As they walked, Hua Qian failed to notice the uneven pavement lifted by tree roots. Suddenly, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but Xia Tianyu, with swift reflexes, caught her just in time to prevent a fall. What are you doing on the first day of the new year, planning to bow down? Xia Tianyu teased, but there are no red envelopes. It just alleviated Hua Qian's embarrassment, and they both shared a laugh, expressing mutual confusion under Xia Tianyin's somewhat amused gaze. Such incidents had long become commonplace over the years, especially with the rapid developments in recent times, where one project followed another, often leaving them without sight of each other for months. Are we not taking the children out to play this winter break? They'll be in their final year come the second half of the year. And the school will surely add extra classes during the summer vacation. Tianyin is going skiing, accompanied by friends, and I trust Tianyu to look after her. They seem to enjoy life even more than I do. You, on the other hand, worry about me every day while traveling for studies. It's reassuring to know that I won't have to worry about them in the future. Our Qian has grown up as well, and I hardly need to concern myself with her anymore. As they conversed, Hua Ruoxin carelessly scattered the food that Hua Qian had just served. This kid is just like me. He could very well pursue art. Hua Qian's father chuckled, reminding everyone to maintain a peaceful mindset during the festive season. Huh? What does Hua Xia mean? It is just you and Sister Hua Qian. Chapter 78. In the blink of an eye, the old year welcomes the new. Compared to the summer break, the winter holiday feels considerably shorter, although it has been more than half a month since the beginning of spring. The chill of early spring still lingers in Beijing City. As the school term resumes with the entire winter break behind her, Shang Anning cheerfully bounded into the classroom, her backpack in tow. Around 1 in the afternoon, the warmth of the day reached its peak. Sunlight cascaded through the school gate, illuminating the golden school motto on the adjacent wall, casting a shimmering glow upon the students walking towards the teaching building. So, have you completed your winter holiday assignments? Not yet. I'll be working on them at 3 o'clock. I'll continue after waking up. Didn't you arrive just in time? Then I can rest easy. I haven't finished mine either. I hope the teacher collects them after the holidays. In the corridor, students continued to discuss the winter assignments when suddenly a cacophony erupted from the upper floor. Is this what the senior year feels like? We'll be in senior year in the second semester. I heard that seniors have extra classes on Saturdays. I'm already feeling anxious in advance. Can your anxiety compare to my mother's? What do you mean? My mother has had a countdown to the college entrance examination posted at home since my freshman year. Starting from 1,000 days, every morning when I wake up, I see that the time has diminished by another day. Quick, let us go. The teacher is entering the classroom. As the class bell rang, the upper floor fell into an immediate silence, the previous clamor fading away as if it were merely an illusion. I shall refrain from collecting your assignments for the time being, as I am well aware that most of you have yet to complete them. If I were to collect them now, it would be akin to gathering empty notebooks. The homeroom teacher has long since discerned the nature of this group of students. Assigning homework is intended to ensure that you grasp and retain the knowledge thoroughly. Outside, the breeze has gradually warmed, yet the lingering chill of winter remains unshaken. Such as the spring in Beijing, where often winter has not yet departed and summer is on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, half a month has slipped by, and the upcoming examinations once again illuminate who has completed their assignments and who has not, igniting a renewed fervor among the students. As the saying goes, if one neglects practice for a day, one knows. If 2 days pass without practice, the master knows. If 3 days go by, everyone knows. The matter of completing the winter break assignments is no different. The second semester of junior year is crucial, and our school will be organizing numerous activities. Thus, students must not fall behind in their studies. At last, the time for the class meeting has arrived, and the homeroom teacher seizes the opportunity to impart wisdom to the students. As we informed you a couple of days ago, we shall be venturing out again tomorrow. Therefore, your subject teachers have not assigned much homework today. I do not expect much from you. Merely 100 or so words will suffice. It would be remiss to embark on an outing without reflecting on the experience. Observing the group of students below, who appear rather listless, many of whom have already begun to busy themselves with either catching up on yesterday's assignments or reviewing their erroneous answers, the homeroom teacher sighed and said, "Very well. I shall not say anything more. I shall leave the remaining time for you to complete your assignments." The sky outside gradually darkened as the homeroom teacher furrowed her brow, recalling the weather forecast that predicted rain. Noticing that some students had neglected to bring umbrellas, she thought to herself that it could become quite troublesome if the rain began to fall. Carefully avoiding the students, she extended her hand and gently drew the curtains closed. With everything prepared, the homeroom teacher of class 4 turned and exited the classroom, making her way towards the office. Teacher Ho. Oh, by the way, do we have any spare rain gear in our office? It seems that not just our class has students without umbrellas, given the situation. It looks like it will indeed rain. All right, I will take a look. If necessary, I can also inquire about the leftover raincoats from previous outdoor activities. As expected, it wasn't long before the rain began to pour outside. The sky, which had previously appeared as dark as night, now transformed into a muddy yellow hue as the rain fell in a steady patter. Just recently, the news had mentioned that safety standards were woefully inadequate. Despite Yu Jing having transferred to Class 6, Hai Xingping's habits remained unchanged over the past 6 months. Now, even if he wished to speak out, he could only mutter quietly. The school was indeed audacious, seemingly unafraid of the potential consequences should someone fall. This emerging sport in our country had been practiced elsewhere for many years, yet we had yet to master it. Even after countless instances of embarrassment, Hai Xingping's proclivity remained unaltered. Fortunately, his voice was low enough that the homeroom teacher did not hear him. As for what might transpire tomorrow when he encounters Yu Jing and others, that was no longer a concern for Hai Xingping at this moment. The rain was but a fleeting shower, swiftly transforming into a gentle drizzle that persisted until the end of school. I spent a full 2 hours hailing a taxi. Yet the teacher seemed oblivious to the need for expedience. The surrounding parents exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by the sentiments expressed by one particular lady. Yet they felt it inappropriate to interject, allowing her to continue her impromptu performance. Our child is in Class 4, Year 2. That lady's child is in the same class. Though I had not encountered her before, the Year 1 teacher had focused on our child, but the situation in Year 2 remains unchanged, does it not? As these words slipped from her lips, the parent immediately regretted engaging in conversation, wondering if it had been a wise decision. When the teacher emerged moments ago, "I seem to have missed your presence. Was I not caught in traffic? Did I not arrive late? Could the teacher not make another appearance? That seems amiss." I distinctly recall the teacher gathering everyone inside. How could several individuals miscount? This is no longer a matter of compulsory education. We are indeed paying for this service. After a spell of waiting, the rain intensified abruptly. While it is said that spring rain is as precious as oil, the downpours in Beijing can be exceedingly peculiar. Frowning at my newly purchased shoes, now drenched, the parent exhibited an increasing impatience. With no one willing to engage in conversation, her soliloquy lost its charm. After a considerable wait without a sight of the teacher, she was eventually joined by her child. "Mom, why are you here to pick me up?" As Shu Xin emerged from the school, umbrella in hand, her respectful tone bore an unmistakable air of detachment. Chapter 79. Aspirations to Scale the Skies, Part 1. "Do you think it would be appropriate for me to bring my climbing shoes and harness tomorrow?" asked Buda and Ning. "Just take them if you intend to," replied Bo Ao. "What does it matter if it's appropriate or not? It's up to you." Fr Ling added, "You're accustomed to your own gear. You might not feel comfortable using the equipment at the climbing gym." "That's precisely my point," Buda and Ning responded. "What is there to ponder? If you have your own, just bring it along. It doesn't seem like a big deal," Bo Ao remarked. "All right then. I shall bring mine," Buda and Ning concluded. The group of friends was momentarily puzzled as to why Sheng and Ning felt the need to consult them regarding his climbing gear. After all, Given Shang and Ning's character, he typically acted on impulse, unconcerned about others' opinions as long as he adhered to the rules. The following day, when Shang and Ning appeared with his equipment, the others finally grasped the situation. And Ning, what is all this you brought? In the car, Yu Jing, seated beside Shang and Ning, gazed perplexedly at the contents of his backpack. Why have you brought 2 pairs of shoes? Aren't we supposed to have a competition between classes? I had to buy my versatile shoes half a size smaller. And since I haven't had much time to practice these past 2 years, if I play all day, that pair might pinch my feet. Shang and Ning then shifted his backpack between himself and Yu Jing, pointing to the 2 pairs of climbing shoes as he began to explain. This is the La Sportiva Cobra, and this one is specifically designed for speed climbing. If we were to hold a small competition, speed climbing would undoubtedly be essential. Shang Anning remarked, gesturing towards the leather side of the climbing shoes. To be honest, I had no intention of purchasing specialized speed climbing shoes. After all, you know that I do not belong to the type that dares to push the limits of speed. But look at this design. The vibrant Chinese red is simply stunning. Yu Jing chuckled, acknowledging that Shang Anning's purchasing rationale might be somewhat impulsive. However, she too had experienced the irresistible urge to acquire something upon encountering elements of traditional Chinese culture. It is a common human inclination, easily comprehensible. This pair leans towards difficulty. This is a Petzl-Main carabiner, a black diamond quick draw, and this one is. Shang Anning spoke for quite some time, leaving Yu Jing in a daze. I too was uncertain about what our small competition would entail, so I brought everything I could. Honestly, I have been pondering why we do not develop our own domestic brands. Our leather and cloth shoes are excellent. Why not venture into climbing shoes? After all, it is an emerging sport with a growing demand. While we were engaged in conversation, we arrived at a climbing gym transformed from an old factory. Such repurposing of dilapidated warehouses into climbing facilities has become a norm internationally, allowing for resourceful reuse and avoiding the occupation of new spaces. Unlike the outdoor venues Shang Anning frequented in previous years, indoor facilities can remain open year-round. Climbing originated in 18th century Europe and is still considered a burgeoning sport in China. However, climbing has now been included in the Olympics and will soon be featured as a competitive event in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Listening to the climbing coach, Hai Shiping began to murmur again, pointing out that our country still has shortcomings in this sport. Anything that is introduced from elsewhere tends to develop only to a certain extent. Shang Anning was preoccupied with fiddling with his backpack when he glanced at the top of the wall and suddenly realized that the automatic protection system was in place, featuring a fixed main lock, rendering his quick draws and personal lock unnecessary. Noticing Shang Anning's actions, Hai Shiping was momentarily taken aback. The equipment Shang Anning brought was quite professional. He hadn't expected him to be skilled in both skiing and climbing. However, such proficiency is rare. After the climbing coach finished discussing the history of climbing and imparting some basic knowledge, he began organizing the students to line up for their ascent. I hesitated to climb. I have a fear of heights. Before I could even reach the height of 2 panels, Wang Shanxian began to whimper. Just let go and come down to the bouldering area. It's not high here. Wang Shanxian shut her eyes tightly and jumped down. The automatic belay device controlled her descent, gently lowering her to the ground. As her feet touched the earth, she trembled, her palms slick with sweat. With the coach's assistance, she finally unclipped her main lock and stepped aside. Yu Jing, Xian, come here. This is the crosshand, crossfoot technique, Shang Anning demonstrated to Yu Jing and Xian, explaining that it was quite simple. Just avoid locking your arms. You can sit down towards the center. Then, do not crouch like that frog. Rather, mimic my posture. Observe this transition, the shifting of feet. My left foot must land precisely on the point of my right foot. And then I shall first place my left foot against this rock hold. Notice how my feet are now aligned perpendicularly. Shang Anning possesses both the skill and the eloquence to impart the techniques he learned from the seasoned climbers when he was a novice. As he speaks, he illustrates the concept of angles, both supplementary and complementary. Both feet rotate simultaneously, with the right foot pivoting to the opposite side of the hold while the left foot draws closer, stepping into the space vacated by the right foot. While Shang Anning passionately shares his insights, nearby, 5 or 6 routes remain unattempted, and the third group has yet to ascend. You both practice for now. I shall traverse a line, he declares, glancing at the difficulty chart and assessing the tape color of the V2 route. He begins to wander across the bouldering pads in search of an appropriate target. Yellow. Ah, here is one, he exclaims. Positioned at the base of the bouldering wall, Shang Anning begins to analyze the route. Let us give it a try. Even among V2 routes, There exists a variation in height. As he nears the T-shaped finish hold, he encounters a challenge. Finding a suitable angle, he pauses, takes a breath, and reaches behind his waist to apply a bit of chalk from his pouch. Onward, he whispers to himself, mustering encouragement. With a strategic foot placement, he shifts his weight onto his left foot, extends his hand, and synchronizes his movements, counting down 3 seconds. With a sigh of relief, Sheng Anning leaped down from the rock face, settled down with a gentle motion, and shifted back a little, gazing at the route he had just climbed. It shouldn't be this difficult. I had no issues with V3 before. Even if the difficulty varies, it shouldn't be to this extent. As Sheng Anning pondered, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Wait a moment. That hold. How could I have missed it? If only I had noticed that hold earlier. It would have been so much easier. I struggled for so long, and it turns out it was merely a matter of missing a hold. Before Sheng Anning could dwell on his frustration for long, Hua Qian's voice echoed from nearby. Anning, it's our turn in Class 6. Aren't you coming? Go, Hua Qian. Sheng Anning cheered from below. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, glancing over at Yu Jing. Something felt off. Hadn't Wang Shanxian just arrived in our class? Without lingering on his thoughts, Sheng Anning turned back to encourage Hua Qian. At that moment, Wang Shanxian was still entangled with the bouldering wall. She had just begun and managed to reach one hold, picking up some tips from Sheng Anning along the way. However, she found herself stuck midway. Unable to ascend further and unsure of how to jump down, caught in a dilemma. Her hands began to sweat, causing her grip to slip. And Wang Shanxian fell from the bouldering wall, landing safely on the thick mat below, her startled cry still lingering in the air. TCH, what is this? I can't even manage this. She grumbled, recalling how many climbers she had seen at international climbing gyms who handled this with ease. Hai Shiping was startled by Wang Shanchuan's scream, thinking something serious had occurred. As I gradually regained my composure, I made an effort to mask the fright I had just experienced. Could you effortlessly ascend the heights upon your first encounter? Observing Hai Shiping roll his eyes due to some students giving up midway, Yu Jing slowly began to speak. Was that your initial experience? Have all of you there encountered this before? Yu Jing understood that Hai Shiping was merely attempting to showcase himself, deliberately provoking her. What do you mean by you there? That is abroad. Abroad. And what about you here? We are in China. So why can't we appreciate the good? I merely believe that if these inadequacies were addressed, if they were all rectified, China could flourish even more. If, a few years ago, Hai Shiping's disdainful remarks could be seen as somewhat of a worship of foreign cultures, now they are more indicative of a typical case of hypocrisy. Yu Jing's endeavor was precisely to help Hai Shiping recognize his own inner thoughts amidst these years of rapid development in China. At this moment, the admiration for foreign cultures is not frustration over lack of progress, but rather sheer ignorance. And Ning, you truly are fascinating. It is no wonder you have always been fond of these sports. The joy of extreme sports can never be fully grasped without personal experience. At that time, it was not merely the achievement of reaching towering peaks, gazing down upon the sprawling landscape. In truth, I also felt a profound sense of responsibility. The more Sheng and Ning spoke, the more it resonated with me. The predecessors had traversed mountains and valleys to create such a prosperous era for us. We can marvel at the myriad lights and the stunning illumination of Chang'an Avenue. We too must ascend one peak after another to ensure that such beauty endures eternally. Students who genuinely cherish the liberal arts do not merely pass time. They possess the ability to infuse emotion into their prose and to meticulously extract the sentiments woven within the text. Sheng Anning embodies this essence. A seemingly trivial event can ignite within her a cascade of thoughts, traversing the rise and fall of history, the vastness of geography, and the philosophical musings of politics. Anning, it is your turn. Fortunately, Xu Weixin is there to remind her. Otherwise, Sheng Anning might continue her eloquent discourse indefinitely. Indeed. While others struggle for minutes, Sheng Anning ascends with ease, reaching the summit in just over half a minute. It remains uncertain which descent is swifter. Wow, Anning, you could compete with that. I am far from it. The seasoned climbers ascend in around 6 seconds, Anning states candidly. Over the past 2 years, rock climbing in China has experienced remarkable growth. There were not nearly as many climbing gyms before. In just 2 years, numerous facilities have opened. After a brief conversation with Hua Qian, the line has progressed to Yu Jing, while a few friends cheer from below, their encouragement echoing throughout the climbing gym. Come on, hurry, keep going. Even the climbing instructors in the venue join in the supportive chorus. Climbers of all ages partake in this endeavor. Even men and women in their 40s and 50s harbor the spirit of youth within. Climbers are perpetually upward bound, much like youth itself. They are forever striving towards lofty peaks, embodying the essence of youth. They refuse to relinquish their pursuits lightly, reminiscent of the enduring spirit of youth. The only distinction perhaps lies in the fact that climbers possess the wisdom to recognize their limits before daring to challenge themselves. In contrast, youth is unrestrained by any constraints and remains oblivious to the notion of moderation, driven solely by the desire to ascend and venture further. I once climbed in the vicinity of Written. Somehow, Shang Anning struck up a conversation with the route setter at the climbing gym, pondering whether the heights were comparable. Perhaps the other side is indeed loftier. Our indoor space certainly has its limitations. The route setter nodded, having observed my friend and me, along with our gear, and deduced that we were experienced climbers. Ah, that must be your friend, right? In the midst of our exchange, Yujing had already ascended to 2/3 of the wall. While not particularly swift compared to Shang Anning, her prowess was remarkable for a first-time climber. Ah, yes, it's her first attempt. Not bad at all. Have you practiced any other sports? Yes, she trains in Sanda. No wonder, she certainly exudes strength. The route setter nodded in agreement, adding that had she begun earlier, she might have contributed an athlete to the Youth Olympic Games for climbing. Indeed, as Yujing reached the ground, the climbing coach assisted in removing the main carabiner and secured it for the next waiting climber. Shang Anning and a few friends gathered around. Yujing, you were truly impressive. When I first started, I was quite slow. Shang Anning never hesitated to offer compliments, always forthright, devoid of any jealousy towards others' abilities. Oh, is that so? Yujing herself was taken aback, for deep down she felt a profound fear. It seemed an eternity had passed while she was up there. After conversing for a while, Shang Anning took Yujing and a few others to tackle the bouldering pads. Your friends possess commendable physical coordination. The V0 routes pose no challenge, so let us attempt a V1. The route setter had deliberately approached Shang Anning earlier, casually wielding a laser pointer, stating, once you finish, feel free to come find me. I shall guide you to 2 routes. Shang Anning expressed his gratitude for quite some time, rendering the other party somewhat bashful. It was fortunate that Kong Chun-jun subtly signaled to Shang Anning. Otherwise, he might have felt compelled to extend his politeness for half an hour. Chapter 81. The Aspiration to Scale the Skies, Part 3. Indeed, there is a modicum of skill. Hebo had vanished for quite some time, and finally, a group of friends discovered him in the challenging section, where Hebo was persistently grappling with the last 2 rock panels. He had paused several times, yet made no upward progress. After a quarter of an hour, observing Hebo's trembling hands from exhaustion, Shang Anning refrained from mocking him. Recalling his own stubbornness in the past, insisting on ascending without yielding. Upon hearing this, Hebo's interest was piqued, his hands ceased to shake, and his legs no longer ached. How intriguing. Please, continue. However, there was no continuation. What a bore, he remarked. Very well, there is a continuation. I simply lingered atop until it rained and the sky darkened. In the face of the unrelenting mockery from his 2 companions, Shang Anning remained unperturbed. All right, enough laughter. Let us promptly analyze the route. As for you, Mr. Hebo, kindly excuse yourself. Feeling the exhilarating rush brought by rock climbing, Hebo, who has a penchant for sports, instantly developed a fondness for this activity. Just as he was about to attempt the route challenged by Shang and Ning and the others, Shang and Ning intervened. Isn't this a bit excessive? Are you not concerned about waking up tomorrow with sore muscles, or even worse, being paralyzed? You may certainly continue if you wish. Hebo silently leaned to the side, opting not to respond. I believe I need to hang my feet, or perhaps execute a dino. Otherwise, I surely cannot surpass this. Shang and Ning pouted slightly. With my height, I can only rely on having wings. However, Yujing, you should give it a try. I believe you will manage just fine. After all, our flexibility from practicing martial arts should pose no issue, unlike Hebo, whose splits are higher than Mount Everest. Kong Chun-jun, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. Your situation isn't much better. For your first peak, you should at least attempt one from the Tangula mountain range. The banter among friends often resembles a free comedic performance. Hua Qian struggled to suppress her laughter to the point of discomfort, while Sure Xin was already doubled over with mirth. All right, enough of the chatter. Let us hasten to inspect this route. After scrutinizing for a while, Shang and Ning felt something was amiss. Is this truly a V2? Why do I feel that even with wings, I cannot surpass it? It's due to your short legs, someone quipped. You have long legs. Why not give it a shot? Xian, why don't you try? I just attempted it, and it was futile. After a brief attempt, Sure Xin leaped down from the bouldering wall, declaring, "No luck. I cannot reach it. Your arms seem somewhat locked. You can't reach normally. Yet I still find it quite peculiar. I shall give it a try." After a prolonged silence, Yujing finally spoke, positioning her feet firmly at the starting points, applying her learning and practice. Hey, Yujing, you've opened the door." Just as Shang Anning's words escaped her lips, Yujing had already tumbled onto the crash pad below. When you loosen both your hands and feet simultaneously, your center of gravity is bound to falter, and you are destined to fall. Let me try again. Before Shang Anning could finish her sentence, she had already surged up the rock face. Switching hands and crossing her legs, she pondered how to execute a dino. It was evident that she was struggling. Yet, on the wall, Shang Anning disavowed the technique she had initially devised while studying on the bouldering pad, opting instead to attempt a heel hook once more. "This won't do. I've already split my legs, and this heel hook isn't even reachable." One cannot deny Shang Anning's capabilities. She exerted herself to shift her center of gravity towards her right foot while muttering to herself, "Darn it." After several attempts, she completely surrendered, leaping directly down from above. "What a waste. I must be utterly useless if I can't even ascend. Stop climbing that one." Suddenly, the route setter's voice echoed from upstairs. Moments later, the route setter descended, holding a cup of water. From seemingly nowhere, a laser pointer materialized in their hand, directing it towards a hold that lacked a rock point. There used to be a point here. It was moved to the big wall a few days ago. In a couple of days, when the routes are changed, this one will be missing a point, and you won't be able to get through. I thought as much. I observed you all toiling away, and I assumed you were working on that adjacent V1. Quite impressive, achieving a V2 difficulty in just one day. After exchanging a few more words, the route setter glanced at those present and declared, "I will establish a route for you. This point, this pink hold, this blue one." Amidst a moment of carelessness, Shang Anning, the first to attempt, once again succeeded in reaching the summit despite neglecting a crucial rock point, managing to hold on for 3 seconds before leaping off the cliff. He Bo's rationality was overshadowed by curiosity, and despite the impending ache in his back and legs, he resolved to persist. Meanwhile, he struggled 3 times under Shang Anning's guidance, but failed to ascend. Yu Jing meticulously noted the points and, under Shang Anning's boisterous direction, ultimately succeeded in reaching the peak after 5 attempts. "I calculated that my weight, combined with the force of gravity, was a considerable challenge. From the outset, Sure Xin chose to forego the endeavor, recognizing that not every sport suits everyone. As for Kang Chenjun, endowed with long legs and arms, the difficulties faced by others seemed trivial in comparison. "Hua Qian, please be cautious," Xia Tianyu advised, observing Hua Qian hesitating nearby. He quietly offered a few words of encouragement. "Know your limits. You don't exercise much, so be careful not to injure yourself." "All right, I wish to give it a try, yet I fear failure," she confessed. In moments of hesitation, prioritize your safety. Although the safety measures are sound, doubt can lead to peril. Success or failure is inconsequential. We are here to enjoy ourselves. After all, having known each other for many years, Hua Qian instinctively trusted Xia Tianyu. His soothing words eased her fears. The wind held fiercely, and both the teacher and the climbing instructor reminded the students to fasten their uniform collars upon leaving and to wear their jackets if they had them, to avoid catching a chill. After a day of frolic, a group of students, though reluctant to depart, found themselves too fatigued to continue. The small competition that the school had originally planned was inevitably postponed. "Let us go. In the future, if you are interested, you may gather your friends to come and play." As they made their way to the parking lot where the bus was stationed, Shang Anning continued her enlightening discourse. "Xin, you truly ought to practice this. Just observe those adept climbers, lean yet vigorous, their muscles remarkably aesthetic. Was it not a few years ago? Was it not 2016 or 2017 when I attended a competition at Chopin? Those athletes were remarkably slender." Amidst the laughter and chatter of the group, unbeknownst to them, a solitary observer silently watched everything unfold. This gaze might herald significant changes in the observer's life, though not in the lives of Shang Anning and her companions. Chapter 82, The Clear and Shallow Grass of Qiming Part 1. As Qiming approached, the breeze bore a mix of coolness, and the sky outside was shrouded in a gray haze, as if rain were imminent yet hesitant to fall. In recent years, the pervasive smog in Beijing had largely dissipated, and the foggy days that once allowed Shang Anning's cohort to enjoy a respite from school were now but a memory. Hence, the opportunity for a leisurely escape had vanished. Yet no one longed for those days when the sun was obscured, and even LED signs were rendered invisible. "I choose Wang Jinyu." No, that won't do. How could Wang Jinyu possibly manage Wang Shanxian? Then I choose Chen Han. That is indisputable, is it not? In the middle of the day, a group of students, feeling rather idle, transformed their entire grade into a chessboard, strategically positioning themselves as if for a military game, only to later switch roles and engage in card games, finding amusement in their playful antics. As the holiday approached, the students' minds had already soared far beyond the confines of the classroom. The teachers, relinquishing control, allowed the students to frolic up and down the stairs, engaging in basketball, napping, or indulging in idle chatter, anything and everything. All right then, I will challenge you. You challenge me? A perplexed expression crossed Sheng Anning's face as he observed Kong Chunjun producing a slip of paper bearing his own name. Otherwise, while others merely feign learning, you seem to genuinely neglect it. The confusion deepened on Sheng Anning's countenance. Are you praising me or ridiculing me? Well, think for yourself, Hebo interjected. Seated on a bench beside the playground, Sheng Anning found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. Then, could I challenge Kong Chunjun or Hebo instead? Xinshin, do you have those too? Sure, Xixin, quick to respond, promptly produced a paper listing both names and boldly handed it to Sheng Anning. Indeed. Look at this. What do we call it? An eye for an eye. After a lively commotion, 2 drops of water inexplicably fell from above, splattering onto the paper in Sheng Anning's hand, causing the ink to blur. Now, who turned on the air conditioning at this moment? Sheng Anning exclaimed in disbelief, gazing around with wide eyes, yet finding nothing amiss. He then abruptly shut his eyes. The air conditioning drips this far. It's raining. Perhaps you should check the sky, Hebo remarked nonchalantly, as if the rain held no significance for him. Are you backing out? Playing coy? Refusing to acknowledge your defeat? As the rain began to fall increasingly faster, it left a myriad of tiny droplets on the adjacent basketball court, while Hebo continued to engage in conversation. You all are doing quite well now. Back in our school days, if a sandstorm occurred during this month, the windowsills would be covered in a thick layer of dust. However, we now have protective forests, and the smog from the past 2 years has been addressed. Today, let us discuss the formation of this rain, while also revisiting our knowledge on windbreaks, sand fixation, and disaster mitigation. The geography teacher, as always, infused humor and charm into the lesson, effortlessly bringing forth the subject matter amidst a lively atmosphere. Sandstorm. Does BJ also experience sandstorms? Wang Jinyu, having awakened from an afternoon slumber, expressed his confusion. No, I don't recall us covering that. As the class progressed, a group of students reflected on previously discussed topics such as the 3 North Shelter Forest Program and grass grids, when the knowledge, seemingly distant from their lives, was intertwined with their real-world experiences. A sense of awe and inspiration often arose. Geography is inherently interconnected. As the teacher continued, he transitioned to discussions on permafrost and plateaus, as well as the railways and highways in those regions. In a purely academic class that had opted for political studies, Sheng Anning couldn't help but recall the political teacher's recent lecture, which had included the calculation of costs for high-speed rail per centimeter. She had long forgotten the total price. Using the data provided by the political teacher, Sheng Anning calculated that a centimeter of high-speed rail, excluding future maintenance costs, averages around 2,000 yuan. Is that much? Not really, as the minimum monthly wage in BJ is 2,120 yuan. Is that little? The high-speed rail line from Beijing to Tianjin spans a distance of 166 kilometers. Sheng Anning had previously inquired about this matter with his father, who works in scheduling. Is it truly as expensive as it seems? Regardless, the railway incurs losses year after year. What could be the reason behind this? 6 or 7 years ago, the Railway Bureau was known as the Ministry of Railways, and now it falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Transport. What is the purpose of this transition? The railway belongs to the people, financed by the state, for the benefit of the populace. The environment is the responsibility of the people, for the sake of the people. In this regard, Sheng Anning chose to seek resonance with Hua Qian, especially since her family is involved in the railway sector. Their conversation flowed from rain to environmental protection, from disaster prevention to the empowerment of the people, and the accountability of the party and the government to the citizens. The youth are fond of lofty ideals. The pure-hearted children weave together the past and present, soaring through the realms of time and thought, igniting unique sparks of inspiration. The breeze, gentle yet persistent, flutters through the window panes, turning the pages of books shared among the students. Time and again, it competes with the students for the privilege of flipping the pages, only relinquishing its claim when the students express their irritation. The breeze, with a fickle memory, soon forgets the student's earlier vexation and returns to disrupt the tables once more. The vitality of spring is concealed within the wind, carefree, unruly, and perpetually tireless. Through the wind, spring entrusts itself to the youth, giving rise to an exuberant vigor. Anning, could you help me with this question? As Sheng Anning and Hua Qian concluded their discussion, Yujing stood by, gently interjecting while holding her exercise book. Sure, no problem. Let me take a look. Upon observing the political topic, Sheng Anning suggested consulting Hua Qian, as her understanding of politics surpasses his own. He admitted to occasionally being too lazy to memorize, relying instead on exam answers, which may not be entirely accurate. Nonetheless, this pertains to the knowledge we discussed regarding the party's principles. The party's mission is to serve the people wholeheartedly. The error in your response lies in addressing the responsibilities of the government. The question fundamentally pertains to the party. While I may not have covered everything, you should still consult Hua Qian for a more organized answer. Despite Sheng Anning's claim of uncertainty, he has essentially conveyed the useful points. As he puts it, though I speak quickly, my words cannot keep pace with my thoughts. Outside, the rain has gathered once more, swiftly descending in a rhythmic patter. Even the wind that blows into the classroom carries a hint of earthy heaviness. Chapter 83, The Clear and Breezy Shallow Grass, Part 2. The rain has indeed begun. Unlike the snowflakes of last year, yet it falls on the very first day of vacation. The trees outside glisten from the rain's cleansing, while the mood of those inside is swept away by the downpour. The rain disrupts previous plans, leaving only the option of studying at home. The rain has ceased, yet the sky remains overcast. Without the bright blue sky, one's spirits seem to sink in tandem. Sheng Anning scrolled through his phone, his fingers momentarily pausing on the screen. Watching a video, he slightly pursed his lips, his nose quivering and his eyes reddening. The rain moistens the light dust, lacking the verdant willows of Weiqing and the freshness of the inn. The rhythmic footsteps do not bear the red flag upon the shoulder, leading the way ahead. What remains are solitary chrysanthemums, interspersed with white and yellow, standing silently beneath the monument to the people's heroes. Without a word, they evoke tears from those beyond the screen. A fleeting exchange ensues. I shared a video with you. Copy and open it. I saw it, replies another. If it weren't for my poor eyesight, I would truly consider enlisting. Surgery might be an option, comes the response. But that requires attending university, adds another. You can enlist while in university, suggests yet another voice. Having exchanged these few words, Sheng Anning yearns to speak further when her mother calls from the kitchen. Little one, come here. What is it? Sheng Anning clearly hesitates to rise. You'll know when you come over. Hurry up. Thinking it might be something significant, she rushes over, only to be told. I need you to take that pot upstairs. What? This is not a matter of consequence? Before Sheng Anning can finish her thought, her mother interrupts, exclaiming, You wouldn't even help if the oil bottle fell. Placing the pot on the stove, Sheng Anning's mind wanders outside. Light the fire. Why are you just standing there? A century ago, survival was of utmost importance. 40 years ago, sustenance was paramount. Today, the trivialities of daily domestic life have become the focal point. People's concerns have grown increasingly minute, yet paradoxically, they have also expanded in significance. The small concerns pertain to dimensions, while the larger ones relate to the quality of life. No longer do we dwell in uncertain times. Instead, we strive for a life of beauty. Sheng Anning idly caressed the handle of the pot, gazing at the distant skyscrapers shrouded in a hazy mist. There were no mirages, only the sounds of honking cars and the clamor of the city. What else is there to do? While I chop vegetables, can't you pour a bit of water into the pot? Outside, the rain began to softly patter once more. Sheng Anning retrieved the ancient zither, long untouched, and placed it upon the desk, casually plucking its strings, too lazy to even glance at the sheet music. Unable to step outside, Hua Qian was also summoned by her father to paint. This angle, yes. Hey, Hua Ruoxin. While Ruo Qian remained in Ms. Fang's room learning Chinese, Hua Ruoxin had already slipped away, heading to her father's study. Stop moving. You'll get ink all over your sister. Don't move. Don't move. Cradled in her father's arms, Hua Ruoxin flung her ink-stained hands, splattering ink everywhere. Wife, hurry over here. Your son is causing a ruckus again. He is not your son. I'm here teaching your daughter to study ancient poetry ahead of time. Ms. Fang settled her youngest daughter, then hurried to the study, exclaiming, What have you done this time? Daddy, Daddy, scold me. Upon seeing her mother arrive, Hua Ruoxin cried out, struggling to free herself from her father's grasp. Rushing towards her mother's embrace. If only she hadn't stirred up trouble, but now, in her commotion, She had stained her mother-ass clothing with ink. Just a moment ago, that slap had left her hands smeared with vibrant colors of traditional Chinese painting. And the water from the brush-washing cup was splattered all over the desk. I shall bathe him. You two tidy up the study. When inspiration strikes an artist. They carelessly discard sheets of wasted rice paper, scattering them across the floor. On the expansive table, the felt absorbs water at a rather swift pace. Fortunately, the water in the brush washer remains relatively clear, merely dripping down the edge of the table. As the water saturates the rice paper, it clings to the ground, rendering the artwork chaotic and unrecognizable. Once again, mayhem ensues, and the fruits of a morning's labor find their way into the trash bin. What kind of ruckus will your younger brother create when he reaches your age? Surely, it will not be so. He will grow up just fine. Not so? He cannot be this unruly at present. Darling, come here. This painting can still be salvaged. Let me show you how to improve it. Hua Qian was engaged in conversation with Xia Tianyu when her father suddenly called her over. She observed her father wielding a brush, deftly outlining the contours of the mountains. Then switching brushes to swiftly depict egrets and a lone boatman gazing into the distance, stroking his beard, with the last remnants of vermilion from the palette. He casually splashed a few strokes, allowing the peach blossoms of a mountain temple to bloom in a spontaneous burst of color. The lotus leaves, which had initially received only 2 strokes, were suddenly transformed into a vibrant landscape painting, a harmonious blend of ink and color. In the clarity of March, the home became a serene retreat amidst the mountains and waters. The wind swirled, and the water rippled back, concealing a fragment of spring's beauty, which, in an instant, pierced through the canvas, allowing the fragrance to seep in through the window, mingling with the clouds and rain outside. Look, isn't it quite lovely? Hua Qian's father, rare as it is, had created a piece of artwork that satisfied him. He cautiously lifted it, examined it, and then turned to showcase it to Hua Qian. The surprises in the act of creation often catch one unawares, and the beauty of life is frequently born from fleeting moments of adversity. Qian, image, Qian, video, Qian. My father just finished this. Tianyu Zhonghua, quite impressive. Meanwhile, my father is braving the rain to venture out, claiming he is seeking inspiration in nature. Qian, are you taking care of your sister again? Why not come over for a meal? Tianyu Zhonghua, never mind. My sister is busy preparing for her grades recitation event and won't have time to eat. Qian, what about you? Tianyu Zhonghua, I'll just grab a little something. She might need my assistance later. Outside, the rain ebbed and flowed, stirring the fresh green from the soil and causing the blossoms to fall from the branches. The spring rain, subtle and silent, nourished the growth of all living things, just like those individuals on the street who, undeterred by the rain, pursued their own endeavors. They swept away the leaves washed down by the rain, directed the flow of vehicles, and remained ever ready to respond to any need, moving forward quietly from their origins toward their destinations. Silently, like the spring rain, they traversed their paths in this harmonious era, diligently attending to their respective duties. Chapter 84. New chapters. Old words contend for supremacy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sheng and Ning declared resolutely, striking the table with the copy of Dream of the Red Chamber in her hands, producing a resonant sound. History is history. Our very existence is a performance of the classics. Before Sheng Anning could finish speaking, Wang Shanxian interrupted, exclaiming, why throw the script? Just say what you mean. Leaning back in her seat, Wang Jinyu chimed in, indeed, who cares about historical accuracy? Who can truly comprehend it? It's absurd to stage a play like Red Crag. How outdated is that? Pray tell, how many costumes are required for Dream of the Red Chamber? Do you have ships and arrows for Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Or have you meticulously studied the history? Upon hearing this, Sheng Anning felt a surge of frustration. In this day and age, who isn't entertained by humor? Who hasn't read Red Crag? Wang Jinyu clearly remained unconvinced, adding, can you compete with television and film? Humor may attract an audience, but lacks substance. At some point, Yu Jing appeared at the door. The essence of school activities is to seek enjoyment, isn't it? Wang Jinyu crossed her legs, asserting, times have changed, society craves fleeting joy. After all, isn't it normal to take a break amidst the daily grind? Wang Shanxian quickly echoed her thoughts. Yu Jing, with her good-natured demeanor, found it pointless to engage with the two, acknowledging that their views somewhat aligned with contemporary entertainment trends, albeit lacking developmental value. Is the audience the focal point? Even if no one watches, the performance should still possess significance, though we may not ultimately receive accolades. The experience of resonating with history during the performance is invaluable. Our endeavor in this theatrical production is to immerse ourselves in literature and to appreciate the historical context it embodies. Sheng Anning, growing increasingly impatient, struck the copy of Dream of the Red Chamber that had just been cast onto the table, exclaiming, "You are all merely concerned with whether anyone will watch. This is not solely about the audience. What purpose does it serve to perform if no one is there to witness it? These narratives are well known to all. And even if we enact them, it amounts to nothing more than a mere recitation." Remarkably, Wang Jinyu interjected with a phrase, "albeit under such circumstances." After all, there are no real constraints. As the leader of the student council for both the school and the grade, Hua Qian was engrossed in discussions with the teacher regarding event organization, leaving her little time to attend to matters within the class. While it may seem there are no restrictions, this is, in essence, an opportunity for us to draw closer to literature. Sheng Anning paid little heed to the discourse between the two and proceeded to kneel down, rummaging through materials. Consider this. If we adapt it into a play, it would represent a profound elevation. Additionally, we can experience the essence of an era from 70 years ago. So what are we after? Is it not the desire for an audience? Wang Shanxian took a sip from her cup and stated, as the cultural representative of our class, "I believe your proposal lacks suitability." Sheng Anning was particularly vexed by such authoritative assertions, especially when the other party was being unreasonable. Had Wang Shanxian refrained from such remarks, Sheng Anning might not have been so agitated. With this statement, it became clear that Sheng Anning would not yield. What we seek is practicality. What we desire is value. In this new era, it is imperative to remember our history rather than languishing in the prosperity forged by our predecessors. As Sheng Anning spoke, her words grew increasingly fervent. "Do you believe such thoughts do justice to the emblem upon your chest? It matters, doesn't it?" After a moment of silence, Wang Shanxian remained reticent. Then, "If we are not going to perform, you shall do it alone." "Very well, you may craft your own script, and I shall seek actors myself." The conversation ended on a discordant note, culminating in Sheng Anning slamming the book onto the table once more before storming out, her destination unknown, while Wang Shanxian continued to mutter softly, "Indeed, even if our efforts seem futile, at least there are still spectators. Consider performing Red Rock, setting aside other matters. Everyone has read it, and it has previously been a source of dread for many. Who would wish to watch it? In these times, filmmakers prioritize projects that are profitable and draw audiences. Even those trending short videos infused with national style rarely surpass comedic content in popularity. Engaging in such endeavors achieves little. And yet it seems that many still regard Hanfu as akin to hanbok or kimono. After all this effort, recognition remains elusive. Why persist? It is perplexing indeed. What purpose does your toil serve if it merely becomes a vehicle for promoting the cultures of other nations? Wang Shanxuan's musings went unheard by Sheng Anning, who had already set off to gather a few friends to participate in the play, while Yu Jing absorbed every word. This generation of youth may harbor a myriad of thoughts, embodying the so-called CHN spirit and the angry youth sentiment, yet ultimately, their sense of national identity is remarkably profound. The more one refrains from expressing it, the less likely it is to be understood by others. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Jing chose to speak, stating, "If we refrain from trying simply because we believe we cannot succeed, how could we have arrived at this present moment?" After a prolonged silence, when Yu Jing presumed her words had vanished into oblivion, Wang Shanxian, who was exiting the classroom with a water bottle in hand, suddenly turned around. "Ah, you there? Yu Jing. What were you just saying to me?" "Oh, well. I shall go fetch water now." "All right then." In mid-April, the warmth of the breeze has intensified. The trees outside have become more verdant, and the clouds in the sky have dwindled. Though it is still far from a cloudless expanse, the clouds and the sun have ceased their conversation, painting the sky in a brilliant golden hue that filters through the window, casting shadows of the blackboard and desks within the classroom. In a couple of days, we'll be going out again. Have you decided how much pocket money to ask from home? My mother advised me to be prudent, so I don't spend recklessly. However, a few days ago, I submitted an article to a public account and earned a few dozen yuan. Those of you studying the arts have an easier time securing employment. Oh, come now, you science students will earn more in the future. If you excel, you might even contribute to the nation's advancements. Chapter 85. A new journey in the cloudy highlands of Yunnan and Guizhou. The train traverses through tunnels and over bridges, weaving through the undulating and rugged terrain of the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. As Xia Tianyu was conversing with his sister over the phone, he entered a tunnel, and shortly thereafter, the signal vanished. The tunnel enveloped in darkness, yet the train's lights remained brilliantly illuminated. It was an extensive tunnel. Having just exited one, they soon found themselves in another. A cyclical journey through the mountains. Following the previous prohibition on participation, Wang Jinyu had been considerably subdued at school, managing to restrain his flamboyant behavior during lectures, and had received approval to engage in a study tour. Occasionally, a few villages appeared, with small Western-style buildings 2 or 3 stories high juxtaposed against traditional local homes, some of which were still unfinished. High-voltage power lines stretched across the mountains, and with the advent of this tunnel-digging train, one could not help but question how remote mountain villages managed to transport the necessary materials, and why such intricate engineering was employed solely for a handful of seemingly uninhabited houses nestled among the peaks. Outside the window, the landscape unfolded in layers of mountains and rivers. Although the peaks could never be identical in form or hue, their majestic arrangement was undeniable. In the distance, a seemingly endless tapestry of shadows and light emerged. At a glance, wisps of smoke from a few villages mingled with the misty mountain haze, ascending into the sky and obscuring trees whose names eluded recognition. The karst topography, with its limestone formations and caverns. And Ning. I recall our discussion about the land degradation in the Guizhou region, right? Yes, the phenomenon of rocky desertification. Shang and Ning was sifting through a substantial stack of A4 papers, which evidently bore no relevance to the study tour. Yes, I remember now. Our teacher also spoke about the poverty in Guizhou and its connection to this issue. Indeed, there exists a scenario wherein a mere handful of families requires the establishment of electricity. It is truly arduous. Vehicles cannot access, thus reliance on human labor becomes imperative. Hence, the adage prevails, to attain prosperity, one must first construct roads. Furthermore, the issue of environmental degradation looms large. Excessive cultivation has led to severe stonification, and continued exploitation exacerbates the situation, creating a vicious cycle. Therefore, the concept of green and sustainable development is paramount. Typically, one might not notice how Shang Anning, engrossed in her studies, seamlessly intertwines these thoughts. With a mind that operates at lightning speed, she underscores the significance of the environment. In recent years, during my visits to numerous pristine locales, I observed that some ecosystems suffered irreparable damage during the course of development. Shang Anning sighed, her brow furrowed, yet acknowledged that improvements have been made. The balance between rural development and environmental conservation is increasingly recognized. It is heartening to witness such progress. Hua Qian continued to peruse her study abroad booklet while Shang Anning busily scribbled on a stack of A4 sheets, occasionally glancing out the window. Hey, Anning, what are you working on? Noticing the thick stack of papers densely filled with text, Hua Qian set aside her booklet, curiosity piqued. A script? Is it? Red Crag? No, that can't be right. It feels different. I specifically researched and intertwined historical facts with narrative interpretations. Oh, I see. Wow, this is quite meticulous. You've even cataloged the props. Did you conduct research as well? During our first year of high school, there was a performance by the previous class that we attended, Shang Anning remarked, pulling out a pen to amend a section of the script. Since then, whenever I had the time, I delved into related materials, such as formats and presentation styles. Gradually, through persistent effort, I have managed to write proficiently without significant issues. The mountains outside the window, after prolonged observation, inevitably incite a sense of weariness. What appears as a magnificent landscape to outsiders serves as an insurmountable barrier for many who dwell deep within these mountains. Departing from Beijing in the morning, even by high-speed train, reaching Guiyang takes over 8 hours. The journey from Guiyang to Ziyun requires an additional hour of travel. Shang Anning has a penchant for travel. 5 years ago, the trip from Beijing to Guizhou took an entire day and night, during which I could not make 3 phone calls. In the mountains, it felt akin to being cut off from the world. As the train gradually slowed, the station began to come into view. Although Xia Tianin often complained about her father being unreliable, she undoubtedly held him in her thoughts. With her brother away on an educational trip and their father engaged in literary excursions, Xia Tianin found herself alone at home. Just as Xia Tianyu was about to end the call, he heard the sound of a door opening. Our event has been postponed, came his father's voice. Understanding that this was merely a fabrication born from his father's concern for his sister, Xia Tianyu felt a sense of reassurance. Despite his father's occasional unreliability, he always ensured his sister's safety. Upon disembarking from the train, a bus transported the group of students directly to the hotel. At 6 or 7 in the evening, all the attractions had closed their doors, leaving only the prospect of dinner. "Wow, this dish is exceedingly spicy," Wang Shanxian remarked. "Isn't that going to cause breakouts?" Shiganing, enjoying her meal, cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shanxian, wiped her mouth, and replied, "Not at all. The damp and chilly mountain climate necessitates such distinctive cuisine that harmonizes with the local environment." Wang Shanxian fell silent, attempting to pick up a morsel of food and placing it in her mouth. At the adjacent table, Wang Jinyu was engrossed in his bowl, gazing at the pot, his face glistening with oil as he chuckled and gasped from the heat of the peppers. After this dinner, their educational journey had only just begun. As they left the hotel restaurant, Wang Shanxian used her chopsticks to unearth a few pieces of Wuzhou fish hidden beneath a pile of chili, shoving them directly into her mouth without rice. Outside, the city was not as ancient as one might have imagined. Amidst the encircling mountains and waters stood towering skyscrapers. Beside the hotel, there was a hill of similar height, and within the hotel, a garden harmoniously blending man-made and natural beauty. The varying heights of buildings and the juxtaposition of the old and new landscapes all testified to the fact that this city bore a new label, transcending the simplicity of its historical narrative. Chapter 86, Revisiting the Site of the Meeting. The long-sleeved school uniform shielded them from the damp, clingy chill, leaving only the refreshing air to cleanse the interior and exterior as they gazed upon a garden filled with gentle breezes and lush greenery. Sweeping away the fatigue of the previous day, boarding the bus, they departed from the hotel. Along the way, some students continued to catch up on sleep, while others rested their chins on their hands, observing the mountains shrouded in mist, where the vapor coalesced into a hazy drizzle, swirling between the undulating hills and mountains. "It is indeed quite picturesque," Hai Xingping remarked as he incessantly captured images with his phone, astonished that even such a remote location had developed into this. Towering edifices interspersed with quaint alleys, buses and private vehicles flowed continuously. The vehicles from the outskirts carried tourists, while electric bicycles were laden with local residents, all converging in this secluded mountainous region, reminiscent of a fantastical tale. Yet, ZY still grapples with impoverished areas. Sheng Anning pointed to the descriptions in the travel study booklet, noting that while significant strides had been made in alleviating poverty over the past few years, certain counties remained impoverished. However, as we often discuss in political terms, with the advent of the internet and electricity, goods can now be sold. As long as the environment does not deteriorate further, it is likely that poverty will soon be eradicated. In the midst of their discourse, the bus had already transported a group of students to their destination. As the images from the pages of their textbooks transformed from flat prints to vibrant, three-dimensional experiences, perhaps lacking the initial shock and emotional resonance of previous encounters, countless imaginings could not compare to the reality of this singular meeting. The gray walls, red doors and windows, and staircases, all reminiscent of a time over 80 years ago, gazed out at a solemn expanse of mountains and rivers. The ravages of war had swept across this land, and although sunlight pierced through layers of mist, it could not dispel the shadows that lingered. Even the most exuberant youth refrained from singing aloud. Nor could a mere beam of sunlight breaking through the wispy clouds and illuminating a patch of flowers elicit a carefree smile. Peering over the railing, one could not ignore the stark contrast between the meandering waters and mountains and the encroaching modernity. While standing here, one must not forget. For as long as one retains fragments of knowledge from history books, the sight before them is that of a group of solemn-faced youth, their gazes piercing through the dust of time. Though still in the bloom of youth, his visage bears the deep furrows reminiscent of the rugged terrain of the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau. In a moment of fervor, the spittle that flies from his lips seems capable of coalescing into the winding river not far off. His cheeks flushed, driven solely by the desire to articulate the truth that resides within. The crossing of the Qishui River and the desperate fight to defend this land, along with all that thrives upon it, raises the question of survival in those bygone days. Hai Xingping's unexpected proclamation left the guide momentarily stunned, as if the very fabric of his being were unraveling. With pursuers ahead and obstacles behind, devoid of fairies or warm garments, they possessed only a fervent spirit. The opposite bank remained but a small step within the realm of aspiration, undoubtedly taxing on the body. Yet, for the sake of health for others and the next generation, the revolutionary martyrs paid little heed to their own sacrifices. Gazing at the aged, yellowed papers nestled within the glass cabinet, Hai Shiping pondered for a long while, reflecting on the guide's words. As he began to articulate his thoughts, he realized he had fallen behind the group, the guide's voice ahead now lost to him. Since the school's rock climbing excursion, something within Hai Shiping had shifted significantly. He found himself more at ease in subsequent activities, his speech less awkward than before. To recognize one's errors and strive for correction is a noble pursuit. Although Shang Anning remained cautious regarding Hai Shiping's transformation, she was not one to deny him the opportunity for redemption. Do you not wish for your child's well-being? Yu Jing, standing beside Shang Anning, raised her eyes and spoke softly. I have no children. How could I possibly know? Following Yu Jing's line of thought, Shang Anning added, do your parents want the best for you? Of course they do, came the reply. Then isn't that sufficient? Why is there still confusion? What is there to understand? Shang Anning thought that Hai Shiping was simply beyond comprehension, a waste of the considerable resources his parents had invested in his education. His lack of understanding and expression could drive anyone to exasperation. With a sigh, Shang Anning quickened her pace to catch up with the tour guide, intending to let Hai Shiping fend for himself. You always leave your statements half-finished. Can't you articulate clearly, Shang Anning? Hai Shiping stood there, nearly stamping his feet in frustration, reluctant to raise his voice for fear of tarnishing the school's reputation. My comprehension skills are lacking. Can't you just express yourself more clearly? Always leaving things half-said is maddening. It's not that she left things unsaid. It's your own misunderstanding, came the retort. Yu Jing, unable to keep pace with Shang Anning, chose to remain behind and enlighten the bewildered Hai Shiping. I may not grasp it fully, but she didn't express herself clearly either, did she? Unlike the trust-based yet distant friendship she had cultivated with Yu Jing over the years, Hai Shiping's relationship with Shang Anning was merely that of ordinary classmates. Anning had already articulated her point quite clearly. Parents would do everything within their power for their children. And how does that relate to my question? It is indeed relevant. Hai Shiping felt he should not engage with these two literary types. Conversing with them was akin to deciphering a riddle. What relevance is there? They regard the next generation as their own flesh and blood. Regardless of whose child it is, from which ethnicity or region, they are all our children. The wind swept through the corridor and breezed into the room, rousing the drowsy Hai Shiping to a degree of clarity. After a moment's hesitation, he caught up with the main body of his class. The wind dispersed the clouds and mist, while the mountain haze reflected the graceful sunlight. The atmosphere was warm, cool, and moist, singing the melodies of the mountains, accompanied by the chirping of birds, a picturesque scene of verdant spring. Chapter 87. Stepping into the lush and elegant mountains in search of the last remaining complete karst landform in GY City. One cannot help but notice the artificial traces that somewhat mar the authenticity of the natural landscape. Attempting to apply textbook knowledge to seek out perceived natural changes reveals that nature is far from rigid or dogmatic. The texts speak of desertification, where not a blade of grass can grow. Yet, within the natural world, there exist those resilient beings that, despite their frail forms, bloom in the harshest of environments, showcasing the vibrant essence of life. Your understanding of knowledge is still incomplete. The geography presented in textbooks is merely a fragment of the broader subject. Should you continue to study geography in university, you will uncover much more. Observing a group of students filled with confusion and hesitation, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts, the geography teacher, who was usually cheerful and lighthearted, adopted a more solemn tone. In truth, our exploration of the natural world is also quite limited. The elements of earth, air, water, and soil are confined within a narrow sphere of comprehension. The geography teacher elucidated that the discipline of geography is continuously evolving and developing, relentlessly probing into the mysteries that lie behind our planet and the cosmos. Thus, we often speak of understanding nature, recognizing nature, and harnessing nature. The geography teacher, in the midst of his discourse, began to weave in personal insights, intricately linking geographical knowledge with the concepts of social sustainability, economic sustainability, and ecological sustainability. This bears a striking resemblance to the principles discussed by your political instructor regarding the recognition and application of laws. While the geography teacher subtly promoted political awareness, he also emphasized the increasingly relevant notion of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. The karst landscapes we are currently observing, particularly the phenomenon of stoniness in these regions, exemplify the critical need for ecological sustainability. True to his role, the geography teacher adeptly connected all previously taught concepts within the school environment, seamlessly continuing this thread during our field studies. Unlike the lengthy processes that cannot be easily simulated, such as the sedimentation in alluvial fans and deltas, which require extended periods to illustrate the effects of water erosion and karstification, our excursion from the karst park concluded at midday. Guizhou is abundantly endowed with resources, and the cost of living is significantly lower than in Beijing. The lavish feast enjoyed by students and teachers alike was a source of great delight. Unfortunately, within a mere 2 hours, the clouds once again enveloped the sky, heralding impending rain, as shades of azure and gray intermingled, with sunlight obscured behind the veil of clouds. Boarding the bus for our next adventure, the packed itinerary necessitated a moment of respite, and it was fortuitous that Ling Mountain stands as an unmissable attraction in Beijing. A grade, along with the teachers, comprises nearly 200 individuals, making the endeavor of ascending the mountain via cable car a formidable challenge. Individuals such as Wang Jinyu and Chun Han, who are prone to causing disturbances, require special accommodations, necessitating their presence in the same cabin as the teachers. Oh, how I long to capture this moment, yet I fear my phone might slip through the crevices. Ning never shies away from acknowledging her own impatience, to the extent that even the slightest risk of dropping her phone through a vent sends her into a state of alarm. You'll be fine, just grip it tighter, Hua Qian suggested, while she herself felt daunted by the steep chasm several meters below the cable car. Ning, aren't you afraid to look down? Not particularly. We've gone over the safety protocols. Moreover, I've never heard of a cable car plummeting. Pooh, it's entirely safe. Besides, look at the news. Even if a cable car were to stop mid-journey due to a power failure, you must have faith in our country's rescue operations, which are unparalleled. Ning's reassurances only served to heighten Hua Qian's trepidation. All right then. Suddenly, Xia Tianyu sent a message to Hua Qian. Over the years, the two families had enjoyed outings together, during which Hua Qian had often succumbed to fear while riding the cable car. Qian, Tianyu, there is nothing to fear. Just think of it as flying. Tianyu, a little sway in the wind is quite normal. Remember our rock climbing trip with the school? Qian, okay. Tianyu, our class has already reached the upper station. Nothing will go wrong. Tianyu, if you're scared, just listen to some music. Yu Jing, do you believe my phone won't fall? You are holding it quite steadily now, capturing your image. It shall be safe. Suddenly, the trees on either side exhibited unusual movements, entirely unlike the gentle sway induced by the breeze. A monkey appeared within the frame of the phone, perfectly captured by Sheng Anning. As the cable car reached its final station, Sheng Anning cautiously stowed away the phone and, at the very moment the cabin door opened, leaped down, landing firmly on the ground. Hua Qian, Xia Tianyu did not join the larger group in their ascent, choosing instead to await Hua Qian here. For reasons unknown, Hai Xingping stood not far away. We are waiting for you. As we continued our upward journey, it wasn't long before we encountered a throng of monkeys lining the path, seizing water bottles and food from the hands of passing tourists, embodying a sentiment of ownership over the path. This tree is my planting. This road is my making. Should you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. The teachers who ascended first brandished various snacks to divert the monkeys, creating a clear route for a group of students to ascend smoothly. Winding paths meandered through the mountains, shrouded by dense forests, concealing the wonders that awaited just around the corner. The future remained uncertain as ominous clouds thickened, seemingly merging with the mountains, threatening rain at any moment. A group of students continued their ascent with unbridled enthusiasm, the path varying in width and obscured by the trees, leaving them in eager anticipation of a moment when clarity would prevail. Each failure only fueled greater resolve, as the youth remained steadfast in their original aspirations, nurturing ambitions that soared high. Rain has descended upon the city, with the dense mountain forests obstructing its advance. A few delicate droplets are absorbed by the trees, leaving the roads untouched. Ultimately, the rain intensifies, staining the pale gray bricks with splashes of dark ink. A group of students, undistracted, continues to ascend, step by step. As evening falls, Beijing is illuminated by lights, and the Tyndall effect imbues the rain curtain with hues of a flourishing era. Vehicles rush to and fro, tearing through the stillness of the painted scroll, presenting this scene for the youthful observers. Chapter 88. The Southwest unfolds in Guikuan, Part 1. I am currently aboard the train. Summer Yu remains as forgetful as ever. Halfway through the call, the signal falters once again. Tian Yu Zhonghua, I am on the train. I will speak with you again upon reaching Kunming. With no other option, I sent a WeChat message. The small gray circle beside it spun incessantly, continuing for quite some time. Finally, as we emerged from the tunnel, the distant mountains and the scenery flanking the tracks ushered the train toward the next tunnel. And the message was barely dispatched. The high-speed train races along the elevated tracks, long past the site of the old Guikuan line. Shadows of mountains, trees, and vehicles. Sunlight filters through the gaps, casting fragmented beams onto the fields on the other side. The town, encircled by mountains, may well be but a small village. As the high-speed train traverses the tunnel, it seems as if the village exists in isolation, with paths crisscrossing, self-sufficient and detached from the city. Yet, the private car parked at the entrance of a two-story building boldly signifies the connection between the rural and urban realms, no longer separated by an insurmountable chasm of mountains. Last night, I spent a considerable time discussing the Guekuan line with my father. Indeed, he is aged, for all he spoke of was the old Guekuan line. We are now on a new high-speed rail line. To be honest, I find it quite impressive. Xing Anning and Hua Qian conversed while pointing to the elevated bridge where the train was gliding by. I could hardly find the words to express my awe. Nowadays, we are enveloped in technology. With a mere click, a machine is poised at the right spot, and with a swift motion, it places the structure with precision. This surely requires meticulousness, yet technological advancements have significantly aided the process. My father once remarked that the railway workers of his time were not merely laborers, they were soldiers, part of the railway troops. Xing Anning mentioned this aspect the last time we discussed the railways, and it seems he harbors a deep-seated admiration for these railway soldiers. It is said that the Guekuan line was completed ahead of schedule. Just look at the towering height of our current elevated track. In those earlier days, there was far less machinery to assist. Bridges were constructed to similar heights with sheer determination. At this moment, it feels as though all words dissolve into emptiness. The simplest expressions often convey profound sentiments. Many soldiers sacrificed their lives for the construction of the Guekuan line, which enabled its existence. Hua Qian's understanding of the railway is somewhat distant, as she lacks the leisure to delve into such history. They are also young, many of whom have not even joined the Youth League or the Communist Party. Thus, I sense that although we are all members of the Communist Youth League now, Xing Anning reflects on this and inevitably draws parallels to his own situation. Yet, when compared to the efforts of those who came before us, we seem to be merely basking in the shade of their sacrifices, feeling as though we have made little tangible contribution ourselves. That is not entirely accurate. There are indeed examples. During our last visit to Mudu, we encountered a group of young individuals engaged in the development of chips and other materials. Thus, it appears that we find ourselves merely applauding the performances of the influential, leaving comments beneath news articles, and occasionally responding to certain keyboard warriors. What else have we accomplished? It seems as though we are rather limited in our endeavors. Consider this, producing a play centered on history or revolutionary themes. Wang Shanxian is not mistaken in her observation. Such performances often lack innovation and originality. Many individuals, caught in the monotony of their daily lives, surely do not derive pleasure from such spectacles. However, upon reflection, those who delve into traditional culture or reinterpret these red classics often find success. They possess the ability to innovate and create while maintaining the core essence. It seems that I, in particular, am incapable of even this modest contribution. I struggle to disseminate ideas effectively. Meanwhile, Hua Qian silently listens as Xing Anning speaks at length. After a brief pause, Xing Anning finishes her thoughts, and Hua Qian promptly hands her the water cup positioned on the small table. I mean no offense. I simply thought you must be parched after speaking for so long. Hua Qian understands that Xing Anning is indifferent to such gestures, but fears being misunderstood. Hence her quick clarification. I comprehend your words, although it may seem as if I am somewhat boasting about ourselves. Xing Anning often finds herself ensnared in a web of overthinking, trapped within a cyclical mindset. After a brief moment of silence, Hua Qian carefully organized her thoughts and continued. In such matters, we may simply offer a like or a few words of encouragement. Yet, our support empowers those who strive tirelessly, allowing them to advance without fear. They can feel the presence of those who stand behind them, offering gratitude and understanding. Thus, although it may seem that we have done nothing substantial, we at least ensure that those who forge ahead do not walk alone. Anning, do you grasp my meaning? Hua Qian smiled awkwardly, acknowledging the depth of Anning's contemplations. I can only attempt to convey my thoughts. Often, I struggle to articulate them clearly. Yes, Hua Qian, please drink some water. I understand your perspective. Yet I can't shake the feeling of inadequacy. Xing Anning sighed and retrieved the study manual, saying, let us not dwell on that. I'll see what relevant knowledge awaits us at our destination today. You and Mo, it seems we haven't discussed it much lately. The high school textbooks cover less than those from middle school. Our two cohorts have placed significant emphasis on modern history, while subsequent classes appear to have only recently begun addressing ancient history. Hua Qian, as an organizer within the student council, inherently possessed a deeper awareness of the circumstances across various grades than Sheng Anning. Moreover, Hua Qian's mother, being a history teacher, had prior knowledge of the forthcoming curriculum changes. Sheng Anning swiftly discerned the underlying principles. After all, the goal of comprehensive poverty alleviation is imminent. When economic development reaches a sufficient level, cultural advancement must accompany it. At that juncture, the exploration of the historical divisions of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, along with the transmission of culture and the origins of civilization, will undoubtedly become focal points. After a considerable pause, Sheng Anning fell silent. The school was en route to Yuanmo, transporting students through Kunming. As they walked, Sheng Anning suddenly tapped Hua Qian on the shoulder, stating, "It is through each brick and tile that the Great Wall is constructed. Every small step contributes to the realization of the Chinese dream." Upon hearing this, it seemed as though they held a certain significance. Hua Qian reacted momentarily, nodding in agreement. "It is good that you have come to this understanding. Youth embodies such carefree abandon, especially in this era, where it appears that one need not be overly concerned with the consequences of their actions." In Chapter 89, titled Gui Kuan Shang, Zhu Sinan Shi, Part 2, the persistent haze had enveloped the skies for several days. A cloudless expanse was indeed a luxury for southern Guizhou. With hope for the clarity and tranquility outside the window, it became evident that the fog that once engulfed the mountainous region of Guizhou had dissipated long ago. The sky in Yuanmo revealed only the horizon where it met the earth, with a few clouds swirling in the distance. Yuanmo is far from the bustling provincial capitals of Guiyang and Kunming, lacking towering skyscrapers. The clouds were tinged with an orange hue, revealing that this city was aglow with lights, just as another city remained brightly illuminated. "Wow, what is so delightful about these loquats? They are utterly unpalatable," exclaimed Wang Jinyu, who, having quickly forgotten the pain after healing from an injury, began to stir after just 2 days of quietude. After tasting a loquat, her voice resonated throughout the entire restaurant. The loquacious nature of the fruits leaves one pondering their delectable qualities. What fruit could this be? What has transpired? In an effort to keep a vigilant eye on Wang Jinyu, his dining arrangements have been made adjacent to the teacher, who instantly took note of him upon his utterance. Just as he was about to voice a complaint, his gaze fell upon the loquat skin resting on the teacher's napkin, and he thought better of it. "No, it's nothing. Let us enjoy our meal." Coincidentally, the teacher also spotted the partially devoured loquat in Wang Jinyu's hand and, out of consideration, refrained from commenting. "Hurry and eat, for there is much yet to be done today." Mr. Ho, having just wiped his hands clean, seized another loquat from the table, peeling it as he conversed with Wang Jinyu. Not one to be oblivious, Wang Jinyu comprehended the teacher's intention, and the latter part of the meal was spent in silence. Quickly finishing their meal and tidying up, Wang Jinyu refrained from causing any further commotion. The local loquats were indeed delightful. Sheng Anning had procured a generous quantity of loquats, transforming the breakfast buffet into a veritable loquat feast, far surpassing the freshness available in our Beijing. The loquats I previously purchased from PZH and Mengzi were also quite delicious. As Sheng Anning spoke, she pushed a plate adorned with a tower of loquats towards Yu Jing and Hua Qian, noting that even if airlifted to Beijing, they would lack this level of freshness. Sheng Anning extolled the virtues of the loquat, yet it struck her as peculiar that these loquats seldom made their way to Beijing. Perhaps the transportation infrastructure here is still underdeveloped. After all, the high-speed rail to Zhuhai has only recently been established. Yu Jing peeled the skin of the loquat and took a bite, the sweet juice overflowing in her mouth, refreshing her from the weariness of recent travels. Indeed, Sheng Anning furrowed her brow, playing with the loquat in her hand. If only it could be sold more easily outside, it might spur development. The sky was as clear as if washed, and the latter part of April marked the dry season in Yuanmo, characterized by arid heat and scarce rainfall. The loquats, which were excellent for soothing the lungs and throat, proved to be a great help for a group of students. The teachers at school must have done considerable research, selecting the most opportune time for us to witness the wonders of Yuanmo's earth forest. If it were to rain in June or July, these areas would become muddy and difficult to traverse, making it impossible to truly appreciate the allure of Yuanmo's earth forest, even if one were to visit. The ravines crisscrossed, and the earth forest resembled oversized winter bamboo shoots, both dependent on the nourishment of water. The wind blew through the crevices of the earth forest, alleviating some of the dry heat. A group of students captured numerous photographs as the splendid hues of brown against the azure sky presented a rare and beautiful scene. Wow, this angle is stunning. Anning, look at this perspective. It's quite lovely too. As the group dispersed, Shang Anning naturally gravitated toward Xian's side. What are you two photographing? The camera teacher glanced at the images on Shang Anning's phone, noting that the angle was indeed commendable. As the teacher spoke, they removed the camera strap from around their neck and began sifting through previously captured photographs. This one is quite good, isn't it? I believe the lighting in this shot is excellent. I find that this truly showcases the breathtaking beauty of the earth forests. The three individuals were resolute in their stances, with Yibo only adding to the confusion. The cameraman, in a moment of exasperation, handed the camera to Kong Chunjun, cautioning him not to drop it. He then stood aside, leisurely observing the fervent debate among the four over a singular photograph. We all believed that each perspective had its merit. Once the discussion reached a conclusion, the matter was once again returned to the cameraman. Students, form a line. We are about to visit the Yuanmo human site. Let us organize ourselves and board the vehicle. Not at peace. I believe the first image is the finest. Shall we ask the teacher for a judgment? Boa. If the teacher thinks the first image is superior, would there have been a second one taken? Clearly, the last one must be the best. Not at peace. Your argument lacks logic. Not at peace. This is akin to saying we should now observe this. Not at peace. If you claim that matriarchal clans are inferior, leading to the emergence of patriarchal clans, how do you reconcile the equitable distribution ideals inherent in matriarchal societies, which we now strive for? Boa, you are conflating concepts. A plump star. One can only assert that there is always something better, but not the absolute best. Each possesses its own merits. Not at peace. I concur with that sentiment. Boa, it is not easy for me. Boa, not at peace, according to your historical perspective. Does that mean our current societal structure is the best? Not at peace. Now that is a true conflation of concepts, is it not? Boao, I ask you. Are you the best? Budo and Ning. Budo and Ning. Yes. Boao. Then that is settled. The last one is certainly the best. Shang and Ning gazed at her phone, seething with frustration, yet it seemed that the one who had indeed initiated the intertwining of art and history was herself. With a decisive action, she locked her phone and chose instead to gaze at the sky. A plump star. I searched online for the restoration of the Yuanmo people, and they truly resemble the BJ ape we observed previously. A plump star. Image. A plump star. Image. Fr Ling. It cannot be said that they are identical. Boao. One can only say they are remarkably similar. A plump star. Budao and Ning. And Ning. What did history reveal about the Yuanmo people? Budo and Ning. Fossils. Budo and Ning. Teeth fossils. Budao and Ning. Image. Budao and Ning. This one, elongated. I once struggled to comprehend how it could belong to a human. Then I reflected on the gorillas at the zoo. Budo and Ning. It seems plausible. Chapter 90. Gue Kuan Chang Zhu Xin Chi 3. Meh. Ga Ga. Goo Goo. Outside the window, clusters of fiery red danced. And through the lens of her phone, she beheld the curling flower petals and the delicately elliptical leaves, all while time flowed gently onward. The train had come to an almost imperceptible halt, and as I gazed out of the window, I noticed that there was not even a platform in sight. On the grassy expanse to the right of the tracks stood a few individuals, likely in their 40s, with cages cradling several chickens, their combs varying in size. A woman, burdened with a load, had her basket overflowing with vegetables, while a goose tethered nearby stretched its neck, reaching for the greens that hung over the edge of the bamboo basket. Beneath the scattered leaves that had fallen, the goose continued to munch contentedly, turning its head to consume the remaining foliage before peering back into the basket for more. Outside the window, the trees and grass seemed to freeze in time, leaving only the gray-white goose, its neck arched, incessantly moving its beak. The woman carrying the load furrowed her brow, grasped the goose by its neck, and boarded the train, leaving behind an atmosphere of tranquility. The train arrived and then departed, leaving a few half-eaten leaves quietly resting on the ground, the only remnants of the recent commotion. A few stones on the track, disturbed by the vibrations of the passing train, rolled and bounced into the adjacent thicket. As the rear of the train vanished into the tunnel, the surrounding mountains rendered the world once again still, occasionally interrupted by the distant sounds of barking dogs and crowing roosters. How much for the chickens? $12. How many pounds? A little over 3 pounds. Let us call it 3, and I'll give you 35. The buyer lifted the bound chickens, assessing their weight, then returned them to the seller, who began counting out the cash. 36, just enough for $1. It's not easy for any of us. A transaction is completed as money exchanges hands and goods are delivered aboard the train. The sounds traversed the gaps between carriages, reaching the ears of students in another compartment, evidently indicating that this exchange continues unabated. At 50 cents per pound, I can procure it for $1 in the city. A woman, just having boarded with a goose, plucked a handful of greens from her bamboo basket and remarked, "Look, freshly picked today. We don't use pesticides. They may not be very pretty. Just look at this large goose still eating. We also cultivate vegetables at home, so yours isn't very expensive." The person opposite paused for a moment before setting down the greens she had been offered. "How much for this goose?" 50 in the city. It would fetch at least 80. 45, and I will take it. 48. Good. Excellent. Another transaction sealed. Laughter erupted from half the carriage. "Ma'am, how's your day going?" The attendant sat beside the woman. "I see you have 2 large baskets of vegetables. Are you taking them all the way to Kunming?" "Indeed. We're losing out on this train. After all these years." After a lengthy silence, the woman patted the attendant's hand, and they exchanged no further words. "How much longer can this train operate?" the woman suddenly inquired, leaving the attendant momentarily stunned. "After all these years, it's only worth the price of a pound of vegetables, the ticket fare. Even the electricity bill may not be covered, right? It will continue to run until it is no longer needed, until we have high-speed trains and bullet trains, and the vegetables can be sold directly. Why won't this restroom door close?" A cry from the rear of the carriage caught the attention of the crew, prompting them to hurriedly rise and make their way over. "Look here. Are you all going?" Kong Chenjun and he boasted behind the cameraman, each clutching a burlap sack, their faces radiant with excitement. "Let us experience the market on the train. It certainly sounds intriguing." Observing the sack in the cameraman's hand, Shang Anning realized that the teacher had come well prepared. A plan likely conceived prior to their outing. All right, but I haven't brought any cash," Shang Anning admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. In recent years, mobile payment methods had infiltrated every aspect of life, making instances requiring cash exceedingly rare. "No worries, I have some. You can just transfer me later," Kong Chunjun replied, flashing his wallet, which contained a fair amount from recent purchases. Seizing the moment, Hebo could not resist teasing Sheng Anning. "Haven't you thought this through? Are you bringing nothing? Did you?" Sheng Anning shot back, effectively silencing Hebo. "What expenses can you students cover? Just help me pick out a few items and carry them." The cameraman chuckled at this familiar scene, assuring, "I'll cover the costs. You simply need to shop." "How much is this vegetable per pound?" 50 cents. "How many pounds are in these 2 baskets?" "We'll take them all. There must be over 30 pounds, nearly 40. We'll take all of it. But it won't stay fresh if we can't finish it. There are more than 100 of us. Please weigh it to determine the exact amount." The filming instructor was engaged in a discussion with the woman regarding the purchase, while Shang Anning and the recently arrived Sher Xin had positioned themselves beside an elderly man's ducks, eagerly stroking the feathers of the quacking creatures. The incessant quacking seemed to express the ducks' displeasure as they twisted and vocalized in protest. "Are you students?" The farmer, with a broad smile, looked at Shang Anning and Sher Xin. Where did you come from? Such a remote place." Oh, splendid. Our child just went out to Kunming. You are quite fortunate." The old man continued, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Beijing is wonderful. The capital is splendid. We want to purchase that. Mushrooms can be troublesome if not handled properly." Before Sheng Anning could respond, the filming instructor interjected, "We can buy a bit more of other items. But we are not knowledgeable about mushrooms. I apologize, but we are here with students, and we cannot recklessly let them consume things we are unfamiliar with. There are numerous reports of mushroom poisoning online. Even if we buy a few chickens to stew with mushrooms, the students would undoubtedly relish it. However, as a teacher, the foremost consideration must be the students' health. I find your vegetables quite appealing. How much do they cost?" Chapter 91. A late realization of a first encounter in an obscure little station, the surrounding tranquility was shattered by the arrival of a group of students. They disembarked in sparse numbers, filling the modest platform, which was hardly more substantial than the gatehouse of a school. "Teacher, do we truly have enough space for all these?" Sheng Anning inquired, clutching a large bag of loquats while glancing at the cameraman who was carrying a couple of ducks. "Indeed. How are we going to manage this?" Hai Xingping exclaimed, having suddenly appeared, his voice rising in a flurry. "If we don't handle this properly, it will be quite the mess. We are heading to a nearby school where the cafeteria is run by the teachers themselves. We will bring some items along to assist with the cooking," the cameraman explained, switching the 2 ducks in his left hand and the large bag of vegetables in his right, shaking off his hands as he spoke. "For the next couple of days, we will dine with them." "Really? Hai Shiping exclaimed in exaggerated disbelief. What? Do you doubt the teacher's culinary skills? Exactly. Do you really think the food prepared by the teachers could possibly be inferior to that from the school cafeteria? Kong Chunjun chimed in, echoing the cameraman's sentiments. Is that a hint of disdain I detect? The cameraman tilted his head and looked at Kong Chunjun. Is there really any comparison to the school cafeteria? Ahem. What I meant to convey is that the school cafeteria is perfectly acceptable, and I am certain the teacher's food will be delightful, Kong Chunjun clarified. Here, I've brought a cart for you all. Place the items on it. Teacher Ho, the head of the grade, timely intervened, coming to the rescue of the students and the cameraman who were struggling with their burdens. Come on, hand it over. Let us put it on top. Hai Xingping, lend a hand. Don't just stand there watching. Wow, so much. What is all this for? Wang Jinyu remarked, merely observing the commotion. Just watch the spectacle. Don't get involved. Step aside. Can't you see you're blocking the way? The tranquil little station was ignited by the arrival of a group of students, their boisterous chatter echoing along the platform. As the clamor faded, silence and serenity enveloped the area once more. Thud, 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 thud. A tractor kicked up a cloud of dust, and before it had completely come to a halt, two individuals sprang down from it. Load your belongings onto the vehicle. I will take you there. The person who had jumped down hurried a few steps to join Teacher Ho, grasping the handle of the flatbed cart he was holding. Let the students place their luggage on the cart. It isn't too far, but carrying things can be cumbersome. The uneven concrete path revealed patches of bare earth where cracks had formed, stirring up dust with the wind. This is too. Hai Xingping was about to speak when he noticed Yu Jing and the videographer standing nearby. And there's someone here to bring a few classes for the students, later on. We can arrange for you to donate books, which will be sent directly here. Surely you can afford books, can't you? They are quite inexpensive now, aren't they? Hai Xingping did not wish to dwell on the topic of poverty any longer. Just recently, I bought 10 books for 50 yuan. That's because you didn't buy anything just now. Huh? Furthermore, do you know the situation with deliveries here? No. When you order online, it arrives the next day here. The delivery options are limited, with only China Post able to bring items to them. Really? He, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled faintly and pondered, how can one live like this? Thus, he remarked, look at the students. They manage to achieve high scores, while you, with such favorable conditions, do not strive for improvement. As they continued on their way, a group of students did not anticipate that what seemed to be a short distance would take them over half an hour to traverse. A few low, flat buildings surrounded a 3-story teaching block. The basketball hoops, crafted from wooden materials, blended seamlessly into the unpaved playground devoid of a rubber track. Oh, how can we play basketball here? Wang Jinyu muttered to himself, only to be chided by Teacher Ho with a glance, prompting him to quickly silence his thoughts. Teacher Ho, the head of the grade, intended to instruct the students to assist in moving supplies to their designated area. When he noticed Chang Anning and a few local students already carrying items indoors, nodding with a smile, he turned to converse with the teachers from the local school about the specific arrangements for the upcoming days. These books are all new. Please ensure that each class receives an adequate distribution, Teacher Ho said, producing a list that indicated there were approximately 10 to 20 copies of each book. Do not be misled by the size of our teaching building. Students from nearby villages and towns come here to study. In recent years, the situation has improved somewhat. Yet we still lack a substantial number of students. We strive to provide them with slightly better conditions, funded entirely by the principal himself. You see, many of us teachers are alumni of this very school. This I am aware of. I had previously discussed it with your principal. Teacher Ho nodded, indicating that should you require assistance, you may always reach out to us. We shall certainly endeavor to aid you in any manner possible. All for the growth of the children. There is no distinction between this place and that place. Teacher Ho sighed, casting a glance at the surrounding mountains. The evening mist deepened the shadows, and the somber hues complemented the exterior of the teaching building, adorned with white tiles, which exuded a simplicity tinged with solemnity. Indeed, it is all for the next generation. So, will you be arranging the children into different classes tomorrow? As the conversation progressed, a look of concern crossed the teacher's face, uncertain whether our principal had conveyed clearly that we only have one class per grade, from elementary to high school. This poses no issue. We can alternate between morning and afternoon sessions. The elementary students may read alongside our children and share their aspirations. As for the middle and high school students, we can conduct lessons together, covering subjects such as Chinese and English, topics that everyone can embrace. We are also grateful to you for accommodating our students with lodging. Teacher Ho smiled apologetically, feeling that he had not contributed much assistance, but instead added to the chaos. Please do not say that. Your provision of these books is a generous gift to the children, broadening their horizons so that they may one day venture beyond the mountains, not falling behind. Chapter 92. The melodious echoes of mountains and waters. In Jiangnan, one can gather lotus, where the lotus leaves flourish abundantly. In Jiangnan, one can gather lotus flowers, and the lotus leaves are lush and abundant. Fish frolic amidst the lotus leaves, swimming east, swimming west, swimming south, and swimming north. As the children, guided by Sheng Anning and others, recited the verses, they stumbled occasionally, yet traces of their innocent rural accents lingered in the air. On one side of the classroom wall, the core socialist values were meticulously cut from white A4 paper, while the opposite side featured bold red ink declaring the importance of learning Mandarin and writing standard characters. Having just led a group of primary school students through the ancient poem, Kang Chunjun entered with a stack of books. Outside, Hai Shiping was also present. With a resounding thud, Kang Chunjun set the pile of books down, noting that it was half of what he had brought, consisting of 2 volumes and several others. I had just inquired about the number of students in the class, and he had brought the appropriate number of books. The remaining stack was in Hai Shiping's hands. As soon as Kang Chunjun finished speaking, Hai Shiping entered the classroom, looking disheveled and covered in dust. Had he been rolling in a dirt pile? Kang Chunjun chuckled. Clearing his throat and spitting out dust, Hai Shiping placed the books on the floor and continued to shake off the sand. A closer look would reveal that the several extracurricular books were immaculate and pristine. Observing this, Kang Chunjun refrained from further inquiry. Recognizing the unevenness of the playground and recalling how he nearly stumbled while carrying the books himself. Please distribute the books first, he advised. Hai Shiping stepped aside, shaking off the dirt in the corridor, remarking that he was covered in dust and worried about dirtying everything. Kang Chunjun gazed at Hai Shiping, momentarily lost in thought, before crouching down to unwrap the packaging. With the assistance of Xia Tianyu, the two of them distributed 2 books to each student, one pertaining to supplementary knowledge related to the curriculum, featuring detailed annotations and pinyin for the poems studied in class. The other book was a collection of children's literature, which students could exchange and read with peers from different grades. Rinchui School, being one of the smaller institutions in Beijing, allowed for a nearly one-to-one interaction across its 12 grades. Now, let us turn to page 36, Xia Tianyu said. Pointing to the text of the ancient poem Jiangnan, he directed the younger students' attention to the annotations. The Han Yuefu was known for collecting folk songs or literary poetry to set to music, performed during court rituals and banquets. Although the poem's attributed author is labeled as Han Yuefu, it is, in truth, a product of folk creation. Despite Xia Tianyu's focus on pure science, he has never neglected the foundations of language arts. As you progress to junior and senior high school, you will encounter the Book of Songs, where the phone represents national and regional music, not the creations of its collectors and compilers. In the blink of an eye, Kang Chunjun noticed a nearby elementary student diligently recording every word Xia Tianyu spoke in a small notebook, meticulously transcribing the insights shared. Xia Tianyu examined the blue cover closely, adorned with stripes of varying thicknesses in blue and purple hues. The thin paper was translucent, allowing ink from a pen to bleed through to the reverse side. Sunlight streamed through the window, glaring off the smooth white paper, while the rougher side revealed a distinct texture upon touch. Frowning slightly, Xia Tianyu turned to observe his companion, Kang Chunjun. A fleeting glance exchanged between them conveyed a shared sense of helplessness. Even a decade ago, during their elementary school days, the notebooks they used were far superior to this one. At the very least, they had protective covers, and the paper was a gentle shade of yellow that was easy on the eyes, thick enough to prevent ink from bleeding through and rendering the text unreadable on the other side. In contrast, the current notebooks boasted exquisite printed designs, stitched bindings, loose-leaf pages, and the convenience of easily tearable sheets, not to mention those inspired by cultural aesthetics or the vibrant elements of anime. Kang Chunjun pulled out his phone to check, realizing that the cost of a single phone case could purchase hundreds of these notebooks for students. A single phone might suffice for the entire school's textbooks, and a camera could cover half a year's expenses for the institution. Brother, what does this mean? A younger student beside them interrupted his reverie with a question. Coming back to reality, he glanced down at the spot where the child was pointing. Unbeknownst to him, the little one had already flipped through over 10 pages, carefully cradling the book in both hands. The content of the book was unmistakably a collection of Yuefu poetry, featuring the poem Changxing. which had been playfully teased by a group of students ever since they had memorized Duanga Xing Kong Chun Jun, had just been lost in thought, and the young student, assuming he had not yet grasped the sentence he wished to inquire about, recited it aloud with care and trepidation, as if handling a precious gem. Let us first examine the annotations, which refer to the notion of fear and trepidation regarding the arrival of the austere autumn, causing leaves to wither and fall, while all flora succumbs to decay and desolation. I see this now, yet I do not comprehend how this explanation relates to humanity. The young student, having evidently grasped the purpose of the annotations, patiently listened to Kong Chun Jun's explanation before posing his question anew. Although Kong Chun Jun's command of the language may not be exceptional, he was still capable of elucidating these fundamental concepts. Nodding in response to the student's words, he picked up the young scholar's pencil and began to clarify the content within the book. You understand this phrase, "Those who do not strive in their youth will only lament in old age," correct? Yes, I comprehend it through the annotations. Now, let us intertwine this with the preceding couplet. In the verdant garden, the mullein awaits the morning dew to dry. In springtime, blessings are bestowed, and all things radiate brilliance. The classroom resonated with the ebb and flow of voices, while the gentle sunlight penetrated the clouds, illuminating the space. In the verdant garden, the mullein awaits the morning dew to dry. In springtime, blessings are bestowed, and all things radiate brilliance. 100 rivers flow eastward to the sea. When will they return to the west? Those who do not strive in their youth will only lament in old age. The melodious sounds of reading disrupted the encroaching mist in the mountains once more. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the fissures in the fog, cascading into the classroom like scattered flecks of gold, reminiscent of a child's paintbrush slipping and spilling its glittering contents upon the ground. Chapter 93, For Home, for Country. For sacrifice after lunch, a group of students frolicked on the modest playground. It lacked both parallel bars and the ping-pong tables concealed in the nearby basement. And even the soft paddles used for playing duck, now worn, had been reduced to mere spongy cores. "Hey, do you know how to play tag?" one of them asked. "The rules are probably." "Hua Qian, why don't you explain?" The dense clouds dispersed, allowing sunlight to break through, illuminating the students in pursuit. On this stage devoid of an audience, each individual became the protagonist. Our principal's own child, now a freshman, also attended the school. A teacher from our school was conversing with Mr. Ho as they walked together. "This afternoon, when you go to teach, you will see Zhang Dongxing from the first year." "Ah, I have heard about him," Mr. Ho nodded. "We brought some donations from our teachers. We learned that your esteemed institution provides free meals and supplies such as pens and notebooks to left-behind children and students from underprivileged families. Our teachers were deeply moved and voluntarily contributed some funds. We converted 1/3 of the donations into books and stationery for you, and you may distribute the rest as you see fit." As Mr. Ho spoke, he produced a stack of cash from his bag, indicating that it could also be given directly to the students' families. The teacher, with slightly reddened eyes, turned her head to sniffle and gently bit her lip, expressing her gratitude in a hoarse voice. "Thank you, truly thank you." Teacher Ho, observing her fellow educators, felt a pang of discomfort and was at a loss for words. They walked for a considerable time amidst the dappled sunlight and shadows of the trees, neither of them initiating conversation. "Regarding the situation at your principal's home, should we be cautious about the child? It's fine concerning Dongxing. If it's convenient, do avoid discussing that matter. By the way, since you come from Beijing, do you have any photos from the Olympic venues?" The sudden inquiry caught Teacher Ho off guard. "I apologize for the trouble. Our internet here is rather poor. I thought if you had photos, they would undoubtedly be more authentic than those found online. You know, Dongxing has an older brother who helped during the disaster relief in '08. Our principal initially wanted to take them to Beijing. Even if they couldn't afford Olympic tickets, at least they could take a picture at the venue's entrance." Dongxing was still young then. As the teacher spoke, her words became more poignant, and tears fell as she recalled that the Winter Olympics would also be held in Beijing. And by then, Dongxing would be preparing for university. "You know, at the beginning of high school, we ask each student to write about their dreams amid the snow. Dongxing also wishes to study in Beijing. Everyone's motivation stems from the desire to escape the mountains and explore broader horizons. Yet, for Dongxing, she wishes to carry her brother's photograph with her to Beijing. Observe the Olympic venues. Thus, what institution is Party Star aiming for? The atmosphere feels somewhat oppressive, accompanied by the gathering moisture in the sky." Teacher Ho interjected, suggesting that in the future, our cohort could also serve as seniors and juniors to one another. The public security university, a legacy passed down from father to son. Teacher Ho hesitated, speechless. The gloom receded, yielding to light. The nearby mountains appeared verdant, while the distant peaks were shrouded in a mist that bore a hint of pristine white. The clouds transformed into a gentle breeze, flowing around the mountains under the sun's guidance. Teacher Ho lingered at the classroom door for quite some time, observing the students seated in the second row, who displayed neither despondency nor the weight of life's injustices and sufferings. The sunlight illuminated the stars in his eyes, perhaps not vast, but undoubtedly reflecting the hue of the red flag above the wall. Golden and radiant, it was tinged with a vibrant crimson. Ultimately, Teacher Ho refrained from sharing the photographs stored on her phone with the students, for she understood that the boy in the second row would someday stand beneath these edifices, basking in the sunlight, radiating an even brighter brilliance. Today, we shall delve into the content of Dream of the Red Chamber. Teacher Ho observed as Sheng, Anning, and Hua Qian distributed the books to each student, and she nodded in silent approval. The characters within the book were conceived by our author, Chao Shuiqin, who also penned all the poetry therein. We can examine Chao Shuiqin's character development in conjunction with the judgments of the 12 beauties of Ling. Firstly, it is evident that Bao Chai and Dai Yu are both encompassed within a shared fate, as reflected in the couplet, "The jade belt hangs in the forest, the golden hairpin buried in the snow." Both women serve as tragic victims of the feudal society of their time. Bao Chai, a paragon of a noble woman, ultimately marries Bao Yu. Yet he ultimately retreats into a monastic life. Conversely, Dai Yu perishes in her pursuit of Bao Yu's affection. Despite her breaking free from the constraints of feudal etiquette, she cannot escape the poignant conclusion symbolized by the jade belt hanging in the forest. During their serendipitous encounter at the Haitang Society, the poem they composed about a pot of white begonia vividly reflects their distinct personalities, while also hinting at their destinies as foreseen by the author, Chao Shuiqin. Dai Yu's lofty nature and her tragic demise are poignantly encapsulated in the lines, stealing 3 parts of white from the pear blossoms, borrowing a wisp of soul from the plum flowers. The 3 parts of white, pilfered from the pear blossoms, and the fragrant essence borrowed from the plum blossoms, resonate deeply with Dai Yu's own plight of being orphaned, living under the patronage of others, and ultimately facing death alone, with no one to honor her memory. In Dream of the Red Chamber, Dai Yu is revealed to be the reincarnation of the fragrant grass, known as the Crimson Pearl. Chao Shuiqin intricately intertwines the fates of the white begonia and Dai Yu. Let us delve into these narratives and explore how Chao Shuiqin crafts his characters. As the lesson progressed, every individual listened intently, captivated by Mr. Ho's enthusiastic discourse, only to feel the abruptness of the class bell ringing. In Chapter 94, the road is long and winding. The decision to sell the house, combined with the pension, led to the establishment of a school here. Over the years, it is the child of Party Star who occasionally brings me some solace. The principal of the school in the mountainous region conversed with Teacher Ho. As if recounting the tale of another, his voice steady yet imbued with a restrained sorrow, tears held back within his heart. I had no intention of stopping him. He was merely following in the footsteps of his father and brother. Such duties must be embraced by someone. Having endured this twice before, I had grown accustomed to it. There was nothing I could not accept. Their lack of regret sufficed for me. Perhaps their only lament was for the bond between mother and child, for not witnessing the birth of Party Star, for not taking Party Star to the capital. The principal's voice trembled with emotion, striving for composure, as he expressed that our well-being would alleviate all their regrets. Teacher Ho listened intently, never interrupting, nor offering comfort. Understanding is easy, but empathy is rare, and he felt no position to offer solace. After sharing so much of my own experiences, I realized we had strayed from the main topic. So I decided to refrain from further discussion. I am truly grateful for the educational resources you have provided. We express our gratitude on behalf of the students. The principal spoke earnestly, his hand trembling in Teacher Ho's grasp. It is only proper. For these past few days, we students have undoubtedly caused you considerable inconvenience. Teacher Ho smiled and shook his head, then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "I have heard that only China Post delivers packages to your area?" A sigh escaped him as he gazed out at the sky. Over the past 2 years, the government has offered substantial support, yet our local government lacks sufficient funds. Look at our roads. How could deliveries possibly reach us? In recent years, improvements have been made, as the government has allocated funds for road repairs. The mountainous region suffers from poor signal reception, making external communication rather inconvenient. However, the advent of 5G technology promises to bring significant changes. as it is being piloted in our area, allowing students to gain a broader understanding of the vast world beyond their immediate surroundings. We typically allocate 1/10 of this funding for class expenses, donating the remainder to the Red Cross. Understanding the situation on your side. Teacher Ho clarified his intentions during a school meeting, proposing that a portion of the proceeds from our fundraising be exchanged for stationery, along with the remaining cash, to be sent to your location via courier. The principal from the other school did not feign gratitude but remained silent for a moment. For the sake of the students, he remarked. Sunlight poured into the principal's office, dispelling the dampness typical of the mountainous climate. The two teachers sat in the office, lost in contemplation. Teacher Ho surveyed the modest furnishings, a table, a chair, and a worn sofa from a decade ago, alongside an old metal filing cabinet whose years of service were evident. The principal sat opposite him, wearing spectacles with one leg broken, dipping his fountain pen into a pool of red ink on the desk as he graded a thick stack of student assignments. Please use this, Teacher Ho said, feeling a pang of sadness. A decade ago, urban teachers similarly employed fountain pens and ink to assess assignments, often developing calluses on their fingers, stained with red ink that would reappear shortly after washing. I no longer need it. I have grown accustomed to this over the years, the principal replied. As I observed Teacher Ho extending a signature pen, I shook my head and raised the fountain pen in my hand, for it felt more comfortable to me. And it spared the unnecessary consumption of plastic. How environmentally conscious. I sincerely hope you can come to Beijing in the future. I have faith that you will. With courses overlapping, Sheng Anning and a few others engaged in conversation with Zhang Dongxing. I must admit, during my first year of high school, I did not retain these memories as vividly as you do. Sheng Anning, with genuine sincerity, confessed that he was rather lazy when it came to memorization, often resorting to last-minute cramming. The group was already aware of Zhang Dongxing's family story. Offering consolation seemed futile, as the more one attempts to avoid certain topics, the more counterproductive it may become. Thank you all, Zhang Dongxing replied with a faint smile. Life must always be approached with an eye towards the future. No amount of suffering can remain buried in the deepest recesses of one's heart. Unlike the narratives of time travel novels, no one possesses the ability to reverse time or alter the past. Dwelling on past pains serves no purpose. It is only by looking forward and striving upward that one can find the true direction of life. When the time comes, if you gain admission to a university on our side, we shall take you on an enjoyable tour of Beijing, Sheng Anning remarked. If you wish to hear Peking opera, I can summon Xin to perform for you right away. If, Sheng Anning continued, but Zhang Dongxing merely smiled. No need to trouble yourselves. When I eventually come to Beijing, I will seek you out. Although I am uncertain whether any of you aspire to attend the same university as I do in the future, I plan to bring my mother along, so we can witness the capital firsthand. Very well, when that time arrives, feel free to contact us. We will take you to savor the authentic culinary delights of Beijing. Sheng Anning nodded thoughtfully, expressing uncertainty about whether the other party had WeChat. She offered to share her QQ and WeChat details, as well as her phone number, inviting them to reach out at any time. Clumsily, she scribbled her information on a piece of paper. It was only then that Hua Qian slowly began to speak, offering assistance with academic needs or any supplementary materials required by their classmates. As long as it is within our capability to help, we shall do our utmost, she assured. Indeed, if there is anything else, those interested in learning to paint may seek my assistance. I can consult my mother. Sheng Anning nodded vigorously, adding, and if anyone is pursuing sports, they can also inquire with Eugene. We have plenty of people here, so please do not hesitate to ask for help. All right. Thank you, Zhang Dongxing replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he stored away the contact information shared by the group. Thank you all. The sun shifted slightly, drawing closer to this pure and innocent youth. On one side lay the eagerness to give, and on the other, the confidence to forge ahead. Together, coupled with the naive mist of the mountains, they seemed to embody the essence of delightful youth. The wind dispersed the fog, leaving only the lush greenery of the mountains behind. Chapter 95. Farewell to wind, water, and humanity. A sudden downpour arrived without any warning. Rushing across the playground, they sought refuge beneath the eaves of the teaching building, splashing through the muddy ground. The water erupted in joyful leaps, crowning those who toiled and strived in the depths of the mountains, celebrating the light they had ignited within these highlands. Quack, quack, quack. The ducks brought by the filming teacher did not end up as a meal, but instead were cohabitated with the ducks already raised at this mountainous school. Naturally, the group of students was not deprived, as 5 or 6 chickens raised for over half a year were selected for slaughter, complemented by mushrooms grown in the fields, perfectly aligning with Kong Chuanjuan's original intention. A large pot of chicken soup floated with a thick layer of golden chicken fat, filling the entire cafeteria with a rich aroma. Standing at the entrance, one was immediately enveloped by the enticing scent, as a steaming bowl of chicken soup chased away the penetrating chill of the mountain rain. From mouth to stomach, the warmth of the chicken soup gradually spread to the limbs, awakening the appetites of the students. Once again, they indulged in a meal that left them pleasantly full. Upon seeing the filming teacher, Hai Xingping couldn't help but praise the meal. "See, I didn't deceive you. And it's even better than the cafeteria food." The filming teacher had just crouched down to capture a photo of the students hurrying through the light rain when he caught sight of Hai Xingping's shadow. Such homely dishes would surely be the highlight of any restaurant, far superior to the cafeteria's merely nutritionally adequate offerings. "It's truly delicious," Hai Xingping said, gnawing on a chicken bone, his words slightly garbled. "Teacher, did you make this?" "It wasn't me, it was the teachers here." "So, how is it? Is the food good? Are you not planning to stay and eat for a few more days?" Lifting the camera, a photograph was taken of the jade-like stream cascading from the eaves, while the surrounding mountains cloaked in mist and smoke exuded an air of mysterious verdancy. "No, perhaps it is best to refrain. I truly find it difficult to acclimate to their way of life." Hai Xingping waved his hands vigorously, clutching the remnants of a bone. With a sigh directed towards the heavens, he reflected on their remarkable tenacity, managing to pursue their studies diligently in such challenging conditions. Thus, this serves as a somewhat selfish reason for bringing you here. It allows you to witness the circumstances under which others strive to excel, achieving admission to esteemed institutions like the top-tier 985 and 211 universities. Your conditions are so favorable. We even integrate textbook knowledge with practical experience during our study tours. If you do not commit yourselves to your studies, I do not wish to question whether you're living up to our expectations. Rather, do you honor your country? Do you honor them? Do you honor the sacrifices made by your parents or ancestors who toiled tirelessly to provide you with the privileges you enjoy today? Hai Xingping nodded, remaining silent. Suddenly, he stepped into the gentle drizzle, seeking a suitable spot to dispose of the chicken bone. Following the direction of Hai Xingping's finger, the camera instructor spotted several primary school students seated on the concrete floor of the teaching building, engrossed in sharing books, encircling a child who held the texts in the center. Quite delightful. Click, click. The camera instructor positioned himself, capturing 2 images, and then beckoned Hai Xingping, who was about to depart. "Come, help me choose one before you go." No gathering lasts forever. The fleeting moments of 2 or 3 days pass like rain. The impressions left behind, if any, cannot be easily articulated in mere moments. The tale of Zhang Dongxing and this school continues to circulate among the students, much to the chagrin of Teacher Ho, who furrows his brow at such dissemination. However, the principal of the school remains indifferent, for this is not an incorrect matter. Its spread will not corrupt the children. I truly apologize. The children are young and naive, causing you and Dongxing. It is of no consequence. They harbor no regrets. The rain has ceased, just as it arrived, and the people have returned, just as they arrived. If possible, please take this money and help us bring dozens more copies of Red Crag for the students, accompanied by the same cacophony as the train that had brought them. Teacher Ho accepted over 1,000 yuan from the principal of this mountainous school. What is this for? The middle school students expressed that upon reading Red Crag, their struggles seemed trivial, for the path to high school and university is inextricably tied to the sacrifices of those individuals from 70 years ago. Teacher Ho nodded. Very well. The decision made by the grade group to provide copies of Red Crag to the middle school had not considered such depth. Rather, this book, as a mandatory reading, holds significant educational value. As the train slowly departed, the principal stood alone at the station, watching as it returned to silence. The rain fell gently once more. The dust raised by the train settled to the ground, washed away by the rain that meandered down the principal's face, merging with the earth below. As I turned to leave, I noticed the station staff preparing to step out to inquire about the situation. The station was now left with only the duty personnel inside the station building, while the principal, holding an umbrella, had stepped out and re-entered the curtain of rain. The rain continued to fall, forming a small stream that flowed downwards, merging into the nearby meandering river. The downpour had intensified, yet it no longer traced the principal's face. Ascending the slope, I approached the school gate. I could hear a group of students laughing inside the classroom, their voices piercing through the rain and reaching my ears. The rain pattered incessantly against the umbrella, as well as against the train windows several kilometers away, startling the poultry inside the carriage into a cacophony. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck. Flapping, fluttering, bah, bah. Holding the script in her hands, Sheng Anning gazed out of the window. Huaqian, do you think that school is nestled within those mountains? The perception from within contrasted with that from without. The mountains appeared similar. Yet we had been walking for nearly half an hour, so it surely couldn't be. Oh, indeed. By the way, could you help me take a look at this? Sheng Anning said, pointing to a modification in the script. After this outing, I have an idea. We should not only unite history, but also embrace the modern. It should embody both innovation and heritage. What do you mean? Just observe this. Alas, there is no internet. Some information is inaccessible. Amidst the sound of rain and the clamor of the poultry, the voices of students emerged, clear and resonant, penetrating the storm, hazy yet distinctly audible. To the courageous, tears will tarnish their name. Chapter 96. Old Tales, New Thoughts. This phrase is well chosen. Are you planning to render it as the author's monologue? Kong Chunjun glanced at the script handed over by Sheng Anning, flipping through it repeatedly. Are you intending to create a contrast group? What contrast group are you referring to? Are you overly immersed in biology? Before Sheng Anning could respond, Hebo interjected with a tone of disdain. No, I meant to create something. Yes, I intend to craft a dialogue between two eras, 70 years apart. Sheng Anning, being the author of the script, understood the meaning despite Kong Chunjun's lack of clarity. It adheres to both history and literature, while also providing a continuity of spirit. Stop, let's halt this. A liberal arts student should not delve into such profound matters with a science student. Just tell us how we should perform. As Sheng Anning began to articulate her creative approach, Kong Chunjun already felt a headache. It was akin to deciphering an ancient manuscript. Although this character has the most scenes in the script, I actually do not recommend you for this role. Pointing to the character descriptions in the script, Sheng Anning began to assign roles. Therefore, I would prefer you to portray the character of Hua Ziyang. I will try my best to bring in Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu. The roles of and Lu Xiyang would suit them perfectly. As Sheng Anning spoke, Hebo casually leaned back in the audience seats while flipping through the script, humming and nodding in a laid-back manner. Well, as for you, Hebo, just portray a contemporary character. All right. Hebo straightened up abruptly. Which one? The middle school student in the play. Can I cross-dress? Who are you thinking of? Double guns. No, that won't do. Yujing and Xin are both alive and well. Fine. After considerable effort to clarify Hebo's role, Sheng Anning faced another dilemma with Hai Shinping. Would you be willing to play the antagonist? Who? Fu. Sure. Sheng Anning raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by Hai Shinping's agreeable nature. Just as she intended to elaborate on her reasons, Hai Shinping preempted her. Whether good or bad, it's all acting. Portraying a villain well is also a skill of mine. Fine. That's about it. You all should familiarize yourselves with the lines for now. As Sheng Anning spoke, she wandered off to one side, beginning to analyze the highlights of each character, seemingly splitting into multiple personas as she passionately delivered their lines. Wait. Hold on, Sheng Anning. What is it? Suddenly interrupted, Sheng Anning transformed into a question mark. There are still several characters missing. Why are you ignoring that? Kong Chunjun, flustered, pointed at the character list in the script. Author's monologue? I arrived. Sheng Anning gazed ahead and contemplated. Perhaps we could simply find someone from our class who excels in recitation. That should not pose a challenge. Even if he has other performances, it would not interfere. Yu Xinjian? Hebo? Could one person portray two roles? Zheng Kechang? Has someone been selected? Who? Wang Jinyu. Upon hearing Sheng Anning's words, Kong Chunjun felt as though he might lose his sanity. Isn't it impossible for him to join us in the performance? We cannot seek out anyone else. The wind penetrated through the window, swirling in every corner of the small theater, carrying with it the fragrance of flowers and the essence of greenery from the nearby park. And the afternoon passed in serene tranquility. Today, we will continue discussing the content from our recent study trip during class. Dream of the Red Chamber may be supplementary reading material elsewhere, but for our two cohorts, it is essential. Teacher Ho, holding a book in hand, adjusted the PowerPoint presentation at the podium, underscoring its significance, which I need not reiterate. You should be well aware. Learning is not merely for my sake. It is for your own benefit. The USB drive had been inserted into the computer, yet it failed to display anything for an extended period. Teacher Ho furrowed his brow and removed the USB drive. A sudden beep, followed by a series of tones, the computer emitted a notification sound. deepening the frown on Teacher Ho's face. The contents of the removable disc are corrupted. Just when a display finally appeared, it yielded such a disappointing result. If such words were spoken by another, they might carry a modicum of credibility. However, when uttered by Wang Jinyu, it inevitably raises suspicions about whether the virus on the USB drive was, in fact, the handiwork of Wang Jinyu himself. Do you believe what you've just said? In the classroom, a voice emerged, inquiring, who is looking at whom? With a swift glance at Wang Jinyu, Teacher Ho detached the USB drive from the computer and tossed it onto the podium, silencing the previously boisterous chatter of the class. Let me speak directly, he began. Teacher, please don't. It's far less engaging without the PowerPoint. There is so much to discuss later. The USB port malfunctioned, and subsequently, the mouse was merely a point that clicked incessantly, rendering the speed honed during elective courses on online class registration inadequate. Previously, we had delved into the poetry and songs within Dream of the Red Chamber, which beautifully depicted the joys and sorrows of its characters. Meanwhile, books tumbled from my pocket, scattering across the chair and cascading to the floor, blanketing the area near Sheng Anning's seat. Anning, what's the matter? I inquired. Isn't it you who persuaded Hai Xingping at noon? Is that what this is about? Why are you so anxious? Yu Jing had already gathered a stack of books for Sheng Anning, neatly arranging them on the table. No, I didn't say anything to him. I've been too indifferent to bother with him lately. However, he does seem to have grasped a few things recently. What is the issue? As she picked up another book from the floor, Yu Jing casually handed it to Sheng Anning. He paused, blinking as he contemplated for a moment, then replied, It's nothing. Accepting the book from Yu Jing, Sheng Anning settled into his seat, saying, Thank you, I'll manage on my own. Chapter 97. Once again in the depths of spring, the radiant sun illuminated the clear sky, and as the night breeze swept in, petals fluttered gracefully into the school, mingling with the drifting willow catkins. Achu, Yu Jing, clutching a tissue, had been wiping her nose for quite some time, gazing at the now empty tissue packet. And Ning, do you have any toilet paper left? I usually don't carry any, Sheng and Ning replied, observing Yu Jing's distressed expression. Shall I ask Xian for a bit? She also tends to feel unwell around this time. No. Achu, that's unnecessary, Yu Jing said, frowning and waving her hand. School will be over soon. There's no need to trouble anyone. My mother mentioned that many students suffer from allergic rhinitis, especially in spring and autumn, Sheng and Ning remarked, holding her script as she stood beside Yu Jing's desk. She said it might be due to a cold constitution, suggesting that one should consume less cold food. I don't eat cold food either, Yu Jing began, but before she could finish, a voice emerged from behind them. What? You claim our allergic rhinitis is due to cold, yet I still indulge in ice cream and such, Wang Shanxian said, shaking her water bottle for Sheng and Ning to see. I typically just drink milk tea. Look, I have hot milk in this thermos. Oh. Upon hearing Wang Shanxian's explanation, Sheng and Ning understood. No, the cold I referred to does not denote what you think. It means that the foods you usually consume have a cooling nature, not that they are served cold. Without explanation, it becomes clearer. However, once an explanation is provided, confusion arises once more, as more than two puzzled gazes sweep across the room. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Consider our indulgence in milk tea. Many establishments base their concoctions on oolong tea and milk, sweetened with white sugar. Alternatively, some tout the merits of being sugar-free, claiming to use xylitol instead. Indeed, while many may not favor the taste of herbal jelly, I find it quite agreeable to add a touch of it. Yu Jing nodded in acknowledgement. The milk is chilled, while the oolong is semi-oxidized, thus not classified as warming, unlike black tea. Setting aside the script in her hands, Sheng Anning began to meticulously enumerate with her fingers. Brown sugar is warming, whereas white sugar is cooling. As for the herbal jelly that Yu Jing enjoys, I shall refrain from elaborating, though it is not the same as turtle jelly. Nonetheless, both are distinctly cooling. I understand the rationale, yet I cannot restrain my tongue. Yu Jing spoke with utmost seriousness, eliciting laughter from those nearby. That can't be true. I also relish fruits. At some point, Wang Shanxian had already handed her paper towels across the table to Yu Jing, bananas, pears, apples, oranges. Upon hearing this, Sheng Anning felt as if she had lost a considerable amount of blood and was about to interject when Wang Shanxian continued, Oh, right? I even specifically researched online. It states that consuming more watermelon and pineapple can replenish vitamins, enhance immunity, and reduce the likelihood of nasal allergies. Cough, cough, cough. Sheng Anning could only facepalm. As per traditional Chinese medicine, allergic rhinitis is attributed to a cold constitution. Watermelon, pear, orange, and banana are all devoid of any warming properties. Is that so? Indeed. Thus, you might consider consulting a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner rather than relying on online consultations. It is often said that seeking medical advice online is futile. Consultations lead to grave outcomes. Wang Jinyu, in the midst of a slumber, suddenly awoke, and although his remark was somewhat pertinent, his nonchalant demeanor elicited laughter from the entire class once more. And Ning, could you explain that math problem to me? I still find it rather perplexing. Yu Jing, holding a math paper, furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, and Ning. Wait a moment, let me search for it. Sheng and Ning replied as she pulled a chair from her desk into the aisle, crouching down to rummage through her pockets. Ouch! I've scraped my hand again. This paper is quite something. Where is that paper? I saw it just yesterday. I still need it for math class later. It can't have vanished. And Ning, did you lend it to someone from class 3 or class 4? Hua Qian entered the classroom with a red box and noticed Xing and Ning searching as usual, prompting her to remind her. That's impossible. They haven't covered this paper yet. It must be with me. Sheng and Ning shook her head, her search unwavering. By the way, Hua Qian, why don't you explain it to Yu Jing for now? Which problem? Number 21, the last one. The third question, Xing and Ning added. The third question. And Ning, wasn't it you and Xia Tianyu who solved it? Shenhan didn't have time to tackle the third question because of the earlier problems. Oh wait. Speaking of which, Xia Tianyu only completed half of it. The latter part remains unproven. Oh. Xing and Ning suddenly slapped the desk, startling the classmates, all of whom turned to look at her. I've remembered. It was that paper where I mistakenly calculated the first question of my last problem as 11024. I indeed borrowed it from someone. No, I borrowed it from the trash bin. Ah? You threw it away? Well. Xing and Ning appeared quite embarrassed, biting her lower lip and blinking repeatedly, coughing. I thought we had covered it already since I corrected it myself. And then I just forgot. Fluffy catkins, rolled into fist-sized clumps, were blown into the classroom by the wind, creeping through the window, rolling in from the corridor, and finally settling on the desk. Achoo, cough, cough. The classroom was again filled with a chorus of voices afflicted by nasal allergies. Hua Qian stood at the door, clutching a red box, gazing into Sheng and Ning's eyes. She wished for the wind to carry away her helplessness and her frustration at the lack of progress. Oh, a donation box. Sheng and Ning's eyes suddenly widened, breaking the equilibrium in the classroom. Are we having another charity sale? Let us sell beverages for our class? The weather is warming up. We could sell sports drinks to the basketball players at noon. Surely our class will contribute the most. Chapter 98. How many times have the past and present repeated? How does one venture outside? On this May Day in Beijing, anywhere near a tourist attraction is teeming with people. The streets are congested, making it a struggle just to step out. Vehicles are unable to move. Glancing down from the window, Hai Xingping began to murmur. Honk, honk. Hey, watch where you're going. With such heavy traffic, do you not see the pedestrians? Is there no sense of reason? Knowing the road is blocked, why step onto the crosswalk? Honk, honk. As I opened the window, a cacophony of sounds rushed in, pushing Hai Xingping's head back into the room. We won't drive out, said Hai Xingping's father, casting a glance at his son. We shall ride our bicycles instead. Cycling is environmentally friendly and quite convenient. With that, he jingled the keys in his hand. Didn't my mother say she wasn't feeling well? She mentioned she isn't unwell, just that her body hasn't been quite normal this month. Oh. Hai Xingping, belatedly understanding, nodded slowly, standing in place for a while, unable to comprehend what ailment could afflict his own mother. Taking advantage of his son's moment of distraction, Hai Xingping's father had already dressed, put on his shoes, and turned back to his son, asking, Why are you still standing there? What are you thinking about? Oh, right. Isn't today the second day of the holiday? Stepping out of the house, Hai Xingping waved the small booklet in his father's face, exclaiming, We have a rehearsal for the play. I must perform in Red Rock. Is that assigned by your teacher? His father inquired. No, it was chosen by my classmates. This is not something you can approach as casually as you do normally, where you struggle to focus on anything. His father cautioned. Your mother and I are quite liberal parents. Even if you're diligent, we do not interfere with your choices. However, many matters extend beyond the trivial embarrassments you often concern yourself with. After imparting a few words of wisdom, Hai Xingping's father shifted the conversation to inquire about his son's role. Who will you portray? That is, who is it again? Fujigao? Flipping through the script that his son had handed him, the father perused the character description and deduced with considerable accuracy. Hai Xingping's face flushed red. I am not that. When I was young, I also participated in activities and often played the villain. What do you mean, Do you not think I appear quite refined? Hai Xingping was perplexed. What is wrong with being refined? Isn't it a form of artistic charm? Honk. Move over a bit. Can't you see the elderly and children are having trouble passing? Although the road is clear here, it is still crowded. How will the delivery person get through? Honk. The street was filled with a cacophony of noise. Not having cycled far, the father and son decided to lock their bicycles nearby and hurried along to the school. Mother, I wish to fly a kite. May I purchase one? I desire a bubble machine as well. Hurry, we shall be late for class. Quickly, let us run. You go inside first. The streets are bustling with people. Some heading to the park, others to tutoring classes, creating a lively atmosphere. Be cautious, don't fall. Achoo. The national locust trees lining the road are already lush with greenery as spring wanes and summer approaches. Unlike the willows shedding their fluff or the stinky ginkgo fruits that fall in winter, the life of the locust trees flourishes in the height of summer. Jogging along. Upon reaching the school gate, the willow fluff from within the school drifts toward Hai Xingping and finds its way into his nostrils. Cough, achoo. Cough. Before Hai Xingping could recover his breath, the security guard had already opened the window, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Drama rehearsal, Class 5 sophomore." "All right, you may enter." Hai Xingping is quite distinguished in English-related activities and competitions. With his achievements often showcased on the school's large screen, the guard recognizes him. "Why have you arrived so late?" As Sheng Anning spoke, she was pulled aside by Hua Qian, who had just come off stage, leaving Hai Xingping somewhat dazed as he approached Yu Jing and the others. "Nothing. I could perform even if I were anxious." "Anning, this isn't merely about your ability to perform. You cannot manage this alone. Anning, reconsider your approach. If all else fails, we can trim the script or devise something simpler. Many people may indeed dislike playing the role of a villain." Hua Qian understands that Sheng Anning is impervious to advice regarding such matters. Culturally and patriotically, once Sheng Anning has made up her mind, she would dare to take on the entire performance solo. "I can do it. Anning, let me think this over. It will be fine." Out of respect for her friend, Sheng Anning eased her stance a little. "Anning, we have 2 groups left. Let us see how to proceed. The supervising teacher will inquire about the actor's status. I will take the stage to host. Xia Tianyu cannot manage alone. You can do it." Putting down the microphone, she watched as Sheng Anning led a group of classmates onto the stage, while Hua Qian persistently signaled her with her eyes. "Oh dear, I'm coming. Wang Jinyu and Wang Shanxian rushed into the small theater simultaneously, following a group of classmates onto the stage. "I got the timing wrong." The supervising teacher glanced at the two without saying anything further, simply reminding them to remember the next time. "Did you call them here?" In response to Hua Qian's whisper, Sheng Anning shook her head. After stepping off the stage, Sheng Anning remained silent, prompting Wang Jinyu to mutter to himself, "Let us just perform. At least I am a significant character." As everything settled, Sheng Anning quietly smiled nearby, while Kang Shenjun and he both shouted excitedly, "This is amazing. Yu Jing." "Wait a moment, I have something to ask you." Hai Xingping hurriedly chased after Yu Jing for about 10 meters, finally stopping her. "What is it?" "Speak. Yu Jing." "You mentioned." Hai Xingping had only spoken halfway when he paused. "A friend of mine wishes to inquire why a person of refinement must invariably portray a villain." Yu Jing cast a sidelong glance at Hai Xingping, choosing not to expose this unfounded camaraderie, biting her lip to suppress a smile. She turned her head and finally spoke, "A refined scoundrel." Chapter 99, May Brings Blossoms, Part 1. The brilliance of youth surpasses even the blazing summer sun, and the splendor of mountains and rivers outshines the radiant daylight. Yet, beneath the scorching sun, the warmest essence lies in the bonds connecting individuals. A gentle breeze whisked away the last few wisps of thin clouds, leaving behind the distinctive scent of dry heat in the air. The rain in Beijing had yet to arrive, and the early summer warmth was hardly oppressive. "Goodness, I am drenched in sweat." Just as Sheng Anning set the sports drinks. Transported from the gatekeeper on the stall, she casually tossed her long-sleeved school uniform onto a bench in the playground. With a loud thud, Wang Jinyu dropped an entire box of beverages onto the ground and exclaimed, "I'm dying of heat. I can't take it anymore." "You're giving up on the very first day?" Holding a glass filled with brewed coffee, Wang Shanxian walked past the stall with the demeanor of an inspecting superior and settled onto the bench beside Wang Jinyu. Spraying on sunscreen, She elegantly sipped coffee through the silicone straw that accompanied her cup, observing the comings and goings at the stall with casual interest. What did you donate? I contributed a couple of notebooks and a Swarovski signature pin. Ah, we can donate stationery too? I thought that selling new shoes in Class 5 was already quite peculiar. Wang Jinyu, are you still not moving? Observing Wang Jinyu neglecting his responsibilities, Shang Anning, who was laboriously arranging a box of beverages, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. No. I'm utterly exhausted. I think I'll just sell water. Come, take a look. Produced by Class 5, it's truly exceptional. Class 5, indeed remarkable. Class. Well, is someone from next door helping us sell things? Is it Wang Jinyu? Quite impressive, unable to distinguish between his own classes. Wang Jinyu called out for quite some time, until the exasperation of Hua Qianwei and the others became almost palpable, and Shang Anning's anger was on the verge of eruption. Ah, second year. Class 6. Glancing at the recipient's address on the box before him, Wang Jinyu suddenly realized he had thought he was still in first year. Second year, Class 6, not the extraordinary Class 5. Wang Jinyu, with his remarkable adaptability, immediately corrected himself. So, you're deliberately trying to undermine our class, are you? Is this how we play? Next door, Kong Chenjun was selling his newly bought sports shoes. Hey, Shang Anning, aren't you going to take care of this? Ah. This water, $2 a bottle, $3 for two. Ah, right. How was I to know it was so inexpensive? Wang Jinyu noticed the disdain on the other's face and remarked, if it's so cheap, why not buy more? Well then, I'll take the entire box. Wait, an entire box? Yes, that has $40, no need for change. The other party tossed the money down, picked up the whole box of drinks, and was about to leave. Hey, don't go. As you purchase so much, a discount must be afforded to you. 35, here, allow me to return 5 to you. Wang Jinyu is no mere undercover agent, and he fears that this 5 yuan might be burdensome, thus he discreetly tucked it into the beverage box. Shang Anning, look. I just earned 35, surpassing what you all sold. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Jinyu crossed his legs and began to flaunt. Oh, is that so? Preoccupied with unboxing a new beverage container, Shang Anning had no time to entertain Wang Jinyu. Classmate, would you like a drink? 3 yuan per bottle, 5 yuan for 2. Classmate, would you like a drink? After exercising, one must replenish their energy, 3 yuan for 1 bottle, 5 yuan for 2. Is lunch not to your liking? Hurry to Class 3's private kitchen for dessert. Upon the podium, Hua Qian and Xia Tianyu had also taken their places, receiving and promoting the advertisements submitted by each class. Come and see, Class 1 of Year 2 offers custom cultural creations, a family united in love and friendship. Class 3 of Year 1 offers special price drinks. 2 yuan 50 for 1 bottle, 4 yuan for 2. Class 3 of Year 2's private kitchen provides you with a unique culinary experience. Studying is the true path for students. The pursuit of knowledge never ceases, and sustenance ultimately serves as a companion. Class 5 of Year 2, your exclusive bookshelf. In the midst of their busy endeavors, many began to question the creativity behind their class's advertisements. While they felt inspired when writing, hearing them recited made them wonder. Did I truly compose this? Kong Chenjun leaned over the stall table, laughter nearly bringing him to tears. No, how on earth did I come up with these words? As the bell rang, students from 2 grades rushed into the classroom, rolling up their bedding. This does not add up. Who sold these 35? Wang Jinyu stood up, shaking his head with confidence. It's me. Impressive, right? I sold more than all of you, while you were shouting on the playground. Wait. Hold your tongue for a moment. 35, that accounts for 14 bottles. What about the rest? Suddenly, he leapt from his seat and began counting the remaining drinks. Hua Qian, could you assist me in counting? We purchased 120 bottles, sold 97, yet there are still 13 left. Are you certain they are all here? From the podium. I could see clearly that no one had taken any. Hua Qian furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. Logically, our classmates wouldn't take them without paying. Perhaps you should ask, or should I? Before Hua Qian could finish her thought, Shang Anning shouted. Has anyone seen the remaining 10 bottles of water from our class? Did someone sell them but forget to report the money? No, I handed it over to you. Don't you remember? I was right beside you, and they indeed all paid. Wang Shanxian, carrying a water bottle, approached the classroom door. Could it be that the money was miscounted? Impossible, came the reply. Did you perhaps make an error in addition or subtraction? No, the numbers are correct. For 623515122114778. It checks out as 97, but now we are short by 107 bottles. Where is the discrepancy? Wait a moment, let me calculate. Wang Shanxian set down the cup in her hand and, as if by magic, produced a piece of notepaper. For 623-51512-211478. 4 and 6 make 10, 2, 3, and 5 also sum to 10. 15 and 21 combined with 14 yield. Ah, indeed, it amounts to 97. At this revelation, Wang Shanxian felt a pang of anxiety. Although this event was overseen by Shang Anning as a member of the student council responsible for organizing activities, any misstep would inevitably reflect upon her as well. Let me see. Wang Jinyu, still basking in the afterglow of his earlier bravado, leaned over to scrutinize Wang Shanchuan's notepaper. This doesn't add up. I sold 24 bottles. It seems we are short not 10, but rather 14 bottles. We should check who was shorted. Huh? Shang Anning stood there, bewildered. You sold 35, not 14 bottles. Where did the 24 come from? In a flash of realization, Shang Anning felt a rush of confusion. So, you sold 35 and managed to sell 24 bottles? Chapter 100. In May, flowers bloom in abundance. Part 2a. Why has the price of water in your class gone up? A voice inquired. Yesterday, it was 2 yuan per bottle, 3 yuan for 2 bottles. How is it that the price has increased today? I misquoted the price yesterday, Wang Jinyu replied as he rose from the bench, gesturing towards the pricing displayed at the stall. The prices are clearly stated here. Even if I made an error in my announcement, you shouldn't take advantage of the situation. Perhaps you should go sell in your own class? Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Jinyu, Shang Anning set aside the price tag she had been inscribing and approached the stall. It appears we misquoted the price yesterday, however. The standard price is indeed 3 yuan per bottle or 5 yuan for 2. We are all here to contribute to a charitable cause, and engaging in a price war seems rather futile. Despite this sentiment, there always exists a competitive spirit between classes as each strives for their own honor. What I stated is accurate. Is this not simply an instance of taking advantage of the situation? Taking advantage of the situation requires that you first misstate the price. Shen Anning had grown weary of engaging with Wang Jinyu, prompting Yu Jing to reluctantly interject. I may have misquoted the price, but you did not mislabel it. Moreover, everyone else is selling at 3 yuan per bottle. Did she not have the courtesy to correct me when I erred? Admitting one's mistake is essential. One should not shift the blame onto others. Are you truly supporting our class or theirs? Do you understand? Fine, my fault. Does that mean she is blameless? Observing others misstate prices while profiting from it? Is that not rather unscrupulous? How can you be so certain that she noticed the price tag? Even if she did, she would undoubtedly place greater trust in the price you proclaimed. Yu Jing endeavored to clarify her point to Wang Jinyu, yet her efforts bore little fruit. Wang Jinyu seemed indifferent, responding with a half-hearted acknowledgement before wandering off. Why is it that you do not speak to me with the same courtesy? Kong Chenjun took it upon himself to shoulder all the responsibilities of the class, while individuals like Hai Shiping were dismissed to handle promotions. Will you truly listen to what I have just said? Ah, what you just mentioned. That settles it. Hai Shiping, lost in thought, remained dazed for a while until Kong Chuanjuan's booming voice roused him. Hai Shiping, hurry up and take some items from the stall to promote on the playground. That makes perfect sense. I'm coming right away. The cost is 1 yuan and 30 cents. Do you think it's a loss? Shang Anning smiled cunningly, resembling a sly merchant. Wait, how did you buy it? That drink costs at least 3 yuan outside, doesn't it? Firstly, they are making at least a yuan profit. Secondly, I will buy it. Look, I can teach you. Enough of that. It seems all your math skills are dedicated to shopping. No wonder you get the simplest addition and subtraction wrong in exams. He Bo, who had been wandering around, finally seized the opportunity to interrupt Shang Anning. Shang Anning rolled his eyes dismissively, casually picking up items from the stall, and tugged at Bo's school uniform, pulling him behind the stall. Come, take a look at this notebook, perfect for jotting down notes. And look, haven't you seen that all the remaining drinks are bundled? Tomorrow, this price will be gone. Are you trying to make me drink to death? Share it with your gentlemen friends who play basketball tomorrow or the day after. It will surely elevate your status. Aye. It's fine, don't rush. The rest more. This book has never sold. It's the bestseller. I tell you, there are only 2 copies nationwide. Once they're gone, you won't find them again. No, are you really selling what you wrote by hand? Shang Anning's sales method is both infuriating and amusing. He Bo, feeling quite helpless, widened his eyes, pinching the diminutive book between his thumb and forefinger, exclaiming, "You are selling illegal publications. Well, after you support us, you can go check out Kong Chuanjuan's booth. I've heard he still hasn't sold those new shoes of his." No, I'll give you 20 for your class and let me be, all right? Absolutely not. Xingyanning and Yu Jing chimed in unison. After all, it was a rare opportunity to find a big spender. How could they not take full advantage of it? Why don't you cheat Kong Chunjun instead? Kong Chunjun is not easily deceived. All right. I'll buy whatever you have left at the end, if there's anything left. Xingyanning's eyes lit up at that. It's settled then. But I'm not. As Bo was ushered away. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It seemed unfair to drain his friend's pocket so thoroughly, losing half of his pocket money in one go. Hey, don't leave. Come buy something from our class. Xingyanning and Kong Chunjun laughed uncontrollably. Even Hua Qian was stifling her laughter to the point of coughing. How are you all so busy saving your class? Xia Tian, you mentioned something about preparing for that team initiation ceremony next Monday. Kong Chunjun toyed with the pins at the booth, gesturing as he reviewed the techniques. No, it's the initiation ceremony. Right? What comes after this motion again? That thing. Wrap the head and kick the legs. And then what? I forgot again. Xingyanning furrowed her brows and stood up, inadvertently knocking over a stack of beverages beside her. With little activity around, Kong Chunjun and the others felt a sense of restlessness. Xingyanning, in particular, opted to sit on a long bench, leaning against the nearby tree trunk. She yawned and dozed off, after brushing off some leaves that had fallen onto her head. Xingyanning continued to bask in the sunlight with her eyes closed, when suddenly she heard Yu Jing's composed voice say, "Ah, I forgot. How could I forget even this? My mind truly fails me." Xingyanning sat up, opened her eyes, and awaited Yu Jing's elaboration. However, despite her lengthy discourse, Yu Jing did not reveal what she had forgotten. After a long pause, under the anxious gazes of her companions, Yu Jing finally sighed and completed her thought. I just forgot to make Hai Xingping spend money, and I let him go. Chapter 101. Flickering stars ignite the candle. The wind carried the red flag high, dancing with the sunlight, while the dappled shadows of the trees swayed against the sky. We are the sea of flowers in May, embracing the era with our youth. We are forging a new world. A few birds, momentarily halted by the song, took flight from the branches, swirling in the air to the rhythm of the melody. Chirp, chirp. The birds flew far away, leaving the vast campus enveloped in silence. The fifth item, the new member's oath of joining the league. Please raise your right fist and join me in pledging under the national flag. I voluntarily joined the Communist Youth League of China. I pledge to resolutely support and strive for the cause of communism. Oath taker, Xia Tianyu. Oath taker, Xia Tianyin. As the sunlight cascades upon the pristine white uniforms, the emblem glimmers, radiating brilliance as the vibrant red intertwines with gold. A wisp of drifting clouds etches the student's oath into the sky, illuminated by the sun's embrace on each oath taker. The sixth agenda item, a speech from the representative of the new members. We now invite Xia Tianyin from the 13th grade to the stage to address us as the representative of the new members. Esteemed teachers and fellow students, greetings. I am Xia Tianyin from the 13th grade. The applause from the audience mingles with scattered whispers. Xia Tianyin? Is she related to Xia Tianyu? She seems to be a sister. How fortunate, to be cherished by an older brother. It is indeed an honor for me to speak on behalf of the new members. When I was in the first year of middle school, I greatly admired my brother for becoming a proud member of the Communist Youth League of China. After years of growth and perseverance, I too have successfully joined the ranks of the Youth League. The promises we made are already encapsulated in our oath. Yet I wish to share some additional reflections with you all. Phrases like this is not merely an honor and a symbol, but a profound responsibility, and we must hold ourselves to higher standards are undoubtedly understood by everyone present. Thus, I shall express my thoughts in my own words. Anning, Xia Tianyin, you bear a striking resemblance, don't you? Your manner of speaking is quite similar. Shixing and Sheng Anning linger near the basketball court beside the playground. And soon after Xia Tianyin begins to speak, she elicits laughter from Shixing. We are members of the Communist Youth League, and thus, I believe we should embody the spirit of youth as reflected in our anthem. We are akin to a sea of flowers in May, blossoming magnificently in this era. We are the rising sun, and under the guidance of our predecessors, we ought to tread forward with less hesitation. A century ago, the sparks of the May 4th movement ignited the soul of national awakening. It is our duty to inherit the fervent aspirations and fearless strides of those young individuals from that time. In this prosperous age, devoid of worries, we should advance boldly for our nation and our people. Indeed, there is a striking resemblance. Xingyanning nodded, acknowledging not only her manner of speaking but also the alignment of thoughts. My speech has concluded. Thank you all. while the speaker on stage delivered with fervor and eloquence. The audience of classmates seemed to grasp only fragments, struggling to keep pace with Xia Tianyin's line of thought. Quite impressive, indeed. Below the podium, Xia Tianyu playfully teased his sister. How could she not be your sister? Xia Tianyin accurately anticipated Xia Tianyu's forthcoming remark, thinking he should say, if you are not as capable as I am, how can you call yourself my brother? You certainly have a way with words. By the way, brother, where is Sister Huaqian? Why isn't she co-hosting with us? Why don't you ask if I am thirsty or tired? Why inquire about Sister Huaqian? She was not responsible for the work of the Youth League Committee, so there was no need for her to preside over anything. She was probably busy with her homework inside. Oh, Xia Tianyin felt a profound sense of disappointment. Oh, what about me? Aren't you going to ask your brother? Oh, are you tired? Are you thirsty? Xia Tianyin continued to respond dismissively. If I say I'm thirsty or tired, would my sister bring me a drink? I shall endure thirst and fatigue. Without any hesitation, Xia Tianyin firmly rejected her own brother and began walking towards the teaching building. Hey, wait for me. Sister. Hold on a moment. The repercussions of the day arrived in the evening. Xia Tianyin pedaled her bicycle vigorously in pursuit of Xia Tianyu, only to find herself trapped outside the elevator when it was time to board. What sort of brother bullies his sister like this? With reddened eyes, Xia Tianyin leaned against the wall beside the elevator door. With their mother absent and their father rarely seen, how could her brother hold such a grudge? On her birthday, no less, she was being treated this way. Little girl, aren't you getting on the elevator? A kind neighbor, who had entered the elevator when the doors unexpectedly opened, inquired. Don't let family quarrels get to you. Many things can be resolved through open conversation. Please go ahead. I'll wait a bit longer. All right, I shall go up first. You are still young. It's wise to listen to your elders, as they only wish what's best for you. The neighbor glanced back with concern, ensuring that Xia Tianyin was all right before closing the elevator door and departing. The backpack rests upon the bench and under the sheltering branches of the ancient locust tree. Summer recalls the days of her childhood spent frolicking with a group of friends in the neighborhood. Now, those who have moved away are lost to time, and those who no longer keep in touch have faded into the background. Even her brother, who once protected her during her mischievous antics, no longer remembers her birthday. Stars adorn the night sky, and on this rare, clear evening, the moon's phases remain unseen. Where's your sister? You didn't say she was right behind you. I pondered the need to prepare some decorations. Just moments ago, she had been jesting with me, believing I was merely venting my frustrations. After arranging the interior, Summer Yu, reminded by her father, realized that over an hour had slipped by, and she resolved to seek her out. No need to search, just give her a call. Summer Yu's father shook his head. She should be in our community park. Try calling her first. The starlight, magnificent as it may be, pales in comparison to the glow of countless homes, as the lights of the city begin to illuminate the evening. In the expansive room, only a candle of a fragrance that Summer had long desired flickers gently. As the candle extinguishes, only the flames atop the cake dance, reflecting a light that can only be indulged in during such prosperous times. Chapter 102. A century of youth on divergent paths in the center, a solitary star. With 4 stars at the corners of the banner, encircling the larger star. Is this the red flag they once embroidered? Hebo, dressed in a pristine school uniform, earnestly holds one corner of the red flag under the spotlight, while the other side is shrouded in darkness. The stage lights shift, illuminating a group of ragged figures, their stooped forms adorned with weariness and pallor. The 5-star red flag. It was confirmed. Indeed, it was the 5-star red flag. The 5-starred red flag. Quickly, here, bring red cloth. Where can I find red cloth? Remove my quilt cover. The new China has been established, and we have triumphed. I am no longer afraid of the cold or hunger. Thread. Quickly find some thread. Embroidered in the center is the great star, representing our party, while the 4 smaller stars at the corners symbolize our people. The people and the party are tightly united. This is our new China. This is our new China. As the lights on the left side of the stage dim once more, the lights on the opposite side suddenly brighten. Hebo stands beneath the national flag, his right fist raised high. Stop, stop, stop. Mr. Hebo, have you not eaten lunch today? Sheng Yanning, in a fit of anger, tosses the script onto a nearby chair and strides up to the stage from the audience. Indeed, I came here to practice right after class. I did not skip lunch. Just a moment ago, Wang Jinyu was flitting about like a headless fly. Did the script indicate an entrance from the right side of the stage? How could you possibly circle around the front of the stage instead of taking the proper route? Which side is the right side of the stage, yours or mine? I drew a diagram and inserted it into the script. Shang Anning rolled his eyes and continued. You should at least show some respect for this subject matter and the history behind it. No sooner had he finished speaking than he dashed out, fully immersed. No one noticed the passage of time, and before long, it was time for class. Wow, Anning, how did you manage to order so much takeout? Aren't you prohibited from bringing it? Observing the precariously hanging takeout bags on the hook beside Shang Anning's desk, many classmates widened their eyes, insisting that sharing was mandatory. And one must not indulge alone. Just then, Ms. Fong, Hua Qian's mother, entered the classroom, holding a book and quietly observing the students with a hint of a smile playing on her lips. With Ms. Fong present, the chatter quickly subsided. Where's my history book? Who hid it from me? Who would hide your book? Am I that idle? The teacher is right here. Please do not slander. All right. Enough of that. We can discuss it after class. Can't you just share a book with the person next to you? Ascending to the podium, she placed the book on the lectern with just the right amount of force to command the attention of the restless students. Ms. Fong spoke calmly. Let us begin the lesson. Coincidentally, this week marks the centenary of the May 4th movement, so we shall review its significance. She posed a straightforward question to gauge the class's recollection. What kind of movement was the May 4th movement? As Wang Jinyu stood up, he stammered, flipping through the pages of his book, unsure of where to turn, relying solely on his memory of the teacher's lectures. It was a patriotic movement, yes. Opposing imperialism and feudalism. Very well, please be seated. That is essentially correct. The May 4th movement was a profound and patriotic campaign against imperialism and feudalism. It originated with students and gradually expanded to encompass workers, merchants, and various sectors of society. This movement primarily unfolded in Beijing and Shanghai, where students initiated strikes, workers protested, and merchants halted trade. Teachers, what significance does a student strike hold? If they choose to walk out, so be it. There was hardly any compulsory education back then, let alone a group of university students. Nowadays, wouldn't such unprovoked absences lead to expulsion? Wang Jinyu raised his hand and, before Teacher Fong could call on him, unleashed a torrent of questions from his mind. Why, in such an environment, even when laws were disregarded, were they not reprimanded, but rather treated with leniency? Wang Jinyu's inquiry resonated with the curiosity of many students, yet his concluding remark elicited laughter from several classmates. Indeed, that is an excellent question, Teacher Fong acknowledged, gesturing for Wang Jinyu to take his seat. The issue Wang Jinyu raised undoubtedly mirrored the confusion of many of his peers. Yes, I am equally perplexed. Strikes by workers and merchants can influence societal progress, but what impact can students skipping classes have? Now, everyone, please remain calm and allow me to elaborate. Teacher Fong replied with a smile, clearly having anticipated this discussion. Firstly, we must understand that during that period, most students hailed from affluent merchant families or influential figures. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly challenging to afford their education. This is one of the reasons for our collective happiness today. Despite financial constraints, we benefit from compulsory education. And for those unable to afford university, state scholarships are available. Furthermore, we must recognize that during that time, young students took to the streets to protest and distribute pamphlets, garnering widespread support from the populace. When the government sought to defy the will of the people, it was akin to digging its own grave. Thus, can we not say that the masses are the architects of history? Wang Shanxian interjected suddenly. Indeed, it appears that Wang Shanxian possesses a commendable understanding of political science, remarked Teacher Fong with a smile, expressing hope that Wang would approach history with the same diligence as he does politics. Wang Shanxian was correct. This brings us to the materialist conception of history. As he navigated the PowerPoint presentation to the next slide, Teacher Fong continued to elaborate on the content. During the May 4th movement, Marxism experienced a rapid dissemination, laying the groundwork for the establishment of the Communist Party of China a little over 2 years later. Therefore, it is through a century of perseverance and countless acts of self-sacrifice for the nation that we enjoy such favorable conditions for learning today. If students do not take their studies seriously, they shall not honor the sacrifices made by those who came before them. Chapter 103, A Grain of Rice in 1,000 Days. Tian Yu Zhonghua, the brother who bullies, how about it? We missed out that year. I found what you posted yesterday rather interesting. Shang Tian Yin, good fortune. Why not come then? Today is Saturday after all. Tian Yu Zhonghua, the brother who bullies just being lazy, you little sloth. Heavenly Yin, good fortune. Wasn't it you who first sent me a message on WeChat? Heavenly Yin, good fortune. However, it is no wonder that we are venturing into space for cultivation. Just take a look at this. Heavenly yin, good fortune. This is our ordinary. Heavenly yin, good fortune. Our regular chili pepper. Heavenly yin, good fortune. Now observe this. It is the space seed. Significantly larger and with a much greater yield. Tianyu Huaxia, the brother who bullies, have you not yet learned about polyploidy in biology? Heavenly yin, good fortune. The teacher mentioned a bit, as we are meant to connect with high school knowledge. Tianyu Huaxia, the brother who bullies, you're indeed covering material much faster than we did back in our day. Polyploidy, for instance, is evident in the summer black grapes you typically consume, which were originally quite small. It is their polyploid nature that has resulted in the variety you enjoy today. Heavenly yin, good fortune. Sticking out tongue. Brother, do you take me for a fool? Tianyu Huaxia, the brother who bullies, is it not so? Heavenly yin, good fortune. Brother, if you were given a dose of colchicine, would you also become polyploid? Tianyu Huaxia, the brother who bullies, are you plotting to murder your own brother? Tianyu Huaxia, the brother who bullies, no. Wait, your teacher must have mentioned it in passing. Where did you see that? Heavenly yin, good fortune. It was in your competition question. Heavenly yin, good fortune. I must end our conversation now. We are about to attend a lecture. The students are now lined up, following our teacher into the room to attend a lecture on rice cultivation. Although the 13th grade consists of only 2 classes, there are still around 70 students. As they stream in, they occupy less than 1/5 of the spacious lecture hall. It's astonishingly large. Amidst the students' exclamations, the staff provided an explanation. This is a practical education base specifically designed for agricultural studies, frequented by first and second-year students. Many schools have such large cohorts that a single lecture hall cannot accommodate them. Once the students are seated in neat rows, the brief commotion settled down. After a succinct introduction of the attending guests, the lecture swiftly commenced. The speaker, with a beaming smile, addressed the students. You have just harvested some vegetables from the field. Was it not an intriguing experience? Were you tired? Indeed, they replied, exhausted. I just checked the time. You have been at it for over an hour. Typically, in order to tend to these vegetables, we work at least 2 hours each day, both morning and afternoon, weeding, watering, fertilizing, transplanting. Of course, with the continual advancement of mechanized farming, more farmers are able to pursue secondary professions or directly sell their produce online to urban markets. Students have all studied this familiar concept in class, right? 1 crop a year, 2 crops in 3 years, 1 crop in 2 years, 3 crops in a year. In our case, BJ primarily focuses on 1 crop per year. Is there an issue with this student? Observing a student raising their hand in the audience, the lecturer promptly paused their explanation. What is your question? Feel free to stand up and ask. Teacher, do we have arable land in BJ? The inquiry, once voiced, stunned the entire room. How could there be none? What era are we in? Hasn't anyone learned this? I thought I was lacking in knowledge. But it turns out there are those even less informed than I. Really, if you can't grasp this, you're not studying effectively. Others are utilizing their limited time for boundless learning. The lecturer, momentarily taken aback by the question, pondered whether this child was intentionally causing a stir or simply seeking trouble. After listening to the discussions of the surrounding students, the lecturer began to comprehend. This student's life revolves around school, home, and after-school programs, with no other extracurricular activities. Certainly, there is arable land. Since 2006, under the 11th Five-Year Plan, the government has issued explicit mandates to maintain the red line of 1.8 billion acres of arable land. BJ, too, must preserve its designated agricultural areas, which cannot be repurposed for other uses. This is essential to ensure our nation's food security. But now that our economy has developed, isn't it acceptable to rely on imports? It is uncertain which student has once again posed a question. For instance, when certain nations exert pressure on our country, they can sever the supply of food, leaving us vulnerable if we rely solely on imports. Indeed. The lead instructor nodded in approval. It is precisely for this reason that our nation, along with our scientists, is dedicated to developing higher-yielding rice varieties that can withstand harsher environments. Take, for example, the hybrid rice, which has significantly increased our nation's grain output. Moreover, we are cultivating seawater rice, which is better suited to the saline and alkaline conditions of coastal wetlands. Many people in various countries around the world still suffer from hunger, facing the imminent threat of starvation. The instructor's statement is far from exaggerated. As long as one is born in China, even in the most impoverished regions, the fundamental assurance of sufficient food is provided. Our research teams and farmers, each toiling diligently, are not merely nurturing the crops that flourish in spring, thrive in summer. are harvested in autumn and stored in winter. They are safeguarding the food security of our nation, which is the most basic guarantee for our development. Thus, I hope all students can grasp the significance of agricultural production from our agricultural education. I do not expect you to regard agricultural production as magnificent or arduous. It suffices that you hold a sense of respect. Do not belittle those who work in agriculture and cherish every grain of food on your plates. In the clear skies of May, the tender green shoots are scorched, releasing wisps of fragrant essence that linger and cleanse the most innocent years of youth. Chapter 104. The Tranquility That Cannot Be Held. It has barely been a few days, and yet exams loom ahead. Yibo muttered, his hands unable to grasp even a single book. Kong Chunjun nodded in agreement, lamenting the dismal state of his English grades and the abysmal performance in Chinese. I actually find it quite pleasant. At least we have half a day off, he remarked lightly, provoking a flurry of indignation from the two. Sheng Anning. It's easy for you to say that while standing. Come on, Sheng Anning, could you refrain from? Sheng Anning retorted, pouting and feigning ignorance. Who said standing and talking doesn't tea hurt? Yesterday's training with the back lifts and squats left my back and legs aching all over. My legs aren't tea sore. But the back lifts definitely gave me some discomfort, said Sher Xine, chiming in and successfully steering the conversation astray. So, am I the only one with leg pain? Wait. You two have led me off topic again. Kong Chunjun finally caught on, shaking the collection of memorized texts in his hand. Have you both memorized them? Didn't we finish that during class? Sheng Anning shrugged. I'll just review the commonly mistaken characters before the exam. Though it doesn't help much since I always end up making inexplicable errors. Now, even Sher Xin had turned against them. Anning, you don't understand the hardships of the world. Above, the clouds whimsically transformed their shapes, scattered and reassembled by the playful winds, embodying a carefree and unrestrained spirit. Ning, have you completed your Chinese exam paper? As soon as the examination concluded, Sher Xin dashed into class 6, where Sheng and Ning was seated. I scarcely had time to review it, but it's fine, at least you finished. Sher Xin began gesturing animatedly to Sheng and Ning. I was just worried I wouldn't complete the composition. I skipped the last major reading question and the Confucius question. Furthermore, many in our examination room didn't finish their essays. They were almost in tears. You have no idea about Chun Han in our exam room. Sheng and Ning chuckled, sitting atop her desk to mimic the scene. I submitted my paper. Go on, I haven't finished yet, leave. Don't touch my paper, go. Hua Qian skillfully complimented Sheng and Ning's performance, perfectly reenacting Chun Han's demeanor at the moment of submission. So, he didn't submit it in the end? Exactly. The teacher couldn't take it. He was holding on tight. Enough of this chatter. Let's prepare. There's still a math exam this afternoon. Hua Qian interrupted Sheng and Ning, who was eager to continue, especially you, and Ning. Have you memorized that formula? You surely haven't memorized it all by now, have you? Sheng and Ning was momentarily taken aback, beginning to search frantically. Please stop. Where's my formula book? Her flustered search concluded successfully when she retrieved her formula booklet. With a long sigh of relief, Sheng and Ning's focus shifted back to agonizing over the answers to her Chinese paper. I won't compare answers with you. It's too disheartening after we check. Despite Sheng and Ning's earnest invitation, Sher Xin declined without hesitation. Hua Qian. Very well, regarding the multiple texts and the short answer questions. I find myself at a loss. As for the classical literature and poetry appreciation questions, I harbor uncertainties about 2 of them. I can only assure my confidence in the first reading question, and I remain uncertain about the final language application query. Hold on. Please share which multiple text question you selected. Sheng Anning, with the paper in hand, has already flipped to the beginning of the multiple text section. For the third multiple choice question, I believe the answer is B. What did you select? Huh? Why do I feel it is C? I opted for B as well. Alas, if I chose D, that would certainly be incorrect. I am in a similar predicament. I selected A. The process of verifying answers has always been thus, from 0 to 1, then 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and ultimately, the entire class. All trembling with fear yet eager to confirm, knowing that a correct answer equates to victory. Well then, it seems we have covered all 4 options, A, B, C, and D. With a deep sigh, Sheng Anning surrendered to the futility of answer verification. Wait a moment, Anning, may I check the reading question answers with you? The process of answer verification has always been this way. Joining is effortless, but withdrawing is challenging. It is quite simple to partake in the verification. Yet when one wishes to timidly withdraw, the enthusiastic classmates brimming with eagerness, are unlikely to let go of those who possess a higher accuracy rate. Here is the paper for you. I shall retreat to memorize mathematical formulas. With a sheet of paper, a pen, and a stack of mathematical formulas, Sheng Anning repeatedly utilized the hour or so before the exam to memorize formulas, conjuring miraculous scores. The double angle formula, all set. By the way, Hua Qian inquired about the formula involving 1/4 of. Which one do you mean? Write it down. Sheng Anning had written half of it, and Hua Qian, with her brow furrowed, suddenly understood. Oh, you mean that one, the sine and cosine addition formulas. What you are currently writing is the one we commonly use. It has dawned on me that the formula is. Anning, why did you choose it for this question? We all selected C. As it turns out, even handing the paper to a classmate who knows the answers does not alter the interrupted outcome. The 3 days passed swiftly, consumed by the hustle of examinations, checking answers, and reviewing. The most arduous wait was for the results, during which a group of students appeared utterly distracted, their minds preoccupied, their heads ablaze with anxiety. The teachers accurately gauged the students' psychological states. In any case, it was impossible to focus on the lessons, so it might as well be a half-day break. Those who were earnest took the opportunity to review the unfamiliar points from the exam, allowing for a quicker consolidation of knowledge. Thus, this rare half-day of leisure merely became a change of scenery for some students who gazed at the sky, the earth, and their textbooks. The sky was remarkably clear. Yet one wondered who could dispel the gloom beneath it, at least not a group of students weighed down by the mediocrity of their performance. How did it go? Anning's mother typically inquired. It was acceptable, I suppose. Acceptable? How can that be? Your father, back in the day, had seen no other numbers after the beginning. Looking back, I realized I was foolish too, stubbornly challenging the teacher, believing myself to be remarkable, convinced that I could fare well without taking the college entrance examination. In the class, I was the one they relied on for guidance, yet ultimately, my lack of diligence led to my academic decline. You should not emulate your father. Instead, listen attentively to your teachers and dedicate yourself to your studies. Are you certain that the dishes were prepared by my father? If he cooked, would they even be palatable? As I watched the family of Sheng Anning grow distant, Hai Shiping and Yu Jing had only just exited the school gates. I will share more with you later. For now, let us go out for a meal together. It has been quite exhausting after the exams. Chapter 105, Xiaoman. The season of summer yet to fully unfold. The day is bright and the breeze gentle, with a blue sky unmarred by clouds. The willows by the riverside converse with the swimming fish, creating ripples across the water. The sunlight dances upon the lake's surface, as if someone had torn gold leaf to adorn precious gems. The lotus flowers have yet to reveal their delicate tips, but the pond is already awash with vibrant greenery. Under the bridge, 2 figures are clearly reflected. It was here that I first met your mother. I noticed her, though she may not have been aware of my presence at the time. Today, I have brought you here primarily to share some news. After a brief pause, the speaker resumed, giving the impression that the other person was about to inquire, and continued, You must prepare yourself mentally. What are you thinking about? Is it my mother? Is she unwell? If something is amiss, we must rush her to the hospital for treatment. We cannot. Hai Xinping's words were abruptly interrupted by his father, who remarked, You really need to learn how to communicate properly. Why must you think the worst about your own family? Can't you consider something positive instead? What is the matter? Hai Shiping, as ever, displayed his inability to comprehend, and couldn't help but mutter softly, You only spoke halfway. Why can't you complete your thought? I assure you that we shall treat you fairly, without favoring the lesser while neglecting the greater. So you need not worry about our treatment of you. Ignoring his son's incessant chatter, Hai Xinping's father continued, What do you mean by lesser and greater? My own? Observing his son's bewildered expression, the father felt his patience nearing its breaking point. Your mother is expecting a second child. A second child? My mother's belly is not even noticeably round. When did she conceive? My mother is pregnant. Then why did she say a couple of days ago that this month was irregular? At last, Hai Xinping's mind began to engage. The knowledge acquired in biology class bridged the gap in his understanding. Have you understood now? Yes, I have. Father, had you articulated it thus from the beginning, you would have spared me the fright of wondering what was amiss. Enough. It is merely your sluggish mind that failed to grasp it. You have inherited nothing from your mother and me besides your penchant for logic. The breeze brushed against his face, carrying a hint of warmth and humidity, while the fragrance of lotus from the lakeside offered a refreshing coolness. Sheng Anning is truly remarkable. She had mentioned several times wanting to practice skateboarding. Yet now that she has the time, she is merely lounging at home, answering questions. It infuriates me. Without her board, how can I practice the ollie over obstacles? Ah, hey, Hieo. Exercise caution, for you have only been practicing for a few days, yet you intend to master the ollie. Remarkable indeed. While they are at work, I must look after my younger brother. Taking advantage of a momentary lapse from his older sibling, Hieo stands on the skateboard, mimicking his brother as he begins to practice the ollie. Pop the board, leap, flick the board. Dear brother, are you a prodigy in sports? In less than a week, you have astonishingly managed to perform the ollie? It is not particularly difficult, despite being under 4 years of age. Hieo is already capable of communicating effectively with Hibo. It is not exceedingly challenging. Hibo feels an ache within, yearning to successfully execute a hospital flip to soothe his spirit. Brother, why are you imitating my speech? Huh, when did I mimic your way of speaking? Hibo, bewildered, scrutinizes his younger brother, sensing something amiss. You were just imitating my speech. Coming to a halt with a tail slide, Hibo approaches his brother. Get down. I won't. Why should I? Hibo furrows his brow, unwilling to waste words on his brother. He adjusts Hieo's helmet straps before taking a couple of steps and leaping onto the skateboard. It's fine now. Let us go. What are you doing with my helmet? It's uncomfortable, Hieo protests, attempting to loosen the straps again. Don't touch it. It's unsafe if you remove it. Be obedient and wear it just like that. Hibo finds himself expending all his patience on his brother, sometimes wondering how he manages to endure it. If you don't wear it properly, it will be unsafe. If you are feeling unwell, you may take a moment to rest and remove it for a while. It's hot and you're sweating. Observe. Hibo leapt directly off the skateboard, swiftly pulling his brother down before Hieo could trip over the raised manhole cover. The skateboard's wheels collided with the protruding cover, bouncing back in the direction from whence they came. Hibo, filled with a sense of dread, finally comprehended the extent of his parents' worries during his childhood. Hibo carried his board over to his brother's skateboard, lifting both by their tails. No, I want to play. Hieo tugged at Hibo's arm, attempting to seize the skateboard. I want to play. Can't I just wear it properly? No. Today you are not only disobedient but also careless. If I hadn't caught you just now, you would have fallen. Hibo was resolute, holding both skateboards and striding forward. I will be good. I want to play. I want to play, I promise I will wear it properly, sniff, properly. Is that still not allowed? As Hieo chased after his brother with his short legs, he whimpered, whined, and made promises as he tried to negotiate. No. Ono means no. We agreed on this before coming out. Forgive me. Just this once. Sniff, sniff. I promise, I won't do this again. Sensing his brother's inability to keep pace, Hibo halted, turning to face Hieo. Tomorrow is tomorrow. Today is today. It is simply not possible. If you break the law when you grow up, will you merely say that you won't do it again next time? One must adhere to promises without any excuses. Hieo listened, somewhat perplexed, filled with a sense of injustice. Yet he recognized his own mistakes, knowing that his brother would not permit him to continue playing. How could that child be so stern with his younger sibling, who is still so young? Indeed, how could a child of such tender years understand? Could they not communicate this more gently? Hieo wept pitifully, drawing sympathy from many elderly ladies nearby who were dancing in the square. It is precisely because my brother is young that I must impart reason to him. Being small cannot serve as an excuse for forgiveness. Rules are rules. And once a promise is made, one cannot simply retract it. In the days following the minor summer festival, before the true heat of summer settled in, one might sweat and feel the wind, yet it is inevitable that a child might catch a cold. Reluctantly donning a hat, Hieo stifled another sob. Chapter 106. Reminiscing the past outside the window, dark clouds seemed to conspire, perhaps plotting a downpour for the night or the morrow. The wind had not yet arrived, so there was no immediate concern for a sudden storm. However, it is well known that the moments before examinations and the release of results are often laden with superstition among students. Gazing at the oppressive sky, many students felt their spirits plummet. Alas, it seems the app is no longer accessible, purportedly banned for some reason. Today has felt like 6 trials, utterly daunting. Kong Chunjun murmured, letting out a long sigh. Oh, my Chinese, my English. May fortune favor Sheng'aning, swift as a decree. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits. May the language teacher manifest. Just a couple of days ago, I beseeched the mathematics teacher at home, yet to no avail. My performance remains dismal. In the meantime, the language teacher from Class 5 has entered the classroom. Kong Chunjun, please distribute the answer sheets. Class representative, kindly pass out the score sheets. The individual scores are listed there. Ensure you take them and mark your papers accordingly. Do not carelessly misplace them as you engage in discussions about the questions, with some even inquiring about their scores. Once all arrangements are made, the language teacher turns to tease the student who has been praying to the mathematics teacher for 3 days. Instead of wasting time, you want to focus on your studies. Take a leaf out of Kong Chunjun's book and consult your acquaintances from Class 6 regarding language studies. Kong Chunjun's achievements in language. Do you dare to speak of him? He has secured a place among the top 10 in class this time. Concentrate your energies on your studies. When the examination arrives, you'll be showered with high scores. If you had invested this time in your studies, your grades would have already improved. Upon receiving the answer sheets and score sheets, the student, upon glancing at barely passing grades, silently resolves to achieve at least a score of 100 next time. Hey, Kong Chunjun, what did you score? After hearing the language teacher, Kong Chunjun's determination ignited. And in no time, he swiftly distributed the answer sheets, rushing to the class representative to claim half of the remaining score sheets. All right, class is in session. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Hai Shiping appeared akin to a marionette, rising and falling in a daze, lost in a fog of confusion. The Chinese teacher of Class 5 furrowed her brow, glanced at the report card in her hand, and then raised her gaze to observe Hai Shiping once more. A flicker of concern evident in her eyes, yet ultimately she chose to remain silent. Today, we shall commence with the subject of this ancient poem. As she initiated the presentation, the teacher began assigning tasks to the students seated below, declaring, "We shall first delve into the ancient poetry." The chosen piece for this examination is the in-class poem Qinyuanqin, Changsha. We have also memorized Kil, Changzheng during our junior high studies, making this 7-character regulated verse an appropriate selection that should not pose much difficulty for you. Furthermore, it is a modern work, with a clear historical context. Thus not overly challenging, given that we have not previously tested on this genre of ancient poetry. It is not beyond reason that the examination could surprise you with such a question. Surprise? One student interjected, "Isn't that just unfair?" "All right, Kong Chunjun. You shall be the one," the teacher responded. "Come up and transcribe the commonly mistaken words from the poem." The content was relatively brief, and Kong Chunjun managed to recite it with commendable ease. After receiving a couple of praises prior to class, he felt increasingly confident and passionate about his Chinese studies. Good. Take a seat. Well done. Keep up the effort for the next exam. As for those writing on the blackboard, I encourage all of you students to transcribe these frequently misspelled words. Among the 3 sentences dictated, there were 5 commonly mistaken characters within 2 words. Yet the student at the front managed to err on over 10 characters. Holding the page turner in hand, the Chinese teacher commenced the explanation of the topic presented in the PowerPoint. The first question, yet another routine inquiry into the comprehension of a sentence, was met with dismay. "Some of you," the teacher lamented, "I have reiterated countless times to utilize the literary knowledge discussed and to incorporate the annotations provided below when addressing this question. Yet, the responses were indeed fantastical and utterly misguided." The teacher's frustration mounted as they pointed to option A, a response so absurdly concocted that it was astonishing some of you deemed it correct. Come now, class representative, please stand and elucidate your reasoning for selecting A. Is it related to the curse of the river? I thought of it as a curse, a river that has been cursed, and someone dying within its depths. Connected to the subsequent 32 years. Have I not instructed you to examine all options thoroughly before responding? The teacher exhaled deeply, releasing the pent-up frustration before proceeding with the lesson. Now, who would care to interpret the essence of this question? Kong Chunjun, the teacher called. You have nearly incurred no deductions for this question. Please, elucidate the meaning of this poem and how you arrived at your interpretations. Well, first, I examined the initial question, analyzing the author's creative background. Options A and D, which are blatantly absurd, can be dismissed. Kong Chunjun spoke halfway through, glancing at the teacher for approval. Is this acceptable? The teacher nodded, encouraging him to continue. The options B and C present an intriguing dilemma. At first glance, option B appears to be quite accurate, however. The term Black Hand refers to the Japanese aggressors during their invasion, which prompts a closer examination of the annotations concerning the timeline and the reference to hegemony. It is evident that this pertains to the landlords and warlords of the era. Clearly, this is related to the land reform movement. Thus, it cannot be associated with the minor details of the Japanese invasion. The essence of the entire passage becomes apparent once the correct answer to this multiple-choice question is established. Now, let us delve into the phrase for those with grand aspirations. Sacrifices are but a stepping stone. daring to call upon the sun and moon to usher in a new era. This line encapsulates the distinctive characteristics of the poetry of Chairman Mao. In Chapter 107, Fan Jin's Triumph, a sense of disbelief enveloped me as I realized that I had finally achieved a perfect score in Chinese. As soon as class ended, Kong Chunjun exuberantly exclaimed, "I scored 100. I truly scored 100 in Chinese. No, wait, rounding up, I actually achieved 101. Bursting out of the classroom, I eagerly sought out a familiar face to proclaim my news, shouting, "Hebo, I'm on the verge of 101 in Chinese. Sure Xin. You would never believe it. It's incredible." Sheng Anning is absolutely astounded. I had never even passed before. But where is Sheng Anning? Alas, where could she be? Despite Kong Chuanjuan's enthusiastic proclamations echoing through the corridor, he could not find anyone to express his gratitude to. Instead, he caught the attention of the Chinese teacher. Our class's Kong Chunjun has indeed made significant progress this time. The Chinese teacher from Class 5 and Teacher Ho showered Kong Chunjun with praise, acknowledging that he had improved by over 20 points. Last time, he mentioned that it was Anning from your class who lent a helping hand. Kong Chunjun blushed with embarrassment at the praise. Seizing the opportunity, he redirected the conversation, inquiring, "Teacher, how well did Sheng Anning perform?" The teacher replied, "Oh, you shouldn't compare yourself to her. After all, she excels in the humanities." Kong Chunjun paused, quickly realizing the implication that Sheng Anning likely achieved a remarkable score. "No, teacher. I'm aware. I was just curious." As a friend, Kong Chunjun felt genuinely pleased that Sheng Anning consistently attained commendable results in Chinese. Over 130. Not to mention, she made a mistake while transcribing. Do you remember how she wrote it? Yun Jijun, amidst the flurry of... Yun Jijun. Amidst the flurry of arrivals. She casually wrote amidst the flurry of arrivals instead. After Teacher Ho finished speaking, Kong Chunjun couldn't help but laugh uproariously, as if it were her doing. In the corridor, students passed by. Some mustered the courage to head to the teacher's office, confronting their academic fates, while others wore expressions of despondency, evidently summoned for a serious talk with the teacher. The representative for Chinese in Class 6 had just received the results and, upon hearing Kong Chuanjuan's hearty laughter outside, Sheng Anning felt a surge of anxiety. "Anning, aren't you going to check your score?" "I dare not. I checked the answers yesterday and got 3 multiple-choice questions wrong. Although the essay questions might be acceptable, I'm terrified my composition will go off topic." Sheng Anning wore a worried expression, standing beside Yu Jing's desk, too fearful to take a few steps forward to check her results. The desk of the class representative for Chinese literature was surrounded by a throng of students, creating an almost impenetrable barrier. A group of pupils chattered animatedly amongst themselves, consumed by the realization that she had erred on 3 multiple-choice questions. Sheng Anning felt a sudden rush of disorientation. Her mind clouded and her reactions dulled. "Anning, are you going to check?" Following Hua Qin's inquiry, Yu Jing also turned to Sheng Anning. "Don't worry, I'm here for you. No matter how many choices you get wrong, I can't possibly do worse than that." Although our pursuit of grades may differ, as you can see, the results have already been released. Indeed, they say those who die young are reborn early. Yet at this moment, I wish for a delay in my demise. Sheng Anning remained indecisive, caught between the urge to check her results and the dread of doing so. Could it truly be 132? I'm going mad. I only scored 112. That essay 20-point drop. Exactly. How could one perform so poorly in Chinese? Hua Qian, having secured the second place with a score of 128, remarked, "That's not too shabby either. We're only in our second year. Surely it will improve by the time we reach our final year." "Right. Well, they say those who perish young are reborn early." Encouraged by Yu Jing and Hua Qian, Sheng Anning steeled herself and approached the class representative to view her score. "Anning, you're first, yet you claim you didn't perform well?" Hua Qian was the first to squeeze into the crowd, scanning the rankings to check her results. "I truly made 3 errors on the multiple-choice section, and there was also a dictation. What about your essay questions? You lost a total of 5 points there. Even if you got the choices wrong, what about this?" As Hua Qian spoke, she glanced at Sheng Anning's finer details. "What is this 15-point question? What accounts for the 8 points in total? Is it for the dictation? Surely, Sheng Anning, you have lost a total of 5 points on the major question. And 1 point for the dictation. Does that not render your performance virtually unchanged?" "Impossible. How could I have made a mistake on the dictation? I have not erred on my paper." Sheng Anning's focus once again strayed. "But wait, do you possess my answer sheet? Could you kindly provide it to me?" The Chinese class representative nodded and handed a stack of answer sheets to Sheng Anning, stating, "They're all with me. I haven't distributed them yet, so you may look for it yourself. Please do not shuffle them around. Each person has 2 sheets, and they are adjacent to one another," the representative reminded, mindful of Sheng Anning's tendency to be hasty. "All right, I understand. I shall not mix them up." With Yu Jing's assistance, Sheng Anning swiftly located his paper. As Teacher Ho had already transcribed the scores for each question onto the computer to save students time. "Incredible, truly incredible. My blunder is unparalleled. But, Hai Shiping, what has happened with your Chinese?" "Ah, it's nothing. Failing Chinese is not a novel experience for me. Unlike others who might wallow in despair." Hai Xingping seemed to possess a sense of joy unrelated to the subject at hand. "What good news do you have?" Ever since Hai Xingping returned to normalcy, Kang Chenjun and others had embraced him as a friend, sharing their joys and sorrows with one another. "Hai Shiping, I am teaching here. What are you pondering?" With a resounding shout from Teacher Wang, Hai Shiping was finally jolted from his reverie. "Am I truly the representative for English class? Indeed, your proficiency in English is commendable. Yet you are not the sole student in our grade who achieves around 140. Excelling academically does not grant you the liberty to neglect the lessons." As these words sank in, Hai Shiping lowered his gaze, fixating on his examination paper, as if he could conjure a sibling from the answer sheet. "What is the answer?" He rose in a flurry, desperately searching for the responses on his answer sheet. "All right, take your seat. Come see me after class," Teacher Wang said, utterly exasperated yet amused. "Option A or B? You marked yes for me. I could tolerate Wang Jinyu's nonchalance, but surely, if you had merely glanced at your own answers, you would not have erred." Thus passed a day of muddled confusion for Hai Xingping, until Kang Chenjun could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "What on earth is going on with you, buddy?" "I'm about to become an older brother," he exclaimed, realizing that he was not the only one caught in this bewildering situation. Kang Chenjun chuckled, pedaling away on his bicycle, leaving Hai Shiping lost in a daze. Chapter 108, Blood-Dyed Promises, Artificial Plasma, Cotton Garments, Crimson Cloth, 5-star. Sheng Anning casually tore open a packet and settled onto the ground, tossing items from the smaller bags into a larger one. With each item extracted, he diligently marked a check on the paper in his hand. "Boao, have you prepared everything we need for tomorrow?" I suggested, putting it at school in advance. "So if you misplace anything again, it would be quite the situation." A chubby Xian. "Although it may not be appropriate, have you truly organized everything?" "And Ning?" Rising Xingping. "What kind of group is this, and when did I join?" "Boao, who is this person, and when did they arrive?" "Qiu Shankingzang. I added him several days ago, yet he hasn't spoken a word." "Boao, just kick him out. It seems they have been offline these days anyway." Rising Xingping. "As if I wanted to be in this group. What a mess you all are." Day in and day out. While Sheng and Ning was tidying up her belongings, she couldn't help but chuckle at her thoughts, and indeed, laughter escaped her lips. "And Ning, what are you up to?" Came the voice of her mother, Teacher Zhang. "What is so amusing about organizing things, and who are you chatting with?" As she spoke, Teacher Zhang stepped out of the room, observing Ning sitting on the floor, grinning at her phone while her task remained unfinished. "Can't you focus on your work first? You could chat after everything is done. There will be plenty of time to talk once you've completed your packing." "What is all this?" Teacher Zhang sighed at the assortment of bottles and jars strewn across the floor. "Do you really need all these? How will you manage to carry them to school tomorrow?" "It's fine. I've told them to help me at the school gate when the time comes. Do remember to rise early tomorrow, lest you arrive at school just in the nick of time, only to find yourself tardy for class after someone graciously helps you carry your belongings." "Ah, yes, I understand." Sheng Anning pouted. During such events, she always arrived in advance, meticulously preparing everything. Was there truly a need for such worry? By the way, weren't you inquiring about the utility of these matters? Although Sheng Anning entertained such thoughts, she was well aware that she would never prevail against her mother in an argument. Seizing the moment, she swiftly redirected the conversation. "Regarding the scar makeup, that is undoubtedly essential. We cannot afford professional special effects makeup, so I must manage it myself." With a deep sigh, Sheng Anning shook her head vigorously. "With your drawing skills, how could you possibly?" "Ah, mother, please cease. Even if my artistic abilities are lacking, I can still find the right angles for this simple task. Indeed, if you inherited none of my artistic genes, that would be quite extraordinary. What about these others?" Sheng Anning's mother pointed to the remaining bottles and jars, continuing her inquiries. "Aren't these cosmetics for personal use? For boys, you only need to prepare a new set." "What is this heap for?" "Oh, this. Shang Anning picked up a small box identical to a lipstick case, its silver exterior gleaming. Upon opening it, she revealed a semi-transparent paste, its form strikingly reminiscent of lipstick. Did you not already procure 2 of those ancient method lipsticks you bought for them? Why then this? One that changes color is sold online? No, just take a whiff. A hint of mint wafted through the air. What is this? Zhang, the mother of Shang Anning, furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the peculiar cooling ointment. No, it's a tear-inducing stick, Shang Anning replied with a sense of triumph. As she ruffled her daughter's hair, Zhang maintained her serious demeanor. You seem to have considered everything, but do cover it quickly, otherwise, the scent will dissipate. Are you planning to spill this concoction? Well, not exactly, Shang Anning explained, gesturing with 2 bottles of artificial blood. I intend to use part of this old blood I purchased, and then combine it with this fresh-colored artificial blood tomorrow to achieve that authentic effect. As soon as she finished speaking, her mother shot her a disapproving glance. Why have you been purchasing this, and that these past few days? Is it not easier for me to paint it for you? No, this is more realistic. Goodness gracious. Shang Anning was momentarily taken aback. Mom, you should really consider abandoning teaching and pursue a career in film artistry or special effects makeup. You would undoubtedly earn more. Feeling her mother's impatience, Shang Anning promptly fell silent. You speak. I shall not interject. At that time, several children were reluctant to perform, including the girl playing the lead role, who felt self-conscious about wearing such costumes in front of their classmates. The director brought them to me to design their outfits, and as I illustrated, I explained. Every stroke I make represents a wound they have endured. A blood-stained garment, precisely because of its unappealing appearance, has given rise to the resplendent attire you now don. And Ning, do you understand? In truth, whether in literature or art, it often serves as a conduit that transcends time and space. When I completed the painting, I never anticipated it would evoke such a profound impact on them. Shang and Ning continued to listen to her mother, standing silently beside her. After their performance, a student director approached me, expressing gratitude. I assumed it was merely an inconvenience for having painted a costume for them and replied that it was no trouble. As I was indeed their art teacher, creating something is quite ordinary. Upon hearing this, Shang and Ning instantly sensed a twist in the tale and perked up her ears to listen intently. After a prolonged silence, just as her mother, teacher Zhang, began to think that Shang and Ning was lost in reverie, she suddenly spoke. Had I known, I would have brought them to ask you for another piece, sparing them the effort. Although Shang and Ning's words were somewhat off the mark, her mother understood that she had grasped the essence of her sentiment. All right, let us quickly gather our things. Hand me that artificial blood plasma. I shall dye it for you. The moonlight shimmered, floating in the vast expanse of the dark sky. The stars sparkled brilliantly. Perhaps one of those reflections comes from 70 years past. Chapter 109. For the new, for life. We rush forth. The chaotic clouds of last night were dispelled by the summer's heat, ushering in a morning marked by clarity and brilliance. Shang Anning sat on the electric scooter ridden by her father, swaying her head as the morning sunlight and the gentle breeze engaged in a playful contest. With the mental string taut in her mind, it was evident that light and wind were triumphing. As they neared the school, Shang Anning fully awakened from her slumber. Oh, you're up. You're earlier than usual today, her father teased. Well, I had things on my mind. I can't sleep when there's something to worry about. You take after me in that regard. We may disregard our own matters, but we cannot afford to delay our classmates and responsibilities. He reminded her to zip up her school uniform jacket, warning her against catching a chill from the morning breeze. Shang Anning, what brings you here so early? Before she could finish her thought, Hebo appeared boisterously across the street. He approached the school entrance, lifting a hefty bag, eager to head upstairs. Are you not waiting for us? Shang Anning inquired as she reached for the bag. Can't you let me carry it? You ask for our help yet insist on carrying it yourself. Are we merely here to chat? What else would you expect? Hebo replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Before he could respond further, Shang Anning had already taken the bag halfway up the stairs. Hurry up. We need to practice later. We can't waste time. But we have time at noon. It's not until the afternoon that. A few students wandered through the corridor, as it was still early. The peak school rush would not commence for another 10 minutes or so. Hebo, my dear sir, please do not tell me that you have once again skipped a meal. I truly rushed over here without having breakfast. Here. I have yet to touch my breakfast. Kong Chenjun looked at Hebo with disdain, clicking his tongue. I haven't tea-eaten either, yet I don't behave like that. This sort of thing should be practiced regularly. Otherwise, it will certainly falter during the performance. Come now, dear sir, spare us a few words. Hai Xingping, do hurry up. We need to rehearse the lines. There is no need for such hesitation. You're not performing anything else. When Hai Shiping finally spoke, it was as if he had perfectly adopted a demeanor cultivated over years in foreign lands, his Mandarin tinged with a peculiar flavor. Absolutely remarkable, Hai Shiping. You have truly captured the essence of Fuji Gao. It would be a travesty for the Oscars not to award you the title of Best Villain of the Year. The Oscars indeed owe you a little golden statuette. No, the Oscars owe you 17 little golden statuettes. Yes, one for each year since your birth. In that moment, Hai Shiping found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel elated or vexed. If he were to dismiss the accolades, it would seem as if he were rejecting praise for his acting prowess. Conversely, if he embraced the compliments, it would feel akin to being chastised as a genteel rogue. During activities, few students could truly rid themselves of distraction. Even diligent souls like Xia Tianyu and Hua Qian were not immune to its influence. In other words, even if one strives to maintain focus, distractions can still seep in. The teachers possess considerable wisdom in this regard, knowledge passed down through generations. Naturally, the curriculum has been adjusted to encompass subjects that are not particularly significant, or inquiries exchanged after class that do not consume much time. Thus, their performances are unobjectionable. One must consider the environment in which they were situated. They were, after all, marching towards the execution ground, yet they devoted their lives to a cause that ultimately triumphed. The path to liberating the people was not only feasible, but also successful, as evidenced by the establishment of the New China, which was their initial objective. At this juncture, their gallantry in facing the execution ground was coupled with an innate fear of death, yet it was accompanied by a sense of relief or perhaps a feeling of fulfillment. With the founding of New China, they found themselves with fewer regrets, for their thoughts were not confined to their own families but extended to the nation and its people. Sheng Anning elucidated that, at the moment of writing a letter to his child, he had already come to terms with bidding farewell to his own household. Wang Jinyu, having dozed off during ordinary language classes and engaged in jest during history lessons, now found those experiences transformed into obstacles on his path to understanding. How do you plan to approach the art examination? He queried, recalling the questions he had seen. Sheng Anning felt utterly speechless at this point. The lines we discussed, the stars hang low over the vast plain. The moon surges over the great river, and yet your art exam focuses on dissecting individual characters with a detail surpassing our poetry appreciation in language class. Are you truly serious about this disjointed approach? No, I simply wish to inquire. The revolutionary heroes, so valiant and fearless, faced their demise with unwavering resolve. How can one perceive that their recent performance exuded a sense of trepidation and still deem it appropriate? Sheng Anning paused for a moment, and then replied, indeed. They must possess a certain fear. Did I not just mention that every human, by virtue of being human, harbors an inherent dread of death? Even those who, burdened by depression, deem life unworthy, do not lack a fear of mortality. They merely find existence devoid of meaning. She quickly corrected herself, forgive my digression. My point is that revolutionary heroes are, after all, human. It is impossible for them to be entirely unafraid of death, however. The causes they pursue hold greater value and significance in their eyes than their own lives. Thus, they willingly embrace sacrifice. Oh, Wang Jinyu appeared contemplative. The material we are expected to memorize is not insurmountable. We need not attain excessively high scores. Chapter 110. Heroes never experience dust. The stage lights flickered repeatedly, while the host's transitional remarks and the teacher's speeches bore resemblance to the incantations of Tang Sang, creating a palpable tension among the students, who felt overwhelmed. Sheng Anning was particularly restless, her palms clammy with sweat, as she fidgeted in her seat, as though it were pricked with thorns. Anning, do not fret. We are adequately prepared, Hua Qian, who had just concluded her hosting duties, observed Sheng Anning's distracted demeanor and, lowering her gaze momentarily, lifted her head to offer words of comfort. How can this be considered nearly acceptable? What I fear most is your mediocrity. Although our endeavor is not a mere replication of history or literature, a fundamental level of rigor must be maintained. It is not merely a matter of your embarrassment. The laughter from the audience should not render a profoundly meaningful performance into a mere farce, devoid of the respect it deserves. Sheng Anning spoke with utmost seriousness, while Wang Jinyu, after a moment, burst into laughter, spraying water everywhere. Am I sharing a joke with you? No. Cough, cough, ugh. The consequence of Wang Jinyu's outburst was a choking fit, yet he was eager to continue speaking, primarily because, cough, cough, Your serious demeanor is genuinely amusing. Shang Anning rolled his eyes, exhaled forcefully through his nose, and stood up, retreating to a nearby pillar with the script in hand. Is it really necessary? Wang Zhenyu muttered, immediately earning disapproving glances from all the classmates around, including Wang Shanxian, as he reluctantly glanced at his lines, trying to appear cool in front of a distant mirror. For quite some time, silence prevailed, and the palpable tension spread among the group of actors ready to take the stage. Surely, Kang Chunjun, what is there to be anxious about? It's just, a performance, right? Perhaps refrain from shaking your legs if you claim to be untroubled. He boasted up, remarking, what is there to be anxious about? Come on, it's just you few who are nervous. Is it possible, Wang Zhenyu, that you two are feeling anxious? Yibo's voice was not loud, yet his exaggerated gestures conveyed a sense of drama. Could it be? Could it be? How could Dad, so handsome, possibly be nervous? Could it be? Could it be? Hai Shiping, you two are nervous? Hai Shiping cast a sidelong glance at Yibo, saying nothing. But the sweat in his palms had already betrayed him. Why invite further mockery? Enough dawdling. Whether you're nervous or not, get on stage, quickly. Shang Anning had been missing for quite some time behind the pillar and suddenly appeared out of nowhere. When did you spring out, Shang Anning? Oh, come on. Hurry up. It's time to go on stage. You haven't forgotten anything, have you? As Shang Anning spoke, he began to scrutinize Wang Zhenyu from head to toe. Wang Zhenyu, you haven't lost anything, right? No, of course not. After all, I'm going to be an art student in the future. I can handle a little situation like this. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, and if Wang Zhenyu needed to be lively later, his current nonchalant demeanor might have tempted more than just Shang Anning to deliver a sharp slap to bring him down to earth. Let us go. I'll lead you to dominate Ren Shui. Wang Zhenyu was blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still reveling in his self-indulgent display of charm. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not disappoint the nurturing of the party. Xia Tianyu, with his naturally sunny disposition, possessed a voice that deftly balanced clarity and richness, embodying the essence of Lu Xiyang with an innate grace. We must carry the revolution through to the end. The scene on the screen froze, and Shang Anning was perplexed about how she had acquired a sand painting box, upon which she inscribed several large characters. As the curtain drew close, the electric drapery made a cacophony of creaks for an extended moment. The arrival of the next act, however, was far from the swift anticipation one might have envisioned. To alleviate the suffering of the next generation, the resonant voice of Xia Tianyu echoed from backstage, even more profound than during the on-stage performance. Upon closer listening, one could discern a harmonious layering of voices, male, female, youthful, and mature. Shang Anning, where is my script? Wang Zhenyu, just off stage, began to quietly urge Shang Anning. Script? Haven't you memorized it yourself? What? I've forgotten that line. Wang Zhenyu asserted with conviction. Quick, lend me yours. Before Shang Anning could respond, Wang Zhenyu snatched it away, fully aware that Shang Anning was unable to rush her. Without restraint, Wang Zhenyu exclaimed, Goodness! Look at all these annotations. There's an issue here. Hurry up. Remember the props in this section. What have you noted? It's all a jumbled mess. Shang Anning shot a glance at Wang Zhenyu. Your emotional portrayal here is off. I remind myself to prompt you to rehearse. And what about this? Although it's old, it still feels youthful. Did I not mention this to you before? Have you truly forgotten? Shang Anning maintained a benevolent smile, prompting Wang Zhenyu to retreat slightly. I was merely inquiring. You are the one responsible for remembering. Surely you won't forget as soon as you turn away? It must be said that Wang Zhenyu's method of provocation is remarkably effective. At that moment, Shang Anning began to explain. I have already mentioned this once. Which is to say what exactly? Could you please articulate it? As the double-gun granny has reached middle age, many characters here are over 50, so during your performances, you felt that they exhibited signs of aging. Especially you, who argued with reason, claiming that the conditions were poor at the time, that life expectancy was limited, and that inadequate nutrition certainly led to noticeable signs of aging. Did I say that? Yes, I did. So let us acknowledge it. I conveyed to you all that they possess a spirit that sustains them, which you might interpret as the resilience of ordinary people. Thus, I asserted that although you portray elderly characters, you must also embody the youthful gaze. Trembling hands are permissible, but lifeless eyes are not. Upon finishing, Shang Anning realized he had veered off topic. But you're not the one performing. Have you memorized your lines clearly? We're about to go on stage. And you're stumbling, aren't you? As the curtain rose once more, Shang Anning forcefully kicked the chair he needed into the center of the stage, urging and pushing Wang Jinyu onto the stage. Chapter 111. Why Culture Only Serves Entertainment. Look at how resounding the applause is. Our performance seems to be merely a reluctant pretense in comparison. The curtains completely shield the light from outside, and a determined beam that sneaks through the gaps is now being playfully manipulated by Wang Jinyu, casting various shapes upon the floor. Sheng Anning realizes that this relentless contrarian, who diminishes his authority, keeps appearing one after another. After finally settling matters with He Bo and Hai Xingping, now Wang Jinyu has begun his antics. Our chosen topic is not intended for public entertainment. It is about maintaining vigilance and remembering history and our martyrs. Sheng Anning, adopting a serious demeanor, intends to reason with Wang Jinyu. Don't they appreciate a villain as handsome as I am? The abrupt shift in Wang Jinyu's topic catches Sheng Anning off guard. Huh? A handsome young man like me, playing a villain? Wouldn't they admire that? Have you seen the script? Kong Chenjun shakes the script in his hand. Its folder resembles a mirror. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Wang Jinyu responds swiftly, and a battle without smoke or fire concludes, leaving Hai Xingping in a state of bewilderment. Mr. Kong Chenjun, your focus is quite remarkable, Sheng Anning remarks, rendered speechless once more. The issue lies in the fact that this is about villain admiration. Anning, I too often admire villains, Sure Xin comments quietly, unaware of the discussion between Sheng Anning and Wang Jinyu. No, the villain you admire might become a protagonist in a different novel. That is not what I'm talking about. In contemporary literature and television, an increasing number of individuals are drawn to the allure of antagonists. At the core of this phenomenon lies the reality that many villains often exhibit more depth, passion, and conviction than their heroic counterparts. Numerous artistic works today seem to be churned out on an assembly line, with protagonists across 10 different novels bearing striking similarities, save for their names. Sheng Anning does not perceive any significant issue with this fascination for villains. After all, one could easily switch to another book featuring nearly identical character archetypes, and the protagonist could very well become a villain. However, when the distinction between heroism and villainy is rooted in the conflict between public good and personal gain, it transcends mere personal preference. Oh, please continue, she urged, refraining from interjecting further. Sure Xin nodded, returning her attention to the performance from another class. At that moment, the stage transitioned to yet another play, and during the introduction, Sheng Anning and Wang Jinyu's conversation was momentarily interrupted, leaving Sure Xin unable to catch the details. Hey, Anning, do you know what they are performing up there? As soon as the question escaped her lips, Sure Xin realized she had erred in her inquiry. Anning had little interest in such absurd forms of entertainment. Isn't this scene reminiscent of that famous absurdist comedy film? Surely, you can recognize it? Wang Jinyu teased, playfully provoking Sheng Anning. You haven't seen this, have you? It's quite renowned. Oh wait, they have added their own twist. Isn't this Journey to the West? Incredible. They've blended it in. My goodness, does this not resemble the imagery of water margin? How can this even be intertwined? Absolutely astonishing. Haraha. Wang Jinyu spoke at length, yet Sheng Anning remained unresponsive, furrowing her brow and pursing her lips. What significance does this hold? Innovation may traverse through the ages, and humor can be original. Why must we tarnish something that is inherently good with such chaos? This is merely a trend. After all, we all enjoy watching it. Wang Jinyu seemed unfazed, asserting that it does not negate the existence of classics. What could possibly be wrong with that? Have you considered how future generations will perceive these cultural classics? The master of aphorisms, Jia Baoyu, the rogue, Sun Wukong, the greasy uncle, Zhuge Liang, the foreign friend, Li Kuei. Sheng Anning, true to her literary background, succinctly encapsulated the chaotic scene unfolding on stage. Wang Jinyu listened with amusement, but as Sheng Anning's words concluded, his laughter gradually waned due to its lack of intrigue. What does it matter? Won't their parents enlighten them? Did parents admonish their children when they tossed fireworks into manhole covers? Are there not children in your building banging on heating pipes or dribbling basketballs at 1 or 2 in the morning with their parents absent? Are you suggesting that this is literary creation, and then asserting that reality is different, that they cannot be equated? Wang Jinyu opened his mouth, yet nothing emerged as Sheng Anning's incisive remarks rendered him speechless. How else could he respond? Ah, indeed. Is literary creation not derived from life? No. Wang Jinyu was just about to offer an example from the realms of fantasy or the ethereal, yet before he could utter a word, he dismissed the notion himself. Thus, whether in literature or in art, it ought to serve as a guiding force rather than a mere fabrication aimed at capturing attention solely for the sake of amusement. If entertainment is not your aim, who would pay heed? Artistry is not about pandering to the audience, but rather about employing profound content to lead individuals into the hallowed halls of sophistication. Well, your standards are too elevated. I cannot comprehend. Wang Jinyu nonchalantly turned away, choosing not to engage further with Sheng Anning. The announcement of the award recipients is now underway. The award for Best Entertainment goes to Classics Collection. The award for Best Performance is bestowed upon. The award for Best Creativity is conferred to. The award for Most Cultural goes to. The top 3 for Best Popularity are. Although every group ultimately received an award, Sheng Anning's group astonishingly claimed 4 out of 5, marking a unique achievement in history. It seems, all in all, not too shabby. After capturing a group photo, as they dispersed to remove their makeup, Wang Jinyu passed by Sheng Anning and remarked, It's nothing. In the summer's gentle embrace around 4 o'clock. The weather was exceptionally clear, clouds gathered in the distance, merging with the verdant mountains. Before the sun dipped behind the hills, a warm breeze wafted through the air. The sun cast a fiery orange hue upon a few nearby clouds, igniting the white and red school uniforms with vivid splashes of color. It appears we are merely one entertainment award short of completeness. We find no entertainment in this. It is best left aside. Indeed, our thematic essence, when mingled with frivolity, appears rather shallow. Chapter 112. Midnight gales meet sudden rain. The rain arrived abruptly, accompanied by fierce winds, drenching the surroundings in a chaotic downpour before vanishing as swiftly as it had come. A message from my mother read, "You needn't inquire any further." I contemplated explaining that my grandfather and I had already prepared a meal, yet ultimately chose to delete the partially typed response. Let us dine, just the 2 of us. Do not concern yourselves with the rest. It was not until my grandfather spoke that I snapped out of my reverie, a smile gracing my lips as I picked up my chopsticks to serve him a portion of vegetables. Enjoy your meal. Do not subsist solely on vegetables. Partake in some meat as well. My grandfather offered me 2 pieces of meat. Grandfather, I must watch my weight. I've gained even from drinking water lately. If I continue this way, weight matters not. Health is paramount. A balanced diet is beneficial for the body. Now eat. The stars twinkled in the night sky. And the moonlight, though not particularly bright, mingled with gossamer clouds, blending into a soft embrace amidst the fervent summer, infused with a touch of tenderness. The air was thick with humidity extracted from the ground by the sweltering heat, seeping through the half-open window and enveloping the modest space with a sense of warmth. Before their marriage, Shershin's parents engaged in small businesses, acquiring 3 or 4 spacious apartments in the city's 4th and 5th rings. To secure a better living environment closer to the 3rd ring, Shershin and his elder brother resided in their grandfather's modest 40-square-meter home. Grandpa, I'll wash the dishes. You can continue watching television, no need to worry about it. The kitchen water was cool. Be careful not to catch a chill, just like your grandmother did back in the day. As you age, your fingers will surely ache. It's all right. I'll just set up the heater that Dad brought a couple of days ago. The sound of running water echoed from the kitchen as the grandfather and grandson tidied up the dishes together, placing them in the cupboard. Have you finished your studies? Would you like to watch the opera channel with me today? The intricate melodies of Peking opera filled the room, with Shershin and his grandfather humming along, carefully modulating their volume to avoid disturbing the neighbors. Not at peace. Tomorrow marks the long-awaited Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Boa, is everyone out of their minds? For Ling. Although, let us keep it quiet. Not at peace. Red envelope, not at peace. Everyone, let us celebrate our holiday. It won't be here next year. Confetti, confetti, confetti. Boa, are you cursing us? Why wouldn't it be here next year? Not at peace. It's only a curse if it is present next year. Fr Ling. Ha ha ha, Boa. A sense of unrest enveloped Sheng Anning as her mother unexpectedly tapped her right shoulder, causing her to jolt in surprise. The laughter she had been sharing with her classmates dissipated in an instant. Haven't I already completed most of my assignments at school? After all, it's the Dragon Boat Festival, and I am utterly exhausted. I only have a math paper left, which I shall tackle in a couple of days, she lamented. Procrastination had become her unwelcome companion. She would either fervently write before the holiday or delay everything until the last day. Even if you postpone, you must engage in some revision, especially during the week leading up to finals. No, it's more like you wait until the last 2 days to feel anxious, her mother retorted. With a sigh, Sheng Anning flopped onto her bed, gazing at the ceiling. I am utterly drained from daily classes. I refuse to review. I've learned all that I need during lectures. But don't your classmates study? Her mother pressed. Our colleague's child, whose parents are both educators. still attends classes and manages to complete assignments and revise without complaint. This remark irked Sheng Yanning, and she shot up with indignation. But those children, most of them attend extracurricular classes without genuinely engaging in their studies. They feel accomplished merely by attending, perpetuating a vicious cycle of ineffectiveness. You are undoubtedly aware of this matter. Moreover, I completed my assignments at school. Did I hinder you in any way? This is quite favorable. You could at least peruse a book. Very well, I shall read. Look, but refrain from incessantly gazing at your phone and chatting. You may keep her company. I am going to sleep. The voice of Ning's father arrived punctually. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. You do not even accompany your daughter in her studies. I am accompanying her. Did I not work the night shift yesterday? I have not slept all night. I will be with her tomorrow. Who needs you? And Ning listened to this repetitive dialogue that occurred every few days without feeling the slightest annoyance. Covering her mouth with a book, she chuckled softly. Learn from your example. Indeed, when the city gates catch fire, the innocent fish in the moat suffer. And Ning was filled with joy, only to be met with sorrow. Time ticked away, the hour hand moved from 8 to 11, and Ning, engrossed in a book entirely unrelated to her studies, had already read through half of it. Child, dear, it is time for bed. I will finish this passage. Just a moment, I promise. Very well, you still have half a book left. Do not take too long in finishing it before sleeping. All right, I will keep you company. You must hurry. It is already past 11. An early night leads to an early rise. MMM. Hearing her daughter's half-hearted responses, and Ning's mother rose to grab a sip of water and continued to sit beside her. Another quarter of an hour passed. It was 11:30. And was she not yet finished? How long has this just a moment taken? Outside, the stars twinkled, seemingly engaged in their own conversation about just a moment. Chapter 113. The fragrance of zongzi fades on Dragon Boat Festival. How is it? Are you making zongzi? Every year. It is my grandfather and I who prepare them, while my father is responsible for cleaning up. This year, my mother has surprisingly lent a hand in the wrapping, said Budo and Ning. Aunt Fr Ling chimed in. How do you eat what you've made? Let me take care of it. Budo and Ning replied. My grandfather's zongzi are quite good, unlike my father's cooking, which is, well. By the way, does anyone want some? We've made so many. If you want them, feel free to come and pick them up at my house. Or just tell me a location, and I can deliver them. Budo and Ning added. A plump Xian, do you want some? A plump Xian responded. Gifts sent to my father have arrived directly at our home. Budo and Ning exclaimed. Strong. Rising Shangping remarked. Isn't that a form of bribery? Budo and Ning was bewildered. Fr Ling remained silent, while Bo Ao simply picked his nose. Rising Shangping continued. So, did I say something wrong? At that moment, Yujing's mother lifted her head and inquired, Is everything all right? Don't worry, we are just classmates, Yujing assured, turning her phone towards her mother and pointing at the screen. I'm not concerned. You should enjoy your conversation with your classmates, her mother replied. Yujing, sure Xian's father is a businessman, not an official. It is quite normal for business partners to send local specialties as gifts. Hai Shiping, you startled me. Why did you suddenly message me privately? Hai Shiping, oh, I see now. They should have just said it directly. Did they not realize that I might need a moment to process this? Yujing, indeed. As she scrolled through her phone, Yujing captured a photo of the zongzi arranged on the table. Chiao Shankingzing. Image, Chiao Shankingzing. Sweet zongzi with large dates. Budo and Ning, as a person from the north, I prefer savory zongzi, especially those filled with meat. Dikupeng Xian ya. Budo and Ning. And Ning, I apologize. I just went out with my grandfather to buy zongzi and only just saw your message. No need to worry. I have zongzi to eat now. Kupang Xian ya. Image, Budo and Ning. Ha, another vote for meat zongzi. Fr Ling, I still prefer sweet zongzi, though I enjoy the red bean variety. Budo and Ning, I do love red bean zongzi as well. White zongzi is acceptable too, but I no longer enjoy dipping them in sugar. Bo Ao, isn't zongzi supposed to be sweet? Wouldn't savory zongzi just be a meal? Budo and Ning, why not? Do you think people feed fish zongzi and then dip it in sugar? Bo Ao, Budo and Ning. Rising Xingping, Bo Ao. Surely you are not unaware of this. It is related to Chu Yuan. That is how zongzi came to be. Boa, how is it that your expressive abilities allow you to score so highly in language exams? Not at peace. Fine, I shall go prepare sticky rice dumplings. The more I say, the more I err, so I shall refrain from further comments. Can we not converse later? Once I have finished preparing the dumplings, for otherwise, both my phone and hands will be soiled, rendering it impossible to enjoy the dumplings. I shall heed my mother's advice and look later, reluctantly setting aside my phone. Just as Sheng Anning intended to continue participating in the dumpling preparation, she was interrupted once more. Stop wrapping dumplings and promptly return to your studies. Otherwise, you shall end up studying late into the night, and you will claim it is I who prevents you from reading, without room for argument. Sheng Anning's mother took the half-wrapped dumpling from her hands, asserting that it would surely fall apart if not done correctly. Will you be eating dumplings or merely the leaves? Rising from her seat and pouting slightly, Sheng Anning said nothing, grabbed her phone, and hurried into the room, where she began to read her book. Boa, look at this. We are performing on stage, and you seem more anxious than we are. A plump Xine, afraid we might not perform well. Boa, I can understand your concern for Hai Xingping and Wang Jinyu, but what about us? Fr Ling, I can comprehend your worries about you and me. But what about myself? Boa, no, what is Sheng Anning doing? She has been silent for quite a while. Boa, not at peace. A plump Xine, wasn't she just preparing dumplings? She probably hasn't checked her phone. Boa, I won't bother with her anymore. I'm off to eat. Fr Ling, I haven't eaten yet. Covers face green dumplings, green dumplings. Ah, my mind, green dumplings signify the Qiming festival. Never mind, I won't search anymore. I'll continue reading. Thus, the dragon totem is not merely a symbol of the Central Plains. Reading from the book, Sheng Anning felt quite perplexed and decided to do some online research. It is commonly said that the dragon totem represents the Han people, but didn't it originally stem from the Baiwei region? The Baiwei area encompassed not only the Han people who migrated north and integrated, but also various ethnic minorities. As Sheng Anning pondered this, she began her routine of calling for her mother. Mom, look at this. Her mother was busy, leaving her to chat with classmates while making dumplings. From a couple of rooms away, her father's voice echoed, leaving Sheng Anning speechless. Fine, I won't ask. I'll find it myself. I'll look myself. It's truly exasperating. Click Buddha Ning. Image, Buddha Ning. Like paying Xin Chiu Shan Qing. Boa, quick. Take a look at this. Just a glance. Buddha Ning. Voice message, Buddha Ning. Voice message, Boa. Is your esteemed gentleman merely rising from the dead? Or does he rise only to send 2 lengthy voice messages? Buddha Ning. Just a brief text would suffice. It's just too long. And typing it out is too cumbersome. Fr Ling. Although you did not tag me, and I do not study history, I believe it can simply be understood as the Huashan nation. A chubby star. I find KCJ's perspective quite reasonable, as much of the information online is not particularly accurate. Perhaps you should consult a teacher or conduct some research. As Sheng Anning was perusing the links sent by Yu Jing, a delightful fragrance wafted in from the kitchen, subtly infused with a hint of saltiness and the essence of oil. Enchanted by the aroma, Sheng Anning sprang from her chair, donned her slippers, and made a swift dash towards the kitchen. Could it be that the zongzi is ready? Chapter 114. The River Surge and the Dragon Boat Race. Haha. This is simply hilarious. Xia Tianyan seems rather stiff in this video. Watching the clip shared by Teacher Lu in the elective class group, Sheng Anning nearly toppled off her chair with laughter. Class 13, 2, XXX. Thank you, teacher. Wishing you a joyful Dragon Boat Festival. Class 13, 2, XXX. All right, teacher. Class 13, 2? Certainly, teacher. Class 13, 2, XXX retracts a message. What is there to laugh about? One would think I'm a fool with all this merriment. The sound of her mother's voice from the kitchen immediately silenced Sheng Anning's childish giggles. It's nothing at all. Ha ha ha. These people are simply incredible. A chubby star. Anning, come quickly to see this. An untroubled spirit. See what? A plump figure exclaimed, look, as she opened the link, revealing a live broadcast of a dragon boat race. The event had just commenced, and the outcome was yet to be determined. Bet on the red boat to win, she declared. That boat clearly isn't putting in much effort. Think of the race between Tianji's horses, another replied. No, it's more like the tortoise and the hare. Came the response, followed by a reconsideration. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I wager a pack of spicy snacks worth 50 cents. You're inciting a gambling crowd, another chimed in. When did I ever bet against you? Came the retort. A dynamic expression followed, and one of the participants reflected. How did I not think of that earlier? Another participant, addressing a friend, mentioned, I believe I have composed some writing for my language class. Once completed, I shall send it to you privately. He noticing his companion inching closer, teased, Why are you crowding me? If you're not warm, I certainly am. Unbeknownst to them, Hieo had climbed onto the sofa, peering over Hebo's shoulder to sneak a glance at his chat screen. Oh wait, you don't even have a phone. How amusing. Go on, play, but don't take too long. This isn't my restriction. It's our mother's rule against screen time to protect your eyesight. Yet, I couldn't help but think otherwise. During my middle school days, I would stay up late playing video games, and my eyesight remained at 5.2, while Kong Chunjun and Hai Xingping, who played less often than I did, had already developed myopia. Hieo listened with a half-understanding, holding his tablet while playing. Boa remarked, and Ning, you are truly relentless. These boats are all red, indistinguishable except for their numbers. Are you trying to deceive me? Boa continued, where is everyone? Have they all fled? At that moment, Sheng and Ning was engrossed, dismissing the messages that popped up on her phone with an air of disdain, swiping them away without a glance. The dragon boat surged through the river, riding the wind and waves, surrounded by a flurry of delicate white petals stirred up by its passage. The boat was quite lengthy, with a symmetrical arrangement of people seated on either side, each row accommodating no less than 25 individuals. As the camera angle shifted to the front of the dragon boat, the 50 people appeared to transform into mere silhouettes, their arms wielding paddles becoming indistinct traces, almost impossible to discern. United in progress, savoring the passion, they set forth toward a brighter future, embodying the enduring spirit of dragon boat culture through trials and tribulations. As the camera adjusted, Hebo also caught sight of the banner prominently displayed on the dragon boat, which had been shown at the outset. I want to see yours, Hieo declared, causing Hebo to pause before playfully retorting, no, you may only view your own. Hebo, growing impatient, frowned and maneuvered his phone away from Hieo's sudden grasp. Observing his younger brother's pleading expression, Hebo's resolve softened. I'll send it to you. No, I want to see yours, Hieo insisted, becoming increasingly persistent. Then don't look at all. No, I want to see yours. Hieo reached out to grab his brother's phone, eager to redirect it for his own viewing. The phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a resounding thud, igniting a spark of anger in Hebo. After taking a moment to compose himself, he hurriedly picked up his precious device and blew off the dust, relieved that the tempered glass screen protector had saved it from damage. Move again, he warned. Hieo withdrew his hand, ceasing his mischief. If you take me out to skate, I promise to behave. Are you bargaining with me? Hebo's interest was piqued. Being confined at home to do homework was tedious, and this presented a perfect excuse to venture outside. Well, I was wrong. Wait for me to finish, and then I'll take you out. In the meantime, you should be watching your own device. Do you not realize it's impolite to use someone else's phone? Sniff, you aren't just anyone. You are my brother. Wah. Brother, you don't want me anymore. When did I ever say that? Hebo set down his phone, squatting to reason with his younger sibling. I meant that you shouldn't use someone else's device without permission. Come on, Hieo, you're being too clever. He watched as his brother snatched his unlocked phone, engrossed in his own amusement, and suddenly they were off, engaged in a spirited sibling race. The beauty of live streaming lies in the ability to cheer for participants from any location, collectively experiencing the tension, excitement, joy, and regret with the audience. However, Hebo suspected he might miss out on the action. Chapter 115. A landscape painted with words with a stroke of the pen, clouds and mist are startled into form. And poetry reveals a vivid tapestry. To describe Hu Qian's father's painting, along with the inscription from Xia Tianyou's father, is indeed most fitting. Come, my dear daughter. Give it a try. I'll pass on that. Hu Qian glanced at Xia Tianyou, standing discreetly to the side. She certainly wouldn't embarrass herself in front of her friends. As for poetry, I have little hope that our Tianyou has inherited that talent. Though there is a possibility for Tianyan. Xia Tianyou's father, however, was quite nonchalant about it. If Qianqian feels shy, that's understandable. The three of you children can simply observe. Well then, if you won't paint, at least share a few words. The participants often find themselves bewildered. Perhaps you might suggest some improvements? Hu Qian pressed her lips together, gently biting her lower lip, immediately sensing the playful smile from Xia Tianyou. Seizing the moment while their fathers were distracted, Hu Qian abruptly turned her head and shot Xia Tianyou a wide-eyed glare. Ahem. Xia Tianyou cleared his throat a couple of times, attempting to gloss over the situation. Clearly, Hu Qian had no intention of making a fuss. Caught in the middle, Xia Tianyou glanced back and forth between Hu Qian and Xia Tianyou, cleared her throat, and asked what's going on. In unison, The two turned their attention to Xia Tianyan. Nothing. You all continue, please. Qian, your sister. Qian, I have always thought she shares quite a similar temperament with Anning. Tianyu Huaxia. Nowadays, children are all like this. I have grown accustomed to it. So don't take it to heart. Qian, I am not bothered. Your sister is rather adorable. Tianyu Huaxia. You haven't seen her yet, sigh. Brother. Naughty brother, wicked brother, have you been speaking ill of me to Sister Huaqian? You are always disparaging me, yet I have refrained from speaking ill of you. Is it fair for you to bully your sister like this? Huaqian, stop teasing. How about you tell Dad about this? Ahem. Huaqian finds herself at a loss, while Tianyu Huaxia coughs again. Son, are you feeling under the weather today? Coughing so much. Ha ha ha. Before the father could finish his words, Tianyin had already doubled over in laughter, leaving the father bewildered as he looked at his daughter. Thankfully, my mother was a science student. Otherwise, Dad, how would you have managed to win her over? Indeed, back in the day. Your father and I were quite the renowned couple at our school. Oh dear, openly flaunting affection, this seems rather inappropriate. Such a lack of propriety. Huaqian's mother, standing at the doorway, suddenly realized a matter that everyone else had overlooked until now. How could the father of Tianyu Huaxia and Tianyin, who writes novels, not grasp the meaning behind Tianyu Huaxia's words? It was merely a clever ruse to lead everyone astray. Hurry up and eat. After sending the two little ones to their parents, Huaqian's family was greeted by a rare day of tranquility. Yet they couldn't shake off the feeling of emptiness in the house. All right, here we go. After washing our hands, the six of us gathered together to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Wow, Andy, how did you make this? It's even better than what my brother cooks. I exclaimed. Please teach my dad, for when my brother is not home, I am left with takeout every day. No worries, just come over to my house to eat anytime. We've known each other for so many years. We are like family, she replied warmly. Thank you. Auntie, you have truly saved my life. After the meal, Xia Tianyu felt playful and approached his sister, Xia Tianyan, with a serious expression. Hey sis, what if, when you're in your first or second year of high school, Annie Fong happens to teach you history? If you come over for dinner then, won't your classmates think you're being summoned by your parents? Wait, what will you call Annie Fong then? Auntie? Teacher? He pondered aloud. Imagine you casually saying Annie Fong at school. It's amusing to think about. Come on, brother. Laughter ensued. But as Huaqian reflected on her own two little ones who were over 10 years younger, a twinge of melancholy surfaced. By the time they grew up, she would likely be on the verge of having children herself. Back in the day, you and that person were quite reckless, abandoning your jobs just to find a companion for your child. We are both only children. It's been tough all these years, with 4 parents looking after just 2 of us. Xia Tianyu's father sighed, as if exhaling the hardships of decades past. In our childhood, we witnessed how someone in our family was bullied, isolated without any siblings for support. I, too, faced my share of torment, navigating the world alone, such a challenging endeavor. Indeed. Sighing, Teacher Fong remarked that times have changed. Back then, the economy and resources were scarce, necessitating population control measures. Now that the economy has flourished, there is a pressing need for more highly skilled individuals to propel the nation forward, requiring a robust workforce. Just observe how fields lie fallow, devoid of cultivators. Each era demands its own requisites, which is only natural. Initially, our thoughts were that even without employment, we would merely focus on nurturing creativity, like writing novels, enduring minor penalties, all for the sake of ensuring our children would not feel so isolated in the future. Look at how well they are faring now. Indeed, our efforts have borne fruit. My dear daughter, could you assist me in evaluating this painting? I feel it lacks something. In the study, the voice of Huaqian's father echoed once more, resonating with such vigor that it shook the very walls of the house. Daughter? Daughter? Chan? What are you calling for? They are in there guiding Xia Tianyan with her studies. If you need something, just summon me. His calls were reminiscent of a ritual, repeating Qian incessantly, seemingly unaware of the important matters at hand. Perhaps it is a trait common among teachers, commanding respect without raising their voices. Should I not call upon you? It seems you only target the vulnerable, bullying my daughter in particular. Fine, I concede. Come over and lend me your insight. Must I really walk over there? Teacher Fong remarked with a smile, exchanging pleasantries with Father Xia Tianyu before proceeding together. I observe that you two certainly have much to discuss. Well, ha. We both dabble in the arts, merely kindred spirits. My dear wife, take a look at this. As soon as Teacher Fong stepped into the study, her husband greeted her with a question, expressing that the feeling she sought remained elusive. Isn't this quite well? Upon closer inspection, teacher Fong discerned nothing amiss. The scene possessed mountains, waters, and boats, everything in its rightful place. Indeed, that is it, everything exists as it should. I shall create another piece. Chapter 116. With bamboo in my heart, I become bamboo. Your depiction of bamboo is commendable. It does not resemble the bamboo of our northern regions, but bears resemblance to the garden bamboo of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Hua Qian's father proudly tapped his chest, stating, "Indeed, I resided in Jiangsu and Zhejiang for over a month solely to observe this bamboo." Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter of the two fathers echoed throughout the room. One could argue that we, as creators, must venture out more. Otherwise, many things remain superficial, devoid of true essence. Gazing at the painting, the interplay of light and shade conjured a profound sense of depth within the bamboo grove. Standing before the artwork felt akin to strolling through a garden, surrounded by clusters of bamboo. Yet, this painting still lacks something. Hua Qian's father murmured to himself, noting how the bamboo leaves were delicately distributed, with the branches reaching upward, stretching towards the sunlight. Thus, a painting devoid of light, yet utilizing the unique yin and yang of traditional Chinese art reveals a glimmer of inner illumination. However, something still feels amiss. Just a hint of something. Hua Qian's mother received a phone call and stepped out, leaving the two fathers to engage in a somewhat neurotic murmuring. Shangyanning, Hua Qian, could you take a look at this? I just helped Xian with hers, and I feel it's quite good, but my writing tends to be overly self-referential, so I'm not entirely certain. Could you assist me in reviewing it? The phone screen flickered momentarily, but Hua Qian paid no heed, and Shangyanning did not press further. Bu Da and Ning, Iku Pang Xian. I think this is quite good. Personally, I see no issues. Bu Da and Ning. However, I believe you might want to revise your introduction. Given that this topic is about leaving behind, it would be more engaging to touch upon the subject right from the outset. Do you understand what I mean? Bao Ao, Bu Da and Ning, why do I get the impression that whenever you mention the topic, you feel compelled to add a period? Bu Da and Ning, please stop interrupting. You're throwing off my train of thought. Bao Ao, see, I told you. Bao Ao, if I could influence you, it must be that your own thoughts are unclear. Bu Da and Ning, Iku Pang Xian. All right, and Ning, I understand. Is there anything else? Bu Da and Ning, additionally, I believe you could attempt to express that connection in a different manner. Restless. You see, you wrote about the emerald waters and verdant mountains, with dragon boats gliding upon the river, the trees on both banks lush and green, while I hold a paddle. Am I correct? However, I believe you could revise it. The flow of your narrative lacks a logical sequence. Fr Ling, a logical sequence. Restless. Fr Ling, I apologize, I was thinking of mathematics. Restless. Have you lost your mind over academic matters? Restless, a plump Xian. Let us continue our discussion. Restless, I think you might try this. The wind stirs the waves, the bamboo groves on both banks nodding toward the river's surface. I stand on the shore with my paddle, watching the dragon boat approach, yet it drifts further away. I cannot even capture a fleeting shadow of the boat. A plump Xian. I see. It needs to be more poetic. Yet, I find myself unable to achieve that. Fr Ling, dynamic expression, I cannot do it. Restless, ha ha ha. A plump Xian. Restless, then I shall make some revisions and show you once I am done. A plump Xian. I think your suggestions are quite insightful. As she listened to the conversation, Sheng and Ning suddenly recalled the remaining math assignment she had, quietly announcing her absence in the group before disappearing. Through a mere 2 or 3 millimeters of paper, with the tip of his pen pointed at the problem, Shangyanning silently nodded. With a casual flourish, he scrawled a hasty solution in the upper left corner of the answer space and began to write fluidly. X0, 1, 2, 3 done. As he wrote, he grumbled about the question, what is this? I can't believe it. Just say it plainly. A difficulty level of 11. This is practically a mathematical dissertation. He sighed. Enough of this. Let us finish this quickly and get to the calculations. 3 raised to the power of n, 1, n6, 339, 9 327, 27 391, 91 32 73, 273, 3819, okay, 819. Shangyanning filled in the answer. But upon checking it, he found it incorrect. This can't be right, he exclaimed, perplexed. He meticulously verified his calculations using long division, 27-3. 3 times 7 is 21, 62. My heavens, it equals 8, 81. What a disaster. So, this simple addition has led me astray. Mom, why is it that I can handle large numbers without error, yet I falter with elementary multiplication? Xing Anning shouted from across 2 rooms, summoning his mother. You treat complex numbers with such seriousness, yet when it comes to simple ones, you take them lightly, thinking you want to make mistakes, and then inevitably, you do. A drawn-out hum escaped Xing Anning's lips, laden with emotions that perhaps only he could fathom. Outside, the clouds gathered densely, casting a somber shadow upon the overcast sky. Thankfully, during the holidays, a leisurely spirit could dissipate all gloom. The street was alive with a constant ebb and flow of people and vehicles. A cacophony of noise intermingled with joy, silence, and tranquility, creating a unique equilibrium. A friend remarked, "Anning, your photos are truly beautiful." To which another replied, "What do you mean beautiful? They were merely spontaneous captures, just a fleeting sentiment. I wouldn't have the skill to draw them." Laughter ensued, and the conversation shifted as one inquired about the other's writing progress. "I'm currently revising, but I'm at a loss for direction," came the response. Encouraging words followed, "Keep going." A breeze swept through the window, whisking away the scattered clouds and lifting the rice paper pinned down by Huqian's father. Yes, it was the wind. My painting felt too still, lacking the essence of the breeze. Nearby, the creative flow of Xia Tianyu's father was abruptly interrupted by Huqian's father's sudden movements, prompting a sigh as he stood up. Indeed, it was the wind, the spirit of nature. In another exchange, a message read, "Zhang Dongxing. I happened to visit that place today and was reminded of the photos we took during the international summer camp. I thought I'd share them with you." Accompanying this were images and a video, with the note that due to the uniqueness of the event, capturing such moments again in the future would be quite challenging. Thus the desire to share. Restless. At that time, we hadn't thought of it. Qian, laughing and crying. "Anning, why did you send such a long message again?" Qian, "Oh, this you sent? I have it too. Let me share a bit as well." Qian, image, Qian, image, Qian, image, restless. You all continue your conversation. I suddenly remembered something. After sending the message, Sheng Anning switched the WeChat page to WPS, shared it, and sent it as a file to a friend. A plump Xingxing. A plump Xingxing indeed. Where is Shixing's WeChat? Incredible, I just swiped past it. Restless. File. Suggestions for modifications. Restless. Xingxing, take a look at this. I think you could make some changes. I asked Hua Qian, and she said my idea should not pose much of a problem. If it really doesn't work, we can ask the teacher when we go back to school. Boa, who are we chatting with and about what? We originally set up this group to share useful study materials. Yet look at you, sending everything imaginable. Restless. Restless, what have I sent? I shared some news, which I said could be suitable for essay materials. Restless, what else did I send? They're all useful. Restless, the key is that those are politically relevant. Don't you usually read? Boa, very well, very well. You are the group leader. You have a point. Not at peace. Not at peace. Perhaps it would be wise to say a few less words, less Zhang Dongxing, when he has the opportunity to look. Cannot find the messages from me and Hua Qian. Fr Ling. In fact, I believe the two of you might consider sharing again. Not at peace, Hua Qian. Otherwise, it may truly become invisible. Fr Ling. Oh, by the way, let me share as well. I have some photos acquired from our videography instructor. Fr Ling. Photo, Fr Ling. Photo, Fr Ling. Photo, Fr Ling. Photo, Kong Chunjun sent over a dozen photographs. Effectively pushing aside the inconsequential chatter from Sheng Anning, and he Bo Fr Ling. Everyone, please take your time to converse. I must attend class now. Not at peace, class. Boa, do you think everyone is like you? Not at peace. Qian, Kong Chunjun, and I are in the same math class. I shall leave as well. Anning, could you please share the photos again? Not at peace. Not at peace. Oh, all right, you hurry off to class. Boa, I shall take my leave as well. My troublesome little one is insisting on going out. Not at peace. Not at peace. Where are you going? Boa, skateboarding. To be honest, it's a rare holiday, and I'm too lazy to move. Not at peace. Not at peace. All right. I'm feeling a bit envious. Not at peace. Lemon trees bear lemons, yet beneath them, I see you, indifferent to having a younger brother. Not at peace. A younger brother by nature. What a wonderful presence. Not at peace. All right. I still need to send the photos everyone shared. Goodbye for now. I must first download the original images. Hibo, I've sent you the photos, over a dozen. Let us share them together. Just as she was about to finish downloading the images, a private message from He Bo prompted Sheng Anning to ascend the stairs once more. Sheng Anning. Sheng Anning. Okay. Glancing at the sky, partly unveiled by the wind, Sheng Anning began her diligent ascent. The sun sets and the stars emerge. Not merely a casual brushstroke from an artist flinging that white paint, which is said to be equivalent to life for art students, upon a black canvas. A slender crescent moon and stars of various sizes danced freely in the firmament. Time for dinner. Stop playing on your phone. I've seen you glued to it all day. This statement unfairly accused Sheng Anning. For just half an hour prior, her phone had died, and she had turned to reading after charging it. Hurry up, put down your phone. It's time to eat. Sheng Anning's mother urged, as her grandfather watched, and her father stood firm. As for Sheng Anning herself, she was left speechless. What are you staring at? Wash your hands and eat. Despite the sternness of her mother's words, the rhythmic tone inadvertently brought a smile even to teacher Zhang. Everyone knows when to study and when to eat, unlike you. I too am not neglecting my meals for studying. I merely glanced at a book for a moment. How long did you actually read? Enough with the chatter. Go wash your hands quickly. After playing on your phone for an eternity, are you not aware that it is said to be dirtier than a toilet? Ah. Can we not? The rest of us at the table have yet to complain about feeling nauseous. Besides, don't you find it revolting to eat without washing your hands? You're just consuming bacteria. In a flash, Sheng Anning was left with a singular thought. Never engage in a verbal spar with a teacher, even if that teacher happens to be an art instructor. Boeo. Sheng Anning, we were chatting. Where are you? You've been urging us for ages. Where are you? A plump Shinshin. Anning, thank you for your revisions. I've jotted down many sentences. They are truly beneficial. Qian. Boeo, she probably went to eat. Didn't she just mention her phone was low on battery? Boeo, the issue is that Zhang Dongxing finally managed to check WeChat. If there's anything needed, it will still require her assistance. There are many things I cannot articulate as clearly without her help. Zhang Dongxing, no need to trouble Senior Sheng Anning. I truly appreciate the insights shared by the seniors. I showed them to my mother, and she asked me to convey her gratitude as well. In the future, I shall send some local specialties to the seniors when the opportunity arises. By the time Sheng Anning freed her beloved phone from the charger, she realized she had made a monumental mistake. Restless. No, not a bother. Feel free to ask any time. I'm off to eat. Apologies. Restless. Boa. Why don't you give me a call? Chapter 118. Striving and diligence, witnessed by all. Restless. So annoying. School starts again tomorrow. Really quite bothersome. Restless. I haven't had enough rest, and now it's back to school help. When will we have a holiday of 5 days, and only 2 days of classes? Restless. Just one night. I'm about to explode. Boa. Fr Ling. There's only a month left until the final exams. Aren't you going to review? Restless. Review? I keep making mistakes that can't be fixed by mere reviewing. Fr Ling. Then I'll ask you some language questions later. Restless. Okay, Boa. After fiddling with her phone for a while, Sheng Anning, feeling disinterested, finished her book. The thought of reviewing was too tedious, and she felt that sleeping would waste a precious free evening, leaving her in a state of ennui. One should either sleep or study, instead of drifting aimlessly through the days. Following the command, Sheng Anning resolved to lie in bed and ponder life. If sleep came, she would embrace it, and if not, she would simply remain still. As she lay there, she dozed off, and before she knew it, school arrived, leading her into the final stretch. Anning. Startled while fervently writing her assignments, Sheng Anning looked up to see the enlarged face of Sher Xin before her. Shinshin, what brings you here? I was just occupied with my homework. Is there something on your mind? Have you heard that our senior year is adding extra classes? Don't you recall how we observed the seniors during their training sessions? Placing the pen down on the table, Sheng Anning stood up and gestured for Shuan to take a seat, while she herself sat directly on the table. Shuan, momentarily taken aback, was gently urged by Sheng Anning to sit down. Oh, how could I have forgotten? So, have you made any plans? You usually go out to have fun. What do you intend to do this summer? Perhaps go out for a few days. Sheng Anning nonchalantly picked up a signing pen, disassembling and reassembling it. Anning, aren't you worried? Worried about what? The exams. Worrying doesn't change anything. I seem to have misplaced my spring. Where could it have gone? Shinshin, could you please lift your foot? Anning, I feel as though you're implying something about me. What do you mean? No, I'm not implying anything. I simply believe there is nothing to be overly concerned about. Let things unfold naturally. In fact, I often find that the more I focus, the more prone I am to miscalculating those addition and subtraction problems. Thus, I don't care much about the outcome of the exams. The joys and sorrows of life are not mutually understood. Xin, don't say that. Even if one struggles with mathematics, consistent effort can still yield a score of at least 100. Shuwen shook her head, expressing her disagreement. 100. Shuwen continued to shake her head. 90. Surely that's a passing score. Perhaps that would be acceptable. Finally, Shuwen nodded in agreement. However, I miscalculated and, being drowsy, I failed to pass. Well, let us not dwell on this. If you ever need assistance with your language studies, do not hesitate to seek my help. Sheng Anning, with her short memory, once again picked up her signature pen and began to disassemble it. Meanwhile, Sun noticed the pile of assignments on Sheng Anning's desk. Didn't the teacher just mention 20 pages? How come you have written over 40? I am uncertain about how many pages the teacher assigned. I'm searching for a spring. Sheng Anning abandoned her quest for the spring, placing the disassembled pen parts onto the desk, continuing her conversation with Sun. I figured I might as well write ahead since I have to complete it regardless. Besides, the language questions are quite intriguing. With a shrug, Sheng Anning added that English and mathematics are similar, especially when it comes to choosing subjects. Once interest strikes, writing becomes immensely enjoyable. Sun blinked, remarking that when the interest wanes, even practicing peaking opera feels tedious. Upon hearing this, Sheng Anning found herself at a loss for words. Weren't you studying until dawn yesterday? How come? Yes, I flipped through my books, and before I knew it, it was quite late. You should hurry then. I also need to tackle my assignments. Outside the window, the clouds were thick, as if a child had scattered cotton candy throughout the day, some even forming small hills. At the end of June in Beijing, the temperature had already risen. Wang Jinyu had been clamoring all afternoon to lower the air conditioning further, while Wang Shanxian protested first with a sniffle. As the break commenced, Hua Qian had already dashed to the neighboring class to seek assistance with a mathematical conundrum, leaving Sheng Anning's life to proceed as usual. Is there a need for skill in English examinations? Sheng Anning mused, glancing at the screen, indifferent to Hai Xingping, who seemed to have been interrupted mid-sentence by Yu Jing's private warning. Although where exactly? I'll dictate it directly. Just a moment while I type it out, came the reply. Oh my goodness, Anning, you are simply too kind. Isn't it just a matter of answering English that way? That's your perspective. And Sheng Anning's as well. Firstly, we have 20 closed test questions. In an official examination, it is typically A, B, C, or D, so do remember to balance them accordingly. In other words, simply put, not A will suffice. Thirdly, watching more films may enhance our empathy towards closed tests. Wouldn't you agree? It would be prudent to memorize common phrases like attend to do and similar fixed combinations. The crux of the matter lies in the inability to remember. And where can one even find such resources? Ling, you should refrain from distractions today. The exam is imminent. Perhaps you should first memorize your mathematical formulas. Do not concern yourselves with me. Should you encounter any difficulties in your language studies, do not hesitate to ask. Could you assist me with this problem? I failed to grasp it during the teacher's explanation. Please hold on a moment. I will retrieve that test paper. I noted its key points during my exam. Just a moment. As she turned, the contents of his backpack spilled forth. Books and papers scattered across the floor. Did she just mention she noted the key points during her examination? Yes. Ling, open your eyes wide and take a look. So she claims she nearly completed her language paper. Do you not find that excessive? Ling, it does seem a bit much, doesn't it? After a struggle, finally located the test paper, dismissing idle jest. She promptly recorded a video to explain the problem. Chapter 119, a misstep. Remain calm. Essential file for closed tests. Just as dispatched the document, she noticed her mother standing at the doorway. Are you not yet asleep? You are aware there is an exam tomorrow, are you not? I will sleep shortly. I just need to finish this for them, replied, blinking innocently in an attempt to evade her mother's scrutiny. Are you not aware that there is an examination tomorrow? If you do not retire for the night, do you intend to doze off during the test? A mother is indeed a mother, smiling while also imparting wisdom. I have no objections to you assisting your friends, but surely you must find time to rest. Observe how early your father has gone to bed. He retired 5 hours ago, and here you are, still awake at 1 in the morning. I will finish this shortly, I promise, and once I send it off, I shall sleep. Do not rush me, I assure you. I will complete it soon, and I can still catch a bit of sleep before the afternoon exam. As Sheng Anning navigated his mother's concerns, he continued to fiddle with his phone, organizing the method for answering English questions that he had promised his friends. If I perform poorly, so be it, I will manage. With a nonchalant attitude, Sheng Anning reassured, I will complete this little task, and then immediately retire for the night. 217, Restless. Document English ABCD, 644. Fr Hling. Fr Hling, I am almost at school. Why are you still up so late before the exam? 703. Restless. It's nothing, really. I am already awake, having had a cup of coffee. I assure you, I am fine. Don't worry about me. In a state of unrest, one might ponder. If you choose not to read, then why have I penned this? Following today's examination, do remember to peruse it promptly, even though the subsequent morning's test looms ahead. Oh, but wait. For those in the sciences, 2 subjects await examination tomorrow afternoon. Disregard my previous statement. The key is simply to remember to review. Leaving her phone behind, Sheng Anning meandered in a daze, her head swaying as drowsiness enveloped her under the sun's warm embrace. It wasn't until Hua Qian gently tapped her shoulder that she abruptly awoke. Ah, Hua Qian, what is it? I noticed you were quite out of sorts. Did you burn the midnight oil revising yesterday? Not really. I barely glanced at anything. Just skimmed through mathematics and caught a glimpse of that 49 piece in Chinese. Were these words uttered by someone else to another, they would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, in the context of Sheng Anning and Hua Qian was assured of the truth in Sheng Anning's statement. Helping your friends, Sure Xin and the others, I presume? You should splash some water on your face. Otherwise, fatigue may hinder your performance in the exam. Oh, all right. Sheng Anning's response was noticeably delayed. As fate would have it, her drowsiness indeed took its toll, as evidenced by the results 3 days post-examination, where Sheng Anning's consistent position within the top 5 of her class plummeted to around 20th place. Ah, it's no matter. I had anticipated this outcome, she remarked, producing her paper adorned with pencil marks indicating estimated scores and deductions. Look, I estimated a score between 76 and 82. As I was uncertain about the deductions. Ultimately, I received a 77, primarily because I mistakenly copied a 5-point fill-in from the exam paper to my answer sheet. Ah, it's nothing. I've shared this with my mother as well. You struggled with your language exam too. Hua Qian had grown accustomed to Sheng Anning's indifference. However, the revelation that there were issues with her language score left Hua Qian momentarily speechless. Wasn't your score 127, still placing first? Although it was lower than your previous score, it still ranked second in the grade. I merely surpassed you by a single point. Well, I didn't falter on the essay, but I lost a point on the classical poetry comprehension section as I mistakenly omitted a line from my memorization. Yes, I inadvertently skipped from point to point. Yet, I erred on 4 multiple-choice questions. 4. In the third question, when asked for the correct answer, I mistakenly considered it incorrect. Upon realizing the first option was wrong, I reflexively selected it. For the 18th and 19th reading questions, I completely mixed up the answer cards. Lastly, regarding question 22, I intended to strike out option C and select B, but in a moment of confusion, I marked B and wrote C. Listening to Sheng Anning, Hua Qian found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or offer consolation. How could one comfort someone over their own self-inflicted mistakes? Yet, to dismiss it entirely would be rather harsh, given how unfortunate the situation truly was. Surely your mathematical abilities are not as dire as you suggest. Perhaps it is simply that you have not adequately memorized the formulas. Did you not spend the previous day diligently assisting them with language arts and English? I am rather perplexed, as noted by Sheng Anning with a hint of certainty. Allow me to put it this way. I shall refrain from mentioning the choices made. I encountered 8 errors, 5 of which were due to incorrectly transcribing the positive and negative signs from the question to the draft paper on the very first problem. As for your fill-in-the-blank question, was it incorrect? Did you not equate 25 to 8? Were you correct on the final question? Ah, yes, though Hu Qian. You must see this. I truly believe my lack of diligence is beyond redemption. Tan 3, tan -1 3, I genuinely believed I could manage at that moment. For the second question, I connected the lines for 975, 3115, and I was under the impression that I had written 15 accurately. Yet for the third question, while my data computation was precise, I astonishingly failed to distinguish which data pertained to males and which to females. I cannot fathom what state of mind I was in at that time. Sheng Anning spoke with a humorous tone, and Hu Qian could no longer suppress her laughter. Indeed, your mistakes are rather outrageous. I shall not enumerate the pitfalls in the major questions. This could aptly be titled a treatise on how points vanished. Sheng Anning concurred with Hu Qian's laughter, smirking at herself with self-mockery, promising to refrain from staying up late before the next examination. Late nights it shall be. I simply cannot manage my own schedule. By the way, Anning, we are set to embark on another study tour in a few days. I had a hunch. During our second study tour, did not one of our classmates inquire about the total number of trips, claiming there were 4 in total? Indeed. This time it is said to be Gansu. That sounds wonderful. It is a perfect opportunity to enjoy oneself. Hua Qian nodded. Otherwise, one might find it rather dull. Not necessarily, for the school will provide numerous educational resources that one could not access while exploring independently. We are merely seizing this opportunity to have some fun while learning a little along the way. Your intention to prioritize learning is commendable. When interest peaks, learning can indeed be quite enjoyable. However, it is rather disheartening to perform poorly in exams. Although I have prepared my mother for the worst, I fear I will be urged to bed early in the coming days. Sheng Anning lamented, sighing repeatedly. Chapter 120. Treading carefully and pondering once the results were released, the teacher quickly extended his condolences to Sheng Anning. Anning, your performance this time was not up to par. Was there anything amiss? Were you too preoccupied with the martial arts competition or something else? Please bring your math paper to show your homeroom teacher. The last question was a complete blur, and you made numerous errors on simple addition problems. Yes, I have also heard. Your homeroom teacher was absent earlier, and Kong Chunjun came to inquire. We mentioned that you were up late explaining problems to them. Mr. Ho remarked, pulling Xing Anning aside. It is fine to assist your classmates, but do not stay up late. He Bo mentioned that you sent them a summary at around 2 in the morning. How can one not feel drowsy during an exam under such circumstances? Sheng Anning pursed her lips and nodded in agreement. Observing Sheng Anning's demeanor, the teachers were left in a state of helplessness. They reflected that next time, should the need arise, they could assist in gathering materials, even into the early hours, disregarding their own need for rest. Apart from your early bedtime, there is also your meticulousness. The teachers are aware that at times you may lack the inclination to review. Yet once you awaken for the examination, time remains to revisit earlier questions to avoid errors, does it not? Primarily, I have previously made miscalculations, and during the review process, I misread them. Even Sheng Anning, despite her diligence, encounters uncertainties in her studies. While most students grapple with the knowledge itself, Sheng Anning's concerns are more entwined with the handling of problems. The educators at the school do not merely impart knowledge for rote memorization. They guide students through the challenges presented on the tests, transcending the role of mere instructors to become true nurturers of intellect. Your rough draft paper is exceedingly chaotic, which undoubtedly complicates the review process and increases the likelihood of errors. When I collected the rough drafts last time, aside from Wang Jinyu's, yours was by far the most disorganized. Regarding the matter of Sheng Anning, the mathematics teacher felt particularly qualified to comment. Upon hearing this, Sheng Anning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It may seem expedient to jot down notes wherever they come to mind, yet one must consider the clarity of understanding during subsequent reviews. Even when explaining problems to friends outside of class, if you struggle to trace the process, isn't rewriting it a greater waste of time? Indeed, I often find myself either searching for ages or rewriting everything from scratch. Sheng Anning nodded in agreement. The teacher's insights were astutely accurate, as she sometimes struggles to recall where she noted her thoughts during examinations. Therefore, it is imperative to remember these 2 points for future reference. Discussing topics with classmates should ideally occur post-examination or at least a bit in advance, and late nights should be avoided. Such matters cannot be attributed to the teacher. Not to mention the uniqueness of these 2 individuals in the class. It is astonishing that even a collective call to awaken them fails. It raises questions about the extent of their slumber. During the break, Sheng Anning crafted a few fans from the completed test papers, retaining one for herself, while offering another to Yu Jing and the last to Shi Xian, who had come to visit. Hua Qian, would you like me to make one for you? This breeze surpasses that of an electric fan. Observing the small electric fan on Hua Qian's desk, Sheng Anning suggested. No, thank you. Anning, Hua Qian replied with a smile. I have another small fan here. Do you need it? No, thank you. This paper fan provides enough comfort, and sometimes I find it quite refreshing, Sheng Anning remarked in wonder. Despite wearing light clothing in winter, she felt no chill, yet in summer, even a hint of air conditioning in the classroom was unbearable. Well then, should you require it, feel free to ask me. If I am not around, you may simply take it from my desk. What is it this time? Is it related to the student council? Is it for the grade or the school? It pertains to our grade. Aren't we supposed to go out for an outing? We are discussing the grouping arrangements with the teacher, Hua Qian said with a slight sigh. Some classmates expressed a desire to mix classes for the groupings, akin to previous arrangements. However, due to the capacity limitations of the scenic area, this event will sometimes be divided into two segments. Classes 1 to 3 and 4 to 6 will alternate. Consequently, the teachers find it troublesome and restrictive, thus recommending grouping within their own classes, which facilitates management. Sheng Anning nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in this. For instance, if we were to be divided among classes 1 to 3 or 4 to 6, we would hardly have the opportunity to gather and socialize. It is indeed preferable to remain within the same class. However, some boys and certain girls feel an intense dissatisfaction when they are unable to be together, leading to considerable discontent. Thus, the challenges faced by teachers are truly formidable. Without someone in the family working in the education sector or on the front lines, it is exceedingly difficult to resonate with this experience. Even those who fundamentally remember the importance of respecting teachers often do so superficially, failing to grasp the extent of their exhaustion. This phenomenon is rather commonplace. There was a time when many people disrespected sanitation workers simply because they did not witness the early morning efforts of these workers in sweeping the streets clean. Everyone is aware of the dedication required in their own professions, yet it is challenging to empathize unless one has experienced a particular moment of realization. Hua Qian and Sheng Anning's mother are both educators. While we cannot speak for teachers elsewhere, it is generally acknowledged that teachers in Beijing strive for both educational excellence and moral guidance, especially the primary subject teachers, who work tirelessly from dawn till dusk, often earning less than those teaching in private tutoring centers. Well, I shall head to the office to meet with the teacher now. Glancing at the draft paper on Sheng Anning's desk, Hua Qian couldn't help but smile, urging him to continue his examination of the paper. Outside the window, the sky was a clear expanse, its brilliant blue inviting a sense of exploration. The sunlight streamed into the classroom, casting a warm glow upon an unknown desk. Wait, Wang Shanxian, why have you drawn the curtains? Let the sun in. Are you all vampires, unable to endure the sun's embrace? Just a sliver of light should suffice. Now it cannot reach your side at all. It dazzles the eyes, and from your vantage point, the sun is practically invisible. Besides, sunlight is beneficial for the eyes. It's a rare delight to have the sun shining down. Chapter 121. The source of the Yellow River from Beijing to Lanzhou in Gansu. We set out in the morning and should arrive by lunchtime. Nevertheless, the arduous journey lasting over 6 hours left many students, whose winter and summer breaks were consumed by extracurricular classes and who seldom ventured beyond Beijing, feeling sore and weary. Along the way, Sheng Anning gazed out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Anning, didn't you say you wanted to catch up on some sleep? You seem wide awake. Hua Qian remarked as she noticed Sheng Anning yawning repeatedly after they disembarked. Aren't you going to feel tired later? I didn't see you sleeping during that hour either. I remember you were still engrossed in our study abroad manual just as I was about to doze off. Well, I couldn't fall asleep on the bus. The sights outside kept me quite invigorated, Anning replied, stifling yet another yawn. Hua Qian observed that Sheng Anning might very well drift off while walking. Don't worry about me. I'll catch some sleep on the bus later, Anning reassured her. As both classmates and friends, Sheng Anning could easily perceive Hua Qian's concern for her well-being. I just took a glance at the mother of the Yellow River sculpture at our first stop. It takes approximately 10 minutes to get there from Lanzhou West Station. With one hand clutching a study guide and the other grasping her luggage, Sheng Anning pointed somewhat laboriously to the first destination. Upon exiting the train station, a throng of students boarded the bus under the guidance of a local tour guide. Over 100 individuals formed a lively crowd, and several passers-by quietly raised their phones to capture the silhouettes of the students. This time, Shi Xian and Yu Jing chose not to participate in the activities. Shi Xian sought out a specialized training institution focused on art examinations, while Yu Jing took the opportunity to consult with Lu, the physical education teacher from her school, to inquire about the admission requirements for Beijing Sport University. Once all the classes had assembled, it became apparent that each bus had numerous vacant seats, with groups of students scattered about, sitting in clusters of 3 or 5. Before boarding, several boys from the class assisted in loading the suitcases beneath the bus, alleviating the burden for the smaller students. Sheng Anning, who initially intended to help, was pulled onto the bus by Hua Qian. If you don't rest a little, you'll be in a daze later, just like during your exams. If you wish to assist, you can do so once we disembark. True to her word, Sheng Anning promptly fell asleep as soon as the bus began to move, just as she had predicted. The bus had barely started its journey when it was nearly time to reach the destination. As they approached the final turn, Sheng Anning opened her eyes, startling Hua Qian. Have we arrived? Not yet. Perhaps you should. Before Hua Qian could finish her sentence, the local tour guide began to introduce, Dear students, we are about to arrive at our first landmark, the Mother Yellow River sculpture. Now that our driver is parked, we need to swiftly make our way to the parking lot. Therefore, let us all refresh ourselves, and once the vehicle comes to a halt, we shall disembark in an orderly manner. Here we are. Luckily, I've woken up, Sheng Anning remarked, still yawning. Is this how you always are when you go out? Hua Qian inquired, intrigued by how Sheng Anning could manage to enjoy herself despite her constant yawning during her vacations. Logically, one would presume that frequent travelers like her would know to catch up on sleep during the journey to maintain their energy for exploration. I usually take night buses. Sleeping through the journey until morning, Sheng Anning explained, leaving Hua Qian no room for rebuttal as she found her reasoning quite sensible. Besides, I typically avoid taking early trains. Sheng Anning added another rationale, followed by yet another yawn and a languorous stretch, exuding a sense of lethargy. Indeed, Hua Qian chuckled, covering her mouth. You've infected me with your yawns. Upon disembarking from the bus, the homeroom teacher instructed the class committee to organize themselves and tally the numbers before nodding at the local tour guide, signaling that they were ready to proceed with the itinerary. We appreciate our homeroom teacher and class monitor's efforts. Now, let us move forward to the banks of the Yellow River and pay homage to the Mother Yellow River, which nurtures the children of Huaxia. Students studying geography are well aware that during my conversation with your homeroom teacher, we acknowledge that Class 6 is purely a literary class. So, have you discussed the source of the Yellow River? Despite some reluctance from a few students, the entire class eventually echoed in unison, Mount Bianhar. Following this, a few faint sounds were heard from the northern slope. It is commendable that the students, being geography scholars, recall this so vividly. Perhaps it stems from their experiences in guided tours, where interactions with young children resemble the gentle coaxing of little ones. This region is also recognized as the source of the Yellow River, although it is where the river begins its course. Remarkably, nearly 1/6 of the Yellow River flows through our Gansu province. The Yellow River enters and exits Gansu twice, with a length of 913 kilometers traversing the province. Today, we will examine a sculpture located beside the Yellow River. Please follow me, and we shall continue our discussion upon arrival. The sculpture of the Yellow River Mother is not particularly large. In fact, when a class of students stands before it, its grandeur diminishes. The depiction of the mother and child is rather unremarkable. The mother exudes tenderness and kindness as she gazes at her child. It is plain and ordinary, lacking any extraordinary features. What truly captivates the group of students is the colorful pottery fish pattern adorning the base of the sculpture, a symbol that dates back 10,000 years, witnessing the cultural heritage nurtured by the middle reaches of the Yellow River. After taking a picture, we need only walk a short distance to reach the river itself. The water of the Yellow River is laden with silt, presenting a murky yellow-green hue. Drawing upon her reservoir of knowledge, Sheng Anning immediately honed in on the terms soil erosion and clear waters and lush mountains. The ancient saying clear waters and lush mountains reflects profound wisdom, transcending its superficial meaning. An inexplicable outburst from Sheng Anning startled Hua Qian, leaving her momentarily shaken. This demonstrates that our forebears were aware that the Yellow River's plight stemmed from soil erosion. If soil erosion were to be addressed, crops could thrive more robustly. Sheng Anning's thoughts flowed with such fervor that Hua Qian struggled to keep pace with her words. Anning, take your time. What do you mean? Oh, I see. There must be a connection. Consider the difference between heavy rains controlling floods and her father, Gun. One is about blocking, while the other is about guiding. Could it be that they recognized the issue of soil erosion and sediment accumulation in rivers back then? Hua Qian, Sheng Anning, we should be on our way. A call from a distant classmate prompted Sheng Anning to swiftly pull Hua Qian along. Chapter 122. Attempting to draw the bow to shoot the celestial wolf. Speaking of which, the statue we are heading to is located across the river, and I feel that building towers higher than the mountains themselves. The pace of development is truly remarkable. Indeed. Anning. Before they could exchange more words, Sheng Anning had already drifted off to sleep, murmuring a sleepy hum before plunging into slumber. Anning, you should dry your hair. Hua Qian rose gently and nudged Sheng Anning. It's all right, I'm wrapped up. Observing the towel wrapped around Sheng Anning's head, Hua Qian let out a sigh and turned to raise the air conditioning temperature significantly. As the stars and moon gradually faded, the sun began to rise in the east. A new day's activities commenced. Shortly after breakfast, the students were whisked away to the train station. The distance from Lanzhou to JYG is not considerable, yet there is no high-speed train available. After 5 hours of dozing in hard sleeper seats, upon arrival, the group of students appeared even more energetic than when they had risen that morning. JYG is sparsely populated with trees, presenting an almost barren landscape. A few wisps of clouds drifted lazily across the sky, remnants perhaps of scallions left behind from someone's roast duck feast. Sheng Anning inhaled deeply, having set her suitcase aside, exclaiming, "Ah, what splendid weather." Not far off, Hebo was mimicking the action of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow at the sun, reciting incantations under his breath. The exuberance of youth surged within him as he playfully swung his backpack, while simultaneously pulling along the unsuspecting Kong Chunjun, who happened to be passing by. As he spoke, Hebo effortlessly grabbed Kong Chunjun's hand. With a backpack held high like a full moon, I gazed to the northwest and shoot at the sun. Who is the yellow? Just as the playful chase was about to commence, the two were caught in the watchful gaze of Teacher Ho. Kong Chunjun, choosing to overlook the antics, innocently inquired, "Aren't you worried about making mistakes on the exam if you carry it like that?" "Not at all," came the reply. A round of applause erupted nearby, revealing that Sheng Anning was observing the unfolding drama from a distance, thoroughly entertained. After walking a few meters, she felt a sense of emptiness in her hands, and, upon noticing the mischievous grins on the faces of Hebo and Kong Chunjun, realized something was amiss. Glancing between the two, she discovered that, in this brief moment, they had stealthily made off with her suitcase. "You two stop right there." Sheng Anning raised an eyebrow and bestowed a broad smile. In response, Hebo remarked, "No fear. Just run." Upon reaching the bus, Sheng Anning noticed Hebo and Kong Chunjun standing guard over their luggage, silently awaiting her. "You're quite something, Sheng Anning. Did you calculate how we both made it here?" Sheng Anning smiled enigmatically. "What of it?" The duo dared not voice their frustration, as they were urged by their homeroom teacher to board the bus. After a journey exceeding 20 minutes, the group arrived at the JYG scenic area. In light of their previous visit to Yinmen Pass, JYG appeared rather unremarkable. "What is the big deal? Didn't we just visit that place, Yinmen Pass? How different can it be?" Wang Jinyu was the first to voice his dissatisfaction. Sheng Anning shot him a glare. "So what? If you don't wish to see it, you needn't come. Who knows? Can't you check? Can't you see? Moreover, we haven't even entered yet. How can you presume to judge?" Sheng Anning's barrage of rhetorical questions left Wang Jinyu speechless. "If you had bothered to look it up, you wouldn't be speaking so thoughtlessly." With an impassive expression, Wang Jinyu continued forward, and Sheng Anning chose not to engage further. "Anning, aren't you afraid of a confrontation? What is there to fear? If it comes to blows, he'll have no justification." Sheng Anning shrugged, appearing indifferent. "Besides, I haven't said anything to him. I merely stated a fact. Why should he be so agitated?" Hua Qian shook her head, but ultimately decided to talk to Sheng Anning. While what she said was not entirely incorrect, it often led to confrontations among classmates. There are many instances when it becomes unbearable, and we can simply ignore him. In due time, he will find himself contradicting his own words. Indeed, let him experience the consequences of his actions. Hebo had joined them unnoticed, and the principle of true fragrance was a common motif in their way of thinking. Sheng Anning was successfully amused by Shi Xian, yet there were moments when she felt compelled to impart a lesson on this matter. Why bother with reasoning? Just let it be. Kong Chunjun also approached, and as they chatted, the paternal instincts of the boys resurfaced. "If he were to call me dad, I could indeed exert some influence over him. Well, grandfather could also suffice." Amidst the laughter, the group followed the larger party into the scenic area. One significant advantage of being on this educational trip organized by the school was the elimination of the need to queue for ticket verification. Upon arrival, they were counted while engaged in conversation. Compared to Yinmen Pass, the inner city of JYG was remarkably well preserved. However, upon ascending to take in the view, they were met with a lack of verdant mountains. JYG appeared exceedingly desolate, devoid of the lush grasses atop the city walls and the distant emerald peaks. Instead, their gaze fell upon the ochre of the city walls and the hazy gray of the distant mountains, tinged with a rust-like red, which shimmered captivatingly under the sunlight. Wang Jinyu fell silent, while Sheng Anning's chatter continued unabated. Gazing upon the desolate expanse of the desert, Sheng Anning gathered his nearby companions and friends, reciting every poem he could recall about the vast sands and fortifications. You, who study the arts, surely enjoy the heights of inspiration? Thought Kong Chunjun, reflecting on how challenging it was to find leisure during this educational journey, only to have Sheng Anning commence his poetic recitation before the teacher could intervene, who claimed that only we humanities students engage in such pursuits. Do not think I was oblivious to He Bo's antics back then, Kong Chunjun regarded Sheng Anning with a look of bewilderment, questioning, when did I ever praise him? Before he could finish his thought, Sheng Anning began his exposition. You all set out without first consulting the internet, do you? There's a tale about constructing a city wall requiring 99,999 bricks, with one brick deemed superfluous. So, is it not still superfluous? Allow me to finish, he continued. That extra brick is a cornerstone. Should it be removed, the legend states the city will collapse. That is illogical. There is no scientific basis for such a claim. Kong Chunjun pondered, still finding it nonsensical. This is not akin to leveraging the earth. Well, you may attempt to move it, Sheng Anning replied. Come now, it's a World Heritage Site. I fear it would be akin to courting disaster. Chapter 123. Dunhuang gazes through the ages. From this point westward, one can observe the scattered yellow sands. Returning eastward, the landscape remains one of barren desert and sparse vegetation. Many students expressed their grievances regarding the school's arrangements. For 3 consecutive days they embarked on 6-hour train journeys each morning, only to squeeze in a lecture in the evening, leaving them utterly exhausted. It is truly unavoidable. If one wishes to accommodate every aspect, it undoubtedly becomes quite troublesome. Although we are surrounded by numerous renowned attractions, many of them are not in close proximity to one another. Wang Jinyu's murmurs were inadvertently overheard by the local tour guide, leaving him momentarily speechless once again. One might wonder why he feels the need to utter nonsensical remarks daily, as if he were invisible. Sheng Anning, observing Wang Jinyu's plight, found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Perhaps he revels in this predicament. Moreover, I have heard that Xin and Beijing have undergone specialized training. Why does Wang Jinyu linger like a specter? It appears he intends to seize the opportunity of our supplementary classes to attend training sessions, hoping to skip a couple of days. Unbelievable. It seems he is fearful of improving his grades. Anning, perhaps you should concern yourself less with others and focus on organizing your own time better. Sleep well, study diligently, and refrain from becoming too preoccupied with others' affairs. Hua Qian sighed at Sheng Anning's usual carefree demeanor. Yes, I understand. My intention in explaining problems to everyone is merely a mutual benefit. I will prioritize my sleep. Did you manage to sleep early yesterday? I noticed you wrote quite a bit on our reflections from yesterday. Hua Qian turned to Sheng Anning, gently pressing on her shoulder. In certain matters, you might consider easing up a bit. There's no need to exert yourself to the fullest extent in everything. Otherwise, won't you find it exhausting? I actually find it rather enjoyable. Before me, the Mogeo caves have unveiled half of their veil, revealing themselves to the visiting tourists, enticing them to venture further into exploration. Nestled quietly at the eastern foothills of the Singing Sand Mountain, the Mogeo caves have rested for a millennium. Each cave, set against the grayish-yellow hillside, has forged a splendid chapter in the annals of human culture. Having never visited Dunhuang before, I often gazed at photographs online, always perceiving this facade as reminiscent of a grand palace. Sheng Anning, lost in thought, immediately recalled similar attractions, and now, upon reflection, I find a striking resemblance to the structure of the hanging monastery we visited previously. Indeed, the adjacent caves bear a likeness to the small chambers of the Yungang grottos. Hua Qian also nodded in agreement. Yet, there exists a distinction. As one observes the illustrations above, it becomes evident that the colors are well preserved, and although they appear small from the outside, the sculptures within are quite substantial. At that moment, Sheng Anning produced a guide map from an unknown source and pointed it out to Hua Qian. Furthermore, the representations within the Mogeo caves are relatively few, with a greater emphasis on murals. Before Hua Qian could inquire, Sheng Anning had already begun to explain. The lobby of our hotel in Lanzhou has these maps available for free. I thought since we planned to visit the Mogeo caves, it would be prudent to familiarize ourselves in advance, gaining insight into the most renowned and significant aspects. You are as opportunistic as a merchant, Sheng Anning quipped, humorously poking fun at herself. And you call yourself a merchant? Indeed, had I not been shrewd, we would have suffered losses long ago. 2 young ladies, amidst laughter and playfulness, continued their journey forward. The school trip was primarily aimed at exploring the cultural heritage behind these caves, with the guide generously sharing a wealth of knowledge and insights. Topics ranged from the pigments used for coloring, the evolving characteristics of the paintings through different eras, to the essential measures for preservation and inheritance. Much of this information, elusive online, was imparted to the students. Anning, would you like me to buy some water? Shall I fetch a couple of ice pops as well? I wonder if they offer any creative ice cream here, suggested one. Anning shook her head, declining. No, I don't need that much water. It's too much trouble to find a restroom in tourist areas. Last time I went to the Ling with my parents and grandpa, the time spent waiting for the restroom exceeded our exploration of the site. Qian chuckled. Aren't you thirsty then? They walked on, admiring the caves. The temperature within was significantly cooler than outside, akin to a natural refrigerator. Well, this truly fulfills the desire many have to dive into a refrigerator during summer. Anning inhaled the refreshing air inside the cave before directing her gaze towards the murals. The opulent and dignified, alongside the heavy and elegant, merged harmoniously within the paintings, a fusion that seemed improbable. The ancient yet dynamic, tranquil yet vibrant. The murals of the Dunhuang caves achieved a remarkable equilibrium between the flow of time and the stillness of millennia. Humans and celestial beings intertwined through the bonds of time. Qian, it seems I finally found you. Just as Qian and Anning exited the cave, they encountered Tianyu. I recently purchased several bottles of water, bringing a few for the girls in our class. Upon reflection, I realized that you often forget to bring water. Procuring water can be quite inconvenient, especially with the hassle of queuing. Thus, I decided to bring an extra couple of bottles. As Tianyu spoke, he handed a bottle of beverage and a bottle of mineral water to Qian, then turned to find his class's line. Suddenly, Tianyu recalled something and turned back to add, if you need more, just ask me. I've got them in my backpack, and it's inconvenient for you to carry. Besides, in such hot weather, consuming it all at once is not good for your stomach. He continued, by the way, your mother is just ahead. She specifically asked me to remind you not to buy ice cream, or you'll end up with a stomachache. This event is closely intertwined with history, and Qian's mother, being a history teacher, naturally accompanied the group to Gansu. Thank you, Qian said, balancing a bottle of water in each hand as she waved goodbye to Tianyu. I've told you, don't worry, and Ning is here, so I won't buy any. All right. Mentioning Sheng and Ning, Tianyu indeed felt reassured. Despite Sheng and Ning's carefree approach to eating, he would never allow his friends to indulge recklessly. The sky was a clear blue, and the green onions from a few days prior had long been rolled up with the roasted duck. Dunhuang was adorned with a blue backdrop, perfect for a passport photo. Chapter 124. A taste of Northwest delicacies. The school had long devised a plan to pause for a day in Lanzhou before heading to Huaining. To savor the local specialty foods and meander through the vibrant snack streets, a delightful interlude. The flavors were exquisite. With a skewer of lamb in one hand and another in the other, Wang Shanxian indulged, her mouth glistening with oil. Hey, Li Baoying, why aren't you eating? Acne, she replied, touching her nose and glancing at the vendor who continued to grill lamb skewers. Wang Shanxian furrowed her brow, ultimately deciding to turn away. Before evening fell, the bustling Jingming Street was not yet alive with crowds, and many shops had not fully displayed their specialties. Anning, accompanied by Qian and others, enjoyed a bowl of beef noodles, marveling at how the Lanzhou beef noodles boasted more beef than the famed Lanzhou pulled noodles, while listening to the shop owner insist that Lanzhou only had beef noodles, with no mention of pulled noodles. As night approached, the school refrained from organizing any lectures, leaving a group of students aimlessly wandering the hotel, engaging in a game of cat and mouse with the supervising teachers. Why couldn't they simply remain in their own rooms? They all congregated in one room, when they should be resting well, lest they tire themselves out and miss out on the sightseeing later. Having just returned from the boys' floor with the male teacher after catching a few students, Wang Shanxian opened the door to find a dozen individuals gathered, munching on snacks and playing games. She removed her face mask and looked at Teacher Ho. I belong to this room. You're still young. Refrain from using those chemical products too often, or you might ruin your skin in the long run. Teacher Ho furrowed his brow as he surveyed the disarray in the room, casually tidying up a few items. He decided to take a brief rest, lying down for a while before he would resume his chores in preparation for dinner in half an hour. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly turned around and inquired, "Do you know which floor we're on?" "Ah, the 5th floor for the dining hall. Make sure to head downstairs together." And if there are other guests in the elevator, kindly let them exit first. All right, thank you, teacher. A muffled response came from within the room, seemingly from those already nestled under their blankets, drifting off to sleep with their phones in hand. There's no need to thank me. Just make sure to rest well. As soon as Teacher Ho stepped outside, he noticed a group of girls darting down the corridor, racing from one room to another. It was evident that they had been communicating through their phones, their coordination impeccable. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Standing beside Teacher Ho, Teacher Fong smiled. Indeed. It is quite wonderful. Want to go check on your daughter? No, she does not expect me to. She is having a splendid time with her classmates and enjoys her independence. Teacher Fong sighed, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Does your Hua Qian still behave like this? It's not that she is distant, but she certainly isn't as close to me as she once was. Nowadays, her bonds are primarily with her peers. It's quite all right. After all, children need their own lives. Teacher Ho nodded, offering comfort to Teacher Fong. Your daughter Hu Qian is quite remarkable. She can even help you with the two little ones at home. Indeed, it is true. Sai, those two little ones, despite sharing the same genes and being born together, their personalities are entirely opposite. They will grow up just fine. Do not worry too much. Besides, there is still Hu Qian, right? Yes, there is still Qian. Anning, stop dozing off and get up. Shang Anning was lost in a deep slumber. And despite Hu Qian's persistent calls, she remained groggy, waving her hand in refusal to rise. Shang Anning, it's time to get up and eat. In an instant, Shang Anning sprang from her bed, bouncing onto the floor, exclaiming, I'm up, right away. Huh. Hu Qian was taken aback, wondering how it felt like she had aged a decade in just a moment. My mother calls me. If I don't wake up, she pulls me, yanks my covers, and tickles me. The biological alarm clock is terrifying. Hu Qian blinked, finding Anning's description quite amusing. Anning, you actually have fears? I thought you were fearless. What else is there to fear? Fear of darkness, fear of death. Does that count? Oh, right. And also fear of rock climbing due to rapid descents. Well, it's not the broad sense of rapid descent. It's simply the speed. I fear the rope might break, even though it's improbable. After listening, Hu Qian chuckled and sat on her own bed. So, summing it all up, you are afraid of death. That would be an accurate assessment. Then I would like to know just how fierce your mother is. It is not that one is unwilling. Rather, it is the inability to find slumber. After a bout of laughter and mischief, Shang Anning and Hua Qian donned their school uniforms and descended the stairs. As the elevator doors opened on the 5th floor, Shang Anning was greeted by a cacophony of students who had arrived early. Anning, hello. Hua Qian greeted a familiar voice. Shang Anning, are you not eager to partake in your meal? You seem to be racing against time for your food. The classmates exchanged pleasantries before finding their designated tables marked with their group numbers. Each table was served uniform dishes, and as the students settled in, the food began to arrive. Is this yogurt? Why is it being poured out like this? Wang Shanxian mused. This must be the yak yogurt from Gansu. I looked it up, and according to the reviews, this hotel appears to produce it themselves. Shang Anning's encyclopedic knowledge was once again on display. Although sourced from the internet, it was unlikely that 80% of the students would take the time to research each location during their school excursion. That lamb skewer is also a specialty, she continued. That is hand-pulled lamb from Linxia. We each have a small portion of this san tuache, a delicacy from Liangzhou. Li Baoying and I sampled it for lunch today, and it was quite delectable. The red date drink was also rather enjoyable. After hearing Shang Anning's insights, Wang Shanxian chimed in. However, it seems there are no seasonal fruits available. What is laid out on the table is likely from the pantry. Gansu may lack particularly exquisite culinary delights, yet its defining characteristic lies in its hearty and substantial fare, with meat dishes comprising a significant portion of the offerings. After indulging in yogurt, a group of students found their appetites awakened, devouring the sumptuous feast laid before them with remarkable fervor. In Chapter 125, the bustling scene of the Huaning rendezvous unfolds. The sky, devoid of any human presence to scatter green onions, sparkled with a brilliant blue, as if recently polished by a cloth, allowing one's gaze to penetrate deep into the cosmos. Following a satisfying meal and a brief respite of about an hour, they boarded a bus, embarking on a journey of over 2 hours. Beijing, could there be a city named Gold? Perhaps there is one called Diamond, and another named Monarch? Wang Jinyu's chatter remained incessant. His tongue was as restless as ever, even in the absence of Hai Xingping, who had no need to intervene. Shang Anning's contemplation was disrupted as she gazed out the window, sighing, wondering who might reign in Wang Jinyu's exuberance. Teacher Ho, why isn't Teacher Ho on our bus? Hua Qian remarked, unable to stifle a laugh at Sheng Anning's exasperated expression. Hua Qian, you laugh at me. But I was just starting to notice the trees outside the window when Wang Jinyu's loud voice shattered my concentration. Ah, enough of this. I shall delve into the history of Huaining. Aside from the Red Army's Long March rendezvous we discussed, what else is there? Sheng Anning shook her head, resigning herself to the futility of arguing with Wang Jinyu. Their destinations included the site of the Huaining meeting and a scenic garden. Jingyuan, oh Huqian, do you think there will be something captivating? Wow, it turns out to be a monument. No. It is often said that when friends spend a long time together, they inevitably influence one another, and indeed, that is the case. Ahem, you've led me astray. Well, Sheng Anning, you mentioned that you always check in advance. Won't that diminish the novelty when the time comes? Perhaps yes, and perhaps no. Sheng Anning replied without a moment's hesitation. Yes and no. After a considerable pause, Huqian suddenly called out to Sheng Anning, I believe you are well suited for writing. The atmosphere and whatnot. Don't you think it resembles our reading comprehension exercises? The first part of her statement was earnest, while the latter was a jest. Our reading comprehension exercises may not necessarily reflect the author's intentions, to be honest. Take, for instance, that reading comprehension question from our final exam. Although Sheng Anning scored lower than Huqian in Chinese this time, she achieved full marks in reading comprehension. In my opinion, the author was merely venting frustrations. If I were to write with such a style, 80% would be mere complaints. Seeing something I dislike, I would vent and move on, without much elaboration or finesse. Of course, Huqian, please do not include my thoughts in your answers. I was merely venting. I genuinely wish to study Chinese in university. That sounds wonderful. Keep it up. As the two conversed, Sheng Anning no longer paid attention to the scenery outside, and Wang Jinyu ceased to engage in idle chatter. The tower journey seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and before long, we arrived at our destination. To my surprise, upon disembarking, I was greeted by a sky filled with dense clouds, which had gathered ominously. When we set out, the weather was fair, yet upon arrival, it had turned gloomy, dampening the spirits of many. Is this the three towers? Wang Jinyu peered out from the bus and, upon raising his gaze, spotted three majestic pagodas adorned with red walls and green roofs, separated by a streak of white. Despite his daily indulgence in video games, Wang Jinyu possessed a keen eye. He recognized it as the memorial tower commemorating the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Front Armies of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Is this one tower? Or three? Please disembark. And we shall elaborate shortly. It will be more captivating up close, the tour guide gently urged, observing Wang Jinyu blocking the entrance. The meeting hall and the site of the celebration bore no distinct features compared to other renowned red historical sites, and after hearing the historical accounts, many students seemed to lose interest in the architecture itself. I am certain that upon arrival, the most intriguing aspect for the students is the meeting tower. Such a structure is likely unprecedented for them. Neither the famous Twin Towers nor the White Pagoda in Beijing can compare to these three interconnected towers. Here, we can see the three towers embracing one another. The first 9 levels stand apart, while the final 2 levels converge. This symbolizes the phrase returning to the essence with the unity of the three armies. Now, let us take a closer look at this tower, for it indeed possesses a remarkable charm. Next, I will escort all the students to the Memorial Hall, where they will have half an hour for leisurely exploration before we gather to proceed to our final destination of this journey, the Victory Park of the Long March. As soon as we board the bus, the tour guide stands in the aisle, addressing a group of students with essential reminders for the upcoming activities. Shortly, our teachers will lead the students in a solemn induction ceremony beneath the monument. Wang Jinyu instinctively blurted out, only to realize that he had interrupted the guide's speech and promptly fell silent. The guide chuckled, unfazed by Wang's interruption. Our teachers are here to conduct the induction ceremony for the senior class, hoping to inspire students through the spirit of our revolutionary martyrs. Though our academic journey may not be as arduous as the Long March, it is nonetheless a spiritual expedition of its own. The guide spoke briefly, setting the stage for the forthcoming activities. The heartfelt messages intended for the students were the domain of the teachers, and the guide would not overshadow their intentions. Observing the sky, the guide noted the possibility of impending rain and mentioned that the teachers had thoughtfully procured thick raincoats for each student in Lanzhou the previous day. Should it begin to rain, students should don their raincoats to stay dry. Before the guide could finish, The patter of light rain began to tap against the bus windows. Given the bus's swaying motion, we shall refrain from distributing items at this moment, the guide remarked, glancing at the road conditions before turning slightly in his seat. As the students prepared to disembark, they were instructed to exit through the front door and collect a raincoat from my seat. Noticing the silence from the group, the homeroom teacher slightly rose and called out, "Did everyone hear that?" A chorus of responses echoed throughout the carriage. Chapter 126. Progressing into the rain intensified, rendering the road muddy and slippery. Wang Jinyu continued his reckless antics, skidding forward on the slick surface. Walk properly, and then, before the teacher could finish, Wang Jinyu lost his footing and fell dramatically. As his classmates helped him up, he remained momentarily disoriented, bewildered by his surroundings. "Oh no, my pants are soaked. I've really fallen hard." With Wang Jinyu's exclamations, the attention of half the class was drawn to him. Some nearly doubled over in laughter. However, this trip was a rare opportunity. Even if the travel agency refunded part of the cost, missing the teachers' addresses at the senior welcome ceremony would be regrettable. The mud splattered on the white uniforms was conspicuous, drawing frowns from the teachers. Observing Wang Jinyu's limp, it was clear that his fall had been serious. "It's nothing. Why should I care?" Wang Jinyu insisted, prioritizing his pride above all else. "All right then." He brushed off his clothes and handed the remaining paper to Teacher Ho. "Hey, don't leave yet. Give your clothes another wipe." As Wang Jinyu turned to leave, Teacher Ho grasped the sleeve of his school uniform and urged him to take a few sheets of paper to wipe himself clean. A little effort to dry off would alleviate his discomfort, despite the fact that the students were no longer mere children, especially with many approaching adulthood after September. The teachers busied themselves like anxious mothers, fretting over their well-being. "No need. Thank you, teacher." "Oh, really, it's unnecessary." Wang Jinyu, ever concerned with appearances, preferred to showcase his resilience, a trait that had remained unchanged over the past 2 years. He was determined to avoid any humiliation, believing that as long as he maintained his dignity, everything would fall into place. The teachers, having no alternative, acquiesced to Wang Jinyu's wishes, resigned to the fact that they would have to wait until he truly fell ill before escorting him to the hospital. The procession arrived at the base of the monument, where even the students who were not taking the history exam had a vague understanding of the significance of these events. However, even at the brink of adulthood, they possessed little genuine comprehension of life and death. It was the monumental long march of 25,000 li that laid the foundation for future endeavors. The united front of the entire nation during the War of Resistance was also inextricably linked to the milestones achieved by the Red Army. The guide eloquently expounded on a plethora of historical accounts, while Wang Jinyu, still feeling uncomfortable from his earlier fall, discreetly tugged at the side seam of his trousers, attempting to distance himself from the dampness of his school uniform. The clouds seemed to echo the solemnity of the senior students' initiation ceremony, and the rain intensified, pooling alongside the drainage ditches to form small streams. Not all areas of Gansu are arid and rainless. In fact, the region of Beijing had experienced significant flooding just the year prior. The ceremony of entry has officially commenced, and the rain has intensified, causing Sheng Anning to feel a sense of unease. The meeting, intended to last an hour or two, seems interminable, and the rain appears to be an unwelcome guest. To begin, let us invite our moral education principal to share some insights. It is hoped that students can glean wisdom from the spirit of the Long March, whether it be through perseverance in the face of adversity or through unity and collaboration as we strive together. These are virtues that we can inherit during our final year of high school. The clouds above, too, seem eager to listen, as they bestow upon the students a warm welcome to their senior year. Indeed, it is a fortunate occasion. Moreover, it is truly commendable that students stand here with us, braving the downpour to hear our group of individuals in their 40s and 50s share their thoughts. The qualities you possess have already led me to envision that by this time next year, you will be holding the admission letters from your desired institutions, either at home or traveling across the nation. After all, some may very well be on a journey of exploration. The moral education principle speaks with great charm, eschewing the dullness of traditional lecturing. It is said that he even pursued a doctorate in psychology for this purpose. A group of students, amidst laughter, has absorbed the principal's words, and the rain seems to have quieted. Following the principal, it was intended for the director to speak. But in an effort to shield the students from the rain for a few extra moments, we shall now hear from Teacher Ho, the head of the grade group, who has just extended well wishes to everyone, echoing the sentiments shared by our principal. On a rainy day, devices such as speakers, which require electricity, were rendered useless. Regardless of whether it was the principal or Mr. Ho, communication with the students relied solely on their voices. Even the students, who seldom made a sound, remained utterly silent, as did the wind and the rain. Mr. Ho, who suffered from chronic pharyngitis as a professional ailment, found his voice growing hoarse after prolonged speech. "My voice is a bit hoarse. Please bear with me," he remarked. This academic year has seen a significant reduction in activities compared to previous years. It essentially consists of a coming-of-age ceremony around mid-year and the graduation photo session following the college entrance examination, culminating in the graduation ceremony. Thus, for the upcoming year, students must immerse themselves in their studies. Chapter 127. As the lights began to shine as dusk fell, the sky transformed into a vibrant orange hue, with clouds tinged with deep purple, resembling an exquisite enamel painting framed in gold. The streets were alive with the incessant flow of vehicles, creating a cacophony that defined the city. "Dad, it smells burnt. Oh no." The fire was finally extinguished, and the father rushed to the bathroom to apply toothpaste. Burning a dish is one thing, but to scald oneself on the pot is rather unfortunate. Both Summer Yu and Summer Yan's father seemed to be somewhat clumsy. "Daughter." "Yes? Let's order takeout. Leftover food isn't good for your health." Nearby, the vehicles on the overpass ushered in the illuminated curtain of night, while the sun at the horizon was reduced to a slender, fiery streak, as if someone had carelessly left the door ajar, allowing the light from within to spill outside. As night deepens, gazing through the train window, I see the hazy silhouettes of trees and villages where humans and animals mingle in the soft glow of light. The culprit, Hua Ruoxin, has been confined to the restroom. After tidying up the chaos within the house, this weary father must now enter to manage the colorful mess that envelopes Hua Ruoxin. Despite his playful antics, he is aware that ink and paint are not to be ingested, yet he remains restless in the bathroom. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates through the air, startling the father, who rushes toward the restroom only to find the little rascal has pulled the shampoo off the shelf, shattering the plastic bottle and spilling its contents across the floor. The family's toothbrushes have flown from their resting place on the bed, and young Hua Ruoxin is amusing himself with the scattered sticks. The father's head buzzes with disbelief, his blood pressure soaring as he stands frozen, uncertain whether to tend to the mischievous child or the disarray surrounding him. Daddy, I finished my homework." At that moment, Hua Ruoxin arrives, clutching her completed assignment, leaving the father feeling overwhelmed. The homework was assigned by their mother, Miss Fong, to both children, aiming to enhance their understanding of the language by learning a bit in advance. "But, Daddy," sob, "he ruined my homework." The little girl, who had painstakingly worked on her assignment all night, finds her efforts in vain as the ink has smudged beyond recognition, and she bursts into tears. But, everything I wrote before." Sob, "It's all gone, what?" The little girl became increasingly aggrieved, and despite her young age, she displayed an admirable level of understanding and maturity. Yet, tears streamed down her face in a fit of sobs. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Hua Ruoxin joined in the commotion, also weeping, likely feeling a sense of injustice after being pointed at by Hua Ruoxin. Caught in the middle, the father found his clothes splashed with water from the shampoo, attempting to console his daughter while his son cried. As for soothing his son, given that the boy had erred, it was imperative to first impart the necessary lessons before considering comfort. However, in light of the current situation, he pondered how to remedy the matter. "Do you not trust your father? Both your mother and I, along with your sister, will devise a solution together. You must have faith in your father." Hua Ruoxin, seated on a chair, nodded in agreement. "All right. Now, I shall speak with Xin. When you awaken, we will have your brother apologize to you. Is that acceptable?" "Yes." The little girl nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with joy. Having reassured his daughter, the weary father trudged towards the bathroom, but after taking just a few steps, Hua Ruoxin tugged at the hem of his shirt. "Did we not agree that I should go to bed first? Why have you returned?" "Father, I wish to help you tidy up. You should rest. Your father will manage this." Little Ruoxin has been diligently working on her homework all night and now needs to recuperate. Upon reaching the bathroom, he noticed that Hua Ruoxin had likely cried himself to exhaustion, now asleep against the toilet. This child, we shall discuss it once he awakens. Has our home been burglarized?" In the brief span of time, Teacher Fong entered the house with his daughter, Hua Qian, the home intruder. Hua Qian glanced at the ink handprints on the wall and promptly provided an answer. Dad, is it my little brother? Hua Qian's words trailed off as she beheld their father, caught in a predicament in the bathroom, with her brother clinging to his leg. The father offered an awkward smile. You two should rest for now. I will tidy up and then sleep. Outside, Chang'an Street was illuminated, the streetlights having taken over the sun's duties, casting a warm glow across the sky. Within the home, 3 figures busied themselves, while the 2 little ones slept soundly. Chapter 128. Entering senior year with ambition on the first day of extra classes, Wang Jinyu unexpectedly did not attend school. Teacher, Wang Jinyu has yet to arrive. Hua Qian reported, summarizing the tardiness. Teacher, it is Wang Jinyu who. As the words left her lips, she added softly, he has a cold. His parent has already informed me of his absence. The homeroom teacher's declaration sparked a flurry of conversation, a commotion accompanied by laughter erupting from the students below the podium. Very well, I shall note that. The revelation about Wang Jinyu caught everyone off guard, and Hua Qian stifled a laugh, feigning composure. And Ning, how did you guess? After the teacher departed, Hua Qian could not resist inquiring of Xing and Ning. Hua Qian chuckled softly, all right. In class, Wang Shanqian, who relied on coffee to sustain her through the day, struggled to maintain her composure, valiantly pushing through. With the absence of Wang Jinyu's daily exuberance, the atmosphere of learning in the classroom has intensified. Nonetheless, a few students still reminisce about Wang Jinyu, finding the school life rather dull without him. It is indeed a pity that you did not come, although I understand you have been preoccupied with learning Peking opera. Haha, it's all right. Once the exams are over, we can indulge in carefree play. Sure Xian placed the exercise book on the desk and said, and Ning, could you explain this problem to me? Sheng and Ning smiled and took the exercise book from Sure Xian's hands. Sure, no problem. Apart from waking up a bit late the next day, I spent the entire afternoon feeling rather restless. This problem has troubled me for several days, and Ning, how do I solve it? I have no clue. Didn't I tell you to look at the answers? Sure Xian sighed, her expression clouded with worry. Oh, that's of no use. You know that my subject selection leans towards the arts, but my proficiency in both the arts and sciences is quite mediocre, especially in Chinese and English. They are even worse than my math. All right, here's the plan. I'll explain it to you. And then I'll guide you through how to approach the problem with the answers, okay? While speaking, Sheng and Ning quickly formulated a method for solving the problem and began to articulate her thoughts. For instance, in one exam, there were 2 underlined sentences, one with a straight line and the other with a wavy line. I misidentified them during that exam, which cost me points unnecessarily. However, I managed to apply the conventional approaches to each question, so I still earned half the points on a 6-point question. But I believe you all should not encounter this issue. Sheng Anning, feeling a bit awkward, pressed her lips together, yet she deemed it necessary to express her thoughts. Considering the significant impact at hand, the discussion then shifted to the question of how to tackle this particular problem. Before we delve deeper into the reading, is there something I neglected to mention? Sheng Anning casually inquired of Sure Xian. At that moment, Yu Jing entered with a cup of water, and upon noticing Sheng Anning explaining a language question, she approached with curiosity. Hey, Anning, are you discussing a problem? May I listen in? Of course, Xian. No problem at all, though I might struggle with this while you may not. She began, first and foremost. It is essential to understand the primary directions of the questions from the past 2 years. I have summarized them as follows: cultural heritage, contemporary issues, familial bonds, national sentiment, national spirit, and ecological environment. Typically, questions related to the ecological environment focus on the harmony between lush landscapes and the coexistence of humans and nature. Additionally, there may be topics pertaining to military themes, but these are essentially the main areas of focus. Yu Jing raised her concerns, as she had only recently transitioned to the liberal arts and was still trying to grasp the intricate connections within the subject matter. This is quite straightforward. Have you noticed the content in our political and geography textbooks? Yes, but so what? This reflects the trends of societal development, which is why writers tend to gravitate towards these themes. From a different perspective, one could argue that writers have become acutely aware of the essence of our times. Much like the discourse of philosophy, literature often precedes the era, or at the very least, travels parallel to it. Thus, the current societal landscape and prevailing values inevitably shape the works of authors and, consequently, the subjects of our examinations. Without further ado, let us delve into the topic at hand. This theme can be encapsulated by the notion of cultural roots, a pursuit that is fundamentally spiritual. A teacher aptly remarked that tackling questions related to novels is considerably simpler than those concerning essays. Sheng Anning pointed to the exercises in the workbook, which clearly exemplified this. While essays may appear scattered in form, yet cohesive in spirit, I must candidly admit that some indeed lack both form and essence, making the search for a central theme quite arduous. After a brief silence, Sheng Anning resolved to provide an illustration. For instance, consider that question we encountered last time regarding the essay on snow. Do you recall it? Vaguely? I seem unable to pinpoint its central theme. Sure Xin felt a twinge of awkwardness at Sheng Anning's candidness. As the preparatory bell rang, Sheng Anning seized the final moments, speaking with such fervor that one might compare him to a renowned singer. With the bell tolling, Sure Xin hastily exited, clutching the workbook. Chapter 129, The Ambitious Dreams of Youth. I will seek you after class. Anning, are you explaining the topics to them again? Hearing the teacher's inquiry, Sheng Anning smiled a little shyly, indicating that she was merely chatting with them. It is quite commendable that you have excelled in completing the Chinese language workbook, even finishing the subsequent assignments ahead of time. Merely urging students to persist may not yield the best outcomes. Encouragement is equally essential, a principle that Teacher Ho understands well. I can see that you have grasped the main concepts of the larger problems, though I have noticed some minor issues. The annotations on the side indicate that you should come to me after class so we can delve into them together. However, you occasionally lose a point or two on major exams. Our goal now is to thoroughly understand how to eliminate even those minor deductions. Sheng Anning nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes. Teacher, I understand. By the way, regarding the ancient poem question on page 34 that you inquired about, I have recently obtained resources from the previous year's teacher to print some papers for you. Teacher Ho paused the PPT and explained to Sheng Anning, stating that the question in our workbook was likely printed incorrectly, as the original options do not match this format. When we tackle that paper in a few days, we will examine it together. I will clarify the actual options of that question for you shortly. All the options in our workbook are correct, so it is entirely reasonable that you could not select an answer. A glimmer of joy appeared on Sheng Anning's face, as it seemed she had indeed been correct. After making an effort to calm her emotions and feigning an unperturbed demeanor, she replied, "Thank you, teacher. I appreciate your assistance. It is perfectly acceptable to ask questions, particularly those of significant value, and the teacher wholeheartedly encourages such inquiries." Although Teacher Ho expresses this sentiment, should anyone choose to doze off during class and then approach with questions afterward, it is unlikely that the teacher would refuse to provide clarification, at most. A gentle reminder to pay attention in class would suffice. As the afternoon progressed, the heat within the room intensified. Some boys in the class even entertained the idea of acquiring an egg from the cafeteria to crack it on the playground, curious to see if it would fry. Wang Shanxian clutched a cup of coffee, as dark as ink, feeling somewhat irked by the blue sky outside for the first time. Hu Qian's fan had long since lost its power, and the replacement was gradually slowing down. During the lunch break, the head teacher, absent for the entirety of the noon period, had yet to appear, while a group of students remained quietly and methodically engaged in their tasks. Those completing assignments focused diligently, while others whispered discreetly during their discussions. As for Sheng Anning, she had already pulled Yu Jing to the adjacent room, where they fetched Shixing, proceeding to the cool marble windowsill to discuss the problems at hand. Hu Qian, step outside for a moment. Hey, you there, stop chatting. Don't you realize you're in your senior year? The head teacher poked his head through the classroom door, urging her to come out promptly, as he had matters to discuss. Teacher, what's wrong? I haven't done anything wrong. Stop dawdling. Come out now. The head teacher, concealing a secret, adopted a stern tone to mask his own unease. Quickly, come to my office. With a heart full of trepidation, the boy stood up reluctantly and took slow steps forward. Could you please adjust your backpack? How can I exit without your assistance? Would it be too much for you to take a step aside? You seem to have your bag awkwardly hanging, and yet you maintain a sense of entitlement? Hurry up, or else we might miss our opportunity. The teacher nearly stumbled over her words, so please be quick. Both Hua Qian and I are waiting for you. It appears you have gone to explain a problem to Yu Jing and the others. Although our current homeroom teacher is not Xiao Pingxia, and is indeed quite kind to Sheng Anning, Hua Qian has grown accustomed to it, and couldn't he help but offer an explanation. Yes, I heard you. There's no need for Hua Qian to elaborate. The half-level height is sufficient for Sheng Anning's high decibel explanations to reach us. All right, teacher. Hua Qian nodded and made her way directly to find Sheng Anning. Teacher. The boy finally appeared at the classroom door, timidly speaking. Please come with me to the office. The homeroom teacher, with a playful intent, spoke with a serious demeanor. Teacher, Is it the chemistry teacher? Wow, thank you, teacher. Teacher, should we give you some money for your generosity? Teacher, no need for that. Thank you. But your earnings are hard-earned, and we can manage on our own. Shoo, keep your voices down. The students from other classes might come over. The homeroom teacher said as she placed the remaining popsicles from the bag onto a nearby cabinet, allowing anyone who hasn't had enough to come over later. There are about 10 left. Thank you, teacher. You are truly wonderful. Enjoy your snacks. Let us discuss your plans after the upcoming college entrance examination. No? Well, which schools are you planning to apply to? The homeroom teacher inquired, beginning to randomly select fortunate students. Come on, Huarqian, you go first. I wish to apply to Peking University. I am eager to study archaeology. Why archaeology? Aren't you afraid, given that our gentle Qian is so delicate? Well, after visiting Dunhuang, I was reminded of Fan Jinsher. It seems our study tour was indeed worthwhile, providing us with insights into our future academic endeavors. The homeroom teacher chuckled, gesturing for Huarqian to take her seat. And you, Wang Shanqian? Where do you intend to go? I have no desire for Tsinghua or Peking University. I prefer to settle for Fudan. Fudan? What is your reasoning? Nothing much. I just feel that Fudan is in Shanghai, and it was part of the new cultural movement, associated with the new schools of thought. Additionally, I have a fondness for Shanghai. Beijing is too cold, and the summers are dry. Wang Shanchuan's remarks were refreshingly candid, eliciting laughter and applause from her classmates. And you? And Ning? Chapter 130. Ambitions amidst the hustle and bustle. The winds of mid-July carried an oppressive heat. By noon, the sweat had already dried up before it could even fall. Sigh. Sheng and Ning wrapped herself in her long-sleeved school uniform within the air-conditioned room, lamenting her fate. Come on, is it really that bad? Kong Chunjun, on his way to the teacher's office for consultation, passed by the classroom and immediately spotted Sheng and Ning. Is it necessary to be frozen to such an extent? Kong Chunjun halted in disbelief. I find myself in a state of solitude, having completed my homework, leaving me with nothing but to lie down. You may take your time in writing. Indeed. My friend cannot utter a single commendable word. Sigh. I wonder why they have not shown up. Our classmate Xia Tianyu has also been absent these past few days. And I am at a loss. As Kong Chunjun rambled on, he wandered into class 6, entirely forgetting his intention to seek help from the teacher. Perhaps they have ventured out for individual tutoring, honing in on their studies? In any case, such one-on-one assistance would be of no use to me. Kong Chunjun scoffed and began to illustrate. Look at Chen Han. He has been absent as well, undoubtedly off to his tutoring sessions. Truth be told, I myself was reluctant to attend. Sheng Yanning sighed once more. It seems you, dear sir, wish to remain at home, merging with your bed, embodying the essence of a true Zen youth, lying in a state of inertia. Not quite. I still intend to study. Perhaps a couple of hours on subjects I find challenging, followed by a stroll and a nap. Oh, come now, in this weather. You might as well be cooked. It's not as dire as that. Sheng Anning's attention shifted to Kong Chunjuan's hands. Are you heading to inquire about something? I shall accompany you. Just yesterday, Teacher Home mentioned I should seek her out when I have the time. Please wait a moment while I search for my things. With the end of the term just behind us, Sheng Anning's pockets were empty, all his books tucked away in his bag, prompting a thorough rummage. Perhaps you should tidy up a bit. Kong Chunjun was well aware of his friend's habits, yet still observed with growing impatience. Very well, rest assured. When you return next time, I will have everything in order. I found it. Let us go. It's time to seek the teacher. Each classroom is equipped with air conditioning, and the marble floors and tiled walls of the corridor exude a refreshing coolness. The sun's scorching heat has failed to penetrate the layers of barriers, leaving the students' desks undisturbed. Yet it has undeniably brought the summer warmth into the rooms beyond the sanctuary of the air conditioning. The gaze, however, remains unfocused. Observe closely as I demonstrate once more. Fixating on my eyes. When a father lacks the time to spend with his child, he resorts to monetary means, though he claims to run a small company. His earnings surpass those of the average wage earner, allowing him to afford, in the months leading up to his child's art examination, private tutoring sessions a few times a week. Most residents of Beijing do not prioritize enrolling their children in so-called elite schools. They believe that the education provided by public school teachers is far superior to that of private institutions aimed at sending students abroad. A friend of Kong Chunjun and Hai Xingping in their class once remarked that in their middle school, there was a student who struggled academically and was unlikely to gain admission to a prestigious high school or university, investing over 200 to 300,000 annually only to secure a place in a foreign university is a hasty resolution. Hai Xingping wholeheartedly agrees, acknowledging that while his parents earn substantial salaries sufficient to afford private schooling, the quality of instruction in public schools remains unmatched. Nonetheless, specialized art education, such as that offered by institutions like Shijia, is often beyond the capacity of most public schools. Beijing is not devoid of traditional cultural specialty schools, including those focused on sports, each with its distinct characteristics, though no single school encompasses them all. Moreover, the Education Bureau explicitly stipulates that teachers are prohibited from conducting tutoring sessions outside of school. Thus, individuals like Teacher Ho, who provide free guidance to students during their own leisure time, are commendable. Ren Shui lacks instructors proficient in Peking opera, and Teacher Lu's expertise in physical education does not extend to Sanda. Otherwise, given Ren Shui's academic ethos, perhaps both Shi Xian and Yu Jing would not need to seek external classes. The banners of brilliance flutter resplendently against the azure sky. Shi Xian practiced diligently for an entire morning in a modest room devoid of air conditioning, yet the 4-meter-high beams offered a semblance of coolness. In the sweltering heat of Beijing, which boasts its own underfloor heating, the fan struggled to penetrate the thick layers of Shi Xian's Peking opera attire. The warmth from the ground and air relentlessly invaded her garments. During regular practice, Shi Xian refrained from makeup and traditional headgear, donning only the appropriate attire for the martial dance performance. As beads of sweat cascaded down her temples, tangling her hair into strands, she felt her throat parched. Nevertheless, when she sang, her voice remained unwavering. The departure of clouds stripped away humanity's final veil, allowing the sun's rays to penetrate deeply, casting shadows not far behind, as if attempting to uncover the innermost thoughts of the heart, whether in the classroom or at the workplace. Indoor environments typically feature the combined efforts of air conditioning and fans. However, if a few individuals were to practice for an entire morning in such an unconditioned space, many would likely abandon their tasks. Those who harbor dreams and bear responsibilities often find themselves better equipped to adapt to such conditions, or rather, they possess the fortitude to persevere within them. The instructor carries the weight of education upon their shoulders, while Shishing harbors within the hopes of his grandfather dreams of the future and a profound passion in his heart. Thus, the two resonate with one another, persevering in such an environment. In order to lay a foundation for his portrayal as a Peking opera martial artist, Shishing deliberately chose to learn two traditional martial arts forms, the double swords and the long spear, under the guidance of Teacher Lu at school. The first floor of Rensui Academy stands merely 3 meters high, making it challenging to practice with a spear. Even the simplest thrust could inadvertently breach the ceiling. Nevertheless, the teacher nodded approvingly, recognizing Shishing's willingness to endure hardship. Prior to teaching Shishing, the instructor had perceived that investing in one-on-one lessons often resulted in children who lacked diligence, merely coasting through due to parental financial support. However, upon observing Shishing, the teacher felt invigorated in their teaching endeavors. Would you prefer to bring your own equipment, or shall I prepare some for you? It's quite cumbersome to keep exchanging gear in this weather. This is often the case when a diligent student encounters a dedicated teacher, resembling a scenario where the teacher gains an additional child. Chapter 131. Wandering among the lines at long last, the weekend arrived. Nestled at home, savoring a popsicle, Shang Anning felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him from head to toe. Many people claim that children today are disinterested in reading, yet that is not entirely accurate. At least for Shang Anning. He believes the issue does not lie with the children themselves. After all, even as the nation continuously adjusts its educational direction, the pressure of examination-oriented education remains resistant to swift transformation. In contemporary society, the Gaokao remains a pivotal opportunity for countless individuals to transform their lives. While some engage fervently in preparation, others languish in complacency, inevitably falling behind. In such a fast-paced environment, children embark on their journeys from the moment of birth, often propelled by the aspirations of their parents, leaving little time to pause and appreciate the surrounding beauty. Of course, one might argue that Shang Anning's perspective is that of someone unburdened by the trials of examination. At this moment, a high school senior, fanning herself, indulging in incense, perusing leisurely literature and savoring fruit, is a rare find among the youth of China. Shang Anning is one of the few. Mom, could you please watch a bit more of that thing? You know, that one. Why don't you come down and watch it yourself? If you can't remember even while eating, you might recall if you do the washing yourself. Aren't you craving fruit? It's been ages. And yet you haven't watched any? You expect me to do everything while I'm cooking? If you plan to go hungry at noon, Then I suppose I shall wash it for you. About a quarter of an hour later, Sheng Anning's mother's voice echoed from the bathroom. Accompanied by the sound of water splashing, she was likely washing vegetables. Just think of it. I work at the office, and after hours. I even rent land to grow vegetables for you. Day in and day out. Are you trying to exhaust your mother? Sheng Anning remained silent, which only heightened her mother's irritation. With a sharp clatter, she set down the washing basin and hurried into the room. I'm reading. And I don't feel like eating anymore. Don't be silly, you need to eat. I'll wash it for you. Let me handle the washing. You just focus on cooking. Sheng Anning's grandfather emerged from the room just as I remarked that I was going to wash up. She must be studying. Yet you insist on preventing me from overseeing her. What am I to do at home, merely sitting idle? Enough, enough, you may wash as you please. Father, why can't you take a stroll yourself and allow her to move about a bit? After a week of classes, is she not fatigued? You indulge her too much. It is high time you managed your own chores instead of relying on your grandfather every day. As per Sheng Anning's words, it seems her mother has bestowed all her tenderness upon her students, leaving none for her. Do not eat while reading. It is detrimental to the stomach, and before long, the juice from the fruit will stain the pages of your book. Sure enough, scarcely had the words left my lips when Sheng Anning was already scouring the bed for tissue to wipe her book. Anning, it is time to eat. Consume less fruit. Your mother will soon have the vegetables cooked, which she has toiled to grow for you. How delicious they are. Yes, I understand. I simply cannot keep my mouth still. Sheng Anning explained, continuing to shove fruit into her mouth. Very well, your grandfather will leave you to it. You may eat for a while and then resume your reading. Sheng Anning nodded, stuffing a piece of fruit into her mouth, leaning against her pillow, and began to read. A good book demands an immense investment of time. Yet it is essential for both the author and the reader. The author's meticulous crafting of each word is a place where the reader must return repeatedly. As a serious student of literature, Sheng Anning's thoughts drifted, and amidst her reading, she recalled the words of Lu Sun. From the crevices of the text emerged two haunting words, cannibalism. Driven by curiosity, Sheng Anning resolved to delve into the subtleties of the written word. Not one to be naive, she realized that the gaps in the text revealed nothing but a blank void. The so-called crevices represented the societal and ideological currents underlying the published work. Sheng Anning had a peculiar habit of often neglecting the title and author while reading. Yet she ultimately discerned a single word, light. After some time, the words transported her through babbling brooks and fragrant meadows in the depths of lush forests, making the heat of the room seem to dissipate. A beam of light guided her towards the source of the stream, leading her to discover a magnificent waterway. Why was her mind elsewhere during meals? No, I simply wished to. Sheng Anning furrowed her brow, unsure of the thoughts swirling in her mind. Her mouth stuffed with food, taking a long time to chew. Focus on your meal first, we can ponder later. I can think alongside you, so hurry and eat. It took effort to prepare this. Ah, yes, the spirit of the nation. Sheng Anning suddenly slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, yes, we discuss this constantly in class. This direction is undoubtedly correct. Very well. Sheng Anning replied repeatedly, chewing vigorously, shoveling rice into her mouth with fervor. Eat more slowly. She pulled back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Though it seemed that drawing the curtains shielded her from the sun's scorching heat, it merely transformed the room into a steamer. The sunlight, too, seems to have a penchant for literature, gently cascading onto the book held by Sheng Anning. Unlike the way it reflects off a smartphone screen, the sunlight renders the pages of the book with exquisite clarity. As she turns a page, the light dances along the lines of text, illuminating the words and making them appear more pronounced. Is this not a manifestation of growth? Where is my phone? Alas, I must hastily jot this down. Oh, how astonishing. The spaces between the letters are indeed visible. Sheng Anning, in a flurry of activity, accidentally knocked over several items, creating a delightful clatter. By the time she finally unearthed her pen and paper, the sounds of her mother bustling about in the kitchen, tidying up the dishes, had noticeably intensified.